Chapter 1 of Elmer Gantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 1, Part 1. Elmer Gantry was drunk. He was eloquently drunk, lovingly and pugnaciously drunk. He leaned against the bar of the Old Home Sample Room, the most gilded and urbane saloon in Cato, Missouri, and requested the bartender to join him in the good old summer time, the waltz of the day. Blowing on a glass, polishing it, and glancing at Elmer through its flashing rotundity, the bartender remarked that he wasn't much of a hand at this here singing business. But he smiled. No bartender would have done other than smile on Elmer, so inspired and full of gallantry and hell-raising was he, and so dominating with his beefy grin. "All right, old socks," agreed Elmer. "Me and my roommate'll show you some singing as is singing. Meet roommate Jim Lefferts, best roommate in the world. Wouldn't live with him if he wasn't. Best quarterback in Mill West. Meet roommate." The bartender again met Mr. Lefferts with protestations of distinguished pleasure. Elmer and Jim Lefferts retired to a table to nourish the long, rich chocolate strains suitable to drunken melody. Actually, they sang very well. Jim had a resolute tenor, and as to Elmer Gantry, even more than his bulk, his thick black hair, his venturesome black eyes, you remembered that rousing baritone? He was born to be a senator. He never said anything important, and he always said it sonorously. He could make "good morning" seem profound as Kant, welcoming as a brass band, and uplifting as a cathedral organ. It was a cello, his voice, and in the enchantment of it you did not hear his slang, his boasting, his smut, and the dreadful violence which, at this period, he performed on singulars and plurals. Luxuriously as a wayfarer drinking cool beer, they caressed the phrases in linked sweetness long drawn out. "Strolling through the shady lanes with your baby mine, you hold her hand and she holds yours, and that's a very good sign that she's your tootsie wootsy in the good old summer time." Elmer wept and blubbered. "Let's go out and start a scrap. You've a little squirt, Jim. You get somebody to pick on you, and I'll come along and knock his block off." "I'll show him." His voice flared up. He was furious at the wrong about to be suffered. He arched his paws with longing to grasp the non-existent scoundrel. "By God, I'll knock the tar out of him. Nobody can touch my roommate. Know who I am? Elmer Gantry. That's me. I'll show 'em." The bartender was shuffling toward them, amiably ready for homicide. "Shut up, hellcat. What you need is another drink." "I'll get another drink," soothed Jim, and Elmer slid into tears, weeping over the ancient tragic sorrows of one whom he remembered as Jim Lefferts. Instantly, by some tricky sort of magic, there were 2 glasses in front of him. He tasted one and murmured foolishly, "Excuse me." It was the chaser, the water. But they couldn't fool him. The whiskey would certainly be in that other little sawed-off glass. And it was. He was right, as always. With a smirk of admiration, he sucked in the raw bourbon. It tickled his throat and made him feel powerful and at peace with every one save that fellow. He could not recall who, but it was someone who he would shortly chastise, and after that float into an Elysium of benevolence. The bar-room was deliciously calming. The sour, invigorating stench of beer made him feel healthy. The bar was one long shimmer of beauty, glowing mahogany, exquisite marble rail, dazzling glasses, curiously shaped bottles of unknown liquors, piled with craftiness which made him very happy. The light was dim, completely soothing, coming through fantastic windows such as are found only in churches, saloons, jewelry shops, and other retreats from reality. On the brown plaster walls were sleek, naked girls. He turned from them. He was empty now of desire for women. "That damned Juanita just wants to get all she can out of you, and that's all," he grumbled. But there was an interesting affair beside him. A piece of newspaper sprang up, apparently by itself, and slid along the floor. That was a very funny incident, and he laughed greatly. He was conscious of a voice which he had been hearing for centuries, echoing from a distant point of light and flashing through ever-widening corridors of a dream. "We'll get kicked out of here, Hellcat. Come on." He floated up. It was exquisite. His legs moved by themselves without effort. They did a comic thing once. They got twisted, and the right leg leaped in front of the left when, so far as he could make out, it should have been behind. He laughed and rested against someone's arm, an arm with no body attached to it, which had come out of the evangelical to assist him. Then unknown, invisible blocks, miles of them, his head clearing, and he gave some announcement to a Jim Lefferts, who suddenly seemed to be with him. "I gotta lick that fella." All right. You might as well go and find a nice little fight and get it out of your system." Elmer was astonished. He was grieved. His mouth hung open, and he drooled with sorrow. But still he was to be allowed one charming fight, and he revived as he staggered industriously in search of it. Oh, he exulted. It was a great party. For the first time in weeks, he was relieved from the boredom of Terwillinger College. Part 2. Elmer Gantry, best known to classmates as Hellcat, had this autumn of 1902 been football captain and led the best team Terwillinger College had known in 10 years. They had won the championship of East Middle Kansas Conference, which consisted of 10 denominational colleges, all of them with buildings and presidents and chapel services and yells and colors and a standard of scholarship equal to the best high schools. But since the last night of the football season, with a glorious bonfire in which the young gentlemen had burned up 9 tar barrels, the sign of the Jew tailor and the president's tabbycat, Elmer had been tortured by boredom. He regarded basketball and gymnasium antics as light-minded for a football gladiator. When he had come to college, he had supposed he would pick up learnings of cash value to a lawyer or doctor or insurance man. He had not known which he would become, and in his senior year, age 22 this November, he was still doubtful. But this belief he found fallacious. What good would it be in the courtroom or at the operating table to understand trigonometry, or to know, as last spring up to the examination on European history he remembered having known, the date of Charlemagne? How much cash would it bring in to quote all that stuff? What the dickens was it now? All that rot about the world is too much around us early and soon, from that old fool Wordsworth. Punk, that's what it was. Better be out in business. But still, if his mother claimed she was doing so well with her millinery business and wanted him to be a college graduate, he'd stick by it. A lot easier than pitching hay or carrying 2x4s anyway. Despite his invaluable voice, Elmer had not gone far out for debating because of the irritating library grinding, nor had he taken to prayer and moral eloquence in the YMCA, for with all the force of his simple and valiant nature, he detested piety and admired drunkenness and profanity. Once or twice in the class in public speaking, when he had repeated the splendors of other great thinkers, Daniel Webster and Henry Ward Beecher and Chauncey M. Depew, he had known the intoxication of holding an audience with his voice as with his closed hand, holding it, shaking it, lifting it. The debating set urged him to join them, but they were rabbit-faced and spectacled young men, and he viewed as obscene the notion of digging statistics about immigration and the products of San Domingo out of dusty-spotted books in the dusty-spotted library. He kept from flunking only because Jim Lefferts drove him to his books. Jim was less bored by college. He had a relish for the flavor of scholarship. He liked to know things about people dead these 1,000 years, and he liked doing canned miracles in chemistry. Elmer was astounded that so capable a drinker, a man so deft at handing a girl a swell spiel and getting her going, should find entertainment in Roman chariots and the unenterprising amours of sweet peas. But himself, no, not on your life. He'd get out and finish law school and never open another book. Kid the juries along and hire some old coot to do the briefs. To keep him from absolutely breaking under the burden of hearing the professor squeak, he did have the joy of loafing with Jim, illegally smoking the while. He did have researches into the lovability of co-eds and the baker's daughter. He did revere becoming drunk and world-striding, but he could not afford liquor very often, and the co-eds were mostly ugly and earnest. It was lamentable to see this broad young man, who would have been so happy in the prize ring, the fish market, or the stock exchange, poking through the cobwebbed corridors of Terwillinger. Terwillinger College, founded and preserved by the more zealous Baptists, is on the outskirts of Gritsmacher Springs, Kansas. The springs have dried up, and the Gritsmachers have gone to Los Angeles to sell bungalows and delicatessen. It huddles on the prairie, which is storm-racked in winter, frying and dusty in summer, lovely only in the grass-rustling spring or drowsy autumn. You would not be likely to mistake Terwilliger College for an old folks' home, because on the campus is a large rock painted with class numerals. Most of the faculty are ex-ministers. There is a men's dormitory, but Elmer Gantry and Jim Lefferts live together in the town, a mansion once the prize of the Gritsmachers themselves, a square brick bulk with a white cupola. The room was unchanged from the days of the original August Gritsmacher, a room heavy with a vast bed of carved black walnut, thick and perpetually dusty brocade curtains, and black walnut chairs hung with scarves that dangled gilt balls. The windows were hard to open. There was about the place the anxious propriety and all the dead hopes of a second-hand furniture shop. In this museum Jim had a surprising and vigorous youthfulness. There was a hint of future flabbiness in Elmer's bulk, but there would never be anything flabby about Jim Lefferts. He was slim, 6 inches shorter than Elmer, but hard as ivory and as sleek. Though he came from a prairie village, Jim had fastidiousness, a natural elegance. All the items of his wardrobe, the ordinary suit, distinctly glossy at the elbows, and the dark brown best suit, were ready-made, with faltering buttons and seams that betrayed rough ends of thread, but on him they were graceful. You felt that he would belong to any set in the world which he sufficiently admired. There was a romantic flair to his upturned overcoat collar. The darned bottoms of his trousers did not suggest poverty, but a careless and amused ease. And his thoroughly commonplace ties hinted of clubs and regiments. His thin face was resolute. You saw only its youthful freshness first, then behind the brightness a taut determination, and his brown eyes were amiably scornful. Jim Lefferts was Elmer's only friend, the only authentic friend he had ever had. Though Elmer was the athletic idol of the college, though his occult passion, his heavy good looks, caused the college girls to breathe quickly, though his manly laughter was as fetching as his resonant speech, Elmer was never really liked. He was supposed to be the most popular man in college. Everyone believed that everyone else adored him, and none of them wanted to be with him. They were all a bit afraid, a bit uncomfortable, and more than a bit resentful. It was not merely that he was a shouter, a pounder on backs, and an overwhelming force, so that there was never any refuge of intimacy with him. It was because he was always demanding. Except with his widow mother, whom he vaguely worshipped, and with Jim Lefferts, Elmer assumed that he was the center of the universe, and that the rest of the system was valuable only as it afforded him help and pleasure. He wanted everything. His first year, as the only freshman who was playing on the college football team, as a large and smiling man who was expected to become a favorite, he was elected president. In that office he was not much loved. At class meetings he cut speakers short, gave the floor only to pretty girls and lads who toadied to him, and roared in the midst of the weightiest debates, "Oh, come on, cut out this chewing the rag and let's get down to business." He collected the class fund by demanding subscriptions as arbitrary as a Catholic priest assessing his parishioners for a new church. "Phil'll never hold any office again, not if I can help it," muttered one Eddie Fizzlinger, who, though he was a meager and rusty-haired youth with protruding teeth and an easy titter, had attained power in the class by always being present at everything, and by the piety and impressive intimacy of his prayers at the YMCA. There was a custom that the manager of the athletic association should not be a member of any team. Elmer forced himself into the managership in junior year by threatening not to play football if he were not elected. He appointed Jim Lefferts chairman of the ticket committee, and between them, by only the very slightest doctoring of the books, they turned $40 to the best of all possible uses. At the beginning of senior year, Elmer announced that he desired to be president again. To elect anyone as class president twice was taboo. The ardent Eddie Fizzlinger, now president of the YMCA and ready to bring his rare talents to the Baptist ministry, asserted after an enjoyable private prayer meeting in his room that he was going to face Elmer and forbid him to run. "Go on, you don't dare," observed a Judas who 3 minutes before had been wrestling with God under Eddie's coaching. "I don't, eh? Watch me. Why, everybody hates him, the darn hog," squeaked Eddie. By scurrying behind trees, he managed to come face to face with Elmer on the campus. He halted and spoke of football, quantitative chemistry, and the Arkansas spinster who taught German. Elmer grunted. Desperately, his voice still shrill with desire to change the world, Eddie stammered, Say, Hellcat, you hadn't thought to run for president again? Nobody's ever been president twice." "Well, somebody's going to be." "Oh, gee, Elmer, don't run for it. Oh, come on. Course all the fellows are crazy about you, but nobody's ever been president twice. They'll vote against you." "Let me catch 'em at it." "How can you stop it? Honest, Hellcat, I'm just speaking for your own good. The voting's secret. You can't tell." "Huh. The nominations aren't secret. Now you go roll your hoops, Fizzy, and let all the yellow coyotes know that anybody that nominates anybody except Uncle Hellcat will catch it right where the chicken caught the axe. See? And if they tell me they didn't know about this, you get Mary Hale Columbia for not telling them. Get me? If there's anything but a unanimous vote, you won't do any praying the rest of the year. Eddie remembered how Elmer and Jim had shown a freshman his place in society by removing all his clothes and leaving him 5 miles in the country. Elmer was elected president of the senior class unanimously. He did not know that he was unpopular. He reasoned that men who seemed chilly to him were envious and afraid, and that gave him a feeling of greatness. Thus it happened that he had no friend save Jim Lefferts. Only Jim had enough will to bully him into obedient admiration. Elmer swallowed ideas whole. He was a maelstrom of prejudices, but Jim accurately examined every notion that came to him. Jim was selfish enough, but it was with the selfishness of a man who thinks and who is coldly unafraid of any destination to which his thoughts may lead him. The little man threatened Elmer like a large damp dog, and Elmer licked his shoes and followed. He also knew that Jim, as a quarter, was far more the soul of the team than himself, as tackle and captain. A huge young man, Elmer Gantry, 6'1", thick, broad, big-handed, a large face, handsome as a Great Dane is handsome, and a swirl of black hair worn rather long. His eyes were friendly. His smile was friendly. Oh, he was always friendly enough, but he was merely astonished when he found that you did not understand his importance and did not want to hand over everything he might desire. He was a baritone solo turned into portly flesh. He was a gladiator, laughing at the comic distortion of his wounded opponent. He could not understand men who shrank from blood, who liked poetry or roses, who did not casually endeavor to seduce every possible seducible girl. In sonorous arguments with Jim, he asserted that these fellows that study all the time are just letting on like they're so doggone high and mighty to show off to these doggone profs that haven't got anything but lemonade in their veins. Part 4. Chief adornment of their room was the escritoire of the first Gritzmacher, which held their library. Elmer owned 2 volumes of Conan Doyle, one of E.P. Roe, and a priceless copy of Only a Boy. Jim had investigated in an encyclopedia which explained any known subject in 10 lines in a Pickwick Papers, and from some unknown source he had obtained a complete Swinburne, into which he was never known to have looked. But his pride was in the possession of Ingersoll's Some Mistakes of Moses, and Paine's The Age of Reason. For Jim Lefferts was the college freethinker, the only man in Terwillinger who doubted that Lot's wife had been changed into salt for once looking back at the town where, among the young married set, she had had so good a time. Who doubted that Methuselah lived to 969? They whispered of Jim all through the pious dens of Terwilliger. Elmer himself was frightened, for after giving minutes and minutes of theological profundities, Elmer had concluded that there must be something to all this religious guff, if all these wise old birds believe it, and sometime a fellow had ought to settle down and cut out the hell-raising. Probably Jim would have been kicked out of college by the ministerial professors if he had not had so reverent a way of asking questions when they wrestled with his infidelity that they had let go of him in nervous confusion. Even the president the Reverend Dr. Willoughby Quarles, formerly pastor of the Rock of Ages Baptist Church of Moline, Illinois, than whom no man had written more about the necessity of baptism by immersion, in fact, in every way a thoroughly than whom figure, even when Dr. Quarles tackled Jim and demanded, "Are you getting the best out of our instruction, young man? Do you believe with us not only in the plenary inspiration of the Bible, but also in its verbal inspiration, and that it is the only divine rule of faith and practice?" Then Jim looked docile and said mildly, "Oh, yes, Doctor. There's just one or two little things that have been worrying me, Doctor. I've taken them to the Lord in prayer, but He doesn't seem to help me much. I'm sure you can. Now, why did Joshua need to have the sun stand still? Of course it happened. It says so right in Scripture. But why did he need to when the Lord always helped those Jews anyway, and when Joshua could knock down the big walls just by having his people yell and blow trumpets? And if devils cause a lot of the diseases and they had to cast them out, why is it that good Baptist doctors today diagnosing devil possession instead of TB and things like that? Do people have devils? Young man, I will give you an infallible rule. Never question the ways of the Lord. But why don't the doctors talk about having devils now? I have no time for vain arguments that lead nowhere. If you would think a little less of your wonderful powers of reasoning, if you'd go humbly to God in prayer and give Him a chance, you'd understand the true spiritual significance of all these things. But how about where Cain got his wife? Most respectfully, Jim said it, but Dr. Quarles, he had a chin whisker and a boiled shirt, turned from him and snapped, "I have no further time to give you, young man. I've told you what to do. Good morning." That evening, Mrs. Quarles breathed, "Oh, Willoughby, did you tend to that awful senior, that Lefferts, that's trying to spread doubt? Did you fire him?" "No," blossomed President Quarles, "certainly not. There was no need. I showed him how to look for spiritual guidance, and did that freshman come and mow the lawn? The idea of him wanting 15 cents an hour." Jim was hair-hung and breeze-shaken over the abyss of hell, and apparently enjoying it very much indeed, while his wickedness fascinated Elmer Gantry and terrified him. Part 5. That November day of 1902, November of their senior year, was greasy of sky, and slush blotted the wooden sidewalks of Gritsmacher Springs. There was nothing to do in town, and their room was dizzying with the stench of the stove, first lighted now since spring. Jim was studying German, tilted back in an elegant position of ease, with his legs cocked up on the desk tablet of the escritoire. Elmer lay across the bed, ascertaining whether the blood would run to his head if he lowered it over the side. It did, always. "Oh, God, let's get out and do something," he groaned. "Nothing to do. Useless," said Jim. "Let's go over to Cato and see the girls and get drunk." As Kansas City was dry by state prohibition, the nearest haven was at Cato, Missouri, 17 miles away. Jim scratched his head with a corner of his book and approved. "Well, that's a worthy idea. Got any money?" "On the 28th, where the hell would I get any money before the 1st? "Hellcat, you've got one of the deepest intellects I know. You'll be a knockout at the law. Aside from neither of us having any money, and me with a Dutch quiz tomorrow, it's a great project." "Oh, well," sighed the ponderous Elmer, feebly as a sick kitten, and lay revolving in the tremendous inquiry. It was Jim who saved them from the lard-like weariness into which they were slipping. He had gone back to his book, but he placed it precisely and evenly on the desk and rose. "I would like to see Nellie," he sighed. "Oh, man, I could give her a good time. Little devil. Darn these co-eds here. The few that'll let you love 'em up, they hang around trying to catch you on the campus and make you propose to 'em." "Oh, gee, and I got to see Juanita," groaned Elmer. "Hey, cut out talking about 'em, will you? I've got a palpitating heart right now just thinking about Juanie." "Hellcat, I've got it. Go and borrow 10 off this new instructor in chemistry and physics. I've got $1.64 left, and that'll make it." "But I don't know him." "Sure, you poor fish. That's why I suggested him. Do the check fail to come, and I'll get another hour of this Dutch while you're stealing the 10 from him." "Now," lugubriously, "you oughtn't talk like that." "Well, if you're as good a thief as I think you are, we'll catch the 5:16 to Cato." They were on the 5:16 for Cato. The train consisted of a day coach, a combined smoker and baggage car, and a rusty old engine and tender. The train swayed so on the rough tracks as it bumped through the drooping night that Elmer and Jim were thrown against each other and gripped the arm of their seat. The car staggered like a freighter in a gale, and tall, raw farmers, perpetually shuffling forward for a drink at the water cooler, stumbled across them or seized Jim's shoulder to steady themselves. To every surface of the old smoking car, to streaked windows and rusty ironwork and mud-smeared coconut matting, clung a sickening bitterness of cheap tobacco fumes, and whenever they touched the red plush of the seat, dust whisked up and the prints of their hands remained on the plush. The car was jammed. Passengers come to sit on the arm of their seats to shout at friends across the aisle. But Elmer and Jim were unconscious of filth and smell and crowding. They sat silent, nervously intent, panting a little, their lips open, their eyes veiled, as they thought of Juanita and Nellie. The two girls, Juanita Clausel and Nellie Benton, were by no means professional daughters of joy. Juanita was cashier of the Cato Lunch, Quick Eats. Nellie was assistant to a dressmaker. They were good girls, but excitable, and they found a little extra money useful for red slippers and nut-centered chocolates. "Juanita, what a little darling. She understands a fellow's troubles," said Elmer, as they balanced down the slushy steps at the grimy stone station of Cato. When Elmer, as a freshman, just arrived from the pool halls and frame high school of Paris, Kansas, had begun to learn the decorum of amour, he had been a boisterous lout who looked shamefaced in the presence of gay ladies, who blundered against tables, who shouted and desired to let the world know how violently vicious he was being. He was still rather noisy and proud of wickedness when he was in a state of liquor, but in 3¼ years of college he had learned how to approach girls. He was confident, he was easy, he was almost quiet. He could look them in the eye with fondness and amusement. Juanita and Nellie lived with Nellie's widow aunt. She was a moral lady, but she knew how to keep out of the way, in 3 rooms over a corner grocery. They had just returned from work when Elmer and Jim stamped up the rickety outside wooden steps. Juanita was lounging on a divan, which even a noble oriental red and white cover, displaying a bearded wazir, 3 dancing ladies in chiffon trousers and a nargile, and a moss slightly larger than the nargile, could never cause to look like anything except a disguised bed. She was curled up, pinching her ankle with one tired and nervous hand, and reading a stimulating chapter of Laura Jane Libby. Her shirt-waist was open at the throat, and down her slim stocking was a grievous run. She was so un-Juanita-like, an ash blonde, pale and lovely, with an ill-restrained passion in her blue eyes. Nellie, a buxom, jolly child, dark as a Jewess, was wearing a frowsy dressing-gown. She was making coffee and narrating her grievances against her employer, the pious dressmaker, while Juanita paid no attention whatever. The young men crept into the room without knocking. "You devils, sneaking in like this and us not dressed!" yelped Nellie. Jim sidled up to her, dragged her plump hand away from the handle of the granite-ware coffee pot, and giggled. "But aren't you glad to see us?" "Well, I don't know whether I am or not. Now, you quit. You behave, will you?" Rarely did Elmer seem more deft than Jim Lefferts, but now he was feeling his command over women, certain sorts of women. Silent, yearning at Juanita, commending her with hot eyes, he sank on the temporary oriental couch, touched her pale hand with his broad fingertips, and murmured, "Why, you poor kid, you look so tired." "I am, and you hadn't ought to have come here this afternoon. Nell's aunt threw a conniption fit the last time you were here." "Hooray for Auntie!" "But you're glad to see me?" She would not answer. "Aren't you?" Bold eyes on hers that turned uneasily away looked back and sought the safety of the blank wall. "Aren't you?" She would not answer. "Juanita, and I've longed for you something fierce ever since I saw you." His fingers touched her throat, but softly. "Aren't you a little glad?" As she turned her head, for a second she looked at him with embarrassed confession. She sharply whispered, "No, don't," as he caught her hand, but she moved nearer to him, leaned against his shoulder. "You're so big and strong," she sighed. "But golly, you don't know how I need you. The president, old Quarles is right, by golly. Remember I was telling you about him? He's laying for me because he thinks it was me and Jim that let the bats loose in the chapel. And I get so sick of that gosh-awful weekly Bible study, all about those holy old gazebos. And then when I think about you, and my gosh, if you were just sitting on the other side of the stove from me in my room here, with your cute little red slippers cocked up on the nickel rail, gee, how happy I would be. You don't think I'm just a bonehead, do you?" Jim and Nellie were at the stage now of nudging each other and bawling, "Hey, quit, will ya?" as they stood over the coffee. "Say, you girls change your shirts and come on out, and we'll blow you to dinner, and maybe we'll dance a little," proclaimed Jim. "We can't," said Nellie. "Auntie's sore as a pup because she was up late at a dance night before last. We got to stay home, and you boys got to beat it before she comes in." "Oh, come on." "No, we can't." "Yeah, fat chance you girls staying home and knitting. You got some fellas coming in, and you want to get rid of us. That's the trouble." "It is not, Mr. James Lefferts, and it wouldn't be any of your business if it was." While Jim and Nellie squabbled, Elmer slipped his hand about Juanita's shoulder, slowly pressing her against him. He believed with terrible conviction that she was beautiful, that she was glorious, that she was life. There was heaven in the softness of her curving shoulder, and her pale flesh was living silk. "Come on in the other room," he pleaded. "Ooh, no, not now." He gripped her arm. "Well, don't come in for a minute," she fluttered. Aloud to the others, "I'm going to do my hair. Looks just terrible." She slipped into the room beyond. A certain mature self-reliance dropped from Elmer's face, and he was like a round-faced big baby, somewhat frightened. With efforts to appear careless, he fumbled about the room and dusted a pink and gilt face with his large crumpled handkerchief. He was near the inner door. He peeped at Jim and Nellie. They were holding hands while the coffee pot was so cheerfully boiling over. Elmer's heart thumped. He slipped through the door and closed it, whimpering as in terror, "Oh, Juanita." Part 6. They were gone, Elmer and Jim, before the return of Nellie's aunt. As they were not entertaining the girls, they dined on pork chops, coffee, and apple pie at the McGinnis lunch. It has already been narrated that afterward, in the old home sample room, Elmer became philosophical and misogynistic as he reflected that Juanita was unworthy of his generous attention. It has been admitted that he became drunk and pugnacious. As he wavered through the sidewalk slush on Jim's arm, as his head cleared, his rage increased against the bully who was about to be encouraged to insult his good friend and roommate. His shoulders straightened, his fists clenched, and he began to look for the scoundrel among the evening crowd of mechanics and coal miners. They came to the chief corner of the town. A little way down the street, beside the red brick wall of the Congress Hotel, someone was talking from the elevation of a box surrounded by a jeering gang. "What they picking on that fella that's talking for? They better let him alone," rejoiced Elmer, throwing off Jim's restraining hand, dashing down the side of the street and into the crowd. He was in that most blissful condition to which a powerful young man can attain, unrighteous violence in a righteous cause. He pushed through the audience, jabbed his elbow into the belly of a small, weak man, and guffawed at the cluck of distress. Then he came to a halt, unhappy and doubting. The heckled speaker was his chief detestation, Eddie Fisslinger, president of the Terwillinger College YMCA, that rusty-haired gopher who had obscenely opposed his election as president. With two other seniors who were also in training for the Baptist ministry, Eddie had come over to Cato to save a few souls, at least if they saved no souls, and they never had saved any in 17th Street meetings, they would have handy training for their future jobs. Eddie was a rasping and insistent speaker who got results by hanging on to a subject and worrying it, but he had no great boldness, and now he was obviously afraid of his chief heckler, a large, blond, pompadoured young baker who bulked in front of Eddie's rostrum and asked questions. While Elmer stood listening, the baker demanded, "What makes you think you know all about religion?" "I don't pretend to know all about religion, my friend, but I do know what a powerful influence it is for clean and noble living. And if you'll only be fair now, my friend, and give me a chance to tell these other gentlemen what my experience of answers to prayer has been." "Yeah, swell lot of experience you've had, by your looks." "See here, there are others who may want to hear." Though Elmer detested Eddie's sappiness, though he might have liked to share drinks with the lively young baker heckler, there was no really good unctuous violence to be had except by turning champion of religion. The packed crowd excited him, and the pressure of rough bodies, the smell of wet overcoats, the rumble of mob voices, it was all like a football lineup. "Here, you!" he roared at the baker. "Let the fella speak. Give him a chance. Why don't you pick on somebody your own size, you big stiff?" At his elbow, Jim Lefferts begged, "Let's get out of this, hellcat. Good Lord, you ain't going to help a gospel peddler?" Elmer pushed him away and thrust his chest out toward the baker, who was cackling, "I suppose you're a Christer, too." "I would be, if I was worthy." Elmer fully believed it for that delightful moment. "These boys are classmates of mine. They're going to have a chance to speak." Eddie Fisslinger bleated to his mates, "Ah, fellas, Elmer Gantry, saved!" Even this alarming interpretation of his motives could not keep Elmer now from a holy zeal of fighting. He thrust aside the one aged man who stood between him and the baker, bashing in the aged one's derby and making him telescope like a turtleneck, and stood with his fist working like a connecting rod by his side. "If you're looking for trouble," the baker suggested, clumsily wobbling his huge bleached fist. "Not me," observed Elmer, and struck once very judiciously, just at the point of the jaw. The baker shook like a skyscraper in an earthquake and caved to the ground. One of the baker's pals roared, "Come on, we'll kill him, guys," and Elmer caught him on the left ear. It was a very cold ear, and his pal staggered, extremely sick. Elmer looked pleased, but he did not feel pleased. He was almost sober, and he realized that half a dozen young workmen were there about to rush him. Though he had an excellent opinion of himself, he had seen too much football, as played by denominational colleges with the Christian accompaniments of kneeing and gouging, to imagine that he could beat half a dozen workmen all at once. It is doubtful whether he would ever have been led to further association with the Lord and Eddie Fizzlinger had not Providence intervened in its characteristically mysterious way. The foremost of the attackers was just reaching for Elmer when the mob shouted, "Look out! The cops!" The police force of Cato, all three of them, were wedging into the crowd. They were lanky, mustached men with cold eyes. "What's all this row about?" demanded the chief. He was looking at Elmer, who was 3 inches taller than anyone else in the assembly. "Some of these fellows tried to stop a peaceable religious assembly while they tried to roughhouse the reverend here, and I was protecting him," Elmer said. "That's right, Chief. Regular outrage," complained Jim. "That's true, Chief," whistled Eddie Fizzlinger from his box. "Well, you fellows cut it out now. What the hell? Ought to be ashamed of yourselves, bully-ragging a reverend. Go ahead, Reverend." The baker had come to and had been lifted to his feet. His expression indicated that he had been wronged and that he wanted to do something about it, if he could only find out what had happened. His eyes were wild, his hair was a muddy chaos, and his flat, flowery cheek was cut. He was too dizzy to realize that the chief of police was before him, and his fuming mind stuck to the belief that he was destroying all religion. "Yeah, you're one of them wishy-washy preachers, too," he screamed at Elmer, just as one of the lanky policemen reached out an arm of incredible length and nipped him. The attention of the crowd warmed Elmer, and he expanded it. He rubbed his mental hands in its blaze. "Maybe I ain't a preacher. Maybe I'm not even a good Christian," he cried. "Maybe I've done a whole lot of things I oughtn't to have done. But let me tell you, I respect religion." "Oh, amen. Praise the Lord," from Eddie Fizzlinger. "And I don't suppose to let anybody interfere with it." "What else have we got except religion to give us hope?" "Praise the Lord. Oh, bless his name." "Of ever leading decent lives. Tell me that, will you? Just tell me that." Elmer was addressing the chief of police, who admitted, "Yeah, I guess that's right. Well, now, we'll let the meeting go on, and if any more of you fellas interrupt," this completed the chief's present ideas on religion and mob violence. He looked sternly at everybody within reach and stalked through the crowd to return to the police station and resume his game of 7-Up. Eddie was roaring into enchanted eloquence. "Oh, my brethren, now you see the power of the Spirit of Christ to stir up all that is noblest and best in us. You have heard the testimony of our brother here, Brother Gantry, to the one and only way to righteousness. When you get home, I want each and every one of you to dig out the old book and turn to the Song of Solomon, where it tells about the love of the Savior of the church. Turn to the Song of Solomon, the 4th chapter and the 10th verse, where it says, where Christ is talking about the church, and he says, Song of Solomon, the 4th chapter and 10th verse, how fair is thy love, my sister, my spouse, how much better is thy love than wine. Oh, the unspeakable joy of finding the joys of salvation. You have heard our brother's testimony. We know him as a man of power, as a brother to all them that are oppressed, and now that he has had his eyes opened and his ears unstopped, and he sees the need of confession and of humble surrender before the throne, Oh, this is a historic moment in the life of Elmer Gantry. Oh, brother, be not afraid. Come, step up here beside me and give testimony. God, we better get out of here quick, panted Jim. Gee, yes, Elmer roared, and they edged back through the crowd while Eddie Fizzlinger's piping pursued them like an icy and penetrating rain. Don't be afraid to acknowledge the leading of Jesus. Are you boys going to show yourselves too cowardly to risk the sneers of the ungodly? Well, they were safely out of the crowd, walking with severe countenances and great rapidity back to the old home sample room. That was a dirty trick of Eddie's, said Jim. God certainly was, trying to convert me right there before those muckers. If I ever hear another yip out of Eddie, I'll knock his block off. It's nerve of him, trying to lead me up to any mourner's bench. Fat chance. I'll fix him. Come on, show a little speed, asserted his brother to all of them that were oppressed. By the time for their late evening train, the sound of conversation of the bartender and the sound qualities of his bourbon had caused Elmer and Jim to forget Eddie Fizzlinger and the horrors of undressing religion in public. They were the more shocked then, swaying in their seats in the smoker, to see Eddie standing by them, Bible in hand, backed by his two beaming partners in evangelism. Eddie bared his teeth, smiled all over his watery eyes, and caroled, "Oh, brothers, you do not know how wonderful you were tonight. But, oh, boys, now you've taken the first step, why do you put it off? Why do you hesitate? Why do you keep the Savior suffering as he waits for you, longs for you? He needs you, boys, with your splendid powers and intellects that we admire so." "This air," observed Jim Lefferts, "is getting too thick for me. I seem to smell a particular and a fish-like smell." He slipped out of his seat and marched toward the Ford car. Elmer sought to follow him, but Eddie had flopped into Jim's place and was blithely speaking on, while the other two hung over them with tender YMCA smiles, very discomforting to Elmer's queasy stomach as the train bumped on. For all his brave words, Elmer had none of Jim's resolute contempt for the church. He was afraid of it. It connoted his boyhood, his mother, drained by early widowhood and drudgery, finding her only emotion in hymns and the Bible, and weeping when he failed to study his Sunday school lesson. The church, full 30 dizzy feet up to its curiously carven rafters, and the preachers so overwhelming in their wallowing voices, so terrifying in their pictures of little boys who stole watermelons or indulged in biological experiments behind barns. The all-oppressed moment of his second conversion at the age of 11, when, weeping with embarrassment and the prospect of losing so much fun, surrounded by solemn and whiskered adult faces, he had signed a pledge binding him to give up forever the joys of profanity, alcohol, cards, dancing, and the theater. These clouds hung behind and over him for all his boldness. Eddie Fizzlinger, the human being he despised, he considered him a grasshopper, and with satisfaction considered stepping on him. But Eddie Fizzlinger, the gospeler, fortified with such a pebble-leather Bible, bookmarks of a fringed silk and celluloid smirking from the pages, as his Sunday school teachers had wielded when they assured him that God was always creeping about to catch small boys in their secret thoughts. This armored Eddie was an official, and Elmer listened to him uneasily, never quite certain that he might not yet find himself a dreadful person leading a pure and boresome life in a clean frock coat. "And remember," Eddie was squealing, "how terribly dangerous it is to put off the hour of salvation. Watch therefore, for you know not what hour your Lord doth come," it says. Suppose this train were wrecked tonight? The train, ungraciously, took that second to lurch on a curve. "You see? Where would you spend eternity, Hellcat? Do you think that any sporting around is fun enough to burn in hell for?" "Oh, cut it out. I know all that stuff. There's a lot of arguments. You wait till I get Jim to tell you what Bob Ingersoll said about hell. Yes, sure. And you remember that on his deathbed, Ingersoll called his son to him and repented and begged his son to hurry and be saved and burn all his wicked writings. Well, thunder, I don't feel like talking religion tonight. Cut it out. But Eddie did feel like talking religion, very much so. He waved his Bible enthusiastically and found ever so many uncomfortable texts. Elmer listened as little as possible, but he was too feeble to make threats. It was a golden relief when the train bumped to a stop at Gritzmacher Springs. The station was a greasy wooden box. The platform was thick with slush under the kerosene lights. But Jim was awaiting him, a refuge from confusing theological questions, and with a furious "Good night" to Eddie, he staggered off. "Why didn't you make him shut his trap?" demanded Jim. "Why'd you take a sneak for? I told him to shut up, and he shut up, and I snoozed all the way back, and ow, my head. Don't walk too fast." End of chapter 1.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Chapter 2 of Elmer Gantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 2, Part 1. For years, the state of sin in which dwelt Elmer Gantry and Jim Lefferts had produced fascinated despair in the Christian hearts of Terwillinger College. No revival, but had flung its sulphur-soaked arrows at them, usually in their absence. No prayer at the YMCA meetings had but worried over their staggering folly. Elmer had been known to wince when President, the Reverend Dr. Willoughby Quarles, was especially gifted with messages at morning chapel, but Jim had held him firm in the faith of unfaith. Now, Eddie Fizzlinger, like a prairie seraph, sped from room to room of the elect with the astounding news that Elmer had publicly professed religion and that he had endured 39 minutes of private adjuration on the train. Instantly started a holy plotting against the miserable sacrificial lamb, and all over Gritzmacher Springs, in the studies of ministerial professors, in the rooms of students, in the small prayer meeting room behind the chapel auditorium, joyous souls conspired with the Lord against Elmer's serene and zealous sinning. Everywhere through the snowstorm you could hear murmurs of, "There is more rejoicing over one sinner who repenteth." Even collegians not particularly esteemed for their piety, suspected of playing cards and secret smoking, were stirred to ecstasy, or it may have been sniggering. The football center, in unregenerate days a companion of Elmer and Jim, but now engaged to marry a large sanctified Swedish co-ed from Chanute, rose voluntarily in the YMCA and promised God to help him win Elmer's favor. The spirit waxed most fervent in the abode of Eddie Fizzlinger, who was now recognized as a future prophet, likely, some day, to have under his inspiration one of the larger Baptist churches in Wichita or even Kansas City. He organized an all-day and all-night prayer meeting on Elmer's behalf, and it was attended by the more ardent, even at the risk of receiving cuts and uncivilized remarks from instructors. On the bare floor of Eddie's room, over Canute Halversted's paint shop, from 3 to 16 young men knelt at a time and no 1800 revival saw more successful wrestling with the harassed Satan. In fact, one man, suspected of holy roller sympathies, managed to have the jerks, and while they felt that this was carrying things rather further than the Lord and the Baptist Association would care to see, it added excitement to the praying at 3 o'clock in the morning, particularly as they were all of them extraordinarily drunk on coffee and eloquence. By morning they felt sure that they had persuaded God to attend to Elmer, and though it is true that Elmer himself had slept quite soundly all night, unaware of the prayer meeting or of divine influences, it was but an example of the patience of the heavenly powers. And immediately after, those powers began to move. To Elmer's misery and Jim's stilled fury, their sacred room was invaded by hordes of men with uncombed locks on their foreheads, ecstasy in their eyes, and Bibles under their arms. Elmer was safe nowhere. No sooner had he disposed of one disciple by the use of spirited and blasphemous arguments, patiently taught to him by Jim, than another would pop out from behind a tree and fall on him. But his boarding house, Mother Metzger's, over on Beach Street, a YMCA dervish crowed as he passed the bread to Elmer, "J'ever steady a kernel of wheat? It's wonderful. Think a wonderful intricate thing like that created itself? Somebody must have created it. Who? Why, God. Anybody that don't recognize God in nature and acknowledge him in repentance is dumb. That's what he is." Instructors who had watched Elmer's entrance into classrooms with nervous fury now smirked on him and with tenderness heard the statement that he wasn't quite prepared to recite. The president himself stopped Elmer on the street and called him "my boy," and shook his hand with an affection which, Elmer anxiously assured himself, he had certainly had done nothing to merit. He kept assuring Jim that he was in no danger, but Jim was alarmed, and Elmer himself more alarmed with each hour, each new greeting of, "We need you with us, old boy. The world needs you." Jim did well to dread. Elmer had always been in danger of giving up his favorite diversions, not exactly giving them up, perhaps, but of sweating in agony after enjoying them. But for Jim, and his remarks about co-eds who prayed in public and drew their hair back rebukingly from egg-like foreheads, one of these sirens of mortality might have snared the easygoing, pangenistic Elmer by proximity. A dreadful young woman from Mexico, Missouri, used to coax Jim to tell his funny ideas about religion, and go off in neighs of pious laughter while she joked, "Oh, you're just too cute. You don't mean a word you say. You simply want to show off." She had a deceptive sidelong look which actually promised nothing whatever this side of the altar, and she might, but for Jim's struggles, have led Elmer into an engagement. The church and Sunday school at Elmer's village, Paris, Kansas, a settlement of 900 evangelical Germans and Vermonters, had nurtured in him a fear of religious machinery which he could never lose, which restrained him from such reasonable acts as butchering Eddie Fizzlinger. That small, pasty white Baptist church had been the center of all his emotions, aside from hell-raising, hunger, sleepiness, and love. And even these emotions were represented in the house of the Lord in the way of tacks in pew cushions, missionary suppers with chicken pie and angel's food cake, soporific sermons, and the proximity of flexible little girls in thin muslin. But the arts and the sentiments and the sentimentalities, they were, for Elmer, perpetually associated only with the church. Except for circus bands, 4th of July parades, and the singing of "Columbia, the Gem of the Ocean," and jingle bells in school, all the music which the boy Elmer had ever heard was in church. The church provided his only oratory except for campaign speeches by politicians ardent about Jefferson and the price of binding twine. It provided all his painting and sculpture, except for the portraits of Lincoln, Longfellow, and Emerson in the school building, and the 2 china statuettes of pink ladies with gilt flower baskets which stood on his mother's bureau. From the church came all his profounder philosophy, except the teacher's admonitions that little boys who let garter snakes loose in school were certain to be licked now and hanged later, and his mother's stream of opinions on hanging up his overcoat, wiping his feet, eating fried potatoes with his fingers, and taking the name of the Lord in vain. If he had sources of literary inspiration outside the church, in McGuffey's Reader he encountered the boy who stood on the burning deck, and he had a very pretty knowledge of the Nick Carter series and the exploits of Cole Younger and the James boys. Yet here, too, the church had guided him. In Bible stories, in the words of the great hymns, in the anecdotes which the various preachers quoted, he had his only knowledge of literature. The story of little lame Tom, who shamed the wicked rich man that owned the handsome team of grays, and the pothead that led him to Jesus. The ship's captain who in the storm took counsel with the orphaned but righteous child of missionaries in Zombala. The faithful dog who saved his master during a terrific conflagration, only sometimes it was a snowstorm or an attack by Indians, and roused him to give up horse racing, rum, and playing the harmonica. How familiar they were, how thrilling, how explanatory to Elmer of the purposes of life, how preparatory for his future usefulness and charm. The church, the Sunday school, the evangelistic orgy, choir practice, raising the mortgage, the delights of funerals, the snickers in back pews in the other room at weddings, they were as natural and inescapable a mold of manners to Elmer as Catholic processionals to a street gamin in Naples. The Baptist Church of Paris, Kansas, 1,000 blurred but indestructible pictures. Hymns. Elmer's voice was made for hymns. He rolled them out like a Negro. The organ thunder of Nicaea, holy, 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 all the saints adore thee, casting down their golden crowns around the glassy sea. The splendid rumble of the doxology, throw out the lifeline, with this picture of a wreck pounded in the darkness by surf which the prairie child imagined as 100 feet high. Onward, Christian soldiers, to which you could without rebuke stomp your feet. Sunday school picnics, lemonade and four-legged races, and the ride on the hayrack singing, "See Nellie home." Sunday school text cards. True, they were chiefly a medium of gambling, but as Elmer usually won the game, he was the first boy in Paris to own a genuine pair of loaded dice. He had plenty of them in his gallery, and they gave him taste for gaudy robes, for marble columns, and the purple-broidered palace of kings, which was later to be of value in quickly habituating himself to the more decorative homes of vice. The 3 kings bearing caskets of ruby and sardonyx, King Zedekiah in gold and scarlet, kneeling on a carpet of sapphire blue, while his men-at-arms came fleeing and blood-stained, red blood on glancing steel, with tidings of the bannered host of Nebuchadnezzar, great king of Babylon. And all his life, Elmer remembered in moments of ardor, during oratorios in huge churches, during sunset at sea, a black-bearded David, standing against raw red cliffs, a heroic figure and summoning to ambition, to power, to domination. Sunday school Christmas Eve. The exhilaration of staying up and publicly till 9:30. The tree incredibly tall, also incredibly flammable, flashing with silver cords, with silver stars, with cotton batting snow. The 2 round stoves red hot, lights and lights and lights. Pails of candy, and for every child in the school a present, usually a book, very pleasant, with colored pictures of lambs and volcanoes. The Santa Claus, he couldn't possibly be Lorenzo Nickerson, the house painter. So bearded was he, and red-cheeked, and so witty in his comment on each child as it marched up for its present. The enchantment, sheer magic of the ladies' quartet, singing of shepherds who watch their flocks by nights, brown secret hilltops under one fast star, and the devastating morning when the preacher himself, the Reverend Wilson Hinckley Skaggs, caught Elmer matching for Sunday school contribution pennies on the front steps, and led him up the aisle for all to giggle at, with a sharp and not very clean ministerial thumbnail gouging his earlobe. And the other passing preachers, Brother Organdy, who got you to saw his wood tree, Brother Blunt, who sneaked behind barns to catch you on Halloween, Brother Ingle, who was zealous, but young and actually human, and who made whistles from hollow branches for you, and the morning when Elmer concealed an alarm clock behind the organ, and it went off magnificently, just as the superintendent, Dr. Prouty the dentist, was whimpering, "Now let us all be particularly quiet as Sister Holbrook leads us in prayer." And always the 3 chairs that stood behind the pulpit, the intimidating stiff chairs of yellow plush and carved oak borders, which, as he was uneasily sure, were waiting for the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. He had, in fact, got everything from the church and Sunday school, except, perhaps, any longing whatever for decency and kindness and reason. Part 2. Even had Elmer not known their church by habit, he would have been led to it by his mother. Aside from his friendship for Jim Lefferts, Elmer's only authentic affection was for his mother, and she was owned by the church. She was a small woman, energetic, nagging but kindly, once given to passionate caresses, and now to passionate prayer, and she had an unusual courage. Early left a widow by Logan Gantry, dealer in feed, flour, lumber, and agricultural implements, a large and agreeable man to debts and whiskey, she had supported herself and Elmer by sewing, trimming hats, baking bread, and selling milk. She had her own millinery and dressmaking shop now, narrow and dim, but proudly set right on Main Street, and she was able to give Elmer the $300 a year which, with his summer earnings in harvest field and lumber yard, was enough to support him in Terwillinger in 1902. She had always wanted Elmer to be a preacher. She was jolly enough and no fool about pennies in making change, but for a preacher standing up on a platform in a long-tailed coat, she had gaping awe. Elmer had since the age of 16 been a member in good standing of the Baptist Church. He had been mostly satisfactorily immersed in the Cayuga River. Large though Elmer was, the evangelist had been a powerful man who had not only ducked him, but in sacred enthusiasm had held him under, so that he came up sputtering in a state of grace and muddiness. He had also been saved several times, and once, when he had pneumonia, he had been esteemed by the pastor and all visiting ladies as rapidly growing in grace. But he had resisted his mother's desire that he become a preacher. He would have had to give up his entertaining vices, and with wide-eyed and panting happiness, he was discovering more of them every year. Equally, he felt lumbering and shamed whenever he had to stand up before his tittering gang in Paris and appear pious. It was hard, even in college days, to withstand his mother. Though she came only to his shoulders, such was her bustling vigor, her swift shrewdness of tongue, such the gallantry of her long care for him, that he was afraid of her as he was afraid of Jim Lefferts's scorn. He never dared honestly to confess his infidelity, but he grumbled, "Oh, gee, Ma, I don't know. Trouble is, fellows don't make much money preaching. Gee, there's no hurry, don't have to decide yet." And she knew now that he was likely to become a lawyer. Well, that wasn't so bad, she felt. Someday he might go to Congress and reform the whole nation into a pleasing likeness of Kansas. But if he could only become part of the mysteries that hovered about the communion table. She had talked him over with Eddie Fizzlinger. Eddie came from a town 12 miles from Paris. Though it might be years before he was finally ordained as a minister, Eddie had by his home congregation been given a license to preach as early as his sophomore year in Terwillinger. And for a month, one summer, while Elmer was out in the harvest fields or the swimming pool or robbing orchard, Eddie had earnestly supplied the Baptist pulpit in Paris. Mrs. Gantry consulted him, and Eddie instructed her with the dignity of 19. Oh, yes, Brother Gantry was a fine young man, so strong. They all admired him, a little too much tempted by the vain gauds of this world, but that was because he was young. Oh, yes, some day Elmer would settle down and be a fine Christian husband and father and businessman. But as to the ministry, no. Mrs. Gantry must not too greatly meddle with these mysteries. It was up to God. A fellow had to have a call before he felt his vocation for the ministry. A real, overwhelming, mysterious knockdown call, such as Eddie himself had ecstatically experienced one evening in a cabbage patch. No, not think of that. Their task was now to get Elmer into a real state of grace, and that, Eddie assured her, looked to him like a good deal of a job. Undoubtedly, Eddie explained, when Elmer had been baptized at 16, he had felt the invitation, and the burden of his sins had been lifted. But he had not, Eddie doubted, entirely experienced salvation. He was not really in a state of grace. He might almost be called unconverted. Eddie diagnosed the case completely with all the proper pathological terms. Whatever difficulties he may have had with philosophy, Latin, and calculus, there had never been a time since the age of 12 when Eddie Fizzlinger had had difficulty in understanding what the Lord God Almighty wanted, and why, all through history, he had acted thus or thus. "I should be the last to condemn athletics," said Eddie. "We must have strong bodies to endure the burden and the sweat of carrying the gospel to the world. But at the same time, it seems to me that football tends to detract from religion. I'm a little afraid that just at present Elmer is not in a state of grace. But, oh, sister, don't let us worry and travail. Let us trust the Lord. I'll go to Elmer myself and see what I can do." That must have been the time, it certainly was during that vacation, between their sophomore and junior years, when Eddie walked out to the farm where Elmer was working, and looked at Elmer, bulky and hayseedy in a sleeveless undershirt, and spoke reasonably of the weather, and walked back again. Whenever Elmer was at home, though he tried affectionately to live out his mother's plan of life for him, though without very much grumbling, he went to bed at 9:30, whitewashed the hen house, and accompanied her to church. Yet Mrs. Gantry suspected that sometimes he drank beer, and doubted about Jonah, and uneasily Elmer heard her sobbing as she knelt by her high-swelling, white-counterpaned, old-fashioned bed. With alarmed evangelistic zeal, Jim Lefferts struggled to keep Elmer true to the faith after his exposure to religion in defending Eddie at Cato. He was, on the whole, rather more zealous and fatiguing than Eddie. Nights when Elmer longed to go to sleep, Jim argued. Mornings when Elmer should have been preparing his history, Jim read aloud from Ingersoll and Thomas Paine. "How you going to explain a thing like this? How you going to explain it?" begged Jim. "It says here in Deuteronomy that God chased these yids around in the desert for 40 years, and their shoes didn't even wear out. That's what it says right in the Bible. You believe a thing like that? And do you believe that Samson lost all his strength just because his gal cut off his hair? Or do you, think hair had anything to do with his strength?" Jim raced up and down the stuffy room, kicking chairs, his normally bland eyes feverish, his forefinger shaken in wrath, while Elmer sat humped on the edge of the bed, his forehead in his hands, rather enjoying having his soul fought for. To prove that he was still a sound and free-thinking stalwart, Elmer went out with Jim one evening, and at considerable effort they carried off a small outhouse and placed it on the steps of the administration building. Elmer almost forgot to worry after the affair of Eddie and Dr. Lefferts. Jim's father was a medical practitioner in an adjoining village. He was a plump, bearded, bookish, merry man, very proud of his atheism. It was he who had trained Jim in the faith and in his choice of liquor. He had sent Jim to this denominational college partly because it was cheap, and partly because it tickled his humor to watch his son stir up the fretful complacency of the saints. He dropped in and found Elmer and Jim agitatedly awaiting the arrival of Eddie. "Eddie said," wailed Elmer, "he said that he was coming up to see me, and he'll haul out some more of these proofs that I'm going straight to hell. Gosh, doctor, I don't know what's got into me. You better examine me. I must have anemics or something. Why, one time if Eddie Fizlinger had smiled at me, damn him. Think of him caring to smile at me. If he had said he was coming to my room, I'd have told him, 'Like hell you will,' and I'd have kicked him in the shins." Dr. Lefferts purred in his beard. His eyes were bright. "I'll give your friend Fizlinger a run for his money, and for the inconsequential sake of the non-existent heaven, Jim, try not to look surprised when you find your respectable father being pious." When Eddie arrived, he was introduced to a silkily cordial Dr. Lefferts, who shook his hand with that lengthiness and painfulness common to politicians, salesmen, and the godly. The doctor had rejoiced. "Brother Fizlinger, my boy here and Elmer tell me that you've been trying to help them see the true Bible religion." "I've been seeking to." "It warms my soul to hear you say that, Brother Fizlinger. You can't know what a grief it is to an old man tottering to the grave, to one whose only solace now is prayer and Bible reading." Dr. Lefferts had sat up till 4 a.m. 3 nights ago playing poker and discussing biology with his cronies, the probate judge and the English stock breeder. What a grief it is to him that his only son, James Blaine Lefferts, is not a true believer. But perhaps you can do more than I can, Brother Fizlinger. They think I'm a fanatical old fogey. Now let me see. You're a real Bible believer? "Oh, yes." Eddie looked triumphantly at Jim, who was leaning against the table, his hands in his pockets, as expressionless as wood. Elmer was curiously hunched up in the Morris chair, his hands over his mouth. The doctor said approvingly, "Well, that's splendid. You believe every word of it, I hope, from cover to cover?" "Oh, yes. What I always say is, it's better to have the whole Bible than a Bible full of holes." "Why, that's a real thought, Brother Fizlinger. I must remember that to tell any of those allures higher critics, if I ever meet any." Bible whole, not Bible full of holes. Oh, that's a fine thought and cleverly expressed. You made it up? Well, not actually. I see. Well, that's splendid. Now, of course you believe in the premillennial coming. I mean the real, authentic, genuine, immediate, bodily, premillennial coming of Jesus Christ? Oh, yes, sure. And the virgin birth? Oh, you bet. That's splendid. Of course there are doctors who question whether the virgin birth is quite in accordance with their experience of obstetrics, but I tell those fellows, look here, how do you know it's true? Because it says so in the Bible, and if it weren't true, do you suppose it would say so in the Bible? That certainly shuts them up. They have precious little to say after that. By this time, a really beautiful, bounteous fellowship was flowing between Eddie and the doctor, and they were looking with pity on the embarrassed faces of the two heretics left out in the cold. Dr. Lefferts tickled his beard and crooned, "And of course, Brother Fizzlinger, you believe in infant damnation." Eddie explained, "No, that's not a Baptist doctrine." You, the good doctor choked, tugged at his collar, panted, and wailed, "It's not a Baptist doctrine. You don't believe in infant damnation?" "Why, no." "Then God help the Baptist Church and the Baptist doctrine. God help us all in these unregenerate days that we should be contaminated by such infidelity." Eddie sweat while the doctor patted his plump hands and agonized. "Look you here, my brother, it's very simple. Are we not saved by our being washed in the blood of the Lamb, and by that alone, by his blessed sacrifice alone?" "Why, yes, but—" "Then either we are a washed white and saved, or else we are not washed and we are not saved. That's the simple truth, and all weaklings and explanations and hemming and hawing about this clear and beautiful truth are simply of the devil, brother. And at what moment does a human being, in all his inevitable sinfulness, become subject to baptism and salvation? At 2 months? At 9 years? At 16? At 47? At 99? No, the moment he is born. And so if he be not baptized, then he must burn in hell forever. What does it say in the good book? For there is none other name under heaven given among men whereby we must be saved. It may seem a little hard of God to try to fry the beautiful little babies, but then think of the beautiful women whom he loves to roast there for edification of the saints. Oh, brother, now I understand why Jimmy here and poor Elmer are lost to the faith. It's because professed Christians like you give them this emasculated religion. Why, it's fellows like you who break down the dike of true belief and open a channel for higher criticism and Sabellianism, and nymphomania, and agnosticism, and heresy, and Catholicism, and Seventh-day Adventism, and all those horrible German inventions. Once you begin to doubt, the wicked work is done. Oh, Jim, Elmer, I told you to listen to our friend here, but now that I find him practically a free thinker— The doctor staggered to a chair. Eddie stood gaping. It was the first time in his life that anyone had accused him of feebleness in the faith, of under-strictness. He was smirkingly accustomed to being denounced as over-strict. He had almost as much satisfaction out of denouncing liquor as other collegians had out of drinking it. He had, partly from his teachers and partly right out of his own brain, any number of good answers to classmates who protested that he was old-fashioned in belaboring domino playing, open communion, listening to waltz music, wearing a gown in the pulpit, taking a walk on Sunday, reading novels, transubstantiation, and those other devices of the devil called moving pictures. He could frighten almost any Laodicean but to be called shaky himself, to be called heretic and a slacker, for that inconceivable attack he had no retort. He looked at the agonized doctor. He looked at Jim and Elmer, who were obviously distressed at his fall from spiritual leadership, and he fled to secret prayer. He took his grief presently to President Quarles, who explained everything perfectly. "But this doctor quoted Scripture to prove his point," bleated Eddie. "Don't forget, Brother Fizzlinger, that the devil can quote Scripture to his purpose." Eddie thought that was a very nice thought, and very nicely expressed, and though he was not altogether sure that it was from the Bible, he put it away for future use in sermons. But before he was sufficiently restored to go after Elmer again, Christmas vacation had arrived. When Eddie had gone, Elmer laughed far more heartily than Jim or his father. It is true that he hadn't quite understood what it was all about. Why, sure, Eddie had said it right. Infant damnation wasn't a Baptist doctrine. It belonged to some of the Presbyterians, and everybody knew the Presbyterians had a lot of funny beliefs. But the doctor certainly had done something to squelch Eddie, and Elmer felt safer than for many days. He continued to feel safe up till Christmas vacation. And then someone, presumably Eddie, had informed Eddie's mother of his new and promising Christian status. He himself had been careful to keep such compromising rumors out of his weekly letters home. Through all the vacation he was conscious that his mother was hovering closer to him than usual, that she was waiting to snatch at his soul if he showed weakening. Their home pastor, the Reverend Mr. Aker, known in Paris as Reverend Aker, shook hands with him at the church door with approval as incriminating as the affection of his instructors at Terwillinger. Unsupported by Jim, aware that at any moment Eddie might pop in from his neighboring town and be accepted as an ally by Mrs. Gantry, Elmer spent a vacation in which there was but little peace. To keep his morale up, he gave particularly earnest attention to Bottle Pool and to the daughter of a nearby farmer. But he was in dread lest these be the last sad ashen days of his naturalness. It seemed menacing that Eddie should be on the same train back to college. Eddie was with another exponent of piety, and he said nothing to Elmer about the delights of hell. But he and his companion secretly giggled with a confidence more than dismaying. Jim Lefferts did not find in Elmer's face the conscious probity and steadfastness which he had expected. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Elmer Gantry, Parts 1 and 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis, Chapter 3, Parts 1 and 2. Part 1. Early in January was the annual College YMCA Week of Prayer. It was a country-wide event, but in Terwillinger College it was of special power that year because they were privileged to have with them for 3 days none other than Judson Roberts, State Secretary of the YMCA, and a man of great personality as well as officially. He was young, Mr. Roberts, only 34, but already been known throughout the land. He had always been known. He had been a member of a star University of Chicago football team. He had played varsity baseball and had been captain of the debating team, and at the same time he had commanded the YMCA. He had been known as the praying fullback. He still kept up his exercise. He was said to have boxed privily with Jim Jeffries, and he had mightily increased his praying. A very friendly leader he was, and mindful. Hundreds of college men throughout Kansas called him Old Judd. Between prayer meetings at Terwillinger, Judson Roberts sat in the Bible history seminar room at a long table under a bilious map of the Holy Land and had private conferences with the men students. A surprising number of them came edging in, trembling, with averted eyes, to ask advice about a secret practice. And old Judd seemed amazingly able to guess their trouble before they got going. He was very manly and jolly. "Well, now, old boy, I'll tell you terrible thing, all right. But I've met quite a few cases, and you just want to buck up and take it to the Lord in prayer. Remember that He is able to help unto the utmost. Now, the first thing you want to do is get rid of, I'm afraid that you have some pretty nasty pictures, and maybe a juicy book hidden away. No, haven't you, old boy?" How could old Judd have guessed? What a corker. "That's right. I've got a swell plan, old boy. Make a study of missions, and think how clean and pure and manly you'd want to be if you're going to carry the joys of Christianity to a lot of poor gazebos that are under the evil spell of Buddhism and a lot of those heathen religions. Would you want to be able to look 'em straight in the eye and shame 'em? Next thing to do is to get a lot of exercise. Get out and run like hell. And then cold baths, darn cold. There now, rising with ever so manly a handshake. Now skip along, and remember, with a tremendous and fetching virile laugh, just run like hell." Jim and Elmer heard old Judd in chapel. He was tremendous. He told them a jolly joke about a man who kissed a girl, yet he rose to feathered heights when he described the beatitude of real ungrudging prayer, in which a man was big enough to be as a child. He made them tearful over the gentleness with which he described the Christ-child, wandering, lost by his parents, yet the next moment he had them stretching with admiration as he arched his big shoulder muscles and observed that he could knock the block off any sneering, sneaking, lying, beer-bloated bully who should dare to come up to him in a meeting and try to throw a monkey wrench into the machinery by dragging out a lot of contemptible, quibbling, atheistic, smart-aleck doubts. He really did. The young men glowed, used the terms knock the black off and throw a monkey wrench. Oh, he was a Lulu, a real red-blooded regular fella. Jim was coming down with the grip. He was unable to pump up even one good sneer. He sat folded up, his chin near his knees, and Elmer was allowed to swell with hero worship. Golly, he thought he had some muscle, but that guy Judson Roberts, zowie, he could put Elmer on the mat 7 falls out of 5. What a football player he must have been. Wee. This Homeric worship he tried to explain to Jim, back in the room, but Jim sneezed and went to bed. The rude bard was left without audience, and he was practically glad when Eddie Fizzlinger scratched at the door and edged in. "Don't want to bother you fellas, but noticed you were at old Judd's meeting this afternoon, and say, you got to come out and hear me again tomorrow evening. Big evening of the week. Say, honest hellcat, don't you think Judd's a real humdinger?" "Yeah, I gotta admit, he's a dandy fellow." "Say, he certainly is, isn't he? He certainly is a dandy fellow, isn't he? Isn't he a peach?" "Yes, he is certainly a peach for a religious crank." "Oh, now, hellcat, don't go calling him names. You admit he looks like some football shark." "Yeah, I guess he does at that. I like to have played with him. Wouldn't you like to meet him?" "Well..." At this moment of danger, Jim raised his dizzy head to protest. "He's a holy strike breaker. one of those thick necks that was born husky and tries to make you think he made himself husky by prayer and fasting. I'd hate to take a chance on any poor little orphan nip of bourbon wandering into old Judd's presence. Yeah, chest pounder. Why can't you 100-pound shrimps be a big manly Christian like me? Together, they protested against this defilement of the hero, and Eddie admitted that he had ventured to praise Elmer to old Judd, that old Judd seemed enthralled, that old Judd was more than likely, so friendly a great man he was, to run in on Elmer this afternoon. Before Elmer could decide whether to be pleased or indignant, before the enfeebled Jim could get up strength to decide for him, the door was hit by a mighty and hectic wallop, and in strode Judson Roberts, big as a grizzly, jolly as a spaniel pup, and radiant as 10 suns. He set upon Elmer immediately. He had 6 other doubting Thomases, or suspected smokers, to dispose of before 6 o'clock. He was a fairy young giant with curly hair and a grin, and with a voice like the bulls of Bashan whenever the strategy called for manliness. But with erring sisters, unless they were too erring, he could be as lulling as woodland violets shaken in the perfumed breeze. "Hello, Hellcat," he boomed. "Shake hands." Elmer had a playful custom of squeezing people's hands till they cracked. For the first time in his life, his own paw felt limp and burning. He rubbed it and looked simple. "Been hearing a lot about you, Hellcat, and you, Jim. Laid out, Jim? Want me to trot out and get a doc?" Old Judd was sitting easily on the edge of Jim's bed, and in the light of that grin, even Jim Lefferts could not be very sour as he tried to sneer. "No, thanks." Roberts turned to Elmer again and gloated. "Well, old son, I've been hearing a lot about you. Gee whillikins, that must have been a great game you played against Terwillinger College. They tell me when you hit that line, it gave like a sponge, and when you tackled that big long Swede, he went down like he had been hit by lightning." "Well, it was a good game." "Course, I read about it at the time." "Did you? Honest?" "Of course I wanted to hear more about it and meet you, Hellcat, so I've been asking the boys about you, and say they certainly do give you a great hand. Wish I could have had you with me on my team at old U of Chi. We needed a tackle like you." Elmer basked. "Yes, sir, the boys all been telling me what a dandy fine fellow you are, and what a corking athlete, and what an A1 gentleman. They all say there's just one trouble with you, Elmer lad." "Eh?" "They say you're a coward." "Eh? Who says I'm a coward?" Judson Roberts swaggered across from the bed, stood with his hand on Elmer's shoulder. "They all say it, Hellcat. You see, it takes a sure enough dyed-in-the-wool brave man to bring big enough to give Jesus a shot at him and admit he's licked when he tries to fight God. It takes a man with guts to kneel down and admit his worthlessness when all the world is jeering at him. And you haven't got that kind of courage, Elmer." "Oh, you think you're such a big cuss." Old Judd swung him around. Old Judd's hand was crushing his shoulder. "You think you're too husky, too good to associate with the poor little sniveling gospel mongers, don't you? You could knock out any of 'em, couldn't you? Well, I'm one of them. You want to knock me out?" With one swift jerk, Roberts had his coat off, stood with a striped silk shirt, revealing his hogshead torso. "You bet, Hellcat, I'm willing to fight you for the glory of God. God needs you. Can you think of anything finer for a big husky fellow like you to spend his life bringing poor, weak, sick, scared folks to happiness? Can't you see how the poor little skinny guys and all the kiddies would follow you and praise you and admire you, you old son of a gun? Am I a little sneaking Christian? Can you lick me? You want to fight it out? No, gee, Mr. Roberts. Judson, you big chunk of cheese, old Judd. No, gee, Judson, I guess you got me trimmed. I pack a pretty good wallop, but I'm not going to take any chance on you. All right, old son. Still think that all religious folks are crabs? No. And weaklings and pikers? No. And liars? Oh, no. All right, old boy. Going to allow me to be a friend of yours if I don't butt in on your business? Oh, gee, well, sure. Then there's just one favor I want to ask. Will you come to our big meeting tomorrow night? You don't have to do a thing. If you think we're four-flushers, all right. That's your privilege. Only will you come and not decide we're all wrong beforehand, but really use that big, fine, incisive brain of yours and study us as we are? Will you come? Oh, yes, sure, you bet. Fine, old boy. Mighty proud to have you let me come butting in here this informal way. Remember, if you honestly feel I'm using any undue influence on the boys, you come right after me and say so, and I'll be mighty proud of your trusting me to stand the gaff. So long, old Elm. So long, Jim. God bless you. So long, Judd. He was gone. A whirlwind that whisked the inconspicuous herb Eddie Fizzlinger out of the way. And then Jim Lefferts spoke. For a time after Judson Roberts' curtain, Elmer stood glowing, tasting praise. He was conscious of Jim's eyes on his back, and he turned toward the bed defiantly. They stared in a tug-of-war. Elmer gave in with a furious, "Well, then, why didn't you say something while he was here?" To him, talk to a curly wolf when he smells meat? Besides, he's intelligent, that fella. Well, I'm glad to hear you say that because, well, you see, I'll explain how I feel. Oh, no, you won't, sweetheart. You haven't got to the miracle-pulling stage yet. Sure, he's intelligent. I never seen a better exhibition of bunco steering in my life. Sure. He's just crazy to have you come up and kick him in the ear and tell him you've decided you can't give your imprimatur. My what? To his show, and he's to quit and go back to hod carrying. Sure, he read all about your great game with Thorvildsen, sent off to New York to get that review of reviews, and read more about it. Eddie Fizzlinger never told him a word. He read about your tackling in the London Times, you bet. Didn't he say so? And he's a saved soul. He couldn't lie. And he just couldn't stand it if he didn't become a friend of yours. He can't no more than a couple of 1,000 college boys to spring that stuff on. You bet I believe in the old bearded Jew god. Nobody but him could have made all the idiots that are in the world. Gee, Jim, honest, you don't understand Judd. No, I don't. When he could be a decent prize fighter and not have to go around with angleworms like Eddie Fizzlinger day after day. And thus till midnight, for all Jim's fevers. But Elmer was at Judson Roberts' meeting next evening, unprotected by Jim, who remained at home in so vile a temper that Elmer had sent in a doctor and sneaked away from the room for the afternoon. Part 2. It was undoubtedly Eddie who wrote or telegraphed to Mrs. Gantry that she would do well to be present at the meeting. Paris was only 40 miles from Gritzmacher Springs. Elmer crept into his room at 6, still wistfully hoping to have Jim's sanction, still ready to insist that if he went to the meeting he would be in no danger of conversion. He had walked miles through the slush worrying. He was ready now to give up the meeting, to give up Judson's friendship if Jim would insist. As he wavered in, Mrs. Gantry stood by Jim's lightning-shot bed. "Why, Ma, what are you doing here? What's gone wrong?" Elmer panted. It was impossible to think of her taking a journey for anything less than a funeral. Cozily, "Can't I run up and see my 2 boys if I want to, Elmy? I declare, I believe you'd have killed Jim with all this nasty tobacco air if I hadn't come in and aired the place out. I thought, Elmer Gantry, you weren't supposed to smoke in Terwillinger. By the rules of the college, I thought. Young man, that you lived up to 'em. But never mind." Uneasily, for Jim had never before seen him demoted to childhood, as he always was in his mother's presence, Elmer grumbled, "But honest, Ma, what did you come up for?" "Well, I read about what a nice week of prayer you were going to have, and I thought I'd just like to hear a real big bugs. I've got a vacation coming, too. Now, don't you worry one mite about me. I guess I can take care of myself after all these years. The first traveling I ever done with you, Jim, young man, the time I went to Cousin Adeline's wedding. I just tucked you under one arm, and how you squalled the whole way. Mercy, you like to hear the sound of your own voice then, just like you do now. And I tucked my old valise under the other, and off I went. Don't you worry one mite about me. I'm only going to stay over the night. Got a sale on remnants starting. Going back on number 7 tomorrow. I left my valise at that boarding house right across from the depot. But there's one thing you might do if I tain't too much trouble, Elmy. You know I've been up here at the college once before. I'd feel kind of funny, country bumpkin like me, going alone to that big meeting with all those smart people and everybody there, and I'd be glad if you could come along." "Of course he'll go, Mrs. Gantry," said Jim. But before Elmer was carried away, Jim had the chance to whisper, "God, do be careful. Remember, I won't be there to protect you. Don't let 'em pick on you. Don't do one single doggone thing they want you to do, and then maybe you'll be safe." As he went out, Elmer looked back at Jim. He was shakily sitting up in bed, his eyes imploring. End of Chapter 3, Parts 1 and 2. Chapter 3, Part 3 of Elmer Gantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis, Part 3. The climactic meeting of the annual prayer week, to be addressed by President Quarles, 4 ministers, and a rich trustee who was in the pearl button business, with Judson Roberts as star soloist, was not held at the YMCA, but at the largest auditorium in town, the Baptist Church, with hundreds of town people joining the collegians. The church was a welter of brownstone, with Moorish arches and an immense star-shaped window, not yet filled with stained glass. Elmer hoped to be late enough to creep in inconspicuously, but as his mother and he straggled up to the Romanesque portico, students were still outside chattering. He was certain they were whispering, "There he is, Hellcat Gantry. Say, is it really true he's under conviction of sin? I thought he cussed out the church more'n anybody in college." Meek though Elmer had been under instruction by Jim, and threats by Eddie and yearnings by his mother, he was not normally given to humility, and he looked at his critics defiantly. "I'll show 'em if they think I'm going to sneak in." He swaggered down almost to the front pews, to the joy of his mother, who had been afraid that, as usual, he would hide in the rear, handy to the door if the preacher should become personal. There was a great deal of decoration in the church, which had been endowed by a zealous alumnus after making his strike in Alaskan boarding houses during the gold rush. There were Egyptian pillars with gilded capitals. On the ceiling were gilt stars and clouds more woolen than woolly, and the walls were painted cheerily in 3 strata, green, watery blue, and khaki. It was an echoing and gaping church, and presently it was packed, the aisles full. Professors with string mustaches and dog-eared Bibles, men students in sweaters or flannel shirts, earnest young women students in homemade muslin with modest ribbons, over-smiling old maids of the town, venerable saints from the back country with beards which partly hid the fact that they wore collars without ties, old women with billowing shoulders, irritated young married couples with broods of babies who crawled, slid, bellowed, and stared with embarrassing wonder at bachelors. 5 minutes later, Elmer would not have had a seat down front. Now he could not escape. He was packed in between his mother and a wheezing fat man, and in the aisle beside his pew stood evangelical tailors and ardent school teachers. The congregation swung into "When the Roll is Called Up Younger," and Elmer gave up his frenzied but impractical plans for escape. His mother nested happily beside him, her hand proudly touching his sleeve, and he was stirred by the march and battle of the hymn, "When the trumpet of the Lord shall sound, and time shall be no more, and the morning breaks eternal, bright and fair." They stood for the singing of "Shall We Gather at the River?" Elmer inarticulately began to feel his community with these humble, aspiring people, his own prairie tribe, this gaunt carpenter, a good fellow full of friendly greetings, this farm wife, so courageous, channeled by pioneer labor, this classmate and admirable basketball player, yet now chanting beatifically, his head back, his eyes closed, his voice ringing. Elmer's own people. Could he be traitor to them? Could he resist the current of their united belief and longing? "Yes, we'll gather at the river, the beautiful river. Gather with the saints at the river that flows by the throne of God." Could he endure to be away from them, in the chill void of Jim Lefferts's rationalizing, on that day when they would be rejoicing in the warm morning sunshine by the river, rolling to the imperishable throne? And his voice. He had merely muttered the words of the first hymn, boomed out ungrudgingly, "Soon our pilgrimage will cease, soon our happy hearts will quiver with the melody of peace." His mother stroked his sleeve. He remembered that she had maintained he was the best singer she had ever heard. That Jim Lefferts had admitted, "He certainly can make that hymn dope sound as if it meant something." He noted that people nearby looked about with pleasure when they heard his Big Ben dominate the cracked jangling. The preliminaries merely warmed up the audience for Judson Roberts. Old Judd was in form. He laughed, he shouted, he knelt and wept with real tears. He loved everybody. He raced down into the audience and patted shoulders, and for the moment everybody felt that he was closer to them than their closest friends. "Rejoiceth as a strong man to run a race," was his text. Roberts was equally a competent athlete, and he really had skill in invoking pictures. He described the Chicago-Michigan game, and Elmer was lost in him. With him lived the moments of the scrimmage, the long run with the ball, the bleachers rising to him. Robert's voice softened. He was pleading. He was not talking, he said, to weak men who needed coddling into the kingdom, but to strong men, to rejoicing men, to men brave in armor. There was another sort of race more exhilarating than any game, and it led not merely on a big board, but to making of a new world. It led not to newspaper paragraphs, but to glory eternal. Dangerous, calling for strong men, ecstatic, brimming with thrills. The team captained by Christ. No timid Jesus did he preach, but the adventurer who had joy to associate with common men, with reckless fishermen, with captains and rulers, who had dared to face the soldiers in the garden, who had dared the myrmidons of Rome and death itself. Come, who was gallant, who had the nerve, who longed to live abundantly, let them come. They must confess their sins, they must repent, they must know their own weakness, save as they were reborn in Christ. But they must confess not in heaven-pilfering weakness, but in training for the battle under the wind-torn banners of the mighty captain. Who would come? Who would come? Who was for vision and the great adventure? He was among them, Judson Roberts, with his arms held out, his voice a bugle. Young men sobbed and knelt. A woman shrieked. People were elbowing the standers in the aisles and pushing forward to kneel in agonized happiness, and suddenly they were setting relentlessly on a bewildered Elmer Gantry, who had been betrayed into forgetting himself, into longing to be one with Judson Roberts. His mother was wringing his hand, begging, "Oh, won't you come? Won't you make your old mother happy? Let yourself know the joy of surrender to Jesus." She was weeping, old eyes puckered, and in her weeping was his every recollection of winter dawns, when she had let him stay in bed and brought porridge to him across the icy floor. Winter evenings, when he had awakened to find her still stitching, and that confusing, intimidating hour in the abyss of his first memories, when he had seen her shaken beside a coffin that contained a cold monster in the shape of his father. The basketball player was patting his other arm, begging, "Dear old hellcat, you've never let yourself be happy. You've been lonely. Let yourself be happy with us. You know I'm no mollycoddle. Won't you know the happiness of salvation with us?" A thread-thin old man, very dignified, a man with secret eyes that had known battles and mountain valleys, was holding out his hands to Elmer, imploring with a humility utterly disconcerting. "Oh, come with us. Don't stand there making Jesus big and beg. Don't leave the Christ that died for us standing out in the cold begging." And somehow, flashing through the crowd, Judson Roberts was with Elmer, honoring him beyond all the multitude, appealing for his friendship. Judson Roberts, the gorgeous, beseeching, "Are you going to hurt me, Elmer? Are you going to let me go away miserable and beaten, old man? Are you going to betray me like Judas, when I've offered you my Jesus as the most precious gift I can bring you? Are you going to slap me and defile me and hurt me? Come, think of the joy of being rid of all those nasty little sins that you've felt so ashamed of. Won't you come? Kneel with me. Won't you?" His mother shrieked, "Won't you, Elmer? With him and me, won't you make us happy? Won't you be big enough not to be afraid? See how we're all longing for you, praying for you." "Yes," from around him, from strangers, and "Help me to follow you, brother. I'll go if you will." Voices woven thick, dove-white and terrifying black of morning and lightning-colored, flung around him, blinding him. His mother's pleading, Judson Roberts' tribute, An instant he saw Jim Lefferts and heard him insist, "Why, sure, of course they believe it. They hypnotize themselves, but don't let 'em hypnotize you." He saw Jim's eyes, that for him alone veiled their bright harshness, and became lonely, asking for comradeship. He struggled with all the blubbering confusion of a small boy set on by his elders. Frightened and overwhelmed, he longed to be honest, to be true to Jim, to be true to himself and his own good, honest sins, and whatsoever penalties they might carry. Then the visions were all driven away by voices that closed over him like the surf above an exhausted swimmer, volitionless, marveling at the sight of himself as a pinioned giant. He was being urged forward, forced forward, his mother on one arm and Judson on the other, a rhapsodic mob following, bewildered, miserable, false to Jim. But as he came to the row kneeling in front of the first pew, he had a thought that made everything all right. Yes, he could have both. He could keep Judson and his mother, yet retain Jim's respect. He had only to bring Jim also to Jesus. Then all of them would be together in beatitude. Freed from misery by that revelation, he knelt, and suddenly his voice was noisy in confession, while the shouts of the audience, the ejaculations of Judson and his mother, exalted him to hot self-approval and made it seem splendidly right to yield to the mystic fervor. He had but little to do with what he said. The willing was not his, but the mob's. The phrases were not his, but those of the emotional preachers and hysterical worshippers whom he had heard since babyhood. Quote, "O God, oh, I have sinned. My sins are heavy on me. I am unworthy of compassion. O Jesus, intercede for me. O let thy blood that was shed for me be my salvation. O God, I do truly repent of my great sinning, and I do long for the everlasting peace of thy bosom." Close quote. Oh, praise God from the multitude, and praise his holy name. Thank God, thank God, thank God. Oh, hallelujah, brother. Thank the dear loving God. He was certain that he would never again want to guzzle, to follow loose women, to blaspheme. He knew the rapture of salvation, yes, and of being the center of interest in the crowd. Others about him were beating their foreheads. Others were shrieking, "Lord, be merciful." And one woman, he remembered her as a strange, repressed, mad-eyed special student who was not known to have any friends, was stretched out, oblivious to the crowd, jerking, her limbs twitching, her hands clenched, panting rhythmically. But it was Elmer, the tallest of the converts, tall as Judson Roberts, whom all the students and most of the town people found important, who found himself important. His mother was crying, "Oh, this is the happiest hour of my life, dear. This makes up for everything." To be able to give her such delight. Judson was clawing Elmer's hand, whooping, "Like to had you on the team at Chicago, but I'm a lot gladder to have you with me on Christ's team. If you knew how proud I am." To be thus linked forever with Judson. Elmer's embarrassment was gliding into a robust self-satisfaction. Then the others were crowding on him, shaking his hand, congratulating him. The football center, the Latin professor, the town grocer, President Quarles, his chin whisker vibrant and his shaven upper lip wriggling from side to side, was insisting, "Come, Brother Elmer, stand up on the platform and say a few words to us. You must. We all need it. We're thrilled by your splendid example." Elmer was not quite sure how he got through the converts up to the steps to the platform. He suspected afterward that Judson Roberts had done a good deal of trained pushing. He looked down, something of his panic returning, but they were sobbing with affection for him. The Elmer Gantry, who had for years pretended that he relished defying the whole college, had for those same years desired popularity. He had it now. Popularity, almost love, almost reverence, overpoweringly his role as leading man. He was stirred to more flamboyant confession. Oh, for the first time, I know the peace of God. Nothing I have ever done has been right, because it didn't lead to the way and the truth. Here I thought I was a good church member, but all the time I hadn't seen the real light. I'd never been willing to kneel down and confess myself a miserable sinner. But I'm kneeling now, and oh, the blessedness of humility. He wasn't, to be quite accurate, kneeling at all. He was standing up very tall and broad, waving his hands, and though what he was experiencing may have been the blessedness of humility, it sounded like his announcement of an ability to lick anybody in any given saloon. But he was greeted with flaming hallelujahs, and he shouted on till he was rapturous and very sweaty. Come on to him now. It was funny that I, who've been such a great sinner, could dare to give you his invitation. But he's almighty and shall prevail, and he giveth his sweet tidings through the mouths of babes and sucklings and the most unworthy. And lo, the strong shall be confounded, and the weak exalted in his sight. It was all the Mithraic phrasing, as familiar as good morning or how are you to the audience, yet he must have put new violence into it, for instead of smiling at the recency of his ardor, looked at him gravely, and suddenly a miracle was beheld. 10 minutes after his own experience, Elmer made his first conversion. A pimply youth, long known as a pool-room tout, leaped up, his greasy face working, shrieked, "Oh God, forgive me!" butted in frenzy through the crowd, ran to the mourner's bench, lay with his mouth frothing in convulsion. Then the hallelujahs rose till they drowned Elmer's accelerated pleading. Then Judson Roberts stood with his arm about Elmer's shoulders. Then Elmer's mother knelt with a light of paradise on her face, and they closed the meeting with a manic pealing of, "Draw me near, blessed Lord, to thy precious bleeding side." Elmer felt himself victorious over life and king of righteousness. But it had been only the devoted, the people who had come early and taken front seats, of whom he had been conscious in his transports. The students who had remained at the back of the church now loitered outside the door in murmurous knots, and as Elmer and his mother passed them, they stared. They even chuckled, and he was suddenly cold. It was hard to give heed to his mother's wails of joy all the way to her boarding house. "Now don't you dare think of getting up early to see me off on the train," she insisted. "All I have to do is just carry my little valise across the street. You'll need your sleep after all the stirring up you've had tonight." I was so proud. I've never known anybody to really wrestle with the Lord like you did. Oh, Elmy, you'll stay true. You've made your old mother so happy. All my life I've sorrowed. I've waited. I've prayed, and now I shan't ever sorrow again. Oh, will you stay true? He threw the last of his emotional reserve into a ringing, "You bet I will, Ma," and kissed her good night. He had no emotion left with which to face walking alone in a cold and realistic night down a street not of shining columns, but of cottages, dumpy amid the bleak snow and unfriendly under the bitter stars. His plan of saving Jim Lefferts, his vision of Jim with reverent and beatific eyes turned to a vision of Jim with extremely irate eyes and a lot to say. With that vanishment, his own glory vanished. Was I, he wondered, just a plain damn fool? Jim'd warned me they'd nab me if I lost my head. Now I suppose I can't ever even smoke again without going to hell. But he wanted to smoke right now. He had a smoke. It comforted him, but little as he fretted on. There wasn't any fake about it. I really did repent all those darn fool sins, even smoking. I'm going to cut it out. I did feel the peace of God. But can I keep up this speed? Christ, I can't do it. Never take a drink or anything? I wonder if the Holy Ghost really was there and getting after me. I did feel different. I did. Or was it just because Judson and Ma and all those Christers there were whooping it up? Judd Roberts kidded me into it, with all his big brother stuff. Probably pulls it everywhere he goes. Jim will claim oh, damn Jim, too. I got some rights. None of this business if I come out and do the fair square thing. And they did look up to me when I gave them the invitation. It went all fine and dandy. And that kid coming right up and getting saved, mighty few fellas ever pulled off a conversion as soon after their own conversion as I did. Moody or none of them. I bet it busts the record. Yes, sir. Maybe they're right. Maybe the Lord has got some great use for me, even if I ain't always been all I might have been. Some ways. But I was never mean or tough or anything like that. Just had a good time. Now, Jim, what right's he got telling me where I head in? Trouble with him is he thinks he knows it all. I guess these wise old coots that have written all these books about the Bible, I guess they know more than one smart-aleck Kansas agnostic. Yes, sir. The whole crowd turned to me like I was an all-American preacher. Wouldn't be so bad to be a preacher if you had a big church, and a lot easier than digging out law cases and having to put it over a jury and another lawyer, maybe smarter than you are. The crowd have to swallow what you tell them in a pulpit, and no back talk or cross-examination allowed. For a second he snickered, but not nice to talk that way, even if a fellow don't do what's right himself. No excuse for him sneering at fellows that do, like preachers. That's where Jim makes his mistake. Not worthy to be a preacher. But if Jim ever thinks for one single solitary second that I'm afraid to be a preacher because he pulls a lot of guff, I guess I know how I felt when I stood up and had all them folks hollering and rejoicing. I guess I know whether I experienced salvation or not. And I don't require any James Blaine Lefferts to tell me neither. Thus for an hour of dizzy tramping, now colder with doubt than with the prairie wind, now winning back some of the exaltation of a spiritual adventure, but always knowing that he had to confess to an inexorable Jim. End of Chapter 3, Part 3. Chapter 3 of Elmer Gantry, Parts 4 to 8. This is a LibriVox recording, and all LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. Part 4. It was after 1. Surely Jim would be asleep, and by next day there might be a miracle. Morning always promises miracles. He eased the door open, holding it with a restraining hand. There was a light on the washstand beside Jim's bed, but it was a small kerosene lamp turned low. He tiptoed in, his tremendous feet squeaking. Jim suddenly sat up, turned up the wick. He was red-nosed, red-eyed, and coughing. He stared, and unmoving by the table, Elmer stared back. Jim spoke abruptly. "You son of a sea-cock! You've gone and done it. You've been saved. You let them hornswoggle you into being a Baptist witch-doctor. I'm through. You can go to heaven." "Oh, say now, Jim, listen." "I've listened enough. I've got nothing more to say. And now you listen to me," said Jim, and he spoke with tongues for 3 minutes straight. Most of the night they struggled for the freedom of Elmer's soul, with Jim not quite losing, yet never winning. As Jim's face had hovered over the gospel meeting between him and the evangelist, blotting out the vision of the cross, so now the faces of his mother and Judson hung sorrowful and misty before him, a veil across Jim's pleading. Elmer slept 4 hours and went out, staggering with weariness, to bring cinnamon buns, a weenie sandwich, and a tin pail of coffee for Jim's breakfast. They were laboring windily into new arguments, Jim a little more stubborn, Elmer ever more irritable, when no less a dignitary than President the Reverend Dr. Willoughby Quarles, chin whiskers, glacial shirt, bulbous waistcoat, and all, plunged in under the fat, soft wing of the landlady. The president shook hands a number of times with everybody. He eyebrowed the landlady out of the room and boomed in his throaty pulpit voice, with belly rumblings and log-drawn R's and L's, a voice very deep and owlish, most holy and fitting to the temple which he created merely by his presence, rebuking to flippancy and chuckles the puerile cynicisms of the Jim Leffertses, a noise somewhere between the evening bells and the morning jackass. "Oh, brother Elmer, that was a brave thing you did. I have never seen a braver. For a great strong man of your gladiatorial powers to not be afraid to humble himself. And your example will do a great deal of good, a great deal of good. And we must watch and hold it. You are to speak at the YMCA tonight. Special meeting to reinforce the results of our wonderful prayer week." "Oh, gee, President, I can't," Elmer groaned. "Oh, yes, brother, you must. You must. It's already announced. If you'll go out within the next hour, you'll be gratified to see posters announcing it all over the town." "But I can't make a speech." "The Lord will give you the words if you give the good will. I myself shall call for you at 6:45. God bless you." And he was gone. Elmer was completely frightened, completely unwilling, and swollen with delight that after long dark hours when Jim, an undergraduate, had used him dirtily and thrown the clods at his intellect, the president of Terwillinger College should have welcomed him to that starched bosom as a fellow apostle. While Elmer was making up his mind to do what he had made up his mind to do, Jim crawled into bed and addressed the Lord in a low, poisonous tone. Elmer went out to see the posters. His name was in lovely, large letters. For an hour, late in the afternoon, after various classes in which everyone looked at him respectfully, Elmer tried to prepare his address for the YMCA and affiliated lady worshippers. Jim was sleeping, with a snore like the snarl of a leopard. In his class in public speaking, a course designed to create congressmen, bishops, and sales managers, Elmer had had to produce discourses on taxation, the purpose of God in history, our friend the dog, and the glory of the American Constitution. But his monthly orations had not been too arduous. No one had grieved if he stole all his ideas and most of his phrasing from the encyclopedia. The most important part of preparation had been the lubrication of his polished mahogany voice with throat lozenges after rather steady and totally forbidden smoking. He had learned nothing except the placing of his voice. It had never seemed momentous to impress the 19 students of oratory and the instructor, an unordained licensed preacher who had formerly been a tax assessor in Oklahoma. He had, in public speaking, never been a failure, nor ever for 1 second interesting. Now, sweating very much, he perceived that he was expected to think, to articulate the curious desires whereby Elmer Gantry was slightly different from any other human being, and to rivet together opinions which would not be floated on any tide of hallelujahs. He tried to remember the sermons he had heard, but the preachers had been so easily convinced of their authority as prelates, so frightened with ponderous messages, while he himself, he was not at the moment certain whether he was a missionary who had to pass his surprising new light onto the multitude, or just a sinner for keeps, nothing else, damned if he'd Welsh on old Jim. No, sir, nor Welsh on Juanita, who had stood for him and merely kidded him, no matter how soused and rough and mouthy he might be. Her hug, the way she'd get rid of that Batinsky aunt of Nell's, just to wink at him and give Auntie some song and dance or other and send her out for chow. God, if Juanita were only here, she'd give him the real dope. She'd advise him whether he ought to sell Prexy and the YM to go to hell, or grab this chance to show Eddie Fizzlinger and all those YM highbrows that he wasn't such a bonehead. Oh, no. Here Prexy had said he was the whole cheese, gotten up to a big meeting for him. Prexy, Quarles, and Juanita? Aber-neat. Never get them two together. And Prexy had called in? Suppose it got to the newspapers. Oh, he had saved a tough kid just as good as Justin Roberts could do. Juanita. Fine skirts like her any place, but where would they find a guy that could start in and save souls right off the bat? Chuck all these fool thoughts, now that Jim was asleep, and figure out his spiel. What was that about sweating in the vineyard? Much they might rub it in, and no ginkard ever had a worse time with that sneaking Eddie poking him on one side and Jim lambasting him on the other. Whatever happened, he had to show those yahoos that he could do just as good. Hell, this wasn't buying the baby any shoes, this wasn't getting his spiel done, but what was the doggone thing to be about? Let's see now. Gee, there was a bully thought. Tell him about a strong, husky guy. The huskier he was, the more he could afford to admit that the power of the Holy Ghost had laid him out cold. No, hell, must have something new. Well, kind of new, anyway. He couldn't yell hell. Cut it out. Stay converted no matter how hard it was. He wasn't afraid of Jim and old Judd. They were husky enough to... No, sir, it wasn't old Judd, it was his mother. What did she think if she never saw him with Juanita? Juanita, that sloppy brat, no modesty. Had to get down to brass tacks now. Elmer grasped the edge of his work table. The top cracked. His strength pleased him. He put up his dingy red sweater, smoothed his huge biceps, and again tackled his apostolic labors. Let's see now. The fellows at the Y would expect him to say, I've had it. Nobody ever amounted to a darn except as, as the inscrutable designs of Providence intended him to be. Elmer was very busy making vast and unformed scrawls in a 10-cent notebook hitherto devoted to German. He darted up, looking scholarly, and gathered his library about him, his Bible, given to him by his mother, his New Testament, given by a Sunday school teacher, his textbooks in weekly Bible and church history, and 1/14 of a 14-volume set of great orations of the world, which, in a rare and alcoholic moment of bibliomania, he had purchased in Cato for 17 cents. He piled them and repiled them and tapped them with his fountain pen. His original stimulus had run out entirely. Well, he'd get help from the Bible. It was all inspired, every word, no matter what scoffers like Jim said. He'd take the first text he turned to and talk on that. He opened on, "Now, therefore, Tatnai, governor beyond the river, Shesthar Bonzai, and your companions, the Aphoriskites, which are now beyond the river, be ye far from thence." An injunction spirited, but not at present helpful. He returned to pulling his luxuriant hair and scratching. Golly, must be something. The only way of putting it all over life was to understand those forces that the scientists, with their laboratories and everything, couldn't savvy. Put to a real Christian, they were just as easy as rolling off a log. No, he hadn't taken any lab courses except Chemistry 1, so he couldn't know where all these physicists and biologists were boobs. Elmer forlornly began to cross out the lovely scrawls he had made in his notebook. He was irritably conscious that Jim was awake and scoffing. "Having quite a time being holy and informative, hellcat? Why don't you pinch your first sermon from the heathen? You won't be the first up-and-coming young Messiah to do it." Jim shied a thin book at him and sank again into infidel sleep. Elmer picked up the book. It was a selection from the writings of Robert G. Ingersoll. Elmer was indignant. Take his speech from Ingersoll, that rotten old atheist that said, well, anyway, he criticized the Bible and everything. Fellow that couldn't believe the Bible, least he could do was not disturb the faith of others. Darn rotten thing to do. Fat nerve of Jim to suggest his pinching anything from Ingersoll. He'd throw the book in the fire. But anything was better than going on straining his brain. He forgot his woes by drugging himself with heedless reading. He drowsed through page on page of Ingersoll's rhetoric and jesting. Suddenly he sat up, looked suspiciously over at the silenced Jim, and looked suspiciously at heaven. He grunted, hesitated, and began rapidly to copy into the German notebook from Ingersoll. Love is the only bow on life's dark cloud. It is the morning and the evening star. It shines upon the cradle of the babe, and it sheds its radiance upon the silent tomb. It is the mother of art, inspirer of poet, patriot, and philosopher. It is the air and light of every heart, builder of every home, kinder than every fire on every hearth. It was the first to dream of immortality. It fills the world with melody, for music is the voice of love. Love is the magician, the enchanter, that changes worthless things to joy and makes right royal kings and queens of common clay. It is the perfume of the wondrous flower, the heart. And without that sacred passion, that divine swoon, we are less than beasts. But with it, earth is heaven, and we are gods. Only for a moment while he was copying did he look doubtful. Then, rats! Chances are nobody here tonight has ever read Ingersoll again him. Besides, I'll kind of change it around. Part 5. When President Quarles called for him, Elmer's exhortation was outlined, but he had changed to his Sunday best blue serge, double-breasted suit, and sleeked his hair. As they departed, Jim called Elmer back from the hall to whisper, Say, Hellcat, you won't forget to give credit to Ingersoll and to me for tipping you off, will you? You go to hell, said Elmer. Part 6. There was a sizable and extremely curious gathering at the YMCA. All day the campus had debated, did Hellcat really, sure enough, get saved? Is he going to cut out his hell-raising? Every man he knew was present, their gaping mouths dripping question marks, grinning or doubtful. Their leers confused him, and he was angry at being introduced by Eddie Fizzlinger, president of the YMCA. He started coldly, stammering, but Ingersoll had provided the beginning of his discourse, and he warmed to give the splendor of his own voice. He saw the audience in the curving YMCA auditorium as a radiant cloud, and he began to boom confidently. He began to add to his outline impressive ideas which were altogether his own, except perhaps as he had heard them 30 or 40 times in sermons. It sounded very well, considering. Certainly it compared well with the average mystical rhapsody of the pulpit. For all his slang, his cursing, his mauled plurals and singulars, Elmer had been compelled in college to read certain books, to hear certain lectures, all filled with flushed, florid polysyllables, with juicy sentiments about God, sunset, the moral improvement inherent in a daily view of the mountain scenery, angels, fishing for souls, fishing for fish, ideals, patriotism, democracy, purity, the error of providence in creating the female leg, courage, humility, justice, the agricultural methods of the Palestine circa 4 A.D., the beauty of domesticity, and the preacher's salaries. These blossoming words, these organ-like phrases, these profound notions had been rammed home till they stuck in his brain, ready for use. But even to the schoolboy, wearied faculty who had done the ramming, who ought to have seen the sources, it was still astonishing that after 4 years of grunting, Elmer Gantry should come out with these flourishes, which they took perfectly seriously, for they themselves had been nurtured in minute Baptist and Campbellite colleges. Not one of them considered that there could be anything comic in the spectacle of a large young man, divinely fitted for coal heaving, standing up and wallowing in thick, slippery words about love and the soul. They sat, young instructors not long from the farm, professors pale from years of napping in unaired pastoral studies, and looked at Elmer respectfully as he throbbed. It's awful hard for a fella that's more used to bucking the line than to talking publicly to express how he means. But sometimes I guess maybe you should think about a lot of things even if you don't always express how you mean. And what I want to talk about is how if a fella looks down deep into things and is really square with God and lets God fill his heart with higher aspirations, he sees that love is the one thing that can really, sure enough, lighten all of life's dark clouds. Yes, sir, just love. It's the morning and evening star. It's even in the quiet tomb. I mean, those that are around the quiet tomb, you find it even there. What is it that inspires all great men, all poets and patriots and philosophers? It's love, isn't it? What gave the world its first evidences of immortality? Love. It fills the world with melody. For what is music? What is music? Why, music is the voice of love. The great President Quarles leaned back and put on his spectacles, which gave a slight appearance of learning to his chin-whiskered countenance, otherwise that of a small-town banker in 1850. He was the center of a row of a dozen initiates on the platform of the YMCA auditorium, a shallow platform under a plaster half-dome. The wall behind them was thick with diagrams, rather like anatomical charts, showing the winning of souls in Egypt, the amount spent on whiskey versus the amount spent on hymn books, and the illustrated progress of a pilgrim from unclean speech through cigarette smoking and beer saloons to a lively situation in which he beat his wife, who seemed to dislike it. Above was a large and enlightening motto: "Be not overcome of evil, but overcome evil with good." The whole place had that damp straw odor characteristic of places of worship, but President Quarles did not, seemingly, suffer in it. All his life he had lived in tabernacles and in rooms devoted to thin church periodicals and thick volumes of sermons. He had a slight constant snuffle, but his organism was apparently adapted now to existing without air. He beamed and rubbed his hands and looked with devout joy on Elmer's long, broad back as Elmer snapped into it, ever sure of himself as he bellowed at the audience, beating them, breaking through their interference, making a touchdown. What is it makes us different from the animals? The passion of love. Without it we are, in fact, we are nothing. With it earth is heaven, and we are, to some extent, like God himself. Now that's what I wanted to explain about love, and here's how it applies. Probably there's a whole lot of you like myself. Oh, I've been doing it. I'm not going to spare myself. I've been going along thinking I was too good, too big, too smart for divine love of the Savior. Say, any of you ever stop to think how much you're handling yourself when you figure you can get along without divine intercession? Say, I suppose probably you're bigger than Moses, bigger than St. Paul, bigger than Pasteur, that great scientist. President Quarles was exulting. It was a genuine conversion. But more than that, here's a true discovery, my discovery. Elmer is a born preacher once he lets himself go, and I can make him do it. Oh, Lord, how mysterious are thy ways! Thou hast chosen to change our young brother not so much in prayer as in the mighty struggle for the Olympic field. Thou, Lord, hast produced a born preacher. Some day he'll be one of our leading prophets. The audience clapped when Elmer hammered out his conclusion. And you freshmen will save a lot of the time that I wasted if you see right now that until you know God, you know just nothing. They clapped. They made their faces to shine upon him. Eddie Fizzlinger won him by sighing, "Old fella, you got me beat at my own game like you have at your own game." There was much handshaking. None of it was more ardent than that of his recent enemy, the Latin professor, who breathed, "Where did you get all those fine ideas and metaphors about the divine love, Gantry?" "Oh," modestly, "I can't hardly call them mine, Professor. I just got them by praying." Part 7. Judson Roberts, ex-football star, state secretary of the YMCA, was on the train to Concordia, Kansas. In the vestibule, he had 3 puffs of an illegal cigarette and crushed it out. No, really, it wasn't so bad for him, that Elmer What's-His-Name, to get converted. Suppose there isn't anything to it. Won't hurt him to cut out some of his bad habits for a while, anyway. And how do we know? Maybe the Holy Ghost does come down. No more improbable than electricity. I do wish I could get over this doubting. I forget it when I've got him going with evangelistic meeting, but when I watch a big butcher like him with that damn silly smirk on his jowls, I believe I'll go into the real estate business. I don't think I'm hurting these young fellows any, but I do wish I could be honest. Oh, Lordy, 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 I wish I had a good job selling real estate. Part 8. Elmer walked home firmly. Just what right has Mr. James B. Lefferts got to tell me I mustn't use my ability to get a crowd going? And I certainly had him going. I never knew I could spiel like that. Easy as feetball. And Prexy saying I was a born preacher, huh? Firmly and resentfully he came into their room and slammed down his hat. It awoke Jim. How'd it go over? Hand him out the gospel stuff? Did, Elmer trumpeted. It went over, as you put it, corking. You got any objections? He lighted the largest lamp and turned it up full, his back to Jim. No answer. When he looked about, Jim seemed asleep. At 7 next morning, he said forgivingly, rather patronizingly, I'll be gone till 10. Bring you back some breakfast? Jim answered, No, thanks. And those were his only words that morning. When Elmer came in at 10:30, Jim was gone. His possessions gone. It was no great moving, 3 suitcases of clothes and an armful of books. There was a note on the table. I shall live at the College Inn the rest of the year. You can probably get Eddie Fizzlinger to live with you. You would enjoy that. It has been stimulating to watch you try to be an honest roughneck, but I think it would be almost too stimulating to watch you become a spiritual leader. Signed, J.B.L. All of Elmer's raging did not make the room seem less lonely. End of section 5. Section 6 of Elmer Gantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 6, Chapter 4, Part 1. President Quarles urged him. Elmer would perhaps affect the whole world if he became a minister. What glory for old Terwillinger and all the shrines of Gritzmacher Springs. Eddie Fizzlinger urged him. Jiminy, you'd go way beyond me. I can see you president of the Baptist Convention. Elmer still did not like Eddie, but he was making much now of ignoring Jim Lefferts. They met on the street and bowed ferociously, and he had to have someone to play valet to his virtues. The ex-minister, dean of the college, urged him. Where would Elmer find a profession with a better social position than the ministry? Thousands listening to him, invited to banquets and everything. So much easier than, well, not exactly easier. All ministers worked arduously. Great sacrifices, constant demands on their sympathy, heroic struggle against vice. But, same time, elegant and superior work, surrounded by books, high thoughts, and the finest ladies in the city or country, as the case might be. And cheaper professional training than law. With scholarships and outside preaching, Elmer could get through the 3 years of Mitzvah Theological Seminary on almost nothing a year. What other plans had he for a career? Nothing definite. Why, looked like divine intervention, certainly did. Let's call it settled. Perhaps he could get Elmer a scholarship the very first year. His mother urged him. She wrote daily that she was longing, praying, and sobbing. Elmer urged himself. He had no prospects except the chance of reading law in the dingy office of a cousin in Toluca, Kansas. The only things he had against the ministry, now that he was delivered from Jim, were the low salaries and the fact that if ministers were caught drinking or flirting, it was very often hard on them. The salaries weren't so bad. He'd go to the top, of course, and maybe make 8,000 or 10,000. But the diversions. He thought about it so much he made a hasty trip to Cato and came back temporarily cured forever of any desire for wickedness. The greatest urge was his memory of holding his audience, playing on them, to move people. Golly, he wanted to be addressing somebody on something right now and being applauded. By this time he was so rehearsed in his role of candidate for righteousness that it didn't bother him, so long as no snickering Jim was present, to use the most embarrassing theological and moral terms in the presence of Eddie or the president, and without one grin he rolled out dramatic speeches about the duty of every man to lead every other man to Christ, and the historic position of the Baptists as the one true scriptural church practicing immersion as taught by Christ himself. He was persuaded. He saw himself as a white-browed and star-eyed young evangel, wearing a new frock coat, standing up in a pulpit and causing hundreds of beautiful women to weep with conviction and rush down to clasp his hand. But there was one barrier extremely serious. They all informed him that, select though he was as sacred material, before he decided he must have a mystic experience known as a call. God himself must appear and call him to service, and conscious though Elmer was now of his own powers and the excellence of the church, he saw no more of God about the place than in his worst days of unregeneracy. He asked the president and the dean if they had had a call. Oh, yes, certainly. But they were vague about the practical tips as how to invite a call and recognize it when it came. He was reluctant to ask Eddie. Eddie would be only too profuse with tips and want to kneel down and pray with him, and generally be rather damp and excitable and messy. The call did not come, not for weeks, with Easter past and no decision as to what he was going to do next year. Part 2. Spring on the prairie, high spring, lilacs masked the speckled brick and stucco of the college buildings. Spirea made a flashing wall, and from the Kansas fields came soft airs and the whistle of meadowlarks. Students loafed at their windows, calling down to friends. They played catch on the campus. They went bareheaded and wrote a great deal of poetry. And the Terwillinger baseball team defeated Fogelquist College. Still, Elmer did not receive his divine call. By day, playing catch, kicking up his heels, belaboring his acquaintances, singing the happiest days that ever were, we knew it old Terwillinger. On a fence fondly believed to resemble the Yale fence, or tramping by himself through the minute forest of cottonwood and willow by Tunker Creek, he expanded with the expanding years and knew happiness. The nights were unadulterated hell. He felt guilty that he had no call, and he went to the president about it in mid-May. Dr. Quarles was thoughtful and announced, "Brother Elmer, the last thing I'd ever want to do, in fairness to the spirit of the ministry, would be to create an illusion of a call where there was none present. That would be like the pagan hallucinations worked on the poor suffering followers of Roman Catholicism. Whatever else he may be, a Baptist preacher must be free from illusions. He must found his work and on good scientific facts, the proven facts of the Bible, and substitutionary atonement, which even programmatically we know to be true, because it works. No, but at the same time, I feel sure the voice of God is calling you. If you can but hear it, and I want to help you lift the veil of worldliness, which still no doubt deafens your inner ear. Will you come to my house tomorrow evening? We'll take the matter to the Lord in prayer." It was all rather dreadful, that kindly spring evening, with the breeze fresh in the branches of the sycamores. President Quarles had shut the windows and drawn the blinds in his living room, an apartment filled with crayon portraits of Baptist worthies, red plush chairs, and leaded glass unit bookcases containing the lay writings of the more poetic clergy. The president had gathered as assistants in prayer the more aged and fundamentalist ex-pastors of the faculty and the more milky and elocutionary of the YMCA leaders, headed by Eddie Fizzlinger. When Elmer entered, they were on their knees, their arms on the seats of reversed chairs, their heads bowed, all praying aloud and together. They looked up at him like an old woman surveying the bride. He wanted to bolt. Then the president nabbed him and had him down on his knees, suffering and embarrassed and wondering what the devil to pray about. They took turns at telling God what he ought to do in the case of our so ardently and earnestly seeking brother. Now will you lift your voice in prayer, Brother Elmer? Just let yourself go. Remember, we're all with you, all loving and helping you, grated the president. They crowded near him. The president put his stiff old arm about Elmer's shoulder. It felt like a dry bone, and the president smelled of kerosene. Eddie crowded up on the other side and nuzzled against him. The others crept in, patting him. It was horribly hot in that room, and they were so close he felt as if he were tied down in a hospital ward. He looked up and saw the long, shaven face, the thin, tight lips of a minister whom he was now to emulate. He prickled with horror, but he tried to pray. He wailed, "Oh, blessed Lord, help me too, help me too." He had an enormous idea. He sprang up. He cried, "Say, I think the Spirit is beginning to work." Went out and took a short walk and kind of prayed by myself. While you stayed here and prayed for me, it might help. "I don't think that would be the way," began the president, but the most aged faculty member suggested, "Maybe it's the Lord's guidance." "We hadn't ought to interfere with the Lord's guidance, Brother Quarles." "Well, that's so, the president announced. "You have your walk, Brother Elmer, and pray hard, and we will stay here and besiege the throne of grace for you." Elmer blundered out into the fresh, clean air. Whatever happened, he was never going back. How he hated their soft, crawly, wet hands. He had notions of catching the last train to Cato and getting solacingly drunk. No, he'd lose his degree, just a month off now, and be cramped later in appearing as a real high-class, college-educated lawyer. Lose it, then. Anything but go back to their crawling, creepy hands, their aged breathing by his ear. He'd get hold of somebody and say he felt sick and send him back to tell Prexy and sneak off to bed. Cinch. He just wouldn't get his call, just pass it up, by Gemini, and not have to go into the ministry. But to lose the chance to stand before thousands and stir them by telling them about divine love and the evening and the morning star, if he could just stand it till he got through the theological seminary and was on the job, then if any Eddie Fizzlinger tried to come into his study and breathe down his neck, throw him out, by golly. He was conscious that he was leaning against a tree, tearing down twigs, and that facing him under a street lamp was Jim Lefferts. "You look sick, Hellcat," said Jim. Elmer strove for dignity, then broke with a moaning, "Oh, I am. What did I ever get into this religious fix for?" "What they doing to you?" "Never mind, don't tell me. You need a drink." "My God, I do. I got a quart of first-rate corn whiskey from a moonshiner I've dug up out here in the country, and my room's right in this block. Come on along." Through his first drink, Elmer was quiet, bewildered, vaguely leaning on the Jim who would guide him away from this horror. but he was out of practice in drinking. And the whiskey took hold with speed, and by the middle of the second glass he was boasting of his ecclesiastical eloquence. He was permitting Jim to know that never in Terwillinger College had there appeared so promising an orator, that right now they were there praying for him, waiting for him, the president and the whole outfit. But with a slight return of apology, I suppose probably you think maybe I hadn't ought to go back to him. Well, Jim was standing by the open window, saying slowly, "No, I think now you'd better go back. I've got some peppermints. They'll fix your breath more or less. Goodbye, Hellcat." He had won even over old Jim. He was a master of the world and only a very little bit drunk. He stepped out high and heavy. Everything was extremely beautiful. How high the trees were! What a wonderful drugstore window with all those glossy new magazine covers! That distant piano was magic. What exquisite young women the co-eds! What lovable and sturdy men the students! He was at peace with everything. What a really good fellow he was! He had lost all his meannesses. How kind he had been to that poor, lonely sinner, Jim Lefferts. Others might despair of Jim so. He never would. Poor old Jim. His room had looked terrible, that narrow little room with a cot, all in disorder, a pair of shoes, and a corncob pipe lying on a pile of books. Poor Jim. He'd forgive him. Go around and clean up the room for him. Not that Elmer had ever cleaned up their former room. Gee, what a lovely spring night. How corking those old boys were, Prexy and everybody, to give up an evening and pray for him. Why was it he felt so fine? Of course, the call had come. God had come to him, though just spiritually, not corporeally, so far as he remembered. It had come. He could go ahead and rule the world. He dashed into the president's house. He shouted from the door, erect, while they knelt and looked up at him mousily. "It's come! I feel it in everything. God just opened my eyes and made me feel what a wonderful old world it is, and it was just like I could hear his voice saying, 'Don't you want to love everybody and help them be happy? Do you want to just go along being selfish? Or have you got a longing to help everybody?'" He stopped. They had listened silently with interested grunts of, "Amen, brother." Honest, it was awful impressive. Somehow something has made me feel so much better than when I went away from here. I'm sure it was a real call. Don't you think so, President? "Oh, I'm sure of it," the president ejaculated, getting up hastily and rubbing his knees. "I feel that all is right with our brother, that he has now, this sacred moment, heard the voice of God, and is entering upon the highest calling in the sight of God," the president observed to the dean. "Don't you feel it so?" "God be praised," said the dean, and looked at his watch. Part 3. On their way home, they two alone, the oldest faculty member said to the dean, "Yes, it was a fine, gratifying moment, and slightly surprising. I'd hardly thought that young Gantry would go on being content with the mild blisses of salvation. Curious smell of peppermint he had about him." "Well, I suppose he stopped at the drugstore during his walk and had a soft drink of some kind." "Don't know, brother," said the dean, "but I approve of these soft drinks. Innocent in themselves, but they might lead to carelessness in beverages. A man who drinks ginger ale, how are you going to impress on him the terrible danger of drinking ale?" Yes, said the oldest faculty member. He was 68 to the dean's boyish 60. "Say, brother, how do you feel about young Gantry, about his entering the ministry?" I know you did well in the pulpit before you came here, as I more or less did myself, but if you were a boy of 21 or 2, do you think you'd become a preacher now, the way things are?" "Why, brother," grieved the dean, "certainly I would. What a question! What would become of all our work at Terwillinger, all our ideals in opposition to the heathenist large universities, if the ministry weren't the highest ideal?" I know. I just wonder sometimes. All the new vocations that are coming up, medicine, advertising, we're just going it. I tell you, Dean, in another 40 years, by 1943, me and it will be up in the air in flying machines, going maybe 100 miles an hour. My dear fellow, if the Lord had meant men to fly, he'd have given us wings. But there are the prophecies in the book. Well, those refer purely to spiritual and symbolic flying. No, never does to oppose the clear purpose of the Bible, and I could dig you out 100 texts that show unquestionably that the Lord intends us to stay right here on earth till that day when we shall be upraised in the body with him. Maybe. Well, there's my corner. Good night, brother. The dean came into his house. It was a small house. "How'd it go?" asked his wife. "Splendid." Young Gantry seemed to feel an unmistakable divine call. Something struck him that just uplifted him. He's got a lot of power. Only... The dean irritably sat down in a cane-seated rocker, jerked off his shoes, grunted, threw on his slippers. "Okay, hang it. I simply can't get myself to like him. Emma, tell me, if I were his age now, do you think I'd go into the ministry as things are today?" "Why, Henry, what in the world ever makes you say a thing like that? Of course you would. Why, if that weren't the case, what would our whole lives mean? All we've given up and everything." "Oh, I know. I just get to thinking. Sometimes I wonder if we've given up so much. Don't hurt even a preacher to face himself. After all, those 2 years when I was in the carpet business, before I went to the seminary, I didn't do very well. Maybe I wouldn't have made any more than I do now. But if I could, suppose I could have been a great chemist. Wouldn't that, mind you, I'm just speculating as a student of psychology, wouldn't that conceivably be better than year after year of students with the same confounded problems over and over again, and always so pleased and surprised and important about them? Or year after year again of standing in the pulpit and knowing your congregation won't remember what you've said 7 minutes after you've said it? Why, Henry, I don't know what's gotten into you. I think you better do a little praying yourself instead of picking on this poor young Gantry. Neither you nor I could ever have been happy except in a Baptist church or a real cover-to-cover Baptist college." The dean's wife finished darning the towels and went up to say good night to her parents. They had lived with her since her father's retirement at 75 from his country pastorate. He had been a missionary in Missouri before the Civil War. Her lips had been moving, her eyebrows working as she darned the towels. Her eyebrows were still creased as she came into their room and shrieked at her father's deafness. "Time to go to bed, Papa, and you, Mama." They were nodding on either side of a radiator unheated for months. "All right, Emmy," piped the ancient. Part 4. "Say, Papa, tell me, I've been thinking, if you were just a young man today, would you go into the ministry?" "Course I would. What an idea. Most glorious vacation a young man could have. Idea. Good night, Emmy." But as his ancient wife silently removed her corsets, she complained, "Don't know as you would or not. If I was married to you, which ain't any too certain a second time, and if I had anything to say about it." which is certain. Don't be foolish. Of course I would. I don't know. 50 years I had of it, and I never did get so I wasn't just mad clear through when the ladies at the church came poking around, criticizing me for tidy I put on their chairs and talking something terrible if I had a bonnet or a shawl that was the least mite tasty. I wasn't suitable for a minister's wife? Drat 'em! And I always did like a bonnet with some nice bright colors. Oh, I've done a right smart of thinking about it. You always were a powerful preacher, but I've told you. You have. I never could make out how. If when you were in the pulpit you really knew so much about all those high and mighty mysterious things, how it was when you got home you never knew enough, and you never could learn enough to find the hammer, or to make a nice piece of cornbread, or add up a column of figures twice alike, or find Ammergau on the map of Austria. Germany, woman! I'm sleepy. And all these years having to pretend to be so good when we were just common folk all the time. Ain't you glad you can just be simple folks now? Well, maybe it is restful, but that's not saying I wouldn't do it over again. The old man ruminated a long while. I think I would. Anyway, no use discouraging these young people from entering the ministry. Somebody got to preach the gospel truth, ain't they? I suppose so. Oh, dear, 50 years since I married a preacher, and if I could still only be sure about the virgin birth. Now, don't you go explaining. Laws, the number of times you've explained it. I know it's true, it's in the Bible. If I could only believe it. But I would have liked to have had you try your hand at politics. If I could have been just once to a senator's house, to a banquet or something, just once, in a nice bright red dress with gold slippers, I'd have been willing to go back to alpaca and scrubbing floors and listening to you rehearsing your sermons out in the stable. To that old mare we had for so many years. Oh, laws, how long is it since she's been dead now? Must be, yes, it's 27 years. Why is it that it's only in religion that the things you got to believe are again all experience? Now, drat it, don't you go and quote that I believe because it is impossible thing to me again. I believe because it's impossible? Huh, that's just like a minister. Oh, dear, I hope I don't live long enough to lose my faith. Seems like the older I get, the less I'm excited over all these preachers that talk about hell, only they never saw it. 27 years, and we had that old hoss so long before that. My, how she could kick! Busted that buggy! And they were both asleep. End of section 6. Section 7 of Elmer Gantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 7, Chapter 5, Part 1. In the cottonwood grove by the muddy river, 3 miles west of Paris, Kansas, the godly were gathered with lunch baskets, linen dusters, and moist, unhappy babies for the all-day celebration. Brothers Elmer Gantry and Edward Fizzlinger had been licensed to preach before, but now they were to be ordained as full-fledged preachers, as Baptist ministers. They had come home from distant Mizpah Theological Seminary for ordination by their own council of churches, the Cayuska River Baptist Association. Both of them had another year to go out of the 3-year seminary course, but by the more devout and rural brethren it is considered well to ordain the clerics early, so that even before they attain infallible wisdom, they may fill backwoods pulpits and during weekends do good works with divine authority. His vacation after college Elmer had spent on a farm. During vacation, after his first year in seminary, he had been supervisor in a boys' camp. Now, after ordination, he was to supply at the smaller churches in his corner of Kansas. During his second year of seminary, just finished, he had been more voluminously bored than ever at Terwillinger. Constantly he had thought of quitting, but after his journeys to the city of Monarch, where he was in closer relation to fancy ladies and to bartenders than one would have desired in a holy clerk, he got a second wind in his resolve to lead a pure life, and so managed to keep on toward perfection, as symbolized by the degree of Bachelor of Divinity. But if he had been bored, he had acquired professional training. He was now able to face any audience and to discourse authoritatively on any subject whatsoever for any given time to the second, without trembling and without any errors of speech beyond an infrequent ain't or he don't. He had an elegant vocabulary. He knew 18 synonyms for sin, half of them very long and impressive, and the others very short and explosive and minatory. Minatory being one of his own best words, constantly useful in terrifying the as yet imaginary horde of sinners gathered before him. He was no longer embarrassed by using the most intimate language about God. Without grinning, he could ask a 7-year-old boy, "Don't you want to give up your vices?" And without flinching, he could look a tobacco salesman in the eye and demand, "Have you ever knelt before the throne of grace?" Whatever worldly expressions he might use in sub-rosa conversations with the less sanctified theological students, such as Harry Zenz, who was the most confirmed atheist in the school, in public he never so much as said "doggone," and he had on tap for immediate and skilled use a number of such phrases as, "Brother, I am willing to help you find religion. My whole life is a testimonial to my faith. To the inner eye there is no trouble comprehending the threefold nature of divinity. We don't want any long-faced Christians in this church. The fellow that's been washed in the blood of the Lamb is just so happy he goes around singing and hollering hallelujah all day long. And come now, all get together and let's make this the biggest collection this church has ever seen." He could explain foreordination thoroughly, and he used the words baptizo and Athanasian. He would perhaps be less orchestral, less Palladian, when he had been in practice for a year or two after graduation, and discovered that the hearts of men are vile, their habits low, and that they are unwilling to hand the control of all those habits over to the parson. But he would recover again, and he was a promise of what he might have been in 20 years as a $10,000 seer. He had grown broader. His glossy hair, longer than at Terwillinger, was blushed back from his heavy white brow. His nails were oftener clean, and his speech was Jovian. It was more sonorous, more measured and pontifical. He could, and did, reveal his interested knowledge of your secret moral diabetes, merely by saying, "How are we today, brother?" And though he had almost flunked in Greek, his thesis on 16 ways of paying a church debt had won the $10 prize in practical theology. Part 2. He walked among the Cayuga Valley communicants beside his mother. She was a small-town businesswoman. She was not unduly wrinkled or shabby. Indeed, she wore a good little black hat and a new brown silk frock with a long gold chain, but she was inconspicuous beside his bulk and sober magnificence. He wore for the ceremony a new double-breasted suit of black broadcloth and new black shoes. So did Eddie Fizzlinger, along with a funereal tie and a black wide felt hat like a Texas congressman's. But Elmer was more daring. Had he not understood that he must show dignity, he would have indulged himself in the gaudiness for which he had a talent. He had compromised by buying a beautiful light gray felt hat in Chicago on his way home, and he had ventured on a red-bordered gray silk handkerchief, which gave a pleasing touch of color to his sober chest. But he had left off for the day the large opal ring surrounded by almost gold serpents, for which he had lusted and to which he had yielded when in liquor in the city of Monarch. He walked as an army with banners. He spoke like a trombone. He gestured widely with his large, blanched, thick hand, and his mother, on his arm, looked up in ecstasy. He wafted her among the cloud, affable as a candidate for probate judgeship, and she was covered with the fringes of his glory. For the ordination, perhaps 200 Baptist laymen and laywomen, and at least 200 babies had come in from neighboring congregations by buckboard, Democrat wagon, and buggy. It was 1905. There was as yet no Ford nearer than Fort Scott. They were honest, kindly, solid folk, farmers and blacksmiths and cobblers, men with tanned-lined faces wearing creased best suits, the women deep-bosomed or work-shriveled in clean gingham. There was one village banker, very chatty and democratic, in a new crash suit. They milled like cattle, in dust up to their shoelaces, and dust veiled them in the still heat under the dusty branches of the cottonwoods, from which floated shreds to catch and glisten on the rough fabric of their clothes. 6 preachers had combined to assist the Paris parson in his ceremony, and one of them was no less than the Reverend Dr. Ingle, come all the way from St. Joe, where he was said to have a Sunday school of 600. As a young man, very thin and eloquent in a frock coat, Dr. Ingle had for 6 months preached in Paris, and Mrs. Gantry remembered her as her favorite minister. He had been so kind to her when she was ill, had come in to read Ben-Hur aloud and tell stories to a chunky little Elmer given to hiding behind furniture and heaving vegetables at visitors. "Well, well, so this is the little Ted I used to know as a shaver. Well, you always were a good little manny, and they tell me that now you're a consecrated young man, that you're destined to do a great work for the Lord," Dr. Ingle greeted Elmer. "Well, thank you, Doctor. Pray for me. It's an honor to have you come from your great church," said Elmer. "Not a bit of trouble. On my way to Colorado. I've taken a cabin way up in the mountains there. Glorious view. Sunsets painted by the Lord himself. My congregation have been so good as to give me 2 months' vacation. Wish you could pop up there for a while, Brother Elmer." "Well, I wish I could, Doctor, but I have to try in my humble way to keep the fires burning around here." Mrs. Gantry was panting. To have her little boy discoursing with Dr. Ingle as though they were equals. To hear him talking like a preacher, just as natural, and some day Elmer with a famous church, with a cottage in Colorado for the summer, married to a dear, pious little woman with 6 children, and herself invited to join them for the summer, all of them kneeling in family prayers led by Elmer. Though it was true, Elmer declined to hold any family prayers just now. Said he had had too much of it in seminary all year. Too bad. But she'd keep on coaxing, and if he just would stop smoking as she had begged and besought him to do, well, perhaps if he didn't have a few naughtinesses left, he wouldn't hardly be her little boy any more. How she had had to scold once upon a time to get him to wash his hands and put on the nice red woolen wristlets she had knitted for him. No less satisfying to her was the way in which Elmer impressed all their neighbors. Charlie Watley, the house painter, commander of the Ezra P. Nickerson post of the GAR of Paris, who had always pulled his white mustache and grunted when she had tried to explain Elmer's hidden powers of holiness, took her aside to admit, "You were right, sister. He makes a fine, upstanding young man of God." They encountered that town problem, Hank McViddle, the druggist. Elmer and he had been mates. Together they had stolen sugar corn, drunk hard cider, and indulged in hamo-venery. Hank was a small, red man with a lascivious and knowing eye. It was certain that he had come today only to laugh at Elmer. They met face on, and Hank observed, "Morning, Mrs. Gantry. Well, Elmy, going to be a preacher, eh?" "I am, Hank." "Like it?" Hank was grinning and scratching his cheek with a freckled hand. Other unsanctified Parisians were listening. Elmer boomed, "I do, Hank. I love it. I love the ways of the Lord, and I don't ever propose to put my foot into any others, because I've tasted the fruit of evil, Hank. You know that. And there's nothing to it. What fun we had, Hank, was nothing to the peace and joy I feel now. I'm kind of sorry for you, my boy." He loomed over Hank, dropped his paw heavily on his shoulder. "Why don't you try to get right with God? Maybe you'll be smarter than he is." "Never claimed to be anything of the sort," snapped Hank, and in that testiness Eddie triumphed. His mother exulted. She was sorry to see how few were congratulating Elmer Fizzlinger, who was also milling, but motherless, inconspicuous, meek to the presiding clergy. Old Jukins, humble, gentle old farmer, inched up to murmur, "Like to shake your hand, Brother Elmer. Mighty fine to see you chosen thus and put aside for the work of the Lord. Jiggity, to think I remember you as knee-high to a grasshopper. I suppose you study a lot of awful learned books now." "Well, they make us work good and hard, Brother Jukins. They give us plenty of deep stuff, hermeneutics, Christomathy, periscopes, exegesis, homiletics, liturgics, isagogics, Greek and Hebrew and Aramaic, hymnology and apologetics. Oh, a good deal." "Well, I should say so," worshipped old Jukins, while Mrs. Gantry marveled to find Elmer even more profound than she had thought. And Elmer reflected proudly that he really did know what all but a couple of the words meant. "My," sighed his mother, "you're getting so educated, I hope to goodness pretty soon I won't hardly dare to talk to you." "Oh, no. There'll never come a time when you and I won't be the best of pals, or when I won't need the inspiration of your prayers," said Elmer Gantry melodiously with refined but manly laughter. Part 3. They were assembling on benches, wagon seats, and boxes for the ceremony of ordination. The pulpit was a wooden table with a huge Bible and a pitcher of lemonade. Behind it were 7 rocking chairs for the clergy, and just in front, 2 hard wooden chairs for the candidates. The present local pastor, Brother Dinger, was a meager man, slow of speech and given to long prayers. He rapped on the table. We will now begin." Elmer, looking handsome on a kitchen chair in front of the rows of flushed hot faces. He stopped fretting that his shiny new black shoes were dust-gray. His heart pounded. He was in for it. No escape. He was going to be a pastor. Last chance for Jim Lefferts, and Lord knew where Jim was. He couldn't. His shoulder muscles were rigid. Then they relaxed wearily, as though he had struggled to satiety, and while Brother Dinger went on. "Well, we'll start with the usual examination of our young brothers, and the brethren have, they've been good enough to let me, in whose charge one of these young gentlemen brothers has always lived and made his home, to let me ask the questions. Now, Brother Gantry, do you believe fully and wholeheartedly in baptism by immersion?" Elmer was thinking, what a rotten pulpit voice the poor duck has. But aloud he was rumbling. "I believe, brother, that I've been taught that possibly a man might be saved if he had just been baptized by sprinkling or pouring, but only if he were ignorant of the truth. Of course, immersion is the only scriptural way. If we're really going to be like Christ, we must be buried with him in baptism." "Well, that's fine, Brother Gantry. Praise God. Now, Brother Fizzlinger, do you believe in the final perseverance of the saints?" Eddie's eager but cracked voice explaining on and on, somniferous as the locust in the blazing fields across the Cayuska River. There was no hierarchy in the Baptist Church, but only a free association of like-minded local churches, so there are no canonical forms of procedure, but only customs. The ceremony of ordination is not a definite rite. It may vary as the local associations will. An ordination is conferred not by any bishop, but by the general approval of the churches in an association. The questions were followed by the charge to the candidates, a tremendous discourse by the great Dr. Ingle, in which he recommended study, light meals, and helping the sick by going and reading texts to them. Everyone joined then in a tremendous basket lunch on long plank tables by the cool river. Banana layer cake, donuts, fried chicken, chocolate layer cake, scalloped potatoes, hermit cookies, coconut layer cake, pickled tomato preserves on plates which skidded about the table, with coffee poured into saucerless cups from a vast tin pot, inevitably scalding at least one child who howled. There were hearty shouts of, "Pass the lemon pie, Sister Skiff," and "That was a fine discourse of Brother Ingalls," and "Oh dear, I dropped my spoon and an ant got on it. Well, I'll just wipe it on my apron." That was fine, the way Brother Gantry explained how the Baptist Church has existed ever since the Bible days. Boys bathing, shrieking, splashing one another, boys getting into the poison ivy, boys becoming so infected with the poison ivy that they would turn spotty and begin to swell within 7 hours. Dr. Ingle enthusiastically telling the other clergy of his trip to the Holy Land. Elmer lying about his fondness for the faculty of his theological seminary. Reassembled after lunch, Brother Tusker, minister of the largest congregation in the association, gave the charge to the churches. This was always the juiciest and most scandalous and delightful part of the ordination ceremony. In it, the clergy had a chance to get back at the parishioners who, as large contributors, as guaranteed saints, had all year been nagging them. Here there were these fine young men going into the ministry, said Brother Tasker. Well, it was up to them to help. Brother Gantry and Brother Fizzlinger were leaping with the joy of sacrifice and learning. Then the churches gave him a chance, and not make him spend all the time hot-footing it around, as some older preachers had to do, raising their own salaries. Let folks quit criticizing. Let 'em appreciate godly lives and the quickening word once in a while instead of hammering their preachers all day long. And certain of the parties who criticized the preachers' wives for idleness, funny, the way some of them seemed to have much time to gad around and notice things and spread scandal. 'Twasn't only the men folks that the Savior was thinking of when he, them that were without sin, being the only folks that were qualified to heave any rocks. The other preachers leaned back in their chairs and tried to look casual, and hopeful that Brother Tasker was going to bear down even a little heavier on that matter of raising salaries. In his sermon and the concluding ordination prayer, Brother Knoploch of Barkinsville summed up, for the benefit of Elmer Gantry, Eddie Fizzlinger, and God, the history of the Baptist, the importance of missions, and the perils of not reading the Bible before breakfast daily. Through his long prayer, the visiting pastors stood with their hands on the heads of Elmer and Eddie. There was a grotesque hitch at first. Most of the ministers were little men who could no more than reach up to Elmer's head. They stood strained and awkward and unecclesiastical, these shabby good men, before the restless audience. There was a giggle. Elmer had a dramatic flash. He knelt abruptly, and Eddie, peering and awkward, following him. In the powdery gray dust, Elmer knelt, ignoring it. On his head were the worn hands of 3 veteran preachers, and suddenly he was humble. For a moment he was veritably being ordained to the priestly service of God. He had been only impatient till this instant. In the chapels at Mizpah and Terwillinger, he had heard too many famous visiting pulpiteers to be impressed by the rustic eloquence of the Keuska Association. But he felt now their diffident tenderness, their unlettered fervor, these poverty-twisted parsons who believed, patient in their bare and baking tabernacles, that they were saving the world, and who wistfully welcomed the youths that they themselves had been. For the first time in weeks, Elmer prayed not as an exhibition, but sincerely, passionately, savoring righteousness. Dear God, I'll get down to it, not show off, but just think of Thee. Do good. God, help me. Coolness fluttered the heavy dust-caked leaves, and as the sighing crowd creaked up from their benches, Elmer Gantry stood confident, an ordained minister of the gospel. End of section 7. Section 8 of Elmer Gantry. This is a LibriVox recording, All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 8, Chapter 6, Part 1. The state of Winnemac lies between Pittsburgh and Chicago, and in Winnemac, perhaps 100 miles south of the city of Zenith, is Babylon, a town which suggests New England more than the Middle West. Large elms shade it. There are white pillars beyond lilac bushes, and round about the town is a serenity unknown on the gusty prairies. Here is Mitzpah Theological Seminary of the Northern Baptists. There is a Northern and Southern convention of this distinguished denomination because before the Civil War, the Northern Baptists proved by the Bible unanswerably that slavery was wrong, and the Southern Baptists proved by the Bible irrefutably that slavery was the will of God. The three buildings of the seminary are attractive brick with white cupolas, green blinds at the small-paned wide windows, but within they are bare, with hand-rubbings along the plaster walls, with portraits of missionaries and ragged volumes of sermons. The large structure is the dormitory Elizabeth J. Schmutz Hall, known to the less reverent as Smut Hall. Here lived Elmer Gantry, now ordained, but completing the last year of work for his Bachelor of Divinity degree, a commodity of value, in bargaining with the larger churches. There were only 16 left now of his original class of 35. The others had dropped out for rural preaching, life insurance, or a melancholy return to plowing. There was no one with whom he wanted to live, and he dwelt sulkily in a single room with a cot, a Bible, a portrait of his mother, and with a copy of What a Young Man Ought to Know concealed inside his one-starched pulpit shirt. He disliked most of his class. They were too rustic, or too pious, too inquisitive about his monthly trips to the city of Monarch, or simply too dull. Elmer liked the company of what he regarded as intellectual people. He never understood what they were saying, but to hear them saying it made him feel superior. The group which he most frequented gathered in the room of Frank Shallard and Don Pickens, the large corner room on the second floor of Smut Hall. It was not an aesthetic room, though Frank Shallard might have come to admire pictures, great music, civilized furniture. He had been trained to regard them as worldly, and to content himself with art which presented a message, to regard Les Miserables as superior because the bishop was a kind man, and The Scarlet Letter as a poor book because the heroine was sinful and the author didn't mind. The walls were of old plaster, cracked and turned deathly gray, marked with the blood of mosquitoes and bedbugs slain in portentous battles long ago by theologians now gone forth to bestow their thus uplifted visions on a materialistic world. The bed was a skeleton of rusty iron bars sagging in the center with a comforter which was not too clean. Trunks were in the corners, and the wardrobe was now a row of hooks behind a calico curtain. The grass matting was slowly dividing into separate strands, and under the study table it had been scuffed through to the cheap pine flooring. The only pictures were Frank's steel engravings of Roger Williams, his framed and pansy-painted copy of Pippa Passes, and Don Pickens' favorite, a country church by winter moonlight with tinsel snow which sparkled delightfully. The only untheological books were Frank's poets, Wordsworth, Longfellow, Tennyson, Browning in standard volumes, fine-printed and dismal. And one really dangerous papist document, his Imitation of Christ, about which there was argument at least once a week. In this room, squatting on straight chairs, the trunks, and the bed, on a November evening in 1905, were 5 young men besides Elmer and Eddie Fizzlinger. Eddie did not really belong to the group, but he persisted in following Elmer, feeling that not even yet was everything quite right with the brother. A preacher has got to be just as husky and pack just as good a wallop as a prize fighter. He ought to be able to throw any roughneck that tries to interrupt his meeting, and still more, strength makes such a hit with the women in his congregation. Of course, I don't mean it in any wrong way, said Wallace Umstead. Wallace was a student instructor, head of the Minute Seminary Gymnasium, and director of physical culture. A young man who had a military mustache and who did brisk things on horizontal bars. He was a State University B.A. and graduate of a physical training school. He was going into YMC work when he should have a divinity degree, and he was fond of saying, "Oh, I'm still one of the boys, even if I am a prof." "That's right," agreed Elmer Gantry. "Say, I was holding a meeting at Groton, Kansas last summer, and there was a big boob that kept interrupting, so I just jumped down from the platform, went up to him, and he says, 'Say, parson,' he says, 'can you tell us what the Almighty wants us to do about prohibition, considering he told Paul to take some wine for his stomach's sake?' 'Well, I don't know as I can,' I says, 'but you want to remember he also commended us to cast out devils,' and I yanked that yahoo out of his seat and threw him out on his ear, and say the whole crowd, well, there weren't so awful many there, but they certainly did give him a ha-ha, you bet." And to be a husky makes a hit with the whole congregation, men's as well as women. But there's more'n one high-toned preacher that got his pulpit because the deacons felt he could lick 'em. Of course, praying and all that is all okay, but you got to be practical. We're here to do good, but first you have to cinch a job that you can do good in. "Oh, you're a commercial," protested Eddie Fizzlinger. And Frank Shallard, "Good heavens, Gantry, is that all your religion means to you?" "Besides," said Horace Carp, "you have the wrong angle. It isn't mere brute force that appeals to women, to congregations. It's a beautiful voice. I don't envy you your bulk, Elmer. Besides, you're going to get fat." "Like hell I am." "But what I could do with that voice of yours! I'd have 'em all weeping. I'd read 'em poetry from the pulpit." Horace Carp was the one high churchman in the seminary. He was a young man who resembled a water spaniel, who concealed saints' images, incense, and a long piece of scarlet brocade in his room, and who wore a purple velvet smoking jacket. He was always raging because his father, a wholesale plumber and pious, had threatened to kick him out if he went to an Episcopal seminary instead of a Baptist fortress. "Yeah, you probably would read 'em poetry," said Elmer. "That's the trouble with you highfalutin guys. You think you can get people by a lot of poetry and junk. What gets them and holds them and brings them to their pews every Sunday is the straight gospel, and it don't hurt one bit to scare 'em into being righteous with a good old-fashioned hell." "You bet, providing you encourage 'em to keep their bodies in swell shape, too," condescended Wallace Umstead. "Well, I don't want to talk as a prof. After all, I'm glad I can still remain just one of the boys. but you aren't going to develop a very big horsepower in your praying tomorrow morning if you don't get your sleep. And me to my little Downy. Good night." At the closing of the door, Harry Zintz, the seminary iconoclast, yawned. "Wallace is probably the finest slice of tripe in my wide clerical experience. Thank God he's gone. Now we can be natural and talk dirty." "And yet," complained Frank Shallard, "you encourage him to stay and talk about his pet methods of exercise. Don't you ever tell the truth, Harry?" "Well, never carelessly. Why, you idiot, I want Wallace to run and let the dean know what an earnest worker in the vineyard I am." "Frank, you're a poor innocent. I suspect you actually believe some of the dope they teach us here. And yet you're a man of some reading. You're the only person in Mizpah, except myself, who could appreciate a paragraph of Huxley. Lord, how I pity you when you get into the ministry. Of course, Fizzlinger here is a grocery clerk. Elmer is a ward politician. Horace is a dancing master." He was drowned beneath a surf of protest, not too jocose and friendly. Harry Zintz was older than the others, 32 at least. He was plump, almost completely bald, and fond of sitting still, and he could look profoundly stupid. He was a man of ill-assorted but astonishing knowledge, and in the church 10 miles from Mizpah, which he had regularly supplied for 2 years, he was considered a man of humorless learning and bloodless piety. He was a complete and cheerful atheist, but he admitted it only to Elmer Gantry and Horace Carp. Elmer regarded him as a sort of Jim Lefferts, but he was as different from Jim as pork fat from Crystal. He hid his giggling atheism. Jim flourished his. He despised women. Jim had a disillusioned pity for the Juanita Clausels of the world. He had an intellect. Jim had only cynical guesses. Zins interrupted their protests. "So you're a bunch of Erasmuses. You ought to know that there's no hypocrisy in what we teach and preach. We're a specially selected group of Parsifals, beautiful to the eye and stirring to the ear and overflowing with knowledge of what God said to the Holy Ghost in camera at 9:16 last Wednesday morning. We're all just raring to go and preach the precious Baptist doctrine of get ducked or duck. We're wonders, we admit it. And people actually sit and listen to us and don't choke. I suppose they're overwhelmed by our nerve. And we have to have nerve or we'd never dare to stand in a pulpit again. We'd quit and pray God to forgive us for having stood up there and pretended that we represent God and that we can explain what we ourselves say are the unexplainable mysteries. But I still claim there are preachers who haven't our holiness. Why is it that the clergy are so given to sex crimes? That's not true, from Eddie Fizzlinger. Don't talk that way, Don Pickens begged. Don was Frank's roommate, a slight youth, so gentle, so affectionate, that even the raging lion of righteousness, Dean Trosper, was moved to spare him. Harry Zintz patted his arm. "Oh, you, Don, you'll always be a monk. But if you don't believe it, Fizzlinger, look at the statistics of the 5,000-odd crimes committed by clergymen, that is, those who got caught, since the 80s, and note the percentage of sex offenses. Rape, incest, bigamy, enticing young girls. Oh, a lovely record." Elmer was yawning. "Oh, God, I do get so sick of you fellows yammering and arguing and discussing. All perfectly simple. Maybe we preachers aren't perfect, don't pretend to be, but we do a lot of good. Well, that's right, said Eddie. Maybe it is true that the snares of sex are so dreadful that even ministers of the gospel are trapped. And the perfectly simple solution is continence. Just take it out in prayer and good hard exercise. Oh, sure, Eddie, you bet. What a help you're going to be to the young men in your church, purred Harry Zins. Frank Shallard was meditating unhappily. Just why are we going to be preachers anyway? Why are you, Harry, if you think we're all such liars? Oh, not liars, Frank, just practical, as Elmer put it. Me, it's easy. I'm not ambitious. I don't want money enough to hustle for it. I like to sit and read. I like intellectual acrobatics and no work, and you can have all that in the ministry. Unless you're one of these chumps that get up big institutional outfits and work themselves to death for publicity. You certainly have a fine view of the ministry, growled Elmer. Well, all right. What's your fine high purpose in becoming a man of God, Brother Gantry? Well, rats, it's perfectly clear. Preachers can do a lot of good and give help and explain religion. I wish you'd explain it to me, especially I want to know to what extent are Christian symbols descended from indecent barbaric symbols. Oh, you make me tired. Horace Carp fluttered. Of course, none of you consecrated windjammers ever think of the one raison d'etre of the church, which is to add beauty to the barren lives of the common people. Yeah, it certainly must make the common people feel awfully common to hear Brother Gantry spiel about the errors of superal-sapinarianism. I never preach about any such a goddamn thing, Elmer protested. I just give him a good, helpful sermon with some jokes sprinkled in to make it interesting, and some stuff about the theater or something that'll startle them a little and wake 'em up and help 'em to lead better and fuller daily lives. Oh, do you, dearie? Said Zins. My error. I thought you probably gave him a lot of helpful hints about the inaccessibilities tribute and the res sacramenti. Well, Frank, why did you become a theologue? I can't tell you when you put it sneeringly. I believe there are mystic experiences which you can follow only if you are truly set apart. Well, I know why I came here, said Don Pickens. My dad sent me. So did mine, complained Horace Carp. But what I can't understand is, why are any of us in an old Baptist school? Horrible denomination. All these moldy barns of churches and people coughing illiterate hymns and long-winded preachers always springing a bright new idea like all the world needs to solve its problems is to get back to the gospel of Jesus Christ. The only church is the Episcopal. Music, vestments, stately prayers, lovely architecture, dignity, authority. Believe me, as soon as I can make the break, I'm going to switch over to the Episcopalians, and then I'll have a social position and be able to marry a nice rich girl. No, you're wrong, said Zins. The Baptist Church is the only denomination worthwhile, except possibly the Methodist. I'm glad to hear you say that, marveled Eddie, because the Baptists and the Methodists have all the numbskulls except that belong to the Catholic Church and the henhouse sects. And so even you, Horace, can get away with being a prophet. There are some intelligent people in the Episcopal and Congregational churches, and a few of the Campbellite flocks, and they check up on you. Of course, all Presbyterians are half-wits too, but they have a standard doctrine, and they can trap you into a heresy trial. But in the Baptist and Methodist churches, man, there's the birth for philosophers like me and hoot-owls like you, Eddie. All you have to do with Baptists and Methodists, as Father Carp suggests. If you agree with me about anything, I withdraw it, said Horace. All you have to do, said Zintz, is to get some sound and perfectly meaningless doctrine and keep repeating it. You won't bore the layman. In fact, the only thing they resent is something that is new, so they have to work their brains. Oh, no, Father Carp. The Episcopal pulpit's for actors that aren't good enough to get on the stage, but the good old Baptist fold for realists. You make me tired, Harry, complained Eddie. You must want to show off, that's all. You're a lot better Baptist and a lot better Christian than you let on to be, and I can prove it. Folks won't go on listening to your sermons unless they carry conviction. No, sir. You can fool folks once or twice with a lot of swell-sounding words, but in the long run, it's sincerity they look for. And one thing that makes me know you're on the right side is that you don't practice open communion. Golly, I feel that everything we Baptists stand for is threatened by those darn so-called liberals that are beginning to practice open communion. Rats, grumbled Harry. Of all the fool Baptist egotism, closed communion is the worst. Nobody but people we consider saved to be allowed to take communion with us. Nobody can meet God unless we introduce him. Self-appointed guardians of the blood and body of Jesus Christ. Phew! Absolutely, from Horace Carp, and there is absolutely no scriptural basis for close communion. There certainly is, shrieked Eddie. Frank, where's your Bible? Gee, I left it inside. Where's yours, Don? Well, I'll be switched. I had the darn thing right here just this evening, lamented Don Perkins after a search. Oh, I remember. I was killing a cockroach with it. It's on top of your wardrobe, said Elmer. Gee, honest, you oughtn't to kill cockroaches with a Bible, mourned Eddie Fizzlinger. Now here's the Bible, good and straight for close communion, Harry. It says in 1 Corinthians 11:27 and 29, whoever shall eat this bread and drink this cup of the Lord unworthily shall be guilty of the body and of the blood of the Lord. For he that eateth and drinketh unworthily eateth and drinketh damnation to himself. And how can there be a worthy Christian unless he's been baptized by immersion? I do wonder sometimes, mused Frank Shallard, if we aren't rather impious, we Baptists, to set ourselves up as the keepers of the gates of God, deciding just who is righteous and who is worthy to commune. But there's nothing else we can do, explained Eddie. The Baptist Church, being the only pure, scriptural church, is the one real church of God, and we're not setting ourselves up, we're just following God's ordinances. Horace Carp had been reveling in the popular mitzvah sport of looking up biblical texts to prove a preconceived idea. I don't find anything here about Baptists, he said. Not about your doggone old Episcopalians either, darn snobs. And the preachers wearing nightshirts, from Eddie. You bet your life. You find something that talks about bishops, and that means the Episcopal bishops. The Papes and the Methodists and the uncanonical bishops,
rejoiced Horace. "I'll bet you $2.67 I wind up as an Episcopal bishop, and believe me, I'll be high church as hell. All the candles I can get up on the altar." Harry Zentz was speculating. "I suppose it's unscientific to believe that because I happen to be a Baptist practitioner myself, and see that word-splitting, text-twisting, applause-hungry, job-hunting, medieval-minded second-raters even the biggest Baptist leaders are, therefore the Baptist Church is the worst of the lot. I don't suppose it's really any worse than the Presbyterian or the Congregational or Disciples or Lutheran or any other. But say, you, Fizzlinger, ever occurred to you how dangerous it is, this Bible worship? You and I might have to quit preaching and go to work. You tell the mutton heads that the Bible contains absolutely everything necessary for salvation, don't you? Of course. Then what's the use of having any preachers, any church? Let people stay home and read the Bible. Well, it says... The door was dashed open, and Brother Carcass entered. Brother Carcass was no youthful student. He was 43, heavy-handed, big-footed, and his voice was the voice of a Great Dane. Born to the farm, he had been ordained a Baptist preacher for 20 years now, and up and down through the Dakotas, Nebraska, Arkansas, he had bellowed in Up Creek tabernacles. His only formal education had been in country schools, and of all books, save the Bible, revivalistic hymnals, a concordance handy for finding sermon texts, and a manual of poultry keeping. He was absolutely ignorant. He had never met a woman of the world, never drunk a glass of wine, never heard a bar of great music, and his neck was not free from the dust of the cornfields. But it would have been a waste of pity to sigh over Brother Carcass as a plucky poor student. He had no longing for further knowledge. He was certain he already had it all. He despised the faculty as book-adulterated wobblers in the faith. He could out-pray and out-holler and out-say the whole lot of them. He desired a mitzvah degree only because it would get him a better-paid job, or as he put it, with the 1850 vocabulary which he found adequate for 1905, because it would lead him to a wider field of usefulness. Say, don't you fellers ever do anything but sit around and argue and discuss and bellyache? He shouted. My lands, I can hear you racket way down the hall. Be a lot better for you young fellers if you'd forget your smart aleck arguing and spend the evening on your knees in prayer. Oh, you're a fine lot of smart, educated swells, but you'll find where that rubbish gets you when you go out and have to wrestle with old Satan for unregenerate souls. What are you gasbags arguing about, anyway? Well, Harry says, wailed Eddie Fizzlinger, that there's nothing in the Bible that says Christians have to have a church or preachers. Huh? And him that thinks he's so educated, where's a Bible? It was now in the hands of Elmer, who had been reading his favorite book, The Song of Solomon. Well, Brother Gantry, glad to see there's one galoot here that's got sense enough to stick to the old book and get himself right with God, instead of shooting off his face like some pedo Baptist. Now, look here, Brother Zens. It says here in Hebrews, forsake not the assembling of yourselves together. There. I guess that'll hold you. My dear brother in the Lord, said Harry. "The only thing suggested there is an assembly like the Plymouth Brotherhood, with no regular paid preachers. As I was explaining to Brother Fizzlinger, personally, I'm so ardent an admirer of the Bible that I'm thinking of starting a sect where we all just sing a hymn together, then sit and read our Bibles all day long, and not have any preachers getting between us and the all-sufficient Word of God. I expect you to join, Brother Carcass, unless you're one of these dirty higher critics that want to break down the Bible." "Oh, you make me tired," said Eddie. "You make me tired always twisting the plain commands of Scripture," said Brother Carcass, shutting the door weightily and from the outside. "You all make me tired. My God, how you fellows can argue," said Elmer, chewing his Pittsburgh stogie. The room was thick now with tobacco fumes, though in Mitzpah Seminary smoking was frowned on, practically forbidden by custom. All of the consecrated company save Eddie Fizzlinger were at it, and he rasped, "This air is something terrible. Why, you fellows touch that vile weed. Worms and men are the only animals who indulge in tobacco. I'm going to get out of here." There was strangely little complaint. Rid of Eddie, the others turned to their invariable topic, what they call sex. Frank Shallard and Don Pickens were virgins, timid and fascinated, respectful and urgent. Horace Carp had had one fumbling little green-sick experience, and all three listened with nervous eagerness to the experiences of Elmer and Harry Zentz. Tonight, Elmer's mind reeked with it, and he who had been almost silent during the ecclesiastical wrangling was voluble now. The youngsters panted as he chronicled his meetings with a willing choir singer this summer past. Tell me, fretted Don, do girls, nice girls, do they really ever, go with a preacher? And aren't you ashamed to face them afterwards in church?" "Huh," observed Zentz. "Ashamed? They worship you," declared Elmer. "They stand by you the way no wife ever would, as long as they do fall for you. Why, this girl, she sang something elegant." He finished vaguely, reminiscently. Suddenly he was bored at treading the mysteries of sex with these mooncalves. He lunged up. "Goin'?" said Frank. Elmer posed at the door, smirking, his hands on his hips. "Oh, no, not at all." He looked at his watch. It was a watch which reminded you of Elmer himself, large, thick, shiny, with a near gold case. "I merely have a date with a girl, that's all." Well, he was lying, but he had been roused by his own stories, and would have given a year of life if his boast were true. He returned to his solitary room in a fever. God, if Juanita were only here, or Agatha, or even that little chambermaid at Solomon Junction. What the dickens was her name now? He longed. He sat motionless on the edge of his bed. He clenched his fists. He groaned and gripped his knees. He sprang up to race about the room, to return and sit dolorously entranced. "Oh, God, I can't stand it," he moaned. He was inconceivably lonely. He had no friends. He had never had a friend since Jim Lefferts. Harry Zentz despised his brains, Frank Shallard despised his manners, and the rest of them he himself despised. He was bored by the droning seminary professors all day, the schoolboys arguing in the evening, and in the rush of prayer meetings, and in chapel meetings and special praise meetings. He was bored by hearing the same enthusiasts gamble in the same scriptural rejoicings. Oh, yes, I want to go and preach. Couldn't go back, just business or the farm. Miss the hymns, the bean boss, but I can't do it. God, I am so lonely. If Juanita was just here. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Elmer Gantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 9, Chapter 7, Parts 1 to 4. Part 1. The Reverend Jacob Trosper, D.D., Ph.D., LL.D., Dean and Chief Executive of Mizpah Theological Seminary, and Professor of Practical Theology and Homiletics, was a hard-faced, active man with a large, active voice. His cheeks were gouged with 2 deep channels. His eyebrows were heavy. His hair, now gray and bristly, must once have been rusty, like Eddie Fislinger's. He would have made an excellent top sergeant. He looked through the students and let them understand that he knew their sins and idlenesses before they confessed them. Elmer was afraid of Dean Trosper. When he was summoned to the dean's office the morning after the spiritual conference in Frank Shallard's room, he was uneasy. He found Frank with the dean. God, Frank's been tattling about my doings with women. Brother Gantry, said the dean. Yes, sir. I have an appointment which should give you experience and a little extra money. It's a country church down at the Schonheim, 11 miles from here, on the spur line of the Ontario, Omaha, and Pittsburgh. You will hold regular Sunday morning services and Sunday school. If you are able to work up afternoon and evening services and prayer meetings, so much the better. The pay will be $10 a Sunday. If there's to be anything extra for extra work, well, that's up to you and your flock. I'd suggest that you go down there on a hand car. I'm sure you can get the section gang boss here to lend you one, as it's for the Lord's work. And the boss's brother does a lot of gardening here. I'm going to send Brother Shallard with you to conduct the Sunday school and get some experience. He has a particularly earnest spirit, which it wouldn't entirely hurt you to emulate, Brother Gantry. But he's somewhat shy in contact with sin-hardened common people. Now, boys, this is a small church, but never forget that it's priceless souls that I'm entrusting to your keeping. And who knows but that you may kindle there such a fire as may someday illuminate all the world. Providing, Brother Gantry, you eliminate the worldly things that I suspect you are indulging in. Elmer was delighted. It was his first real appointment. In Kansas this summer, he had merely filled other people's pulpits for 2 or 3 weeks at a time. He had shown some of these fellows that had thought he was just a mouth artist, show him how he could build up church membership, build up the collections, get 'em all going with his eloquence, and, of course, carry the message of salvation into darkened hearts. It would be mighty handy to have the extra 10 a week, and maybe more, if he could kid the Schonheim deacons properly. His first church, his own, and Frank had to take his orders. Part 2. In the virginal days of 1905, suction gangs went out to work on the railway line not by gasoline power, but by a hand car, a platform with 2 horizontal bars worked up and down like pump handles. On a hand car, Elmer and Frank Shellard set out for their first charge. They did not look particularly clerical as they sawed at the handles. It was a chilly November Sunday morning, and they wore shabby greatcoats. Elmer had a moth-eaten plush cap over his ears. Frank exhibited absurd earmuffs under a more absurd derby, and both had borrowed red flannel mittens from the section gang. The morning was icily brilliant. Apple orchards glistened in the frost, and among the rattling weed stalks by the worm fences, quail were whistling. Elmer felt his lungs free of library dust as he pumped. He broadened his shoulders, rejoiced in sweating, felt that his ministry among real men and living life was begun. He pitied the pale Frank a little, and pumped the harder, and made Frank pump the harder, up and down, up and down, up and down. It was agony to the small of his back and shoulders, now growing soft, to labor on the upgrade, where the shining rails toiled around the curves through the gravel cuts. But downhill, swooping toward the frosty meadows and the sound of cowbells in the morning sun, he whooped with exhilaration and struck up a boisterous, "There is power, power, wonder-working power in the blood of the Lamb." The Schonheim church was a dingy brown box with a toy steeple, in a settlement consisting of the church, the station, a blacksmith shop, 2 stores, and 6 houses. But at least 30 buggies were gathered along the rutty street or in the carriage sheds behind the church. At least 70 people had come to inspect their new pastor, and they stood in gaping circles, staring between frosty, damp mufflers and visored fur caps. "I'm scared to death," murmured Frank as they strode up the one street from the station. But Elmer felt healthy, proud, and expansive. His own church, small, but somehow different from these ordinary country meeting houses, quite a nice-shaped steeple, not one of those shacks with no steeple at all, and his people waiting for him, their attention flowing into him and swelling him. He threw open his overcoat, held it back with his hands imperially posed on his left hip, and let them see not only the black broadcloth suit bought this last summer for his ordination, but something choice he had added since, elegant white piping at the opening of his vest. A red-faced, mustached man swaggered up to greet them. "Brother Gantry and Brother Shellard, I'm Barney Baines, one of the deacons. Pleased to meet you. The Lord gave power to your message. Some time since we had any preaching here, and I guess we're all pretty hungry for spiritual food and the straight gospel. Being from Mitzpah, I guess there's no danger you boys believe in this open communion." Frank had begun to worry. "Well, what I feel is," when Elmer interrupted him with a very painful bunt to the side, and chanted in holy joy, "Pleased to meet you, Brother Baines. Oh, Brother Shallard and I are absolutely sound on both immersion and close communion. We trust you will pray for us, brother, that the Holy Ghost may be present in this work today, and that all the brethren may rejoice in a great reawakening and a bountiful harvest." Deacon Baines and all who heard him muttered, saint to saint, "He's pretty young yet, but he's got the right idea. I'm sure we're going to have a real rising preaching. Don't think much of Brother Shallard, though. Kind of a nice-looking young fella, but dumb in the head. Stands there like a bump on a log. Well, he's good enough to teach the kids in Sunday school." Brother Gantry was shaking hands all around. His sanctifying ordination, or it might have been his summer of bouncing from pulpit to pulpit, had so elevated him that he could greet them as impressively and fraternally as a sewing machine agent. He shook hands with a good grip. He looked at all the more aged sisters as though they were moved to give him a holy kiss. He said the right things about the weather, and by luck or inspiration, it was to the most acidly devout man in Boone County that he quoted a homicidal text from Malachi. As he paraded down the aisle, leading his flock, he panted, "Got 'em already. I can do something to wake these hicks up," where gas bags like Frank or Carp would just chew the rag. How could I have felt so down in the mouth and so carnal last week? Let me at that pulpit. They faced him in hard, straight pews, rugged heads seen against the brown wall, and pine double doors grained to mimic oak. They gratifyingly crowded the building, and at the back stood shuffling young men with unshaven chins and pale blue neckties. He felt power over them while he trolled out the chorus of "The Church in the Wildwood." His text was from Proverbs, "Hatred stirreth up strifes, but love covereth all sins." He seized the sides of the pulpit with his powerful hands, glared at the congregation, decided to look benevolent after all, and exploded. "In the hustle and bustle of daily life, I wonder how many of us stop to think that in all that is highest and best, we are ruled not even by our most up-and-coming efforts, but by love. What is love? The divine love of which the great singer teaches us in Proverbs. It is the rainbow that comes after the dark cloud. It is the morning star, and it is also the evening star, whose being, as you all so well know, the brightest stars we know. It shines upon the cradle of the little one, and when life has, alas, departed, to come no more, you find it still around the quiet tomb. What is it that inspires all great men, be they preachers or patriots or great businessmen? What is it, my brethren, but love? Ah, it fills the world with melody, with such sacred melodies as we have great indulged in together. For what is music? What, my friends, is music? Ah, what indeed is music but the voice of love? He explained that hatred was low. However, for the benefit of the more leathery and zealous deacons down front, he permitted them to hate all Catholics, all Puritans who fail to believe in hell and immersion, and all rich mortgage holders, wantoning in the betraying smiles of scarlet women, each of whom wore silk and in her jeweled hand held a ruby glass of perfidious wine. He closed by lowering his voice to a maternal whisper and relating a totally imaginary but most improving experience with a sinful old gentleman who on his bed of pain had admitted, to Elmer's urging, that he ought to repent immediately, but who put it off so long, died amid his virtuous and grief-stricken daughters, and presumably went straight to the devil. When Elmer had galloped down to the door to shake hands with such as did not remain for Sabbath school, 16 several auditors said, in effect, "Brother, that was a most helpful sermon and elegantly expressed," and he wrung their hands with a boyish gratitude beautiful to see. Deacon Baines patted his shoulder. "I never heard so young a preacher hand out such a fine doctrine, brother. Meet my daughter, Lulu." And there she was, the girl for whom he had been looking ever since he had come to Mizpah. Lulu Baines was a gray and white kitten with a pink ribbon. She had sat at the back of the church behind the stove, and he had not seen her. He looked down at her thirstily. His excitement at having played his sermon to such applause was nothing beside his excitement over the fact that he would have her near him in his future clerical labors. Life was a promising and glowing thing as he held her hand and tried not to sound too insistently affectionate. "Such a pleasure to meet you, Sister Lulu." Lulu was 19 or 20. She had a diminutive class of 12-year-old boys in the Sunday school. Elmer had intended to sneak out during Sunday school, leaving Frank Shallard responsible, and find a place where he could safely smoke a Pittsburgh stogie. But in view of his new spiritual revelation, he hung about, beaming with holy approbation of the good work, and being manly and fraternal with the little boys in Lulu's class. "If you want to grow up and be big fellows, regular sure enough huskies, you just listen to what Miss Baines has to tell you about how Solomon built that wonderful big old temple," he crooned at them. And if they twisted and giggled in shyness, at least Lulu smiled at him. A gray and white kitten with sweet kitten eyes, small, soft kitten who purred, "Oh, now, Brother Gantry, I'm just so scared and I don't hardly dare teach." Big eyes that took him into their depths. Still he heard her lisping as the voice of the angels, larks, and whole orchestra of flutes. He could not let her go at the end of Sunday school. He must hold her. "Oh, Sister Lulu, come see me at the handcar Frank and I, Brother Shallard and I, came down on. The funniest, just laugh your head off." As the section gang passed through Schonheim, at least 10 times a week, handcars could have been no astounding novelty to Lulu, but she trotted beside him and stared prettily and caroled, "Oh, honest, did you come down here on that? Well, I never." She shook hands cheerfully with both of them. He thought jealously that she was as cordial to Frank as to himself. "He better watch out and not go fooling around my girl," Elmer rectified as they pumped back toward Babylon. He did not congratulate Frank on having overcome his dread of stolid country audience. Frank had always lived in cities, or on having made Solomon's Temple not merely a depressing object composed of substance called cubits, but an actual shrine in which dwelt an active and terrifying God. Part 3. For 2 Sundays now, Elmer had striven to impress Lulu not only as an affectionate young prophet, but as a desirable man. There were always too many people about. Only once did he have her alone. They walked half a mile then to call on a sick old woman. On their way, Lulu had fluttered at him, gray and white kitten, in a close bonnet of soft fuzzy gray, which he wanted to stroke. "I suppose you're just bored to death by my sermons," he fished. "Oh, no, I think they're just wonderful." "Do you? Honest?" "Honest, I do." He looked down at her childish face till he had caught her eyes, and then, jocularly, "My, but this wind is making the little cheeks and the cute lips awfully red. I guess maybe some fella must have been kissing them before church." "Oh, no!" She looked distressed, almost frightened. "Whoa up," he counseled himself. "You've got the wrong track. Golly, I don't believe she's as much as a fusser as I thought she was. Really is kind of innocent. Poor kid. Shame to get her all excited." "Ah, thunder. Won't hurt her a bit to have some little educated love-making." He hastily removed any possible blots on his clerical reputation. "Oh, I was joking. I just meant, be ashamed if as lovely a girl as you weren't engaged. I suppose you are engaged, of course?" "No. I liked a boy here awfully, but he went to Cleveland to work, and I guess he's kind of forgotten me." "Oh, that is really too bad." Nothing could be stronger, more dependable, more comforting than the pressure of his fingers on her arm. She looked grateful, and then she came to the sick room and heard Brother Gantry pray, long, fervently, and with the choicest words about death, not really mattering, nor really hurting. The old woman had cancer. Then Lulu also looked worshipful. On their way back, he made his final probe. "But even if you aren't engaged, Sister Lulu, I'll bet there's a lot of the young fellas here that are crazy about you." "Oh, no, honest, there aren't. Oh, I go round some with a second cousin of mine, Floyd Naylor, but my, he's so slow, he's no fun. The Reverend Mr. Gantry planned to provide fun. Part 4. Elmer and Frank had gone down on Saturday afternoon to decorate the church for the Thanksgiving service. To save the trip to Babylon and back, they were to spend Saturday night in the broad farmhouse of Deacon Baines, and Lulu Baines and her spinster cousin, Miss Baldwin, were assisting in the decoration. In other words, doing it. They were stringing pine boughs across the back of the hall and arranging a harvest feast of pumpkins, yellow corn, velvety sumac in front of the pulpit. While Frank and the spinster cousin of the Baineses discussed the artistic values of the pumpkins, Elmer hinted to Lulu, "I want your advice, Lulu, Sister Lulu. Don't you think in my sermon tomorrow it might be helpful to explain?" They stood side by side now. How sweet were her little shoulders, her soft pussy-cat cheeks. He had to kiss them. He had to. He swayed toward her. Damn Frank and that Baldwin female. Why didn't they get out? To explain that all these riches of the harvest, priceless though they are in themselves, and necessary for grub, for the festival board, yet they are but symbols and indications of the— do sit down, Lulu. You look a little tired. Of the deeper spiritual blessings which he also showers on us, and not just at harvest time. And this is a very important point. Her hand dropped against his knee, lay so white on the drab pew. Her breasts were young and undrained under her plaid blouse. He had to touch her hand. His fingers crept toward it, touched it by accident, surely by accident, while she looked devotion and he intoned sublimity. A very important point indeed. All the year round we receive these greater inner blessings, and it is for them, more than for any material gains, that we should lift our voices in thanksgiving. Don't you think it might be valuable to all of us if I brought that out? Oh, yes, I think I do. I think that's a lovely thought. His arms tingled. He had to slip them around her. Frank and Miss Baldwin had sat down, and they were in an intolerably long discussion as to what ought to be done about that terrible little Cutler boy who said that he didn't believe that the ravens brought any bread and meat to Elijah, not if he knew anything about these old crows. Frank explained that he did not wish to rebuke honest doubt, but when this boy went and made a regular business of cutting up and asking foolish questions— "Lulu," Elmer urged, "skip back in the other room with me a second. There's something about the church work I want to ask you, and I don't want them to hear." There were 2 rooms in the Schonheim church, the auditorium and a large closet for the storage of hymn books, mops, brooms, folding chairs, and communion cups. It was lighted by a dusty window. "Sister Baines and I are going to look over the Sunday school lesson charts," Elmer called largely and brightly. The fact that she did not deny it bound them together in secrecy. He sat on an upturned bucket. She perched on a step-ladder. It was pleasant to be small in her presence and look up to her. What the something about church work which he was going to ask her was, he had no notion. But Elmer was a very ready talker in the presence of young women. He launched out. "I need your advice. I've never met anybody that combined common sense and spiritual values like what you do." "Oh, my, you're just flattering me, Brother Gantry." "No, I'm not. Honest, I ain't. You don't appreciate yourself." "That's because you've always lived in this little burg. But if you were in Chicago, or someplace like that, believe me, they'd appreciate that wonderful sense of spiritual values and everything." "Oh, Chicago! My, I'd be scared to death." "Well, I'll have to take you there some day and show you the town. Guess folks would talk about their bad old preacher then. They both laughed heartily. But seriously, Lulu, what I want to know is, what I wanted to ask you, do you think I ought to come down here and hold Wednesday prayer meetings? Well, why, I think that would be awfully nice. But you see, I'd have to come down on that old hand car. That's so. And you can't know how hard I got to study every evening at the seminary. Oh, yes, I can imagine. They both sighed in sympathy, and he laid his hands on hers, and they sighed again, and he removed his hand almost prudishly. But of course I wouldn't want to spare myself in any way. It's a pastor's privilege to spend himself for his congregation. Yes, that's so. But on the other hand, with the roads the way they are here, especially in winter and all, and most of the congregation living way out on farms and all, hard for 'em to get in, eh? That's so. The roads do get so bad. Yes, I think you're right, Brother Gantry. Oh, Lulu, and here I've been calling you by your first name. You're going to make me feel like I've been acting terrible if you rebuke me that way and don't call me Elmer. But then you're the preacher, and I'm just nobody. Oh, yes, you are. Oh, no, I'm not. They laughed very much. Listen, Lulu, honey, remember I'm really still a kid, just 25 this month, only about 5 or 6 older than you are. Now try calling me Elmer, and see how it sounds. Oh, my, I wouldn't dare. Well, try it. Oh, I couldn't. Imagine. Fraidy cat. I guess I am. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. I dare you. Well, Elmer, then, so there now. And they laughed intimately, and in the stress of their merriment he picked up her hand, squeezed it, rubbed it against his arm, and he did not release it, but it was only with the friendliest and least emphatic pressure that he held it while he crooned, You aren't really scared of poor old Elmer? Well, yes, I am a tiny bit. But why? Oh, you're so big and strong and dignified, like you were lots older, and you have such a boom, boom voice. My, I love to listen to it, but it scares me. I feel like you'd turn on me and say, You're bad, little girl, and then I'd have to fess. My, and then you're so terribly educated. You know such long words, and you can explain all these things about the Bible that I can never understand. And of course you are a real ordained Baptist clergyman. But does that keep me from being a man, too? Yes, it does, sort of. Then there was no playfulness, but a grim urgency in his voice. Then you couldn't imagine me kissing you? Look at me, I tell you. There, no, don't look away now. Why, you're blushing. You dear, poor, darling kid. You can imagine me kissing? Well, I oughtn't to. Shamed? Yes, I am. Listen, dear. You think of me as so awfully grown up, and of course I have to impress all these folks when I'm in the pulpit, but you can see through it, and I'm really just a big, bashful kid, and I need your help so. Did you know, dear, you remind me of my mother? End of section 9. Section 10 of Elmer Gantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 10, Chapter 7, Parts 5 to 9. Part 5. Frank Shallard turned on Elmer in their bedroom while they were washing for supper, their first moment alone since Lulu and Miss Baldwin had driven them to the Baines farm to spend the night before the Thanksgiving service. Look here, Gantry, Elmer, I don't think it looked well the way you took Miss Baines in the back room at the church and kept her there. Must have been half an hour, and when I came in you two jumped and looked guilty.
Uh-huh. So our little friend frankly is a real rubbernecking old woman. It was a spacious, dusky cavern under the eaves, the room where they were to stay that night. The pitcher on the black walnut washstand was stippled in gold, riotous with nameless buds. Elmer stood glaring, his big forearms bare and dripping, shaking his fingers over the carpet. He reached for the towel. I am not a rubberneck, and you know it, Gantry. But you're the preacher here, and it's our duty for the effect on others to avoid even the appearance of evil. Evil to him who thinks evil. Maybe you've heard that too? Oh, yes, Elmer. I think perhaps I have. Suspicious, dirty-minded Puritan, that's what you are, seeing evil where there ain't any meant. People don't hate Puritans because they suspect unjustly, but because they suspect only too darned justly. Look here now, Elmer, I don't want to be disagreeable. Well, you are. But Miss Baines, she looks sort of cuddlesome and flirtatious. But I'm dead certain she's straight as can be, and I'm not going to stand back and watch you try to make love to her. Well, smarty, suppose I want to marry her. Do you? You know so blame much, you ought to know without asking. Well, do you? I haven't said I didn't. Your rhetoric is too complicated for me. I'll take it that you do mean to. Well, that's fine. I'll announce your intentions to Deacon Baines. You will like hell. Now you look here, Shallard. I'm not going to have you poking your long nose into my business, and that's all there is to it, see? Well, yes, it would be if you were a layman and I had no official connection with this outfit. I don't believe too much in going around being moral for other people, but you're the preacher here. You're an ordained minister, and I'm responsible with you for the welfare of this church, and I'm damned if I'm going to watch you seducing the first girl you get your big sweaty hands on. Oh, don't go doubling up your fists. Of course you could lick me, but you won't, especially here in the deacon's house. Ruin you in the ministry. Great God, and you're the kind we affably let into the Baptist ministry? I was saying I don't propose to see you trying to seduce. Now, by God, if you think I'm going to stand, let me tell you right now, you've got the filthiest mind I ever heard of, Shallard. Why you think I intend for one single second to be anything but friendly and open and above board with with Miss Baines? Why, you fool, I was in there listening about how she was in love with a fellow, and he's gone off to Chicago and chucked her. And that was all. And why you should think... Oh, don't be so fat-headed, Gantry. You can't get away with sitting in my room in the seminary, boasting you and Zen's boasting about how many affairs you've had. Well, it's the last time I'll sit in your damned room. Splendid. Think what you want to, and go to the devil and be sure and run tattling to Pop Trosper and the rest of the faculty. Well, that's a good comeback, Gantry. I may do just that, but this evening I'll just watch watch Miss Baines, and you. Poor sweet kid that she is. Nice eyes. Uh-huh, young Shallard, so you've been smelling around too? My God, Gantry, what a perfect specimen you are. Part 6. Deacon and Mrs. Baines, an angry face, generous, grasping, horsey, black-mustached man that he was, and she, a dumpling, managed to treat Frank and Elmer simultaneously as professors of the sacred mysteries, and as two hungry boys who were starved at Mitzvah and were going to catch up tonight. Fried chicken, creamed chipped beef, homemade sausages, pickles and mince pie in what Elmer suspected, and gratefully suspected, the presence of unrighteous brandy, were the only part of the stout trencher work required of the young prophets. Mr. Baines roared every 3 minutes at the swollen and suffering Frank. "Nonsense, brother. You haven't begun to eat yet. What's the matter with you? Pass up your plate for another helping." Miss Baldwin, the spinster, 2 other deacons and their wives, and a young man from a nearby farm, one Floyd Naylor, were present, and the clergy were also expected to be instructive. The theories were that they cared to talk of nothing save theology and the church, and second, that such talk was somehow beneficial in the tricky business of enjoying your sleep and buggy riding and victuals, and still getting into heaven. "Say, Brother Gantry," said Mrs. Baines, "what Baptist paper do you like best for home reading? I tried the Watchman Examiner for a while, but it don't seem to me it lambastes the Campbellites like it ought to, or gives the Catholics what for, like a real earnest Christian sheet ought to. I've started taking the Word and Way. Now there's a mighty sound paper that don't mince matters none, and written real elegant. Just suits me. It tells you straight out from the shoulder that if you don't believe in the virgin birth and the resurrection, atonement, and immersion, then it don't make no difference about your so-called good works and charity and all that, because you're doomed and bound to go straight to hell, and not no make-believe hell either, but a real gosh-awful, terrible bed of sure-enough coals. Yes, sir." "Oh, look here now, Brother Baines. You don't mean to say you think that the Lord Jesus isn't going to save one single solitary person who isn't an Orthodox Baptist?" "Well, I don't profess to know all these things myself, like I was a high-toned preacher, but the way I see it, oh yes, maybe if a fellow isn't ever had a chance to see the light, say he was brought up in a Methodist or a Mormon, and never heard a real dyed-in-the-wool Baptist explain the complete truth, then maybe God might forgive him because he was ignorant. But one thing I do know absolute, all these advanced thinkers and higher critics are going to the hottest pit of hell. What do you think about that, Brother Gantry?" "Personally, I'm much inclined to agree with you," Elmer gloated. "But anyway, we can safely leave it to the mercy of God to take care of wobblers and cowards and gas-bags like these alleged advanced thinkers. When they treacherously weaken our efforts at soul savings out here in the field and go in for a lot of cussing and discussing and fussing around with a lot of fool speculation, that don't do anybody any practical good in the great work of bringing poor suffering souls to peace, and then I'm too busy to waste my time on 'em, that's all. And I wouldn't care one bit if they heard me and knew it. Fact, that's the only trouble with Brother Shallard here. I know he has the grace of God in his heart, but he will waste time worrying over a lot of doctrines when everything's set down in Baptist tradition, and that's all you need to know. I want you to think about that, Frank." Elmer had recovered. He enjoyed defying lightning, provided it was lightning no more dynamic than Frank was likely to furnish. He looked at Frank squarely. It was perhaps half an hour since their talk in the bedroom. Frank opened his mouth twice and closed it. Then it was too late. Deacon Baines was already overwhelming him with regeneration and mince pie. Part 7. Lulu was at the other end of the table from Elmer. He was rather relieved. He despised Frank's weakness, but he was nevertheless, as with Eddie Fizzlinger, sure what Frank would do or say, and he determined to be cautious. Once or twice he glanced at Lulu intimately, but he kept all his conversation, which for Lulu's admiration he tried to make learned, yet virile, for Mr. Baines and the other deacons. There, he reflected, now Shallard, the damned fool, ought to see what I'm not trying to grab off the kid. If he makes any breaks about what are my intentions to her, I'll just be astonished and get Mr. Frank Shallard in bed, curse him and his dirty, sneaking suspicions. But God, I've got to have her, said all the tumultuous smoky beings in the lowest layer of his mind, and he answered them only with an apprehensive, "Watch out, be careful, Dean Trosper would bust you. Old Baines would grab his shotgun. Be careful. Wait." Not till an hour after supper, when the others were bending over the corn popper, did he have the chance to whisper to her, "Don't trust Shallard. Pretends to be a friend of mine. Couldn't trust him with a plugged nickel. Got to tell you about him. Got to. Listen, slip down after the others go up to bed. I'll be down here. Must." "Oh, I can't. Cousin Adeline Baldwin is sleeping with me." "Well, pretend to get ready to go to bed. Start and do your hair or something, and then come down to see if the fire is all right. Will you?" "Maybe." "Oh, you must. Please, dear." "Maybe, but I can't stay but just a second." Most virtuously, almost ministerially, "Oh, of course." They all sat after supper in the sitting-room. The Baineses prided themselves on having advanced so far socially that they did not spend the evenings in the kitchen, dining-room, always. The sitting-room had the homeliness of a New England farmhouse, with hectically striped rag carpets, an amazing patent rocker with Corinthian knobs and brass dragon's feet, crayon enlargements, a table piled with farm and fireside and modern Priscilla, and the enormous volume of pictures of the Chicago's World Fair. There was no fireplace, but the stove was a cheery monster of nickel and mica, with a jolly brass crown more golden than gold, and around the glaring belly a chain of glass sapphires, glass emeralds, and hot glass rubies. Beside the stove's gorgeous cheerfulness, Elmer turned on his spiritual faucet and worked at being charming. "Now, don't you folks dare say one word about church affairs this evening. I'm not going to be a preacher. I'm just going to be a youngster and kick up my heels in the pasture after that lovely supper. And I declare to goodness if I didn't know she was a strict mother in Zion, I'd make Mother Baines dance with me. Bet she could shake as pretty a pair of heels as any of those art dancers in the theater." And encircling that squashy and billowing waist, he thrice whirled her around while she blushed and giggled. "Why, the very idea!" The others applauded with unsparing, plough-hardened hands, cracking the shy ears of Frank Shallard. Part 8. Always Frank had been known as an uncommonly amiable youth, but tonight he was sour as alum. It was Elmer who told them stories of the pioneer Kansas he knew so well from reading. It was Elmer who started them popping corn in the parlor stove after their first uneasiness at being human in the presence of men of God. During this festivity, when even the most decorous deacon chuckled and admonished Mr. Baines, "Hey, who you shoving there, Barney?" Elmer was able to provide publicity and make his rendezvous with Lulu. More jolly than ever then, and slightly shiny from buttered popcorn, he herded them to the parlor organ, on which Lulu operated with innocent glee and not much knowledge. Out of duty to the cloth, they had to begin singing Blessed Assurance, but presently he had them basking in Seeing Nellie Home and Old Black Joe. All the while he was quivering with the promise of soft adventure to come. It only added to his rapture that the young neighboring farmer, Floyd Naylor, kin of the Baines family, a tall young man, but awkward, was also mooning at Lulu, longing but shy. They wound up with Beulah Land, played by Lulu, and his voice was very soothing, very touching and tender. Oh, Beulah Land, sweet Beulah Land, you little darling, as on the highest mount I stand, I wonder if I kinda look pathetic, would she baby me? I look away across the sea, oh, I'll be good, won't go too far, where the mansions are prepared for me. Her wrist while she plays, like to kiss 'em, and view the shining glory shore. Going to, by thunder, tonight. My heaven, my home for evermore. I wonder if she'll come down the stairs in a wrapper. I just wish I knew, said the wife of one of the deacons, a sentimental and lively lady, what you were thinking of while we sang, Brother Gantry. Why, I was thinking how happy we'll all be when we are purified and at rest in Beulah Land. My, I knew it was something religious. You sang so sort of happy and inspired. Well, we must be going. It's been such a lovely evening, Sister Baines. We just don't know how to thank you and Brother Baines. Yes, and Brother Gantry, too, for such a fine time. Oh, and Brother Shallard, of course. Come on, Charlie. Charlie, as well as the other deacons, had vanished into the kitchen after Brother Baines. There was a hollow noise, as of a jug mouth, while the ladies and the clergy, talking loudly, looked tolerant. The men appeared at the door, wiping their mouths with the hairy backs of their paws. Part 9. After the tremendous leave-taking to a yawning host, Elmer suggested, if it won't bother you and Sister Baines, I'm going to stay down here by the fire a few minutes and complete my notes for my sermon tomorrow. And then I won't keep Brother Shallard awake. Fine, fine. Oh, excuse me, so sleepy. The house is yours, my boy. Brother, good night. Good night, Brother Baines. Good night, Sister Baines. Good night, Sister Lulu. Night, Frank. The room was far more boisterous when he was left alone in it. It reeled and clamored. He paced, nervously smiting the palm of his left hand, stopping in fever to listen. Time crawling forever. She would not come. Creep mouse rustle on the stairs, reluctant tiptoe in the hall. His whole torso swelled with longing. He threw back his arms, fist down by his side, chin up, like the statue of Nathan Hale. But when she edged in, he was enacting the kindly, burly pastor, an elbow on the corner of the parlor organ, 2 fingers playing with his massy watch chain, his expression benevolent and amused. She was not in a dressing gown. She wore her blue frock unaltered, but she had let down her hair, and its pale silkiness shone round her throat. She looked at him beseechingly. Instantly he changed his pose and dashed at her with a little boyish cry, "Oh, Lou, I can't tell you how Frank hurt me." What? Very naturally, as with unquestioning intimacy, he put his arm about her shoulder, let his fingertips rejoice in her hair. "Oh, it's terrible. Frank ought to know me. But what do you think he said? Oh, he didn't dare come right out and say it, not to me, but he hinted around and insinuated and suggested that you and I were misbehaving there in the church when we were talking. And you remember what we were talking about? About my mother, and how beautiful and lovely she used to be, and how much you're like her. Don't you think that's rotten of him? Oh, I do. I think it's just dreadful. I never did like him. In her sympathy, she had neglected to slip out from under his arm. Well, come sit down beside me here on the couch, dear. Oh, I mustn't. Moving with him toward the couch. I've just got to get back upstairs. Cousin Adeline, she's suspicious. We'll both go up right away, but this thing upset me so. Wouldn't think a big clumsy like me could be so sensitive a chump, would you? He drew her close. She snuggled in beside him, unstruggling and sighing. Oh, I do understand, Elmer, and I think it's dandy. I mean, it's lovely when a man can be so big and strong and still have fine feelings. But, honest, I must go. Must go, dear? Now. Yes, won't let you, lest you say it. Must go, dear. She had sprung up, but he held her hand, kissed her fingertips, looked up at her with plaintive affection. Poor boy, did I make it all well? She had snatched away her hand. She had swiftly kissed his temple and fled. He tramped the floor quite daft, now soaringly triumphant and now blackly longing. Part 9. During their handcar return to Babylon and the seminary, Elmer and Frank had little to say. Don't be such a grouch. Honest, I'm not trying to get funny with little Lulu, Elmer grumbled, panting as he pumped the handcar, grotesque in cap and muffler. All right, forget it, said Frank. Elmer endured till Wednesday. For 2 days he had been hag-ridden by plans to capture Lulu. They had become so plain to him that he seemed to be living them as he slumped on the side of his cot, his fists clenched, his eyes absent. In his dream he squandered a whole $2.50 for a livery rig for the evening, and drove to Schonheim. He hitched it at that big oak 1/4 mile from the Baines farmhouse. In the moonlight he would see the rounded and cratered hump of the oak trunk where a limb had been cut off. He crept into the farmyard, hid by the corn crib, cold but excited. She came to the door with a dishpan of water, stood sideways in the light, her gingham work dress molded to the curve from shoulder to breast. He whistled to her. She started, came toward him with doubtful feet, cried with gladness when she saw who it was. She could not stay with him till the work was done, but she insisted that he wait in the stable. There was the warmth of the cows, their sweet odor, and a scent of hay. He sat on a manger edge in the darkness, enraptured yet so ardent that he trembled as with fear. The barn door edged open. With a flash of moonlight she came toward him, reluctant, fascinated. He did not stir. She moved entranced straight into his arms. They sat together on a pile of hay, taut with passion, unspeaking, and his hand smoothed her ankle. And again, in his fancies, it was at the church that she yielded. For some reason not quite planned, he was there without Frank on a weekday evening, and she sat beside him on a pew. He could hear himself arguing that she was to trust him, that their love partook of the divine. even while he was fondling her. But suppose it were Deacon Baines who came to his whistle and found him sneaking in the barnyard. Suppose she declined to be romantic in cow barns, and just what excuse had he for spending an evening with her at church? But over and over, sitting on his cot, lying half asleep with the covers clutched desperately, he lived his imaginings till he could not endure it. Not till Wednesday morning did it occur to the Reverend Elmer Gantry that he needed not to sneak and prowl, not necessarily, no matter what his custom had been, and that there was nothing to prevent his openly calling on her. Nor did he spend any $2.50 for a carriage. Despite his florid magnificence, he was really a very poor young man. He walked to Schönheim, not in a vision now, but in reality, starting at 5 in the afternoon, carrying a ham sandwich for his supper. Walked the railroad track, the cold ties echoing under his heavy tread. He arrived at 8. He was certain that, coming so very late, his parents would not stay up to annoy him for more than an hour. They were likely to ask him to remain for the night, and there would be no snooping Cousin Adeline Baldwin about. Mr. Baines opened to his knock. Well, Brother Gantry, what brings you down to this part of the world this time of night? Come in. I sort of thought I needed a good long walk. Been studying too hard, and I took a chance on your letting me stop in and warm myself. Well, sir, by golly, brother, I'd been mad as a wet hen if you hadn't stopped. This is your house, and there's always an extra plate to slap on the table. Yes, sir. Had your supper? Sandwich? Enough? Foolishness. We'll have the women folk fix you up something in 2 shakes. The woman and Lulu, they're still out in the kitchen. Lulu! Oh, I mustn't stop. So terribly far back to town and so late. Shouldn't have walked so far. You don't have to step your foot out of the house tonight, brother. You stay right here. When Lulu saw him, her tranced eyes said, And did you come all this way for me? She was more softly desirable than he had fancied. Warmed and swollen with fried eggs and admiration, he sat with them in the parlor, narrating more or less possible incidents of his campaign for the righteousness in Kansas, till Mr. Baines began to yawn. By golly, 10 minutes after 9. Don't know how it got to be so late. Ma, I guess it's about time to turn in. Elmer lunged gallantly. Well, you can go to bed, but we being young folks, we're going to sit up and tell each other our middle names. I'm no preacher on weekdays. I'm just a student by Jiminy. Well, if you call this a weekday, looks like a weeknight to me, brother. Everybody laughed. She was in his arms on the couch before her father had yawned and coughed up the stairs. She was in his arms, limp, unreasoning. At midnight, after a long stillness in the chilling room, she sat up hastily at 2 and fingered her rumpled hair. Oh, I'm frightened, she whispered. He tried to pat her comfortably, but there was not much heart in him now. But it doesn't matter. When shall we be married? She fluttered. And then there was no heart in him at all, but only a lump of terror. Once or twice in his visions he had considered that there might be danger of having to marry her. He had determined that marriage would cramp his style in advancement in the church, and that, anyway, he didn't want to marry this brainless little fluffy chick who would be of no help in impressing rich parishioners. But that caution he had utterly forgotten in emotion, and her question was authentically a surprise, abominably a shock. Thus, in a whirling thought, even while he mumbled, Well, I don't think we can decide yet. I ought to wait till I have time to look around after I graduate and get settled in some good pastorate." "Yes, perhaps we ought," she said meekly to her man, the best and most learned and strongest, and much the most interesting person she had ever known. "So you mustn't mention it to anybody, Lou, not even your folks. They might not understand, like you do, how hard it is for a preacher to get his first real church." "Oh, yes, dear. Oh, kiss me." And he had to kiss her any number of times in that ghastly cold room before he could escape to his chamber. He sat on his bed with an expression of sickness, complaining, "Hell, I oughtn't to have gone so far. I thought she'd resist more. Ah, it wasn't worth all this risk. Ah, she's as dumb as a cow. Poor little thing." His charity made him feel beneficent again. "Sorry for her, but good God, she is so wishy-washy. Her fault, really, but, I was a fool. Well, fella has to stand right up and face his faults honestly. I do. I don't excuse myself. I'm not afraid to admit my faults and repent." So he was able to go to bed admiring his own virtue and almost forgiving her. End of section 10. Section 1 of Elmer Gantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 11, Chapter 8, Part 1. The ardor of Lulu, the pride of having his own church at Schernheim, the pleasure of watching Frank Shallard puff in agony over the handcar, all these did not make up to Elmer for his boredom in seminary classes from Monday to Friday. That boredom which all preachers, save a few sporting country parsons, a few managers of factory-like institutional churches, must endure throughout their lives. Often he thought of resigning and going into business, since buttery words and an important manner would be as valuable in business as in the church. The class to which he gave the most reverent attention was that of Mr. Ben T. Bonstock, professor of oratory and literature and instructor in voice culture. Under him, Elmer had been learning an ever more golden, yet still strong, pulpit manner, learning not to split infinitives in public, learning that references to Dickens, Victor Hugo, James Whitcomb Riley, Josh Billings, and Michelangelo gave to a sermon a very tony Chicago air. Elmer's eloquence increased like an August pumpkin. He went into the woods to practice. One day, a small boy came up behind him, standing on a stump in a clearing, and upon being greeted with, "I denounce the abomination of your lascivious and voluptuous abominations," he fled yelping, and never again was the same carefree youth. In moments when he was certain that he really could continue with the easy but dull life of the ministry, Elmer gave heed to Dean Trosper's lectures in practical theology and in homiletics. Dr. Trosper told the aspiring holy clerks what to say when they called on the sick, how to avoid being compromised by choir singers, how to remember edifying or laugh-rapping anecdotes by cataloging them, and how to prepare sermons when they had nothing to say, in what books they could find the best predigested sermon outlines, and, most useful of all, how to raise money. Eddie Fisselinger's notebook on the practical theology lectures, which Elmer viewed as Elmer's notebook also, before examinations, was crammed with such practical theology as pastoral visiting, no partiality, don't neglect hired girls, be cordial, guard conversation, pleasing manner and laugh, and maybe one funny story, but no scandal or criticism of others. Stay only 15 to 30 minutes. Ask if like to pray with, not insist. Remark great opportunities during sickness, sorrow, marriage. Ask jokingly why husband not oftener to church. The course in hymnology Elmer found tolerable. The courses in New Testament interpretation, church history, theology, missions, and comparative religions he stolidly endured and warmly cursed. Who the dickens cared whether Adoniram Judson became a Baptist by reading his Greek New Testament? While this fuss about a lot of prophecies and revelations, he wasn't going to preach that highbrow stuff, and expecting them to make something out of this filioque argument in theology? Foolish. The teachers of New Testament and church history were ministers whom admiring but bored metropolitan congregations had kicked upstairs. To both of them, polite deacons had said, "We consider you essentially scholarly, brother, rather than pastoral. Very scholarly. We're pulling wires to get you the high honor that's your due election to the chair in one of the Baptist seminaries. While they may pay a little less, you'll have much more of the honor you so richly deserve, and lots easier work, as you might say." The grateful savants had accepted, and they were spending the rest of their lives reading 15th-hand opinions, taking pleasant naps, and drooling out to yawning students the anemic and wordy bookishness which they called learning. But the worst of Elmer's annoyances were the courses given by Dr. Bruno Zechlin, professor of Greek, Hebrew, and Old Testament exegesis. Bruno Zechlin was a Ph.D. of Bonn, an S.T.D. of Edinburgh. He was one of the dozen authentic scholars in all of the theological institutions of America, and incidentally he was a thorough failure. He lectured haltingly, he wrote obscurely, he could not talk to God as though he knew him personally, and he could not be friendly with numbskulls. Mizpah Seminary belonged to the right wing of the Baptists. It represented what was 20 years later to be known as fundamentalism. And in Mizpah, Dr. Zechlin had been suspected of heresy. He also had a heathenish, tawny German beard, and he had been born not in Kansas or Ohio, but in a city ridiculously named Frankfurt. Elmer despised him because of the beard, because he was enthusiastic about Hebrew syntax, because he had no useful tips for ambitious young professional prophets, and because he had seemed singularly to enjoy flunking Elmer in Greek, which Elmer was making up with a flinching courage piteous to behold. But Frank Shallard loved Dr. Zechlin, him alone among the members of the faculty. Part 2. Frank Shallard's father was a Baptist minister, sweet-tempered, bookish, mildly liberal, not unsuccessful. His mother was a mainline family, slightly run to seed. He was born in Harrisburg and reared in Pittsburgh, always under the shadow of the spires. in this case a kindly shadow and serene, though his father did labor long at family prayers and instruct his young to avoid all worldly pollution, which included dancing, the theater, and the libidinous works of Balzac. There was talk of sending Frank to Brown University or Pennsylvania, but when he was 15, his father had a call to a large church in Cleveland, and it was the faculty of Oberlin College in Ohio who interpreted and enriched for Frank the Christian testimony to be found in Plautus, Homer, calculus, basketball, and the history of the French Revolution. There was a good deal of the natural poet in him, and is not too rarely the case with poets, something of the reasoning and scientific mind. But both imagination and reason had been submerged in a religion in which doubt not only sinful, but much worse, in bad taste. The flare which might have turned to roses and singing, or to banners and bravado, or to pity of hopeless toilers, had been absorbed in the terrible majesty of the Jew Jehovah, the brooding mercy of our Lord, the tales of his birth-jeweled kings, and the shepherd's campfire, the looming star and the babe in the manger. Myths bright as enamel buds, and he was bemused by the mysteries of Revelation, and Alice in Wonderland wearing a dragon's mask. Not only had he been swathed in theology, but all his experience had been in books instead of in the speech of toiling men. He had been a solitary in college, generous but fastidious, jarred by his classmates' belching and sudden laughter. His reasoning had been introverted, turned from an examination of men as mammals, and devoted to a sorrow but sinful and aching souls that would not more readily seek the security of a mystic process known as conviction, repentance, and salvation, which he was assured by the noblest and most literate men he had ever known was guaranteed to cure all woe. His own experience did not absolutely confirm this. Even after he had been quite ecstatically saved, he found himself falling into deep, still furies at the familiarities of hobblehoys, still peeping at the arching bodies of girls. But that, he assured himself, was merely because he hadn't gone on to perfection. There were doubts. The Old Testament God's habit of desiring the reeking slaughter of everyone who did not flatter him seemed rather antisocial, and he wondered whether all the wantoning in the Song of Solomon did really refer to the loyalty between Christ and the church. It seemed unlike the sessions of Oberlin Chapel and the Miller Avenue Baptist Church of Cleveland, Ohio. Could Solomon just possibly refer to the relations between beings more mundane and frisky? Such qualities of reason as he had, Frank devoted not to examining the testimony which his doubting sniffed out, but to examining and banishing the doubt itself. He had it as an axiom that doubt was wicked, and he was able to enjoy considerable ingenuity in exercising it. He had a good deal of self-esteem and pleasure among the purple-broideried ambiguities of religion. That he would become a minister had always been assumed. He had no such definite and ecstatic call as came to Elmer Gantry, but he had always known that he would go on nibbling at theories about the Eucharist and pointing men the way to uncharted plateaus called righteousness, idealism, honesty, sacrifices, beauty, and salvation. curly flaxen hair, clear skin, fine nose, setter eyes, straight back. Frank was a pleasant-looking young man at 23, in his senior year at Mizpah Seminary. He was a favorite of Dean Trosper, of the professor of New Testament interpretation. His marks were high, his manner was respectful, and his attendance was perfect. But his master among the faculty was the stammering and stumbling Bruno Zechlin, that bearded advocate of Hebrew syntax, that suspected victim of German beer and German rationalism, and Frank was the only student of his generation whom Dr. Zechlin chose as confidant. During Frank's first year in Mizpah, Zechlin and he were merely polite to each other. They watched each other and respected each other and remained aloof. Frank was diffident before Dr. Zechlin's learning, and in the end it was Zechlin who offered friendship. He was a lonely man. He was a bachelor, and he despised all of his colleagues whom he did not fear. Particularly, he disliked being called Brother Zechlin by active, long-legged brain preachers from the bush. At the beginning of Frank's second year in Mizpah, he was worried. Once in the Old Testament exegesis class, "Professor Zechlin, I wish you would explain an apparent biblical inconsistency to me. It says in John, someplace in the first chapter, I think it is, that no man hath seen God at any time. And then in Timothy, it states definitely about God, whom no man hath seen nor can see. And yet, in Exodus 24, Moses and more than 70 others did see him with pavement under his feet, and Isaiah and Amos say they saw him, and God especially arranged for Moses to see part of him. And there, too, God told Moses that nobody could stand seeing his face and live. But Jacob naturally wrestled with God and saw him face to face and did live. Honestly, Professor, I'm not trying to raise doubts, but there does seem to be an inconsistency there, and I wish I could find the proper explanation. Dr. Zechlin looked at him with a curious fuzzy brightness. What do you mean by a proper explanation, Shallard? So we can explain these things to young people that might be bothered by them. Well, it's rather complicated. If you'll come to my rooms after supper tonight, I'll try to make it clear. But when Frank shyly came calling, and Dr. Zechlin exaggerated when he spoke of his rooms, for he had only a book-littered study with an alcove bedroom in the house of an osteopath. He did not at all try to make it clear. He hinted about to discover Frank's opinion and smoking, and gave him a cigar. He encased himself in a musty armchair and queried, Do you ever feel a little doubt about the literal interpretation of our Old Testament, Shallard? He sounded kind, very understanding. I don't know. Yes, I do. I don't like to call them doubts. Why not call them doubts? Doubting is a very healthy sign, especially in the young. Don't you see that otherwise you'd simply be swallowing instruction whole, and no infallible human instructor can always be right, do you think? That began it. Began a talk always cautious, increasingly frank, which lasted till midnight. Dr. Zechlin lent him, with the adjuration not to let anyone else see them, Renan's Jesus and Cole's The Religion of a Mature Mind. Frank came again to his room, and they strolled together through sweet apple orchards, unconscious even of the Indian summer pastures, in their concentration on the destiny of man and the grasping gods. Not for 3 months did Zeppelin admit he was an agnostic, and not for another month that atheist would be a sounder name for him than agnostic. Before ever he had taken his theological doctorate, Zeppelin had felt it was as impossible to take literally the myths of Christianity as to take literally the myths of Buddhism. But for many years he had rationalized his heresies. Those myths, he comforted himself, are symbols embodying the glory of God and the leadership of Christ's genius. He had worked out a satisfying parable. The literalist, said he, asserts that a flag is something holy, something to die for, not symbolically, but in itself. The infidel at the other end of the scale maintains that the flag is a strip of wool or silk or cotton with rather unaesthetic marks printed on it, and of considerably less use, therefore, of less holiness and less romance than a shirt or a blanket. But to the unprejudiced thinker, like himself, it was a symbol, sacred only by suggestion, but not the less sacred. After nearly 2 decades, he knew that he had been fooling himself, that he did not actually admire Jesus as the sole leader, that the teachings of Jesus were contradictory and borrowed from earlier rabbis, and that if the teachings of Christianity were adequate flags, symbols, philosophies for most of the bellowing preachers whom he met and detested, then perforce they must for him be the flags, the symbols of the enemy. Yet he went on as a Baptist preacher, as a teacher of ministerial cubs. He tried to explain it to Frank Shallard without seeming too shameful. First, he suggested, it was hard for any man, it was especially hard for a teacher of 65, to go back on the philosophy he had taught all his life. It made that life seem too pitifully futile. And he did not love to tread theological labyrinths. And he admitted, as they plodded back through a winter twilight, he was afraid to come out with the truth lest he plain lose his job. Man of learning he was, but too sorry a preacher to be accepted by a liberal religious society, too lumbering a writer for journalism, and outside the world of religious parasitism, his own phrase, he had no way of earning his living. If he were kicked out of Mizpah, he would starve. Saul, he said frankly, I would hate to see you go through all this, Frank. But what am I to do, Dr. Zeppelin? Do you think I ought to get out of the church now, while there's time? You have lived in the church. You would probably be lonely without it. Maybe you should stay in it, to destroy it. But you wouldn't want it destroyed. Even if some details of dogma aren't true, even if all of them, think what a consolation religion and the church are to weak humanity. Are they? I wonder. Don't cheerful agnostics, who know they are going to die dead, worry much less than good Baptists, who worry lest their sons and cousins and sweethearts fail to get into Baptist heaven? Or, what is even worse, who wonder if they may not have guessed wrong, if God may not be a Catholic, maybe, or a Mormon or a Seventh-day Adventist instead of a Baptist, and then they'll go to hell themselves. Consolation, no, but stay in the church till you want to get out. Frank stayed. Part 3. By senior year, he had read many of Dr. Zechelin's bootlegged books, Davenport's Primitive Traits in Religious Revivals, which asserted that the shoutings and foamings and twitchings at revival meetings were no more sanctified than any other barbaric religious frenzies. Dodds and Sunderland on the origin of the Bible, which indicated that the Bible was no more holy and infallible than Homer. Nathaniel Schmidt's revolutionary Life of Jesus, the Prophet of Nazareth, and White's History of the Warfare of Science with Theology, which painted religion as the enemy, not the promoter, of human progress. He was, indeed, in a Baptist seminary, a specimen of the young men ruined by godless education, whom the Baptist periodicals loved to paint. But he stayed. He clung to the church. It was his land, his patriotism. Nebulously and quite impractically and altogether miserably, he planned to give his life to a project called Liberalizing the Church from Within. It was a relief, after his sophistries, to have so lively an emotion as his sweet, clear, resounding hatred for Brother Elmer Gantry. Part 4. Frank had always disliked Elmer's thickness, his glossiness, his smut, and his inability to understand the most elementary abstraction. But Frank was ordinarily no great hater, and when they went off together to guard the flock at Schönheim, he almost liked Elmer in his vigorous excitement, beautiful, earthy excitement of an athlete. Frank considered Lulu Baines a bisque doll, and he would have cherished her like any 10-year-old in his Sunday school class. He saw Elmer's whole body stiffen as he looked at Lulu, and there was nothing he could do about it. He was afraid that if he spoke to Mr. Baines, or even to Lulu, in the explosion Elmer might have to marry her, and suddenly the Frank who had always accepted the holy institution of matrimony felt that for a colt like Lulu, any wild kicking up of the heels would be better than being harnessed to Elmer's muddy plow. Frank's minister father and his mother went to California for Christmas time, and he spent the holiday with Dr. Zechlin. They too celebrated Christmas Eve, and a very radiant, well-contented, extremely German Weihnachtsabend that was. Zechlin had procured a goose, bullied the osteopath's wife into cooking it, with sausages for stuffing and cranberry pancake to flank it. He brewed a punch not at all Baptist. It frothed and smelled divinely, and to Frank it brought visions. They sat in old chairs on either side of the round stove, gently waving their punch glasses, and sang, "Stille Nacht, heilige Nacht, alles schlaft, einsam wacht, nur das traute, hochheilige Paar, holder Knabe im lonkigen Haar, schlaf in himmlischer Ruhe, schlafen himmlischer Ruhe. Ah, yes, the old man meditated. That is the Christ I still dream of, the child with shining hair, the dear German Christ child, the beautiful fairy tale, and your Dean Trospers made Jesus into a monster that hates youth and laughter. Wein, Weib und Gesang, der Arme. How unlucky he was, that Christ, not to have the good Trosper with him at the wedding feast to explain that he must not turn the water into wine. I wonder if I am too old to start a little farm with a big vineyard and 7 books. Part 5. Elmer Gantry was always very witty about Dr. Bruno Zechlin. Sometimes he called him Old Fuzzy. Sometimes he said, that old coot ought to teach Hebrew. He looks like a page of Yid himself. Elmer could toss off things like that. The applause of Eddie Fizzlinger, who was heard to say in hallways and lavatories that Zechlin lacked spirituality, encouraged Elmer to create his masterpiece. Before exegesis class, he printed on the blackboard in a disguised hand, I am Fuzzy Zechlin, the gazabo that knows more than God. If Jake Trosper got into what I really think about inspiration of the Scriptures, he'd fire me out on my dirty Dutch neck. The assembling students guffawed, even ponderous brother Carcass, the Up Creek Calvin. Dr. Zechlin trotted into the classroom smiling. He read the blackboard inscription. He looked incredulous, then frightened, and peered at his class like an old dog stoned by hoodlums. He turned and walked out, to the laughter of Brother Gantry and Brother Carcass. It is not recorded how the incident came to Dean Trosper. He summoned Elmer. I suspect it was you who wrote that on the blackboard. Elmer considered lying, then blurted, Yes, I did, Dean. I tell you it's a shame. I don't pretend to have reached a state of Christian perfection, but I'm trying hard, and I think it's a shame when a man on the faculty is trying to take away our faith by hints and sneers. That's how I feel. Dean Trosper spoke snappishly. I don't think you need to worry about anybody suggesting new possibilities of sin to you, Brother Gantry, but there is some justification to what you say. Now, go and sin no more. I still believe that someday you will grow up and turn your vitality into a means of grace for many, possibly including yourself, Fadeldo. Dr. Bruno Zechlin was abruptly retired at Easter. He went to live with his niece. She was poor and liked bridge, and did not want him. He made a little money by translating from the German. He died within 2 years. Elmer Gantry never knew who sent him 30 dimes wrapped in a tract about holiness, nor why. But he found the sentiments in the tract useful in a sermon, and the 30 dimes he spent for lively photographs of burlesque ladies. End of section 11, chapter 8. Section 12 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer,
please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 12, Chapter 9, Part 1. The relations of Brother Gantry and Brother Shallard were not ardent toward Christmastide, even in the intimacy of pumping a hand-car. Frank complained while they were laboring along the track after church at Schönheim. "Look here, Gantry, something's got to be done. I'm not satisfied about you and Lulu. I've caught you looking at each other, and I expect you've been talking to the dean about Dr. Zachlin. I'm afraid I've got to go to the dean myself. You're not fit to have a pastorate." Elmer stopped pumping, glared, rubbed his mittened hands on his thighs, and spoke steadily. "I've been waiting for this. I'm impulsive, sure. I make bad mistakes. Every red-blooded man does. But what about I don't know how far you've gone with your hellish doubts. I've been listening to the hedging way you answer questions in Sunday school, and I know you're beginning to wobble. Pretty soon you'll be an out-and-out liberal. God, plotting to weaken the Christian religion, to steal away from the weak, groping souls their only hope of salvation. The worst murderer that ever lived isn't a criminal like you." "That isn't true. I'd die before I'd weaken the faith of anyone who needed it." "Then you simply haven't got brains enough to see what you're doing. And there's no place for you in any Christian pulpit. It's me that ought to go to Pop Trosper complaining. Just today, when that girl came to you worrying about her pa's giving up family prayers, you let on like it didn't matter much. You may have started that poor young lady on the doubt-paved road that leads to everlasting hell." And all the way to Mizpah, Frank worried and explained, and at Mitzvah Elmer graciously permitted him to resign his place at Schönheim, and advised him to repent and seek the direction of the Holy Spirit before he should ever attempt another pastorate. Elmer sat in his room, flaming with his evangelistic triumph. He was so sincere about it that not for minutes did he reflect that Frank would no longer be an obstacle to his relations with Lulu Baines. Part 2. A score of times before March, in her own house, in an abandoned log barn, at the church, Elmer contrived to have meetings with Lulu. But he wearied of her trusting babble. Even her admiration, since she always gushed the same things in the same way, began to irritate him. Her love-making was equally unimaginative. She always kissed and expected to be kissed in the same way. Even before March he had had enough, but she was so completely devoted to him that he wondered if he might not have to give up the Schönheim church to get rid of her. He felt injured. Nobody could ever say he was unkind to girls or despised them the way Jim Lefferts used to. He had taught Lulu an awful lot, got her over her hick ideas, showed her how a person could be religious and still have a good time if you just looked at it right, and saw that while you ought to teach the highest ideals, nobody could be expected to always and exactly live up to 'em every day, especially when you were young. And hadn't he given her a bracelet that cost $5 good bucks? But she was such a darned fool, never could understand that after a certain point a man wanted to quit love-making and plan his next day's sermon, or bone up on his confounded Greek. Practically he felt resentfully she had deceived him. Here he had thought that she was a nice, safe, unemotional little thing whom it might be pleasant to tease, but would let him alone when he had more serious matters to attend to. And then she had turned out passionate, She wanted to go on being kissed and kissed and kissed when he was sick of it. Her lips were always creeping around, touching his hand or his cheek when he wanted to talk. She sent him whining little notes at mitzvah. Suppose somebody found one of them. Golly! She wrote to him that she was just living until their next meeting, trying to bother him and distract his attention when he had a man's work to do. She mooned up at him with her foolish, soft, mushy eyes all through his sermons, absolutely spoiled his style. She was wearing him out, and he'd have to get rid of her. Hated to do it. Always had been nice to girls, to everybody, but it was for her sake just as much as his. He'd have to be mean to her and make her sore. Part 3. They were alone in the Schönheim church after morning meeting. She had whispered to him at the door, "I've got something to tell you." He was frightened. He grumbled, "Well, we oughtn't to be seen together so much, but slip back when the other folks are gone." He was sitting on the front pew in the deserted church, reading some hymns for want of better, and she crept behind him and kissed his ear. He jumped. "Good Lord, don't go startling people like that," he snarled. "Well, what's all this you have to tell me?" She was faltering, near to tears. "I thought you'd like to hear it. I just wanted to creep close and say I loved you." "Well, good heavens, you needn't have acted as though you were pregnant or something." "Elmer!" Too shocked in her rustic sense of propriety for resentment. "Well, that's just about how you acted, making me wait here, and I've got to be back in town. Important meeting. And me having to pump that handcar all alone. I do wish you wouldn't act like a 10-year-old kid all the time." "Elmer!" "Oh, Elmer, 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 that's all very well. I like to play around and be foolish and just as well as anybody, but all this, all the time." She fled round to the front of the pew and knelt by him, her foolish hand on his knee, prattling in an imitation of baby talk, which infuriated him. "Oh, Ism's such cross old bear. Ism's bad old bear. So cross with Lulukins." "Lulukins! Great John God!" "Why, Elmer Gantry, it was the Sunday school teacher who was shocked now." She sat up on her knees. "Lulukins! Of all the damned fool baby talk I ever heard, that takes the cake. That's got 'em all beat. For God's sake, try to talk like a human being, and don't go squatting there. Suppose someone came in. Are you deliberately trying to work to ruin me, Lulukins?" She stood up, fists tight. "What have I done? I didn't mean to hurt you. Oh, I didn't, dearest. Please forgive me. I just came in to surprise you." "Huh, you surprised me all right." "Dear, please, I'm so sorry. Why, you called me Lulukins yourself." "I never did." She was silent. "Besides, if I did, I was kidding." Patiently trying to puzzle it out, she sat beside him and pleaded, "I don't know what I've done. I just don't know. Won't you please, oh please explain and give me a chance to make up for it?" "Oh, hell." He sprang up, hat in hand, groping for his overcoat. "If you don't understand, I can't waste my time explaining," and was gone, relieved but not altogether proud. But by Tuesday he admired himself for his resolution. Tuesday evening came her apology. Not a very good note, blurry, doubtful of spelling, and as she had no notion what she was apologizing about, not very lucid. He did not answer it. During his sermon the next Sunday, she looked up at him, waiting to smile, but he took care not to catch her eye. While he was voluminously explaining the crime of Nadab and Abihu in putting strange fire in their censers, he was thinking with self-admiration, "Poor little thing, I'm sorry for her. I really am." He saw that she was loitering at the door behind her parents after the service, but he left half his congregation unhandshaken and shriven, muttering to Deacon Baines, "Sorry, gotta hurry away," and fled toward the railroad tracks. "If you're going to act this way and deliberately persecute me," he raged, "I'll just have to have a good talk with you, my fine young lady." He waited this new Tuesday for another note of apology. There was none, but on Thursday, when he was most innocently having a vanilla milkshake at Hornberry's drugstore near the seminary, when he felt ever so good and benign and manly, with his missions theme all finished and 2 fine 5-cent cigars in his pocket, he saw her standing outside, peering in at him. He was alarmed. She looked not quite sane. Suppose she stole her father, he groaned. He hated her. He swaggered out gallantly, and he did most magniloquently the proper delight at encountering her here in town. "Well, well, well, Lulu, this is such a pleasant surprise. And where's Papa?" "He and Ma are up at the doctor's office about Ma's earache. I said I'd meet them at the Boston Bazaar, Elmer." Her voice was like stretched, quivering wire. "I've got to talk to you. You've got to walk down the street with me." He saw that she had tried to rouge her cheeks. It was not customary in rural Midwest in 1906. She had done it badly. The spring was early. These first few days of March were soft with buds, and Elmer sighed that if she weren't such a tyrannical nagger, he might have felt romantic about her as they walked toward the courthouse lawn and the statue of General Sherman. He had expanded her education in boldness as well as vocabulary, and with only a little hesitation, a little bit of peering up at him, a little bit of trying to hook her fingers over his arm till he shook it free, she blurted, "We've got to do something, because I think I'm going to have a baby." "Oh, good God Almighty hell," said the Reverend Elmer Gantry. "And I suppose you've gone squealing to your old man and the old woman." "No, I haven't." She was quiet and dignified as a bedraggled gray kitten would be. "Well, that's good, anyway. Well, I suppose I'll have to do something about it. Damn." He thought rapidly. From the ladies of joy, whom he knew in the city of Monarch, he could obtain information. But, "You look here now," he snarled. "It isn't possible." He faced her on the brick walk through the courthouse lawn, under the cast-iron wings of the rusty justice. "What are you trying to pull? God knows I most certainly intend to stand up for you in every way, but I don't intend to be bamboozled, not by anybody. What makes you think you're pregnant?" Please, dear, don't use that word." "Huh. Say, that's pretty good, that is. Come across now. What makes you think so?" She could not look up at him. She looked away at the ground, and his virtuous indignation swooped down on her as she stammered her reasons. Now, no one had taught Lulu Baines much physiology, and it was evident that she was making up what she considered sound symptoms. She could only mumble again and again, while tears mucked her clumsy rouge, while her bent fingers trembled at her chin. "Oh, yes, I feel so bad. Oh, please, dear, don't make me go on explaining." He had enough of it. He gripped her shoulder, not tenderly. "Lulu, you're lying. You have a dirty, lying, deceitful heart. I wondered what it was about you that bothered me and kept me from marrying you. And now I know. Thank God I found out in time. You're lying." "Oh, dear, I'm not. Oh, please." "Look here. I'm going to take you to a doctor's right now. We'll get the truth." "Oh, no, 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 please, no, I can't." "Why can't you?" "Oh, please." "Uh-huh. And that's all you've got to say for yourself? Come here, look up at me." They must have hurt, his meaty fingers digging into her shoulder. But then he felt righteous. He felt like the Old Testament prophets, whom his sect admired, and he had found something about which he really could quarrel with her. She did not look up at him, for all his pinching. She merely wept hopelessly. "Then you were lying." "Oh, I was. Oh, dearest, how can you hurt me like you do?" He released his grip and looked polite. "Oh, I don't mean hurting my shoulder. That doesn't matter. I mean hurting me, so cold to me. And I thought maybe if we were married, I'd do everything to make you happy. I'd go wherever you did. I wouldn't mind if we had the tiniest little small house." "And you expect a minister of the gospel to share any house with a liar? Oh, you viper that— Oh, hell, I won't talk like a preacher. I don't suppose I have done altogether right, maybe. Though I noticed you were glad enough to sneak out and meet me places. But when a woman, a Christian, deliberately lies and tries to deceive a man in his deepest feelings, that's too much, no matter what I did. Don't you ever dare speak to me again, and if you tell your father about this and force me into marriage, I'll kill myself." "Oh, I won't. Honest, I won't." "I'll repent my own fault in bitter tears. And as for you, young woman, go and sin no more." He swung round, walked away from her, deaf to her whimperings. She desperately trotted after his giant strides for a while, then leaned against the trunk of a sycamore, while a passing grocery clerk snickered. She did not appear at church the next Sunday. Elmer was so pleased that he thought of having another rendezvous with her. Part 4. Deacon Baines and his good wife had noticed how pale and absent-minded was their normally bouncing daughter. "Guess she's in love with that new preacher. Well, let's keep our hands off. Be a nice match for her. Never knew a young preacher that was so filled with the power. Talks like a house afire, by golly," said the deacon as they yawned and stretched in the vast, billowy old bed. Then Fred Naylor came fretting to the deacon. Floyd was a kinsman of the family, a gangling man of 25, immensely strong, rather stupid, a poor farmer, and very loyal. For years he had buzzed around Lulu. It would be over-dramatic to say that he had eaten his faithful heart out in lone reverence. But he had always considered Lulu the most beautiful, sparkling, and profound girl in the universe. Lulu considered him a stick, and Deacon Baines held in aversion his opinions on alfalfa. He was a familiar of the household, rather like a neighbor's dog. Floyd found Deacon Baines in the barnyard mending a whiffle-tree and grunted, "Say, Cousin Barney, I'm kind of worried about Lulu." "Oh, I guess she's in love with this new preacher. Can't tell. They might get hitched." "Yeah, but is Brother Gantry in love with her? Somehow I don't like that fella." "Rats, you don't appreciate preachers. You never was in a real state of grace.
Never did get reborn of the Spirit proper. Like hell I didn't. Just got as reborn as you did. Preachers are all right, most of 'em, but this fella Gantry, say, here long about 2 months ago, I seen him and Lulu walking down the brick schoolhouse road, and they was hugging and kissing like all get out, and he was calling her sweetheart. Huh? Sure it was them? Dead certain. I was, well, fact is, another fella and me. Who was she? Now that don't make no difference. Anyway, we was sitting right here under the maple this side of the schoolhouse in the shade, but it was bright moonlight, and Lulu and this preacher come by, near as I am to you, pretty near. Well, thinks I guess they're going to get engaged. Then I hung around the church, once, twice after meeting, and one time I kind of peeked in the window, and I seen 'em right there in the front pew, hugging like they was sure ought to get married, whether or no. I didn't say anything, wanted to wait and see if he'd marry her. Now, it ain't any of my business, Barney, but you know I always liked Lulu, and strikes me we ought to know if this Bible walloper is going to play straight with her. Guess maybe that's right. I'll have a talk with her. Baines had never been very observant of his daughter, but Floyd Naylor was not a liar, and it was with sharpened eyes that the deacon stumped into the house and found her standing by the churn, her arms hanging limp. Say, Lou, how's things going with you and Brother Gantry? Why, what do you mean? You two engaged? Going to be engaged? He going to marry you? Of course not. Been making love to you, ain't he? Oh, never. Never hugged you or kissed you? Never. How far did he go? Oh, he didn't. Why you been looking so kind of peaked lately? Oh, I just don't feel very well. Oh, I feel fine. It's just that the spring coming on, I guess. She dropped to the floor, and with her head against the churn, her thin fingers beating an hysterical tattoo on the floor, she choked with weeping. There, Lulu, your daddy'll do something about it. Floyd was waiting in the farmyard. There were, in those parts and those days, not infrequent ceremonies known as shotgun weddings. Part 5. The Reverend Elmer Gantry was reading an illustrated pink periodical devoted to prize-fighters and chorus girls in his room at Elizabeth J. Schmutz Hall late in the afternoon, when 2 large men walked in without knocking. Why, good evening, Brother Baines, Brother Naylor. This is a pleasant surprise. Did you ever see this horrible rag about actresses? An invention of the devil himself. I was thinking of denouncing it next Sunday. I hope you never read it. Won't you sit down, gentlemen? Take this chair. I hope you never read it, Brother Floyd, because Gantry, exploded Deacon Baines, I want you to take your footsteps right now and turn them toward my house. You've been fooling with my daughter, and either you're going to marry her or Floyd and me are going to take it out of your hide, and the way I feel just now, I don't much care which it is. You mean to say that Lulu has been pretending? No, Lulu ain't saying nothing. God, I wonder if I ought to let the girl marry a fella like you. But I gotta protect her good name, and guess Floyd and me can see to it. You give her a square deal after the marriage. Now, I've sent out word to invite all the neighbors to the house tonight for a little sociable, to tell 'em Lulu and you are engaged, and you're going to put on your Sunday go-to-meeting suit and come with us right now. You can't bully me into anything. Take that side of him, Floyd, and I'll get in the first lick. You get what's left.
They ranged up beside him. They were shorter, less broad, but their faces were like tanned hard leather. Their eyes were hard.
Wow, you're a big cuss, Brother Gantry, but guess you don't get enough exercise no more. Pretty soft, considered Deacon Baines.
His fist was dropping down to his knees. His shoulders sloped down. His fist was coming up, and Floyd had suddenly pinioned Elmer's arms.
I'll do it. All right,
Elmer shrieked. He'll find a way to break the engagement. Already he was recovering his poise.
Now you fellows listen to me. I'm in love with Lulu, and I intend to ask her the moment I've finished here, less than 3 months now, and get my first church. And then you two butt in and try to spoil this romance.
Yes, I guess so, Baines droned, inexpressible contempt in his dragging voice.
You save all them pretty words for Lulu. You're going to be married the middle of May. That'll give time enough after the engagement so the neighbors won't think there's anything wrong. Now get into them clothes, buggy waiting outside. We'll treat you right. If you use Lulu like you ought to and honey her up and make her feel happy again, maybe Floyd and I won't kill you the night of your wedding. We'll see. And we'll always treat you fine in public. Won't even laugh when we hear you preaching. Now get. Hear me?
While he dressed, Elmer was able to keep his face turned from them, able to compose himself, so that he could suddenly whirl on them with his handsomest, his most manly and winning smile.
Brother Baines, I want to thank Cousin Floyd and you. You're dead wrong about thinking I wouldn't have done right by Lulu. But I rejoice, sir, that she is blessed by having such loyal relatives. That puzzled rather than captured them, but he fetched them complete with a jovial, and such husky ones. I'm pretty strong myself. Keep up my exercises a lot more'n you think, but I guess I wouldn't be 1, 2, 3 with you folks. Good thing for old Elmer you never let loose that darn mule kick of yours, Brother Baines. And you're right. No sense putting off the wedding. May 15th will be fine. Now I want to ask you one thing. Let me have 10 minutes alone with Lou before you make the announcement. I want to console her, make her happy. Oh, you can tell if I keep faith. The eagle eyes of a father will know. Well, my father's eagle eye ain't been working none too good lately, but I guess it'll be all right for you to see her. Now, will you shake hands, please? He was so big, so radiant, so confident. They looked sheepish, grinned like farmers flattered by a politician, and shook hands. There was a multitude at the Baineses, also fried chicken and watermelon pickles. The deacon brought Lulu to Elmer in the spare room and left her. Elmer was at ease on the sofa. She stood before him, trembling and red-eyed. "Come, you poor child," he condescended. She approached, sobbing. "Honestly, dear, I didn't tell Pa anything. I didn't ask him to do it. Oh, I don't want to if you don't." There, child, it's all right. I'm sure you'll make a fine wife. Sit down." And he permitted her to kiss his hand, so that she became very happy, and wept tremendously, and went out to her father rejoicing. He considered meanwhile, "That ought to hold you, damn you. Now I'll figure out some way of getting out of this mess." At the announcement of Lulu's engagement to a man of God, the crowd gave coarse and holy cheers. Elmer made quite a long speech, into which he brought all that Holy Writ had to say about the relations of the sexes. That is, all he remembered, and that could be quoted in mixed company. "Go on, brother, kiss her," they clamored. And he did, heartily, so heartily
that he felt curious stirrings. He spent the night there, and was so full of holy affection that when the family was asleep, he crept into Lulu's bedroom. She stirred on the pillow and whispered, "Oh, my darling, and you forgave me. Oh, I do love you so," as he kissed her fragrant hair. Part 6. It was usual for the students of Mizpah to let Dean Trosford know if they should become engaged. The dean recommended them for ministerial appointments, and the status of marriage made a difference. Bachelors were more likely to become assistants in large city churches. Married men, particularly those whose wives had lively piety and knowledge of cooking, were usually sent to small churches of their own. The dean summoned Elmer to his gloomy house on the edge of the campus. It was a house which smelled of cabbage and wet ashes, and demanded, "Gantry, just what is this business about you and some girl at Schönheim?" "Why, Dean," in hurt gratitude, "I am engaged to a fine young lady there, daughter of one of my deacons." "Well, that's good. It's better to marry than to burn, or at least so it is stated in the Scriptures. Now, I don't want any monkey business about this. A preacher must walk circumspectly. You must shun the very appearance of evil. I hope you'll love and cherish her, and seems to me it would be well not only to be engaged to her, but even to marry her. Fidelto." Now, what the devil did he mean by that? Protested Percival as he went home. Part 7. He had to work quickly. He had less than 2 months before the threatened marriage. If he could entangle Lulu with someone, what about Floyd Naylor? The fool loved her. He spent as much time in Schönheim as possible, not only with Lulu, but with Floyd. He played all his warm incandescence on Floyd, and turned that trusting drudge from enemy into admiring friend. One day, when Floyd and he were walking together to the handcar, Elmer purred, "Say, Floydy, some ways it's kind of a shame Lou's going to marry me and not you. You're so steady and hard-working and patient. I fly off the handle too easy." "Oh, gosh, no. I ain't smart enough for her, Elmer. She ought to marry a fellow with a lot of book learning like you, and that dresses swell so she can be in society and everything." "But I guess you liked her pretty well yourself, eh?" "You ought to. Sweetest girl in the whole world. You kind of liked her." "Yeah, I guess I did. Oh, well, rats, I ain't good enough for her, God bless her." Elmer spoke of Floyd as a future cousin, and professed his fondness for him, his admiration of the young man's qualities and admirable singing. Floyd Naylor sang about as Floyd Naylor would have sung. Elmer spoke of him as a future cousin, and wanted to see a deal of him. He praised Lulu and Floyd to each other, and left them together as often as he could contrive, slipping back to watch them through the window. But to his indignation, they merely sat and talked. Then he had a week in Schönheim, the whole week before Easter. The Baptists at Schönheim, with their abhorrence of popery, did not make much of Easter as Easter. They called it the festival of Christ's resurrection. But they did like daily meetings during what the heretical world knew as Holy Week. Elmer stayed with the Baineses and labored mightily both against sin and against getting married. Indeed, he was so stirred and so eloquent that he led 2 16-year-old girls out of their sins and converted the neighborhood object lesson, a patriarch who drank hard cider and had not been converted for 2 years. Elmer knew by now that though Floyd Naylor was not exactly a virgin, his achievements and his resolution were considerably less than his desires, and he set to work to improve that resolution. He took Floyd off to the pasture, and after benignly admitting that perhaps a preacher oughtn't to talk of such things, he narrated his amorous conquests until Floyd's eyes were hungrily bulging. Then, with giggling apologies, Elmer showed his collection of what he called art photographs. Floyd almost ate them. Elmer lent them to him. That was on a Thursday. At the same time, Elmer deprived Lulu all week of the caresses which she craved, until she was desperate. On Friday, Elmer held morning meeting instead of evening meeting, and arranged that Lulu and Floyd should have a picnic supper in the sycamore grove near the Baines house. He suggested it in a jocund, idyllic way, and Lulu brightened. On their way to the grove with their baskets, she sighed to him as they walked behind Floyd. "Oh, why have you been so cold to me? Have I offended you again, dear?" He let her have it brutally. "Oh, don't be such a damned whiner. Can't you act as if you had some brains just for once?" When they spread the picnic supper, she was barely keeping hold of her sobs. They finished supper in the dusk. They sat quietly, Floyd looking at her, wondering at her distress, peeping nervously at her pretty ankles. "Say, I've got to go in and make some notes for my sermon tomorrow. No, you two wait for me here. Nicer out here in the fresh air." "Be back in about half an hour," said Elmer. He made much of noisily swaggering away through the brush. He crept back softly, stood behind a sycamore near them. He was proud of himself. It was working. Already Lulu was sobbing openly, while Floyd comforted her with, "What is it, pretty? What is it, dear? Tell me." Elmer had moved nearer to her. Elmer could just see them. She rested her head on his cousinly shoulder. Presently Floyd was kissing her tears away, and she seemed to be snuggling close to him. Elmer heard her muffled, "Oh, you oughtn't to kiss me." "Elmer said I should think of you as a sister, and I could kiss you. Oh, my God, Lulu, I do love you so terrible." "Oh, we oughtn't." Then silence. Elmer fled to the barnyard, found Deacon Baines, and demanded harshly, "Come here. I want you to see what Floyd and Lulu are doing. Put that lantern down. I've got one of these electric dinkuses here." He had brought it for this purpose. He also had a revolver in his pocket. When Elmer and the bewildered Mr. Baines burst upon them, saw them in the circle from the electric flashlight, Lulu and Floyd were deep in a devastating kiss. "There!" bellowed outraged Elmer. "Now you see why I hesitated to be engaged to that woman. I've suspected it all along. Oh, abomination, abomination! And she that committeth it shall be cut off." Floyd sprang up, a fighting hound. Elmer could doubtless have handled him, but it was Deacon Baines who, with one maniac blow, knocked Floyd down. The deacon turned to Elmer then, with the first tears he had known since boyhood. "Forgive me and mine, brother. We have sinned against you. This woman shall suffer for it, always. She'll never enter my house again. She'll by God marry Floyd, and he's the shiftlessest damn fool farmer in 10 counties. I'm going. I can't stand this. I'll send you another preacher. I'll never see any of you again," said Elmer. "I don't blame you. Try to forgive us, brother." The deacon was sobbing now, dusty, painful sobbing, bewildered sobs of anger. The last thing Elmer saw in the light of his electric torch was Lulu, huddled, with shrunk shoulders, her face insane with fear. End of section 12, chapter 9. Section 13 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 13, Chapter 10, Part 1. As he tramped back to Babylon that evening, Elmer did not enjoy his deliverance so much as he had expected, but he worked manfully at recalling Lulu's repetitious chatter, her humorless ignorance, her pawing, her unambitious rusticity, and all that he had escaped. To have her around gumming his life never could jolly the congregation and help him. And suppose he were in a big town with a swell church. Gee, maybe he wasn't glad to be out of it. Besides, really better for her, she and Floyd much better suited. He knew that Dean Trosper's one sin was reading till late, and he came bursting into the dean's house at the scandalous hour of 11. In the last mile he had heroically put by his exhilaration and thrown himself into the state of a betrayed and desolate young man so successfully that he had made himself believe it. "Oh, how wise you were about women, Dean," he lamented. "A terrible thing has happened. Her father and I have just found my girl in the arms of another man, a regular brouet down there. I can never go back, not even for Easter service, and her father agrees with me. Can you ask him?" "Well, I am most awfully sorry to hear this, Brother Gantry. I didn't know you could feel so deeply. Shall we kneel in prayer and ask the Lord to comfort you? I'll send Brother Shallard down there for the Easter service. He knows the field." On his knees Elmer told the Lord that he had been dealt with as no man before or since. The dean approved his agonies very much. There, my boy. The Lord will lighten your burden in his own good time. Perhaps this will be a blessing in disguise. You're lucky to get rid of such a woman, and this will give you that humility, that deeper thirsting after righteousness, which I've always felt you lacked, despite your splendid pulpit voice. Now I've got something to take your mind off your sorrows. There's quite a nice little chapel on the edge of Monarch where they're lacking an incumbent. I intended to send Brother Hudkins. You know him. He's that old retired preacher that lives out by the brickyard. Comes to classes now and then. I'd intended to send him down for the Easter service, but I'll send you instead. And in fact, if you see the committee, I imagine you can fix it to have this as a regular charge, at least until graduation. They pay $15 a Sunday and your fare. And being there in a city like Monarch, you can go on to the Ministerial Association and so on, stay over till Monday noon every week, and make fine contacts. And maybe you'll be in line for assistant in one of the big churches next summer. There's a morning train to Monarch at 10:21, isn't it? You take that train tomorrow morning and go look up a lawyer named Eversley. He's got an office. Where's his letter? His office is in the Royal Trust Company building. He's a deacon. I'll wire him to be there tomorrow afternoon, or anyway, leave word, and you can make your own arrangements. The Flowerdale Baptist Church, that's the name, and it's a real nice little modern plant with lovely folks. Now you go to your room and pray, and I'm sure you'll feel better. Part 2. It was an hilarious Elmer Gantry who took the 10:21 train to Monarch, a city of perhaps 300,000. He sat in the day coach planning his Easter discourse. Jiminy, his first sermon in a real city. Might lead to anything. Better give him something red hot and startling. Let's see. He'd get away from this Christ is risen stuff. Mention it, of course, just bring it in, but have some other theme. Let's see. Faith? Hope? Repentance? No, better go slow on that repentance idea. This Deacon Eversley, the lawyer, might be pretty well-to-do and yet sore if you suggested he had anything to repent of. Let's see, courage, chastity, love. That was it, love. And he was making notes rapidly right out of his own head on the back of an envelope. Love, a rainbow, AM and PM star, from cradle to tomb, inspires art, etc., music, voice of love, slam atheists, etc., who were not appreciative of love. Guess you must be a newspaper man, brother, a voice assailed him. Elmer looked at his seatmate, a little man with a whiskey nose and asterisks of laughter wrinkles around his eyes, a rather sportingly dressed little man with the red tie, which in 1906 was still thought rather the thing for socialists and drinkers. He could have a good time with such a little man, Elmer considered. A drummer. Would it be more fun to be natural with him, or to ask him if he was saved and watch him squirm? Hell, he'd have enough holy business in Monarch, so he turned on his best good-fellow smile and answered, Well, not exactly. Pretty warm for so early, eh? Yeah, it certainly is. Been in Babylon long? No, not very long. Fine town, lots of business. You betcha. And some nice little dames there, too. The little man snickered. There are, eh? Well, say, you better give me some addresses. I make that town once a month, and by golly, I ain't picked me out a skirt yet. But it's a good town. There's lots of money there. Yes, sir, that's a fact. Good hustlin' town. Quick turnover there, all right. Lots of money in Babylon. Though they do tell me, said the little man, there's one of those preacher factories there. Is that a fact? Yeah. Say, brother, this'll make you laugh. You know what I thought when I seen you first, wearing that black suit and writing things down? I thought maybe you was a preacher yourself. God, he couldn't stand it, having to be so righteous every Sunday at Schönheim. Deacon Baines everlastingly asking these fool questions about predestination or some doggone thing. Certainly had a vacation coming, and a sport like this fellow, he'd look down on you if you said you were a preacher. The train was noisy. If any neighboring cock crowed 3 times, Elmer would not hear it, as he rumbled, Well, for the love of Mike, though, in his most austere manner, this black suit happens to be mourning for one very dear to me. Oh, say, brother, now you gotta excuse me, I'm always shooting my mouth off. Oh, that's all right. Well, let's shake, and I'll know you don't hold it against me. You bet. From the little man came an odor of whiskey, which stirred Elmer powerfully. So long since he had had a drink, nothing for 2 months except a few nips of hard cider, which Lulu had dutifully stolen for him from her father's cask. Well, what is your line, brother? Said the little man. I'm in the shoe game. Well, that's a fine game, yes, sir. People do have to have shoes, no matter if they're hard up or not. My name's Ad Locus. Jesus, think of it. The folks named me Adney. Can you beat that? Ain't that one hell of a name for a fellow that likes to get cut out with the boys and have a good time? But you can just call me Ad. I'm traveling for the Pequot Farm Implement Company. Great organization, great bunch, yes, sir. They're great folks to work for, and hit it up, say. The sales manager can drink more good liquor than any fella that's working for him, and believe me, there's some of us that ain't so slow ourselves. Yes, sir, this fool idea that a lot of these fly-by-night firms are hollering about how that in the long run, you don't get no more by drinking with the dealers. All damn foolishness. They say this fella Ford that makes these automobiles talks that way. Well, you mark my words. By 1910, he'll be out of business. That's what'll happen to him. You mark my words. Yes, sir. They are a great concern, the Pequot bunch. As a matter of fact, we're holding a sales conference in Monarch this week. 'Tis that a fact? Yes, sir. By golly, that's what we're doing. You know, read papers about how to get money out of a machinery dealer when he ain't got any money. Hell of a lot of attention most of us boys will pay to that junk. We're going to have a good time and get in a little good earnest drinking. And you bet the sales manager will be right there with us. Say, brother, I didn't quite catch the name. Elmer Gantry is my name. Mighty glad to meet you. Mighty glad to know you, Elmer. Say, Elmer, I've got some of the best bourbon you or anybody else ever laid your face to right here in my hip pocket. I suppose you being in a highbrow business like the shoe business, you'll just about faint if I was to offer you a little something to cure that cough. I guess I would, all right. Yes, sir, I'd just about faint. Well, you're a pretty big fella, and you ought to try to control yourself. I'll do my best, Ad, if you'll hold my hand. You betcha I will. Ad brought out from his permanently sagging pocket a pint of Green River, and they drank together reverently. Say, did you ever hear the toast about the sailor? Inquired Elmer. He felt very happy, at home with the loved ones after a long and desolate wandering. Don't know as I ever did. Shoot. Here's to the lass in every port, and here's to the port wine in every lass. But those tall thoughts don't matter, sport. For God's sake, waiter, fill my glass. The little man wriggled. Oh, yes, sir, I never did hear that one. Say, that's a knockout. By golly, that certainly is a knockout. Say, Elm, what you doing in Monarch? Want you to meet some of the boys? The Pequot conference don't really start till Monday, but some of us boys thought we'd kind of get together today and hold a little service of prayer and fasting before the rest of the galoots assemble. Like you to meet 'em. Best bunch of sport you ever saw. Let me tell you that. I'd like for you to meet 'em, and I'd like 'em to hear that toast. Here's to the port wine in every lass. That's pretty cute, all right. What you doing in Monarch? Can't you come around to the Ishawanga Hotel and meet some of the boys when we get in? Oh, Mr. Ad Locust was not drunk. Not exactly drunk, but he had earnestly applied himself to the bourbon, and he was in a state of superb philanthropy. Elmer had taken enough to feel reasonable. He was hungry, too, not only for alcohol, but for unsanctimonious companionship. I'll tell you, Ad, he said, nothing I'd like better, but I've got to meet a guy, important dealer, this afternoon, and he's dead set against all drinking. Fact, I certainly do appreciate your booze, but don't know's I ought to have taken a single drop. Oh, hell, Elm. I've got some throat pastilles that are absolutely guaranteed to knock out the smell, absolutely. One little drink wouldn't do us any harm. Certainly would like to have the boys hear that toast of yours. Well, I'll sneak in for a second, and maybe I can foregather with you for a while late Sunday evening or Monday morning, but, you ain't going to let me down, Elm? Well, I'll telephone this guy and fix it so I don't have to see him till long about 3 o'clock. That's great. Part 3. From the Ishawanga Hotel at noon, Elmer telephoned to the office of Mr. Eversley, the brightest light of the Flowerdale Baptist Church. But there was no answer. Everybody in his office out to dinner. Well, I've done all I can till this afternoon, Elmer reflected virtuously, and joined the Pequot Crusaders in the Ishawanga bar. 11 men in a booth for 8, everyone talking at once, everyone shouting, "Say, waiter, you ask that damn bartender if he's making the booze." Within 17 minutes, Elmer was calling all of the 11 by their first names, frequently by the wrong first names, and he contributed to their literary lore by thrice reciting his toast and by telling the best stories he knew. They liked him. In his joy of release from piety and the thread of life with Lulu, he flowered into vigor. 6 several times the Pequot salesman said one to another, "Now there's a fellow we ought to have with us in the firm," and the others nodded. He was inspired to give a burlesque sermon. "I've got a great joke on ad," he thundered. Know what he thought I was first? A preacher. Say, that's a good one, they cackled. Well, at that, he ain't so far off. When I was a kid, I did think about being a preacher. Well, say now, listen, and see if I wouldn't have made a swell preacher. And while they gaped and giggled and admired, he rose solemnly, looked at them solemnly, and boomed, "Brethren and sisters, in the hustle and bustle of daily life, you guys certainly do forget the higher and finer things." And what? And all the higher and finer things. In what and by what are we ruled, excepting by love? What is love? "You stick around tonight and I'll show you," shrieked Ad Locust. Shut up now, Ad. Honest. Listen, see if I couldn't have been a swell preacher, a knockout bet. Bet I could handle a big crowd well as any of 'em. Now listen. What is love? What is the divine love? It is the rainbow, repainting with its spangled colors those dreary wastes where of late the terrible tempest has wreaked its utmost fury. The rainbow with its tender promise of surcease from the toils and travails and terrors of the awful storm. What is love? The divine love, I mean, not the carnal, but the divine love, as exemplified in the church. What is? Say, protested the most profane of the 11, I don't think you ought to make fun of the church. I never go to church myself, but maybe I'd be a better fella if I did, and I certainly do respect folks that go to church, and I send my kids to Sunday school, you goddamn betcha. Phil, I ain't making fun of the church, protested Elmer. Phil, he isn't making fun of the church, just kidding the preachers, asserted Ad Locust. Preachers are just ordinary guys like the rest of us. Sure, preachers can cuss and make love just like anybody else. I know. What they get away with pretending to be is different, said Elmer lugubriously. Would make you gentlemen tired if you knew. Well, I don't think you had ought to make fun of the church. Phil, he ain't making fun of the church. Sure, I ain't making fun of the church, but let me finish my sermon. Sure, let him finish his sermon. Now, where was I? What is love? It is the evening and the morning star, those vast luminaries that as they ride the purple abysms of the holy firmament vouchsafe in their golden splendor the promise of higher and better things, that that, well, say, you wise guys, would I make a great preacher or wouldn't I? The applause was such that the bartender came and looked at them funerally, and Elmer had to drink with each of them. That is, he drank with 4 of them. But he was out of practice, and he had had no lunch. He turned veal white, sweat stood on his forehead and in a double line of drops along his upper lip, while his eyes were suddenly vacant. Ad Locust squealed, "Hey, look out, Elm's passing out." They got him up to Ad's room, one man supporting him on either side and one pushing behind, just before he dropped insensible. And all that afternoon, when he should have met the Flowerdale Baptist Committee, he snored on Ad's bed, dressed save for his shoes and coat. He came to at 6, with Ad bending over him solicitous. "God, I feel awful," Elmer groaned. "Here, what you need's a drink." "Oh, Lord, I mustn't take any more," said Elmer. Taking it? His hand trembled so that Ed had to hold the glass to his mouth. He was conscious that he must call up the Deacon Eversley at once. 2 drinks later he felt better, and his hand was steady. The Pequot bunch began to come in with a view to dinner. He postponed his telephone call to Eversley till after dinner. He kept postponing it, and he found himself at 10 on Easter morning with a perfectly strange young woman in a perfectly strange flat, and heard Ad Locust in the next room singing, "How dry I am." Elmer did a good deal of repenting and groaning before his first drink of the morning, after which he comforted himself. "Golly, I never will get to that church now. Well, I'll tell the committee I was taken sick. Hey, Ad, how'd we ever get here? Can we get any breakfast in this dump?" He had 2 bottles of beer, spoke graciously to the young lady in the kimono and red slippers, and felt himself altogether a fine fellow. With Ad and such of the 11 as were still alive, and a scattering of shrinking young ladies, he drove out to a dance hall on the lake, Easter Sunday afternoon, and they returned to Monarch for lobster and jocundity. "But this ends it. Tomorrow morning I'll get busy and see Eversley and fix things up," Elmer vowed. Part 4. In that era, long-distance telephoning was an uncommon event. But Eversley, deacon and lawyer, was a bustler. When the new preacher had not appeared by 6 on Saturday afternoon, Eversley telephoned to Babylon, waited while Dean Prosper was fetched to the Babylon Central, and spoke with considerable irritation about the absence of the ecclesiastical hired hand. "I'll send you Brother Hudkins, a very fine preacher, living here now, retired. He'll take the midnight train," said Dean Prosper. To Mr. Hudkins the dean said, "And look around and see if you can find anything of Brother Gantry. I'm worried about him. The poor boy was simply in agony over a most unfortunate private matter, apparently." Now Mr. Hudkins had for several years conducted a mission on South Clark Street in Chicago, and he knew a good many unholy things. He had seen Elmer Gantry in classes at Mizpah. When he had finished Easter morning services in Monarch, he not only went to the police and to the hospitals, but began a round of the hotels, restaurants, and bars. Thus it came to pass that while Elmer was merely washing lobster down with California claret, stopping now and then to kiss the blonde beside him, and by request to repeat his toast that evening, he was being observed from the cafe door by the Reverend Mr. Hudkins in the enjoyable role of avenging angel. Part 5. When Elmer telephoned Eversley Monday morning to explain his sickness, the deacon snapped, "All right, got somebody else." "But, well, say, Dean Trosper thought you and the committee might like to talk over a semi-permanent arrangement. Nope, nope, nope. Returned to Babylon, Elmer went at once to the offices of the dean. One look at his expression was enough. The dean concluded 2 minutes of the most fluent description with, "The faculty committee met this morning, and you are fired from Mitzvah. Of course, if you remained an ordained Baptist minister, I could get your home association to cancel your credentials, but it would grieve them to know what sort of a lying monster they had sponsored. Also, I don't want Mitzvah mixed up in any such a scandal. But if I ever hear of you in any Baptist pulpit, I'll expose you. Now, I don't want to suppose you're bright enough to become a saloon keeper, but you ought to make a pretty good bartender. I'll leave your punishment to your midnight thoughts." Elmer whined, You ought not to talk to me like that. Doesn't it say in the Bible you ought to forgive 70 times 7? This is 80 times 7. Get out. So the Reverend Mr. Gantry surprisingly ceased to be, for practical purposes, a reverend at all. He thought of fleeing to his mother, but he was ashamed. Of fleeing to Lulu, but he could not dare. He heard that Eddie Fizzlinger had been yanked to Schönheim to marry Lulu and Floyd Naylor, a lonely, grim affair by lamplight. They might have asked me anyway, grumbled Elmer as he packed. He went back to Monarch and friendliness of Ad Locust. He confessed that he had been a minister and was forgiven. By Friday that week, Elmer had become a traveling salesman for the Pequot Farm Implement Company. End of section 13. Section 14 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 14, Chapter 11, Parts 1 through 3. Part 1. Elmer Gantry was 28, and for 2 years he had been a traveling salesman for the Pequot Company. Harrows and rakes and corn planters, red plows and gilt-striped green wagons, cantaloupes and ordered lists, offices glassed off from dim warehouses, shirt-sleeved dealers on high stools at high desks, the bar at the corner, stifling small hotels and lunchrooms, waiting for trains half the night in foul boxes of junction stations, where the brown-slatted benches were an agony to his back. Trains, 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 trains and timetables, and joyous return to his headquarters in Denver. A drunk, a theater, and services in a big church. He wore a checked suit, a brown derby, striped socks, the huge ring of gold serpents, and an opal which he had bought long ago, flower-decked ties, and what he called fancy vests, garments of yellow with red spots, of green with white stripes, of silk or daring chamois. He had a series of little loves, but none of them important enough to continue. He was not unsuccessful. He was a good talker, a magnificent handshaker. His word could often be depended on, and he remembered most of the price lists and all of the new smutty stories. In the office at Denver, he was popular with the boys. He had one infallible stunt, a burlesque sermon. It was known that he had studied to be a preacher, but had courageously decided that it was no occupation for a real two-fisted guy, and that he had told the profs where they got off. A promising and commendable fellow, conceivably sales manager some day. Whatever his dissipations, Elmer continued enough exercise to keep his belly down and his shoulders up. He had been shocked by Deacon Bain's taunt that he was growing soft, and every morning in his hotel room he unhumorously did calisthenics for 15 minutes. Evenings he bowled or boxed in YMCA gymnasiums, or in towns large enough solemnly swam up and down tanks like a white porpoise. He felt lusty and as strong as in Terwillinger days. Yet Elmer was not altogether happy. He appreciated being free of faculty rules, free of the guilt which in seminary days had followed his sprees at Monarch, free of the incomprehensible debates of Harry Zinns and Frank Shallard. Yet he missed leading the old hymns and the sound of his own voice, the sense of his own power as he held an audience by his sermon. Always on Sunday evenings, except when he had an engagement with a waitress or a chambermaid, he went to the evangelical church nearest his hotel. He enjoyed criticizing the sermon professionally. Golly, I could put it all over that poor boob. The straight gospel is all right, but if he had only snuck in a couple of literary allusions and lambasted the saloon keepers more, he'd have had 'em all het up. He sang as powerfully that despite a certain tobacco and whiskey odor, the parsons always shook hands with extra warmth and said they were glad to see you with us this evening, brother. When he encountered really successful churches, his devotion to the business became a definite longing to return to preaching. He ached to step up, push the minister out of his pulpit, and take charge, instead of sitting back there unnoticed and unadmired, as though he were an ordinary layman. These chumps would be astonished if they knew what I am, he reflected. After such an experience, it was vexatious on Monday morning to talk with a droning implement dealer about discounts on manure spreaders. It was sickening to wait for the train time in a cuspidor-filled hotel lobby when he might have been in a church office superior with books, giving orders to pretty secretaries and being expansive and helpful to consulting sinners. He was only partly solaced by being able to walk openly into a bar and shout, "Straight rye, Bill!" On Sunday evening in a western Kansas town, he ambled to a shabby little church and read on the placard outside, "This morning, the meaning of redemption. This evening is dancing of the devil. First Baptist Church, pastor, the Reverend Edward Fizzlinger, B.A., M.D. "Oh, God," protested Elmer. "Eddie Fizzlinger? About the kind of burg he would land in. A lot he knows about the meaning of redemption, or any other dogma, that human woodchuck. Or about dancing. If he had ever been with me in Denver and shaking a hoof at Billy Portaferro's place, he'd have something to hand out. Fizzlinger. Must be the same guy. I'll sit down front and put his show on the fritz." Eddie Fizzlinger's church was an octagonal affair, with a pulpit in one angle, an arrangement which produced a fascinating, rather dizzy effect, reminiscent of the doctrine of predestination. The interior was of bright yellow, hung with many placards. "Get right with God," and "Where will you spend eternity?" and "The wisdom of this world is foolishness with God." The Sunday school register behind the pulpit communicated the tidings that the attendance today had been 41, as against the only 39 last week, and the collection 89 cents, as against only 77. The usher, a bricklayer in a clean collar, was impressed by Elmer's checkered suit and starched red-speckled shirt, and took him to the front row. Eddie flushed most satisfactorily when he saw Elmer from the pulpit, started to bow, checked it, looked in the general direction of heaven, and tried to smile condescendingly. He was nervous at the beginning of his sermon, but apparently he determined that his attack on sin, which hitherto had been an academic routine with no relation to any of his appallingly virtuous flock, might be made real. With his squirrel-toothed and touching earnestness, he looked down at Elmer and as good as told him to go to hell and be done with it. But he thought better of it, and concluded that God might be able to give Elmer Gantry another chance if Elmer stopped drinking, smoking, blaspheming, and wearing checked suits. If he did not refer to Elmer by name, he certainly did by poisonous glances. Elmer was angry, then impressively innocent, and then bored. He examined the church and counted the audience 27, excluding Eddie and his wife. There was no question but that the young woman looking adoringly up from the front pew was Eddie's consort. She had the pitifully starved and home-tailored look of a preacher's wife. By the end of the sermon, Elmer was being sorry for Eddie. He sang the closing hymn, "He's the Lily of the Valley," with a fine unctuous grace coming down powerfully on the jubilant hallelujah, and waited to shake hands with Eddie forgivingly. "Well, well, well," they both said. "And what are you doing in these parts?" And Eddie, "Wait until everybody's gone. Must have a good old-fashioned chin with you, old fellow." As he walked with the Fizzlingers to the parsonage a block away and sat with them in the living room, Elmer wanted to be a preacher again, to take the job away from Eddie and do it expertly. Yet he was repulsed by the depressing stinginess of Eddie's life. His own hotel bedrooms were drab enough, but they were free of nosy parishioners, and they were as luxurious as this parlor with its rain-blotched ceiling, bare pine floor, sloping chairs, and perpetual odor of diapers. There were already in the 2 years of Eddie's marriage 2 babies, looking as though they were next door to having been conceived without sin, and there was a perfectly blank-faced sister-in-law who cared for the children during services. Elmer wanted to smoke, and for all his training in the eternal mysteries, he could not decide whether it would be more interesting to annoy Eddie by smoking or to win him by refraining. He smoked, and wished he hadn't. Eddie noticed it, and his reedy wife noticed it, and the sister-in-law gaped at it, and they labored at pretending they hadn't. Elmer felt large and sophisticated and prosperous in their presence, like a city broker visiting a farmer cousin and wondering which of his tales of gilded towers would be simple enough for belief. Eddie gave him the news of Mizpah. Frank Shallard had a small church in a town called Catawba, the other end of the state of Winnemac, from the seminary. There had been some difficulty over his ordination, for he had been shaky about even so clear and proven a fact as the virgin birth. But his father and Dean Trosper had vouched for him, and Frank had been ordained. Harry Zins had a large church in West Virginia mining town. Wallace Umstead, the physical instructor, was doing fine in the YMCA. Professor Bruno Zechlin was dead, poor fellow. "Whatever became of Horace Carp?" asked Elmer. "Well, that is the strangest thing of all. Horace has gone into the Episcopal Church, like he always said he would." "Well, well, is that a fact?" "Yes, sir. His father died just after he graduated, and he up and turned Episcopalian and took a year in general, and now they say he's doing pretty good, and he's a high church as all get out." "Well, you seem to have a good thing of it here, Eddie. Nice church." "Well, it isn't so big, but they're awful fine people, and everything's doing fine. I haven't increased the membership so much, But what I'm trying to do is strengthen the present membership in the faith, and then, when I feel each of them is a center of inspiration, I'll be ready to start an evangelistic campaign. And you'll see that old church boom, yes, sir, just double overnight. If they only weren't so slow about paying my salary and the mortgage. Fine, solid people, really saved, but they are just the least little bit tight with the money. If you could see the way my cook stove's broken and the sink needs painting, said Mrs. Fizzlinger, her chief utterance of the evening. Elmer felt choked and imprisoned. He escaped. At the door, Eddie held both his hands and begged, "Oh, Elmer, I'll never give up till I've brought you back. I'm going to pray. I've seen you under conviction. I know what you can do." Oh, fresh air, a defiant drink of rye, loud laughter. Taking the train, Elmer enjoyed it after this stuffiness. Already Eddie had lost such a devout fire as he had once shown in the YMCA. Already he was old, settled down, without conceivable adventure, awaiting for death. Yet Elmer had said. Startled, he recalled that he was still a Baptist minister. For all of Trosper's opposition, he could preach. He felt with superstitious discomfort Eddie's incantation, "I'll never give up till I've brought you back." And just to take Eddie's church and show what he could do with it, by God, he'd bring those hicks to time and make 'em pay up. He flitted across the state to see his mother. His disgrace at Mitzvah had, she said, nearly killed her. With tremulous hope, she now heard him promise that maybe, when he had seen the world and settled down, he might go back into the ministry. In a religious mood, which fortunately did not prevent his securing some telling credit information by oiling a bookkeeper with several drinks, he came to Salterville, Nebraska, an ugly, enterprising, industrial town of 20,000. And in that religious mood, he noted the placards of a woman evangelist, one Sharon Falconer, a prophetess of whom he had heard. The clerk in the hotel, the farmers about the implement warehouse, said that Miss Falconer was holding union meetings in a tent, with the support of most of the Protestant churches in town. They asserted that she was beautiful and eloquent, and that she took a number of assistants with her, that she was the biggest thing that ever hit this burg, that she was comparable to Moody, to Gypsy Smith, to Sam Jones, to J. Wilbur Chapman, to this new baseball evangelist, Billy Sunday. Well, that's nonsense. No woman can preach the gospel, declared Elmer, as an expert. But he went that evening to Miss Falconer's meeting. The tent was enormous. It would seat 3,000 people, and another 1,000 could be packed in standing room. It was nearly filled when Elmer arrived and elbowed his majestic way forward. At the front of the tent was an extraordinary structure, altogether different from the platform, pulpit, American flag arrangement of the stock evangelist. It was a pyramidal structure of white wood with gilded edges, affording 3 platforms, one for the choir, one higher up for a row of seated local clergy, and at the top a small platform with a pulpit shaped like a shell and painted like a rainbow. Swarming all over it were lilies, roses, and vines. Great snakes! Regular circus layout. Just what you'd expect from a fool woman evangelist, decided Elmer. The top platform was still unoccupied. Presumably, it was to set off the charms of Miss Sharon Falconer. The mixed choir, with their gowns and mortarboards, chanted, Shall we gather at the river? A young man, slight, too good-looking, too arched of lip, wearing a priest's waistcoat and collar turned around, read from Acts at a stand on the second platform. He was an Oxonian, and it was almost the first time that Elmer had heard an Englishman read. Pho, Willie boy, that's what he is. This outfit won't get very far. Too much skirts, no punch, no good old-fashioned gospel to draw the customers, scoffed Elmer. A pause. Everyone waited, a little uneasy. Their eyes went to the top platform. Elmer gasped. Coming from some refuge behind the platform, coming slowly, her beautiful arms outstretched to them, appeared a saint. She was young. Sharon Falconer, surely not 30, stately, slender, and tall, and in her long, slim face, her black eyes, her splendor of black hair, was rapture or boiling passion. The sleeves of her straight white robe, with its ruby velvet girdle, were slashed and fell away from her arms as she drew everyone to her. God, prayed Elmer Gantry, and that instant his planless life took on plan and resolute purpose. He was going to have Sharon Falconer. Her voice was warm, a little husky, deliberately alive. Oh, my dear people, I am not going to preach tonight. We are all so weary of nagging sermons about being nice and good. I am not going to tell you that you're sinners, for which of us is not a sinner? I am not going to explain the Scriptures. We are all bored by tired old men explaining the Bible through their noses. No, we are going to find the golden Scriptures written in our own hearts. We are going to sing together, laugh together, rejoice together. Like a gathering of April brooks, rejoice that in us is living the veritable Spirit of the everlasting and redeeming Christ Jesus. Elmer never knew what the words were, or the sense, if indeed anyone knew. It was all caressing music to him, and at the end, when she ran down curving flower-wreathed stairs to the lowest platform and held out her arms, pleading with them to find peace and salvation, he was roused to go forward with the converts, to kneel in the writhing row under the blessing of her extended hands. But he was lost in no mystical ecstasy. He was the critic, moved by the play, but aware that he must get his copy in the newspaper. This is the outfit I've been looking for. Here's where I could go over great. I could beat that English preacher both ways from the ace. And Sharon? Oh, the darling. She was coming along the row of converts and near converts, laying her shining hands on their heads. His shoulders quivered with consciousness of her nearness. When she reached him and invited him, in that thrilling voice, "Brother, won't you find happiness in Jesus?" He did not bow lower like the others. He did not sob, but looked straight up at her jauntily, seeking to hold her eyes, while he crowed, "It's the happiness just to have had your wondrous message, Sister Falconer." She glanced at him sharply. She turned blank and instantly passed on. He felt slapped. I'll show her yet. He stood aside as the crowd wavered out. He got into talk with the crisp young Englishman who had read the scripture lesson, Cecil Ilston, Sharon's first assistant. "Mighty pleased to be here tonight, brother," mumbled Elmer. "I happen to be a Baptist preacher myself. Bountiful meeting. And you read the lesson most inspiringly." Cecil Ilston rapidly
took in Elmer's checked suit, his fancy vest, and, "Oh, really? Splendid. So good of you, I'm sure. If you'll excuse me." Nor did it increase Elmer's affection to have Isleston leave him for one of the humblest of the adherents, an old woman in a broken and flapping straw hat. Elmer disposed of Cecil Isleston. "To hell with him. There's a fellow we'll get rid of. A man like me, he gives the icy mitt. And then he goes the other extreme and slops all over some old dame that's probably saved already, that you, by golly, couldn't unsave with a carload of gin. That'll do you, my young friend. And you don't like my check suit either? Well, I certainly do buy my clothes just to please you, all right." He waited, hoping for a chance at Sharon Falconer, and others were waiting. She waved her hand at all of them, waved her flaunting smile, rubbed her eyes, and begged, "Will you forgive me? I'm blind, tired. I must rest." She vanished into the mysteries behind the gaudy gold and white pyramid. Even in her staggering weariness, her voice was not drab. It was filled with that twilight passion which had captured Elmer more than her beauty. "Never did see a lady just like her," he reflected as he plowed back to his hotel. "Face kind of thin. Usually I like 'em plumper. And yet, golly, I could fall for her as I never have for anybody in my life. So this darn Englishman didn't like my clothes. Looked as if he thought they were too sporty. Well, he can stick 'em in his ear. Anybody got any objection to my clothes?" The slumbering universe did not answer, and he was almost content. And at 8 next morning, Soderville had an excellent clothing shop, conducted by Messrs. Erbsen and Goldfarb, and at 8 Elmer was there, purchasing a chaste, double-breasted brown suit and 3 rich but sober ties. By hounding Mr. Goldfarb, he had the alterations done by 9:30, and at 10 he was grandly snooping about the revival tent. He should have gone on to the next town this morning. Sharon did not appear till 11 to lecture the personal workers, but meanwhile Elmer had thrust himself into acquaintanceship with Art Nichols, a gaunt Yankee, once a barber, who played the cornet and French horn in the 3-piece orchestra which Sharon carried with her. "Yes, pretty good game, this is," droned Nichols. "Better'n barberin' and better'n one-night stands. Oh, I'm a real trooper, too. Play characters in tent shows. I was out 3 seasons with Tom Shows. This is easier. No street parades, and I guess probably we do a lot of good, saving souls and so on. Only these religious folks do seem to scrap amongst themselves more than the professionals." "Where do you go from here?" "We close in 5 days. Then we grab the collection and pull out of here and make a jump to Lincoln, Nebraska. Open there in 3 days. Regular troopers jump, too. Don't even get a Pullman. Leave here on the day coach at 11 p.m. and get into Lincoln at 1. "Sunday night you leave, eh? That's funny. I'll be on that train, going to Lincoln myself." "Well, you can come hear us there. I always do Jerusalem the Golden on the Coronet first meeting. Knocks 'em cold. They say it's all this gab that gets 'em going and drags in the sinners. But don't you believe it, it's the music. Say, I can get more damn sinners weeping on a E-flat cornet than 9 gospel artists all shooting off their faces at once. I'll bet you can, Art. Say, Art, of course I'm a preacher myself, just in business temporarily, making arrangements for a new appointment. Art looked like one who was about to not lend money, but I don't believe all this bull about never having a good time. And of course, Paul said to take a little wine for your stomach's sake, and this town is dry. But I'm going to a wet one between now and Saturday, and if I were to have a pint of rye in my jeans, eh? Well, I'm awful fond of my stomach. Like to do something for its sake. What kind of a fellow is this Englishman? Seems to be Miss Falconer's right-hand man. Oh, he's a pretty bright fella, but he don't seem to get along with us boys. She likes him? What does he call himself? Cecil Aylston, his name is. Oh, Sharon liked him first-rate for a while, but wouldn't wonder if she was tired of his highbrow stuff now, and the way he never gets chummy. Well, I got to go speak to Miss Faulkner a second. Glad to have met you, Art. See you on the train Sunday evening. They had been talking at one of the dozen entrances of the gospel tent. Elmer had been watching Sharon Faulkner as she came briskly into the tent. She was no high priestess now in Grecian robe, but a businesswoman, in straw hat, gray suit, white shirt-waist, linen cuffs and collar. Only her blue bow and the jeweled cross on her watch fob distinguished her from the women in offices. But Elmer, collecting every detail of her as a miner scoops up nuggets, knew now that she was not flat-breasted, as in the loose robe she might have been. She spoke to the personal workers, the young women who volunteered to hold cottage prayer meetings and to go from house to house stirring up spiritual prospects. My dear friends, I'm very glad you're all praying, but there comes a time when you've got to add a little shoe leather. While you're longing for the kingdom, the devil does his longing nights and daytimes. He hustles around seeing people talking to him. Are you ashamed to go right in and ask folks to come to Christ? To come to our meetings anyway? I'm not at all pleased. Not at all, my dear young friends. My charts show that in the southeast district only 1 house in 3 has been visited. This won't do. You've got to get over the idea that the services of the Lord is a nice game, like putting Easter lilies on the altar. Here there's only 5 days left, and you haven't yet waked up and got busy. And let's not have any silly nonsense about hesitating to hit people up for money pledges, and hitting them hard. We can't pay rent for this lot, and pay for lights and transportation and the wages of all this big crew I carry on hot air. Now you pretty girl there with the red hair, my, I wish I had such hair. What have you done, sure enough done, in this past week? In 10 minutes, she had them all crying, all aching to dash out and bring in souls and dollars. She was leaving the tent when Elmer pounced on her, swaggering, his hand out. Sister Faulkner, I want to congratulate you on your wonderful meetings. I'm a Baptist preacher, the Reverend Elmer Gantry. Yes? Sharply. Where is your church? Why, just at the present I haven't exactly got a church. She inspected his ruddiness, his glossiness, the odor of tobacco. Her brilliant eyes had played all over him, and she demanded, What's the trouble this time? Booze or women? Why, that's absolutely untrue. I'm surprised you should speak like that, Sister Falconer. I'm in perfectly good standing. It's just I'm taking a little time off to engage in business in order to understand the workings of the lay mind before going on with my ministry. That's splendid. Well, you have my blessing, brother. Now, if you will excuse me, I must go and meet the committee. She tossed him an unsmiling smile and raced away. He felt soggy, lumbering, unspeakably stupid, but he swore, Damn you, I'll catch you when you aren't all wrapped up in business and your own darn fool self-importance, and then I'll make you wake up, my girl. He had to do 9 days' work to visit 9 towns in 5 days, but he was back in Sautersville on Sunday evening, and he was on the 11 o'clock train for Lincoln in the new brown suit. His fancy for Sharon Falconer had grown into a trembling passion, the first authentic passion of his life. It was too late in the evening for a great farewell, but at least 100 of the brethren and sisters were at the station singing, God be with you till we meet again, and shaking hands with Sharon Falconer. Elmer saw his cornet-wielding Yankee friend, Art Nichols, with the rest of the evangelistic crew. The aide Cecil Aylston, the fat and sentimental tenor soloist, the girl pianist, the violinist, and the girls evangelist, and the director of personal work. That important assistant, the press agent, was in Lincoln making ready for the coming of the Lord. They looked like a sleepy theatrical troupe as they sat on their suitcases waiting for the train to come in, and, like troopers, they were dismayingly different from their stage roles. The anemically pretty pianist, who for public uses dressed in seraphic silver robes, was now merely a small-town girl in wrinkled blue serge. The director of personal work, which had been nun-like in linen, was bold in black-trimmed red and more attentive to the amorous looks of the German violinist than to the farewell hymns. The Reverend Cecil Aylston gave orders to the hotel baggagemen regarding their trunks, more like a quartermaster sergeant than like an Oxonian mystic. Sharon herself was imperial in white, and the magnet for all of them. A fat Presbyterian pastor with whiskers buzzed about her, holding her arm with more than pious zeal. She smiled on him, to Elmer's rage. She smiled equally on the long, thin disciples of Christ preacher. She shook hands fervently, and she was tender to each shout of Praise God, sister. But her eyes were weary, and Elmer saw that when she turned from her worshippers, her mouth drooped. Young she seemed then, tired and defenseless. Poor kid, thought Elmer. The train flared and shrieked its way in, and the troop bustled with suitcases. Goodbye, God bless you, God speed the work, shouted everyone. Everyone save the congregational minister, who stood sulkily at the edge of the crowd, explaining to a parishioner, "And so she goes away with enough cash for herself after 6 weeks' work to have run our whole church for 2 years. Elmer ranged up beside his musical friend, Art Nichols, and as they humped up the steps of a day coach, he muttered, "Art, got your stomach medicine here?" "Great." "Say, look, fix it so you sit with Sharon. Then pretty soon go out for a smoke." "She didn't like smoking." "You don't need to tell her what for. Go out so I can sit down and talk to her for a while. Important business about a dandy new town for her evangelistic labors. Here, stick this in your pocket, and I'll dig up some more for you at Lincoln. Now hustle and get in with her." "Well, I'll try." So in the dark, malodorous car, hot with a late spring, filled with women whose corsets creaked to their doleful breathing, with farmers who snored in shirt sleeves, Elmer stood behind a seat in which a blur marked the shoulders of Art Nichols, and a radiance showed the white presence of Sharon Falconer. To Elmer, she seemed to kindle the universe. She was so precious, every inch of her. He had not known that a human being could be precious like this, and magical. To be near her was ecstasy enough. Almost enough. She was silent. He heard only Art Nichols twanging, "What do you think about us using some of these nigger songs? Hand them a joke." And her drowsy, "Oh, let's not talk about it tonight." And presently from Art, "Guess I'll skip out on the platform and get a breath of air." And the sacred haunt beside her was free to the exalted Elmer. He slipped in, very nervous. She was slumped low in the seat, but she sat up, peered at him in the dimness, and said with a grave courtesy which shut him out more than any rudeness, "I'm so sorry, but this place is taken." "Yes, I know, Sister Falconer, but the car's crowded, and I'll just sit down and rest myself while Brother Nichols is away. That is, if you'll let me. Don't know if you remember me. I met you at the tent in Sautersville. Reverend Gantry." "Oh," indifferently. Then quickly, "Oh, yes, you're the Presbyterian preacher who was fired for drinking." "That's absolutely." He saw that she was watching him, and he realized that she was not being her saintly self, nor her efficient self, but a quite new, private, mocking self. Delightedly, he went on, "Absolutely incorrect. I'm the Christian Scientist that was fired for kissing the choir leader on Saturday." "Oh, that really was careless of you." "So you're really human?" "Me? Oh, good heavens, yes, too human." "And you get tired of it?" "Of what?" "Of being the great Miss Falconer, of not being able to go into a drugstore to buy a toothbrush without having the clerk holler, 'Praise God, we have some dandy 2-bit brushes, hallelujah.'" Sharon giggled. Tired. And his voice was lulling away, of never daring to be tired, which same is what you are tonight, and of never having anybody to lean on. "I suppose, my dear Reverend Brother, that this is a generous offer to let me lean on you?" "No, I wouldn't have the nerve. I'm scared to death of you. You haven't only got your beauty. No, please let me tell you how a fellow preacher looks at you, and your wonderful platform present, but I kind of guess you've got brains. No, I haven't. Not a brain, all emotion and friendly. But people think of all the souls you've brought to repentance. That makes up for everything, doesn't it? Oh, yes, I suppose it. Oh, of course it does. It's the only thing that counts. Only, tell me, what really did happen to you? Why did you get out of the church? Gravely, I was a senior in Mizpah Theological Seminary, but I had a church of my own. I fell for a girl. I won't say she lured me on. After all, a man ought to face up to the consequences of his own foolishness. But she certainly did. Oh, it amused her to see a young preacher go mad over her. And she was so lovely. Quite a lot like you, only not so beautiful, not near. And she let on like she was mad about church work. That's what fooled me. Well, make a long story short, we were engaged to be married, and I thought of nothing but her and our life together, doing the work of the Lord, when one evening I walked in and there she was in the arms of another fella. It broke me up so that I tried, but I simply couldn't go on preaching. So I quit for a while. And I've done well in business, but now I'm ready to go back to the one job I've ever cared about. That's why I wanted to talk to you there at the tent. I needed your woman's sympathy as well as your expertise, and you turned me down. Oh, I am so very sorry. Her hand caressed his arm. Cecil Ailton came up and looked at them with a lack of sanctity. When they reached Lincoln, he was holding her hand and saying, "You poor, dear, tired child. And will you have breakfast with me? Where are you staying in Lincoln?" "Now see here, Brother Gantry." "Elmer." "Oh, don't be ridiculous, just because I'm so fagged out that it's nice to play at being a human being. Don't try to take advantage." "Sister Falconer, will you quit being a chump? I admire your genius, your wonderful work for God, but it's because you're too big to just be a professional gospel shouter every minute that I most admire you. You know mighty good and well that you like to be simple and even slangy for a while. And you're too sleepy just now to know whether you like me or not. That's why I want us to meet at breakfast when the sleepiness is out of the wonderful eyes. It all sounds pretty honest, except that last stuff. You've certainly used that before. Do you know, I like you. You're so completely brazen, so completely unscrupulous, and so beatifically ignorant. I've been with sanctimonious folks too much lately, and it's interesting to see that you honestly think you can captivate me. You funny thing. I'm staying at the Antlers Hotel in Lincoln. No use, by the way, you're trying to get a room near my suite, because I have practically the whole floor engaged. And I'll meet you at breakfast. There at 9:30. Part 3. Though he did not sleep well, he was up early and at his toilet. He shaved, he touched up his bluff handsomeness with lilac water and talcum, and he did his nails sitting in athletic underwear, awaiting his new suit sent down for pressing. The new purpose in a life recently so dispirited gave vitality to his bold eyes and spring to his thick muscles as he strode through the golden marble lobby of the Antlers Hotel and awaited Sharon at the restaurant door. She came down fresh in white crash, bordered with blue. As they met, they laughed, admitting comradeship in folly. He took her arm gaily, led her through a flutter of waitresses excited over the coming of the celebrated Lady of God, and ordered competently. "I've got a great idea," said he. "I've got to beat it this afternoon, but I'll be back in Lincoln on Friday. And how'd it be if you billed me to address your meeting as a saved businessman, and I talked for half an hour or so on Friday evening about the good, hard, practical dollars and cents value of Christ in commerce? Are you a good talker?" "A knockout." "Well, it might be a good idea. Yes, we'll do it. By the way, what is your business? Hold-ups?" "I'm the crack salesman of the Pequot Farm Implement Company, Sharon. And if you don't believe it—" "Oh, I do." She shouldn't have. "I'm sure you tell the truth often. Of course, we won't need to mention the fact that you're a preacher unless somebody insists on asking. How would this be as a topic? Getting the goods with a Gideon Bible." "Say, that would be elegant. How I was in some hick town, horrible weather, slush and rain and everything, dark skies, seemed like sun never would shine again, feet all soaked from tramping through the streets, no sales, plumb discouraged, sat in my room, forgotten to buy one of the worldly magazines I'd been accustomed to read, idly picked up a Gideon Bible and read the parable of the talents. Found that same day you were in town, went and got converted, saw now it wasn't just for money, but for the kingdom of Christ to heighten my influence as a Christian businessman, that I had to increase sales. That bucked up my self-confidence so that I increased sales to beat the band. And now I owe everything to your inspired powers. So it's a privilege to be able to testify. And about how it isn't the weak, skinny failure that's the fella to get saved, but it takes a really strong man to not be ashamed to surrender all for Jesus." "Why, I think that's fine, Brother Elmer. I really do. And dwell a lot on being in your hotel room there. You took off your shoes and threw yourself down on the bed, feeling completely beaten. But you were so restless you got up and poked around the room and picked up the Gideon Bible. I'll feature it big, and you'll make it strong, Elmer? You won't let me down? Because I really will headline it in my announcements. I've persuaded you to come clear from Omaha. No, that's not far. Clear from Denver for it. And if you do throw yourself into it and tear loose, it'll add greatly to the glory of God and the success of the meeting in winning souls. You will?" "Dear, I'll slam it into him so hard you'll want me in every town you go to. You bet." Be that as it may, Elmer, here comes Cecil Aylstrom. You know, my assistant. He looks so cross. He is a dear, but he's so terribly highbrow and refined and everything. And he's always trying to nag me into being refined. But you'll love him. I will not. Anyway, I'll struggle against it. And they laughed. The Reverend Cecil Aylstrom, of the flaxen hair and the superior British complexion, glided to their table, looked at Elmer with a blankness more infuriating than a scowl, and sat down, observing, I don't want to interlude, Miss Falconer, but you know the committee of clergy are awaiting you in the parlor. Oh, dear, sighed Sharon, are they as terrible as usual here? Can't you go up and get the kneeling and praying done while I finish my scrambled eggs? Have you told them they've got to double the amount of the pledges before this week is over, or the souls at Lincoln can go right on being damned? Cecil was indicating Elmer with an alarmed jerk of his head. Oh, don't worry about Elmer. He's one of us, going to speak for us Friday. Used to be a terribly famous preacher, but he's found a wider field in business. Reverend Aylstrom, Reverend Gantry. Now run along, Cecil, and keep 'em pious and busy. Any nice-looking young preachers in the committee, or are they all old stiffs? Aylstrom answered with a tight-lipped glare, and flowed away. Dear Cecil, he is so useful to me. He's actually made me take to reading poetry and everything. If he just wouldn't be polite at breakfast time, I wouldn't mind facing the wild beasts of Ephesus, but I can't stand starch with my eggs. Now I must go up and join him. You'll have lunch with me? I will not, my dear young man. This endeth my being silly for this week. From this moment on, I'll be one of the anointed, and if you want me to like you, God help you, if you come around looking pussy-catty while I'm manhandling these stiff-necked brethren in Christ. I'll see you Friday. I'll have dinner with you here before the meeting, and I can depend on you? Good. End of section 14, chapter 11, parts 1 through 3. Section 15 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 15, Chapter 11, Parts 4 through 6. Part 4. Cecil Aylstrom was a good deal of a mystic, a good deal of a ritualist, a bit of a rogue, something of a scholar, frequently a drunkard, more frequently an ascetic, always a gentleman, and always an adventurer. He was 32 now. At Winchester and New College he had been known for sprinting, snobbishness, and Greek and versification. He had taken orders, served as a curate in a peculiarly muddy and ancient and unlighted church in the East End, and become fanatically Anglo-Catholic. While he was considering taking the 3 vows and entering a Church of England monastery, his vicar kicked him out, and no one was ever quite certain whether it was because of his Romish tendencies or the Navy's daughter whom he had got with child.
He was ordered down to a bleak, square stone church in Cornwall, but he resigned and joined the Plymouth Brethren, among whom, in resounding, galvanized iron chapels in the Black Country, he had renown for denunciation of all the pleasant sins. He came to Liverpool for a series of meetings. He wandered by the Hookesson docks, saw a liner ready for sea, bought a steerage ticket, took the passport which he had ready for a promised flight to Rio with the wife of an evangelical merchant in coals, and without a word to the brethren or the ardent lady of the coals, sailed sulkily off to America. In New York he sold neckties in a department store. He preached in a mission. He tutored the daughter of a great wholesale fish dealer, and wrote nimble and thoroughly irritating book reviews. He left town 2 hours ahead of the fish dealer's eldest son, and turned up in Waco, Texas, teaching in a business college, in Winona, Minnesota, preaching in a Nazarene chapel in Carmel, California, writing poetry and real estate brochures, and in Miles City, Montana, as a summer supply in a congregational pulpit. He was so quiet, so studious here, that the widow of a rancher picked him up and married him. She died. He lost the entire fortune in 2 days at Tijuana. He became extra pious after that, and was converted from time to time by Billy Sunday, Gypsy Smith, Beater Wolf, and several other embarrassed evangelists who did not expect a convert so early in the campaign and had made no plans to utilize him. It was in Ishpeming, Michigan, where he was conducting a shooting gallery, while he sought by mail a mastership in Groton School. Then he heard and was more than usually converted by Sharon Falconer. He fell in love with her, and with contemptuous steady resolution he told her so. At the moment she was without a permanent man first assistant. She had just discharged a really useful loud-voiced United Brethren D.D. for hinting to delighted sons of Belial that his relationships to her were at least brotherly. She took on the Reverend Cecil Ilston. He loved her terrifyingly. He was so devoted to her that he dropped his drinking, his smoking, and a tendency to forgery, which had recently been creeping up on him, and he did wonders for her. She had been too emotional. He taught her to store it up and fling it all out in one overpowering, catastrophic evening. She had been careless of grammar and given to vulgar barnyard illustrations. He taught her to endure sitting still and reading Swinburne and Jowett, Potter and Jonathan Edwards, Newman and Sir Thomas Browne. He taught her to use her voice, to use her eyes, and in more private relations to use her soul. She had been puzzled by him, annoyed by him, led meekly by him, and now she was weary of his supercilious devotion. He was more devoted to her than to life, and for her he refused a really desirable widow who could have got him back into the Episcopal fold and acquired for him the rich sort of church for which he longed after these months of sawdust and sweaty converts. Part 5. When Elmer descended from the train in Lincoln Friday afternoon, he stopped before a red and black poster announcing that Elmer Gantry was a power in the machinery world, that he was an eloquent and entertaining speaker, and that his address, Increasing Sales with God and the Gideons, would be a revelation of the new world of better business. "Jiminy," said the power in the machinery world, "I'd rather see a sermon of mine advertised like that than sell 10 million plows." He had a vision of Sharon Falconer in her suite in late afternoon, lonely and clinging in the faded golden light, clinging to him. But when he reached her room by telephone, she was curt. No, sorry, can't see you this afternoon. See you at dinner, 5:45. He was so chastened that he was restrained and uncommenting when she came swooping into the dining room, a knot-browed, efficient, raging Sharon. And then he found that she had brought Cecil Ilston. Good evening, sister, Brother Ilston, he boomed sedately. Evening. You ready to speak? Absolutely. She lightened a little. That's good. Everything else has gone wrong, and these preachers here think I can travel an evangelistic crew on air. Give 'em fits about tightwad Christian businessmen, will you, Elmer? How they hate to loosen up. Cecil, kindly don't look at me as if I had bitten somebody. I haven't. Not yet. Ilston ignored her, and the two men watched each other like a panther and a buffalo. But a buffalo with a clean shave and ever so much scented hair tonic. Brother Ilston, said Elmer, I noticed in the account of last evening's meeting that you spoke of Mary and the anointing with spikenard, and you quoted these Idols of the King by Tennyson, or that's what the newspaper said. That's right. But do you think that's good stuff for evangelism? All right for a regular church, especially with a high-class rich congregation, but in a soul-saving campaign? My dear Mr. Gantry, Miss Falconer and I have decided that even in the most aggressive campaign, there is no need of vulgarizing our followers. Well, that isn't what I'd give 'em. And what, pray, would you give them? The good old-fashioned hell, that's what. Elmer peeped at Sharon and felt that she was smiling with encouragement. Yes, sir, like the hymn says, the hell of our fathers is good enough for me. Quite so. I'm afraid it isn't good enough for me, and I don't know that Jesus fancied it particularly. Well, you can be dead sure of one thing. When he stayed with Mary and Martha and Lazarus, he wouldn't loaf around drinking tea with them. Oh, why not, my dear man? Don't you know that tea was first imported by caravan train from Ceylon to Syria in 627 B.C.? No, didn't know just when. Why, of course, you've merely forgotten it. You must have read it in your university days of the great Epicurean expedition of Thalazar, when he took the 1,100 camels. Thalazar, you remember? Oh, yes, I remember his expedition, but I didn't know he brought in tea. Why, naturally. Rather. Miss Falconer, the impetuous Mr. Shoup wants to sing just as I am for his solo tonight. Is there any way of preventing it? Albert is a good, saved soul, but just as he is too fat. Won't you speak to him? Oh, I don't know. Let him sing it. He's brought in lots of souls on that, yawned Sharon. Mangy little souls. Oh, stop being so supercilious. When you get to heaven, Cecil, you'll complain of the way the seraphims— Oh, do shut up. I know it's seraphim. My tongue just slipped. You'll complain of the kind of corsets they wear. I'm not at all sure but that you really do picture that sort of heaven, with corseted angels and yourself with a golden mansion on the celestial park lane. Cecil Ilston, don't you quarrel with me tonight. I feel vulgar. That's your favorite word. I do wish I could save some of the members of my own crew. Elmer, do you think God went to Oxford? Sure. And you did, of course. I did not, by golly. I went to a hick college in Kansas, and I was born in a hick town in Kansas. Me too, practically. Oh, I did come from a frighteningly old Virginia family, and I was born in what they call a mansion. But still, we were so poor that our pride was ridiculous. Tell me, did you split wood and pull mustard when you were a boy?
Did I? Say, you bet I did.
They sat with their elbows on the table, swapping boasts of provincial poverty, proclaiming kinship, while Cecil looked frosty. Part 6. Elmer's speech at the evangelistic meeting was a cloudburst. It had structure as well as baritone melody, choice words, fascinating anecdotes, select sentiment, chaste point of view, and resolute piety. Elmer was later to explain to admirers of his public utterances that nothing was more important than structure. What, he put it to them, would they think of an architect who was fancy about paint and clapboards, but didn't plan the house? And tonight's euphemisms were full of structure. In one part, he admitted that despite his commercial success, he had fallen into sin before the hour when, restless in his hotel room, he had idly fingered o'er a Gideon Bible and been struck by the parable of the talents. In part 2, he revealed, by stimulating examples from his own experience, the cash value of Christianity. He pointed out that merchants often preferred a dependable man to a known crook. Hitherto he had, perhaps, been a shade too realistic. He felt that Sharon would never take him on in place of Cecil Ilston unless she perceived the poetry with which his soul was gushing. So in part 3 he explained that what had made Christianity no mere dream and ideal, but a practical human solvent, was love. He spoke very nicely of love. He said that love was the morning star, the evening star, the radiance upon the quiet tomb, the inspirer equally of patriots and bank presidents. And as for music, what was it but the very voice of love? He had elevated his audience, 1,300 they were and respectful, to a height of idealism from which he made them swoop now, like eagles, to a pool of tears. For, O my brothers and sisters, important though it is to be prudent in this world's affairs, it is the world to come that is alone important. And this reminds me, in closing, of a very sad incident which I recently witnessed. In business affairs, I had often had to deal with a very prominent man named Jim Leffingwell. I can give his name now, because he has passed to his eternal reward. Old Jim was the best of good fellows, but he had a fatal defect. He drank liquor. He smoked tobacco. He gambled. And I'm sorry to say that he did not always keep his tongue clean. He took the name of God in vain. But Jim was very fond of his family, particularly of his little daughter. Well, she took sick. Oh, what a sad time that was to that household. How the stricken mother tiptoed into and out of the sick room. How the worried doctors came and went, speeding to aid her. As for the father, poor old Jim, he was bowed with anguish as he leaned over that pathetic little bed, and his hair turned gray in a single night. There came the great crisis, and before the very eyes of the weeping father, that little form was stilled, and that sweet, pure, young soul passed to its Maker. Leff came to me sobbing, and I put my arms around him as I would round a little child. "Oh, God," he sobbed, "that I should have spent my life in wicked vices, and that the little one should have passed away, knowing her dad was a sinner. Thinking to comfort him, I said, "Old man, it was God's will that she be taken. You have done all that mortal man could do, the best of medical attention, the best of care. I shall never forget how scornfully he turned upon me." "And you call yourself a Christian?" he cried. "Yes, she had medical attention, but one thing was lacking, the one thing that would have saved her. I could not pray." And that strong man knelt in anguish, and for all my training in trying to explain the ways of God to my fellow businessmen, there was nothing to say. It was too late. Oh, my brothers, my fellow businessmen, are you going to put off repentance till it's too late? That's your affair, you say. Is it? Is it? Have you a right to inflict upon all that you hold nearest and dearest the sole burden of your sins? Do you love your sins better than that dear little son, that bonny daughter, that loving brother, that fine old father? Do you want to punish them? Do you? Don't you love someone more than you do your sins? If you do, stand up. Isn't there someone here who wants to stand up and help a fellow businessman carry this gospel of great joy to the world? Won't you come? Won't you help me? Oh, come. Come down and let me shake your hand. And they came, dozens of them, weeping while he wept at his own goodness. They stood afterward in a secluded space behind the white and gold platforms, Sharon and Elmer, and she cried, "Oh, it was beautiful. Honestly, I almost cried myself. Elmer, it was just fine." Didn't I get 'em? Didn't I get 'em? Didn't I? Say, Sharon, I'm so glad it went over, because it was your show, and I wanted to give you all I could. He moved toward her, his arms out, and for once he was not producing the false ardor of amorous diplomacy. He was the small boy, seeking the praise of his mother. But she moved away from him, begging, not sardonically, "No, please." "But you do like me." "Yes, I do." "How much?" "Not very much. I can't like anyone very much, but I do like you. Some day I might fall in love with you. A tiny bit. If you don't rush me too much, but only physically. No one," proudly, "can touch my soul." Do you think that's decent? Isn't that sin? She flamed at him. "I can't sin. I am above sin. I am really and truly sanctified. Whatever I may choose to do, though it might be sin in one unsanctified, with me God will turn it to his glory. I can kiss you like this," and quickly she touched his cheek. "Yes, or passionately, terribly passionately, and it would only symbolize my complete union with Jesus. I have told you a mystery. You can never understand, but you can serve me. Would you like to?" "Yes, I would, and I've never served anybody yet." "Can I? Oh, kick out this tea-drinking, mollycoddled Cecil, and let me work with you. Don't you need arms like these about you, just now and then, defending you?" "Perhaps, but I'm not to be hurried. I am I. It is I who choose." "Yes, I guess probably it is, Sharon. I think you've plumb hypnotized me or something." "No, but perhaps I shall if I ever care to. I can do anything I want to. God chose me to do his work. I am the reincarnation of Joan of Arc, of Catherine of Siena. I have visions. God talks to me. I told you once that I haven't had the brains to rival the men evangelists. Lies! False modesty. They are God's message, but I am God's right hand. She chanted it with her head back, her eyes closed, and even while he quaked, "My God, she's crazy," he did not care. He would give up all to follow her. Numbingly he told her so, but she sent him away. And he crept off in a humility he had never known. End of section 15. Section 16 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 16, Chapter 12, Part 1. 2 more series of meetings Sharon Falconer held that summer, and at each of them the Power in the Machinery World appeared and chronicled his conversion by the Gideon Bible and the eloquence of Sister Falconer. Sometimes he seemed very near her. The next time she would regard him with bleak china eyes. Once she turned on him with, "You smoke, don't you?" "Why, yes." "I smelled it. I hate it." "Will you stop it entirely? And drinking?" "Yes, I will." And he did. It was an agony of restlessness and craving, but he never touched alcohol or tobacco again, and he really regretted that, in evenings thus made vacuous, he could not keep from an interest in waitresses. It was late in August, in a small Colorado city, after the second of his appearances as a saved financial titan, that he implored Sharon, as they entered the hotel together, "Oh, let me come up to your room, please. I never have a chance to just sit and talk with you." "Very well. Come in half an hour. Don't phone, just come right up to Suite B." It was a half hour of palpitating, of almost timorous expectancy. In every city where she held meetings, Sharon was invited to stay at the home of one of the elect, but she always refused. She had a long standard explanation that she could devote herself more fully to the prayer life if she had her own place, and day by day filled it more richly with the aura of spirituality. Elmer wondered whether it wasn't the aura of Cecil Ilston for which she had her suite, but he tried to keep his aching imagination away from that. The half hour was over. He swayed upstairs to Suite B and knocked. A distant "Come in." She was in the bedroom beyond. He inched into the stale hotel parlor wallpaper with 2-foot roses, a table with an atrocious knobby gilt vase, 2 stiff chairs, and a grudging settee arranged around the wall. The lilies which her disciples had sent her were decaying in boxes, in a wash bowl, in a heap in the corner. Round a china cuspidor lay faint rose petals. She sat awkwardly on the edge of one of the chairs. He dared not venture beyond the dusty brocade curtains which separated the 2 rooms, but his fancy ventured fast enough. She threw open the curtains and stood there, a flame blasting the faded apartment. She had discarded her white robe for a dressing gown of scarlet with sleeves of cloth of gold, gold and scarlet, riotous black hair, long white face. She slipped over to the settee and summoned him. "Come." He diffidently dropped his arm about her, and her head was on his shoulder. His arm drew tighter, but, "Oh, don't make love to me," she sighed, not moving. "You'll know it all right when I want you to. Just be nice and comforting tonight." "But I can't always." "I know. Perhaps you won't always have to. Perhaps... Oh, what I need tonight is some salve for my vanity. Have I ever said that I was a reincarnated Joan of Arc? I really do half believe that sometimes. Of course it's just insanity. Actually, I'm a very ignorant young woman with a lot of misdirected energy and some tiny idealism. I preached elegant sermons for 6 weeks, but if I stayed in a town 6 weeks and 1 day, I'd have to start the music box over again. I can talk my sermons beautifully, but Cecil wrote most of them for me, and the rest I cheerfully stole." "Do you like Cecil?" "Oh, he is a nice, jealous, big, fat man." She, who that evening had been a disturbing organ note, was lisping baby talk now. "Damn it, Sharon, don't try to be a baby when I'm serious." "Damn it, Elmer, don't say damn it. Oh, I hate the little vices, smoking, swearing, scandal, drinking just enough to be silly. I love the big ones, murder, lust, cruelty, ambition." "And Cecil? Is he one of the big vices that you love?" "Oh, he's a dear boy. So sweet the way he takes himself so seriously." "Yes, but he must make love like an ice cream cone." "You might be surprised." There. The poor man is just longing to have me say something mean about Cecil. I'll be obliging. He's done a lot for me. He really knows something. He isn't a splendid cast-iron statue of ignorance like you or me." "Now, you look here, Sharon. After all, I am a college graduate and practically a B.D., too." "That's what I said. Cecil really knows how to read, and he taught me to quit acting like a hired girl, bless him. But, oh, I've learned everything he can teach me, and if I get any more of the highbrow in me, I'll lose touch with the common people, bless their dear, sweet, honest souls." "Chuck him. Take me on." "Oh, it isn't the money. You must know that, dear. In 10 years, at 38, I can be sales manager of the Pequot, probably 10,000 a year, and maybe someday the president at 30,000. I'm not looking for a job, but, oh, I'm crazy about you. Except for my mother, you're the only person I've ever adored. I love you. Hear me? Damn it, yes, damn it, I said, I worship you." "Oh, Sharon, 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 it wasn't really bunk when I told 'em all tonight how you had converted me, because you did convert me. Will you let me serve you? And will you maybe marry me?" "No, I don't think I'll ever marry exactly. Perhaps I'll chuck Cecil, poor sweet lad, and take you on. I'll see. Anyhow, let me think." She shook off his encircling arm and sat brooding,
chin on hand. He sat at her feet spiritually as well as physically. She beatified him with, "In September, I'll have only 4 weeks of meetings at Vincennes. I'm going to take off all October before my winter work. You won't know me then. I'm dandy speaking indoors in big halls. And I'm going down to our home, the old Falconer family place in Virginia. Pappy and Mam are dead now, and I own it. Old plantation. Would you like to come down there with me? Just us two, for a fortnight in October?" "Would I? My God!" "Could you get away?" "If it cost me my job." "Then I'll wire you when to come after I get there. Hanning Hall, Broughton, Virginia. Now I think I'd better go to bed. Dear, sweet dreams." "Can't I tuck you into bed?" "No, dear. I might forget to be Sister Falconer. Good night." Her kiss was like a swallow's flight, and he went out obediently, marveling that Elmer Gantry could for once love so much that he did not insist on loving. Part 2. In New York he had bought a suit of Irish homespun and a heather cap. He looked bulky but pleasantly pastoral as he gaped romantically from the Pullman window at the fields of Virginia. "Oh, Virginny, oh, Virginny," he hummed happily. Worn fences, Negro cabins, gallant horses and rocky pastures, a longing to see the gentry who rode such horses, and ever the blue hills. It was an older world than his baking Kansas, older than Mizpah Seminary, and he felt a desire to be part of this traditional age to which Sharon belonged. Then, as the miles which still separated him from the town of Broughton crept back of him, he forgot the warm-tinted land in anticipation of her. He was recalling that she was the aristocrat, the more formidable here in the company of FFV friends. He was more than usually timid, and more than usually proud of his conquest. For a moment at the station he thought that she had not come to meet him. Then he saw a girl standing by an old country buggy. She was young, veritably a girl, in middy blouse deep cut at the throat, pleated white skirt, white shoes. Her red tam-o'-shanter was rakish. Her smile was a country grin as she waved to him. And the girl was Sister Falconer. "Oh, God, you're adorable," he murmured to her as he plumped down his suitcase, and she was fragrant and soft in his arms as he kissed her. "No more," she whispered. "You're supposed to be my cousin, and even very nice cousins don't kiss quite so intelligently." As the carriage jerked across the hills, as the harness creaked and the white horse grunted, he held her hand lightly in butterfly ecstasy. He cried out at the sight of Hanning Hall as they drove through the dark pines, among shabby grass plots, to the bare sloping lawn. It was out of a storybook. A brick house, not very large, with tall white pillars, white cupola, and dormer windows with tiny panes. And across the lawn paraded a peacock in the sun. Out of a storybook, too, was the pair of old Negroes who bowed to them from the porch and hastened down the steps. The butler with green tailcoat and white mustache almost encircling his mouth, and the mammy in green calico with an enormous grin and a histrionic courtesy. "They've always cared for me since I was a tiny baby," Sharon whispered.
I do love them. I do love this dear old place. She hesitated, then defiantly, that's why I brought you here. The butler took his bag up and unpacked, while Elmer wandered about the old bedroom, impressed, softly happy. The hall was a series of pale landscapes, manor houses beyond avenues of elms. The bed was a four-poster, the fireplace of white enameled posts and mantel, and on the broad oak boards of the floor, polished by generations of forgotten feet, were hooked rugs of the days of crinoline. Golly, I'm so happy I've come home, sighed Elmer. When the butler was gone, Elmer drifted to the window, and golly, he said again. He had not realized in the buggy that they had climbed so high. Beyond the rolling pastures and woods was the Shenandoah, glowing with afternoon. Shenandoah, he crooned. Suddenly he was kneeling at the window, and for the first time since he had forsaken Jim Lefferts and football and joyous ribaldry, his soul was free of all the wickedness which had daubed it. Oratorical ambitions, emotional orgasm, dead sayings of dull seers, dogmas, and piety. The golden winding river drew him, the sky uplifted him, and with outflung arms he prayed for deliverance from prayer. I've found her. Sharon. Oh, I'm not going to go on with this evangelistic bunk, trapping idiots into holy monkey shines. No, by God, I'll be honest. I'll tuck her under my arm and go out and fight. Business. Put it over. Build something big and laugh, not snivel and shake hands with church members. I'll do it. Then and there ended his rebellion. The vision of the beautiful river was hidden from him by a fog of compromises. How could he keep away from the evangelistic drama if he was to have Sharon? And to have Sharon was the one purpose of life. She loved her meetings, and she would never leave them, and she would rule him. And he was exalted by his own oratory. Besides, there is a lot to all this religious stuff. We do good. Maybe we jolly 'em into emotions too much, but don't that wake folks up from the ruts? Of course it does. So he put on a white turtleneck sweater, and with a firm and complacent tread he went down to join Sharon. She was waiting in the hall, so light and young in her middy blouse and red tam. Let's not talk seriously. I'm not Sister Falconer. I'm Sharon today. Gee, to think I've ever spoken to 5,000 people. Come on, I'll race you up the hill. The wide lower hall, traditionally hung with steel engravings and a Chickamauga sword, led from the front door under the balcony of the staircase to the garden at the back, still bold with purple asters and golden zinnias. Through the hall she fled, through the garden, past the stone sundial, and over the long rough grass to the orchard on the sunny hill. No ceremonious Juno now, but a nymph, and he followed heavily, graceless, but pounding on inescapable, thinking less of her fleeting and tenderness than of the fact that since he had stopped smoking, his wind certainly was a lot better. Certainly was. You can run, she said as she stopped, panting by a walled garden with espalier roses. You bet I can, and I'm a grand footballer, a bearcat at tackling, my young friend. He picked her up, while she kicked and grudgingly admired, You're terribly strong. But the day of halcyon October sun was too serene even for his coltishness, and sedately they tramped up the hill, swinging their joined hands, Sedately they talked. Ever so hard he tried to live up to the Falconer family, an old mansion and darky mammies, of the world-menacing perils of higher criticism, and the genius of E.O. Excel as a composer of sacred but snappy melodies. Part 4. While he dressed, that is, while he put on the brown suit and a superior new tie, Elmer worried. This sure intimacy was too perfect. Something would interrupt it. Sharon had spoken vaguely of brothers, of high-nosed aunts and cousins, of a cloud of Falconer witnesses, and the house was large enough to secrete along its corridors a horde of relatives. Would he, at dinner, have to meet hostile relics, who would stare at him and make him talk, and put him down as a piece of Terwillinger provinciality? He could see the implications in their level, faded eyes. He could see Sharon, swayed by their scorn, and delivered from such uncertain fascination as his lustiness and boldness had cast over her. "Damn," he said, "I'm just as good as they are." He came reluctantly downstairs to the shabby, endearing drawing-room, with its what-not of curios, a Chinese slipper, a stag carved of black walnut, a shell from Madagascar, with its jar of tried cattails, its escritoire and gate-legged table, and a friendly old couch before the white fireplace. The room, the whole spreading house, was full of whispers and creakings and dead, suspicious eyes. There had been no whispers and no memories in the cottage at Paris, Kansas. Elmer stood wistful, a little beaten boy, his runaway hour with the daughter of the manor house ended, too worshipping to resent losing the one thing he wanted. Then she was at the door, extremely unevangelistic, pleasantly worldly, in an evening frock of black satin and gold lace. He had not known people who wore evening frocks. She held out her hand gaily to him, but it was not gaily that he went to her. Meekly, rather, resolved that he would not disgrace her before the suspicious family. They came hand in hand into the dining-room, and he saw that the table was set for two only. He almost giggled, thought maybe there'd be a lot of folks, but he was saved, and he did not bustle about her chair. He said grace at length. Candles and mahogany, silver and old lace, roses and Wedgwood, canvas-back, and the butler in bottle green. He sank into a still happiness as she told riotous stories of evangelism, of her tenor soloist, the plump Adelbert Shoup, who loved creme de coco, of the Swedish farmer's wife who got her husband prayed out of drinking, cursing, and snuff habits, then tried to get him prayed out of playing checkers, whereupon he went out and got marvelously pickled on raw alcohol. "I've never seen you so quiet before," she said. "You really can be nice." "Happy?" "Terribly." The roof of the front porch had been turned into an outdoor terrace, and here, wrapped up against the cool evening, they had their coffee and peppermints in long deck chairs. They were above the treetops, and as their eyes widened in the darkness, they could see the river by starlight, the hoot of a wandering owl. Then the kind air, the whispering air, crept around them. "Oh, my God, it is so sweet, he sighed as he fumbled for her hand and felt it slip confidently into his. Suddenly he was ruthless, tearing it all down. "Too darn sweet for me, I guess. Sharon, I'm a bum. I'm not so bad as a preacher, or I wouldn't be if I had the chance. But me, I'm no good. I have cut out the booze and tobacco for you. I really have. But I used to drink like a fish. Until I met you, I never thought any woman except my mother was any good. I'm just a second-rate traveling man. I come from Paris, Kansas, and I'm not even up to that Hickburg, because they are hard-working and decent there, and I'm not even that. And you're not only a prophetess, which you sure are, the real thing, but you're a falconer. Family, old servants, this big old house. Oh, it's no use. You're too big for me, just because I do love you terribly, because I can't lie to you. He had put away her slim hand, but it came creeping back over his, her fingers tracing the valleys between his knuckles, while she murmured, "You will be big. I'll make you. And perhaps I'm a prophetess, a little bit, but I'm also a good liar. You see, I'm not a falconer. There isn't any. My name is Katie Jonas. I was born in Utica. My dad worked on a brickyard. I picked out the name Sharon Faulkner while I was a stenographer. I never saw this house till 2 years ago. I never saw these old family servants till then. They work for the folks that own the place, and even they weren't falconers. They had the aristocratic name of Sprugg. Incidentally, this place isn't a quarter paid for. And yet I'm not a liar. I'm not. I am Sharon Faulkner now. I've made her by prayer and by having a right to be her. And you're going to stop being poor Elmer Gantry of Paris, Kansas. You're going to be the Reverend Dr. Gantry, the great captain of souls. Oh, I'm glad you don't come from anywhere in particular. Cecil Ilston? Oh, I guess he does love me, but I always feel he's laughing at me. Hang him! He notices the infinitives I split and not the souls I save. But you? Oh, you will serve me, won't you? Forever. And there was little said then. Even the agreement that she was to get rid of Cecil to make Elmer her permanent assistant was reached in a few casual assents. He was certain that the steely film of her dominance was withdrawn. Yet, when they went in, she said gaily that they must be early abed, up early tomorrow, and that she would take 10 pounds off him at tennis. When he whispered, "Where is your room, sweet?" she laughed with a chillingly impersonality. "You'll never know, poor lamb." Elmer the bold, Elmer the enterprising, went clumping off to his room, and solemnly he undressed. Wistfully he stood by the window, his soul riding out on the darkness to incomprehensible destinations. He humped into bed and dropped towards sleep, too weary with fighting her resistance to lie thinking of possible tomorrows. He heard a scratching noise. It seemed to him that it was the doorknob turning. He sat up, throbbing. The sound was frightened away, but began again, a faint grating, and the bottom of the door swished slowly on the carpet. The fan of pale light from the hall widened, and craning he could see her, but only as a ghost, a white film. He held out his arms desperately, and presently she stumbled against him. "No, please." Hers was the voice of a sleepwalker. "I just came in to say good night and tuck you into bed. Such a bothered, unhappy child. Into bed. I'll kiss you good night and run." His head burrowed into the pillow. Her hand touched his cheek lightly, yet through her fingers, he believed, flowed a current which lulled him into slumber, a slumber momentarily but deep with contentment. With an effort he said, "You too, you need comforting. Maybe you need bossing. When I get over being scared of you." "No, I must take my loneliness alone. I'm different, whether it's cursed or blessed, but lonely, yes, lonely." He was sharply awake as her fingers slipped up to his cheek, across the temple, into his swart hair. "Your hair is so thick," she said drowsily. "Your heart beats so, dear Sharon." And suddenly, clutching his arm, she cried, "Come, it is the call." He was bewildered as he followed her, white in her nightgown trimmed at the throat with white fur, out of his room, down the hall, up a steep little stairway to her own apartments, the more bewildered to go from that genteel corridor with its forget-me-not wallpaper and stiff engravings of Virginia worthies, and to a furnace of scarlet. Her bedroom was as insane as an oriental cozy corner of 1895. A couch high on carven ivory posts, covered with a mandarin coat, unlighted brass lamps in the likeness of mosques and pagodas, gilt papier-mâché armor on the walls, a wide dressing table with a score of cosmetics in odd Parisian bottles, tall candlesticks, the twisted and flowered candles lighted, and over everything a hint of incense. She opened a closet, tossed a robe to him, and cried, "For the service of the altar," and vanished into a dressing-room beyond. Diffidently, feeling rather like a fool, he put on the robe. It was of purple velvet embroidered with black symbols unknown to him, the collar heavy with gold thread. He was not quite sure what he was to do, and he waited obediently. She stood in the doorway posing, while he gaped. She was so tall, and her hands at her side, the backs up and the fingers arched, moved like lilies on the bosom of a stream. She was fantastic in a robe of deep crimson, adorned with golden stars and crescents, swastikas and Tau crosses. Her feet were in silver sandals, and round her hair was a tiara of silver moons set with steel points that flickered in the candlelight. A mist of incense floated about her, seemed to rise from her, and as she slowly raised her arms, he felt in schoolboyish awe that she was veritably a priestess. Her voice was under the spell of the sleepwalker once more, as she sighed, "Come, it is the chapel." She marched to a door part hidden by the couch, and led him into a room. Now he was no longer part amorous, part inquisitive, but all uneasy. What hanky-panky of construction had been performed he never knew. Perhaps it was merely that the floor above his small room had been removed so that it stretched up 2 stories. But in any case, there it was, a shrine bright as bedlam at the bottom, but seeming to rise through darkness to the sky. The walls were hung with black velvet, there were no chairs, and the whole room focused on a wide altar. It was an altar of grotesque humor or madness, draped with Chinese fabrics, crimson, apricot, emerald, gold. There were 2 stages of pink marble. Above the altar hung an immense crucifix with the Christ bleeding at nail wounds and pierced side, and on the upper stage were plaster busts of the Virgin, Saint Teresa, Saint Catherine, a garish Sacred Heart, a dolorous simulacrum of the dying Saint Stephen, but crowded on the lower stages was a crazy rout of what Elmer called heathen idols. Ape-headed gods, crocodile-headed gods, a god with 3 heads and a god with 6 arms, a jade and ivory Buddha and alabaster naked Venus, and in the center of them all a beautiful, hideous, intimidating, and alluring statuette of a silver goddess with a triple crown and a face as thin and long and passionate as that of Sharon Falconer. Here Sharon suddenly knelt, waving him to his knees as she cried, "It is the hour! Blessed Virgin, Mother Hera, Mother Frigga, Mother Ishtar, Mother Isis, dread Mother Astarte of the weaving arms, it is thy priestess. It is she who after the blind centuries and the groping years shall make it known to the world that ye are one, and that in me are ye all revealed, and that in this revelation shall come peace and wisdom universal, the secret of the spheres and the pit of understanding. Ye who have leaned over me and on my lips pressed your immortal fingers, take this, my brother, to your bosoms. Open his eyes, release his pinions, Spirit, make him as the gods, that with me he may carry the revelation for which 1,000,000 grievous years the world has panted. O rosy cross and mystic power of ivory, hear my prayer. O sublime April crescent, hear my prayer. O sword of undaunted steel most excellent, hear thou my prayer. O serpent with unfathomable eyes, hear my prayer. Ye veiled ones and ye bright ones from caves forgotten, the peaks of the future that clanging today, join in me, lift up, receive him. Dread nameless ones, yea, lift us then, mystery on mystery, sphere above sphere, dominion on dominion, to the very thrones. She picked up a Bible which lay by her on the long velvet cushion at the foot of the altar. She crammed it into his hands and cried, "Read, read, quickly!" It was open at the Song of Solomon, and bewildered he chanted, "How beautiful are thy feet with shoes, O prince's daughter! The joints of thy thighs are like jewels, the work of the hands of a cunning workman. Thy 2 breasts are like 2 young roes. Thy neck is as a tower of ivory. The hair of thine head like purple. The king is held in the galleries. How fair and how pleasant art thou, O love, for delights." She interrupted him, her voice high and a little shrill. "O mystical rose, O lily most admirable, O wondrous union, O Saint Anna, Mother Immaculate, Demeter, Mother Beneficent, Lakshmi, Mother most shining, behold, I am his, and he is yours, and ye are mine." As he read on, his voice rose like a triumphant priest's. "I said I will go up to the palm tree. I will take hold of the boughs thereof." That verse he never finished, for she swayed sideways as she knelt before the altar and sank into his arms, her lips parted. Part 4. They sat on the hilltop, looking down on noon in the valley, sleepily talking till he roused with, "Why won't you marry me?" "No, not for years anyway. I'm too old, 32 to your, 28 or 9, and I must be free for the service of our Lord. You do know I mean that. I am really consecrated, no matter what I may seem to do.
Sweet, of course I do. Oh, yes.
But not to marry. It's good at times to be just human, but mostly I have to live like a saint. Besides, I do think men converts come in better if they know I'm not married.
Damn it, listen. Do you love me a little?
Yes, a little. Oh, I'm as fond of you as I can be of anyone except Katie Jonas, dear child. She dropped her head on his shoulder casually now, in the bee-thrumming orchid aisle, and his arm tightened. That evening they sang gospel hymns together to the edification of the old family servants, who began to call him Doctor. End of section 16. Section 17 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 17, Chapter 13, Part 1. Not until December did Sharon Falconer take Elmer on as assistant. When she discharged Cecil Eilstrom, he said, in a small, cold voice, "This is the last time, my dear prophet and peddler, that I shall ever try to be decent." But it is known that for several months he tried to conduct a rescue mission in Buffalo, and if he was examined for insanity, it was because he was seen to sit for hours staring. He was killed in a gambling den in Juarez, and when she heard of it, Sharon was very sorry. She spoke of going to fetch his body, but she was too busy with holy work. Elmer joined her at the beginning of the meetings in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. He opened the meetings for her, made announcements, offered prayer, preached when she was too weary, and led the singing when Adalbert Shoup, the musical director, was indisposed. He developed a dozen sound sermons out of encyclopedias of exegesis, handbooks for evangelists, and manuals of sermon outlines. He had a powerful discourse used in the for men only service on the strength and joy of complete chastity. He told how Jim Leffingwell saw the folly of pleasure at the deathbed of his daughter, and he had an uplifting address suitable to all occasions on love as the morning and the evening star. He helped Sharon, whereas Cecil had held her back, or so she said. While she kept her vocabulary of poetic terms, Elmer encouraged her in just the soapbox denunciation of sin which had made Cecil shudder. Also he spoke of Cecil as Osiric, which she found very funny indeed, and as Percy and Algernon. He urged her to tackle the biggest towns, the most polite or rowdy audiences, and to advertise herself, not in the wet-kitten high church phrases approved by Cecil, but in a manner befitting a circus, an Elks Convention, or a new Messiah. Under Elmer's urging, she ventured for the first time into the larger cities. She descended on Minneapolis and, with the support of only church sects as the Full Gospel Assembly, the Nazarenes, the Church of God, and the Wesleyan Methodists, she risked her savings in hiring an armory and inserting 2-column, 6-inch advertisements of herself. Minneapolis was quite as enlivened as smaller places by Sharon's voice and eyes, by her Grecian robes, by her gold and white pyramidal altar, and the prophets were gratifying. Thereafter she sandwiched Indianapolis, Rochester, Atlanta, Seattle, the 2 Portlands, Pittsburgh, in between smaller cities. For 2 years, life was a whirlwind to Elmer Gantry. It was so frantic that he could never remember which town was which. Everything was a blur of hot sermons, writhing converts, appeals for contributions, trains, denunciation of lazy personal workers, denunciations of Adalbert Shoup for getting drunk, firing of Adalbert Shoup, taking back of Adalbert Shoup, when no other tenor so unctuously pious was to be found. Of one duty he was never weary, of standing around and being impressive and very male for the benefit of lady-seekers. How tenderly he would take their hands and moan, "Won't you hear the dear Saviour's voice calling, sister?" And all of them, spinsters with pathetic dried girlishness, misunderstood wives, held fast to his hand and were added to the carefully kept total of saved souls. Sharon saw to it that he dressed the part, double-breasted dark blue with a dashing tie in winter, and in summer white suits with white shoes. But however loudly the skirts rustled about him, so great was Sharon's intimidating charm that he was true to her. If he was a dervish figure these 2 years, she was a shooting star, inspired in her preaching, passionate with him, then a naughty child who laughed and refused to be serious even at the sermon hour, gallantly generous, then a tight-fisted virago squabbling over 10 cents for stamps. Always, in every high-colored mood, she was his religion and his reason for being. Part 2. When she attacked the larger towns and asked for the support of the richer churches, Sharon had to create several new methods in the trade of evangelism. The churches were suspicious of women evangelists. Women might do very well in visiting the sick, knitting for the heathen, and giving strawberry festivals, but they couldn't shout loud enough to scare the devil out of sinners. Indeed, all evangelists, men and women, were under attack. Sound churchmen here and there were asking whether there was any peculiar spiritual value in frightening people into groveling maniacs. They were publishing statistics which asserted that not 10% of the converts at emotional revival meetings remained church members. They were even so commercial as to inquire why a pastor with a salary of $2,000 a year, when he got it, should agonize over helping an evangelist to make $10,000, $40,000. All these dollars had to be answered. Elmer persuaded Sharon to discharge her former advance agent. He had been a minister and contributor to the religious press till the unfortunate affair of the oil stock, and hire a real press agent trained in newspaper work, circus advertising, and real estate promoting. It was Elmer and the press agent who worked up the new technique of risky but impressive defiance. Where the former advance man had begged the ministers and wealthy laymen of the town to which Sharon wanted to be invited to appreciate her spirituality, and had set nervously about hotels, the new salesman of salvation was brusque. "I can't waste my time and the Lord's time waiting for you people to make up your minds. Sister Falconer is especially interested in this city because she has been informed that there is a subterranean quickening here, such as would simply jam your churches with a grand new outpouring of the Spirit, provided some real expert like her came to set the fuss aright. But there are so many other towns begging for her services that if you can't make up your minds immediately, we'll have to accept their appeals and pass you up. Sorry, can only wait till midnight tonight. Reserved my Pullman already." There were ever so many ecclesiastical bodies who answered that they didn't see why he waited till even midnight. But if they were thus intimidated into signing the contract, an excellent contract, drawn up by a devout Christian Scientist lawyer named Finkelstein, they were the more prepared to give spiritual and financial support to Sharon's labors when she did arrive. The new press agent was finally so impressed by the beauties of evangelism, as contrasted with his former circuses and real estate, that he was himself converted, and sometimes when he was in town with the troupe, he sang in the choir and spoke to YMCA classes in journalism. But even Elmer's arguments could never get him to give up a sturdy, plodding devotion to poker. Part 3. The contract signed, the advanced man remembered his former newspaper labors, and for a few days he became touchingly friendly with all the reporters in town. There were late parties at his hotel. There was much sending of bellhops for more bottles of Wilson and White Horse and Green River. The press agent admitted that he really did think that Miss Falconer was the greatest woman since Sarah Bernhardt, and he let the boys have stories, guaranteed held exclusive, of her beauty, the glories of her family, her miraculous power of fetching sinners or rain by prayer, and the rather vaguely dated time when, as a young girl, she had been recognized by Dwight Moody as his successor. South of the Mason-Dixon line, her grandfather was merely Mr. Falconer, a bellicose and pious man, but far enough north he was General Falconer of Old Virginia, preferably spelled that way, who had been the adviser and solace of General Robert E. Lee. The press agent also wrote the posters for the Ministerial Alliance, giving Satan a generous warning as to what was to happen to him. So when Sharon and the troop arrived, the newspapers were eager, the walls and shop windows were scarlet with placards, and the town was breathless. Sometimes 1,000 people gathered at the station for her arrival. There were always a few infidels, particularly among the reporters, who had doubted her talents. But when they saw her in the train vestibule, in a long white coat, when she had stood there a second with her eyes closed, lost in prayer for this new community, when slowly she held out her white, nervous hands in greeting, then the advance agent's work was 2/3 done here, and he could go on to whiten new fields for the harvest. But there was still plenty of discussion before Sharon was rid of the forces of selfishness and able to get down to the job of spreading light. Local committees were always stubborn. Local committees were always jealous. Local committees were always lazy. And local committees were always told these facts with vigor. The heart of the arguments was money. Sharon was one of the first evangelists to depend for all her profit not on a share of the contributions, nor on a weekly offering, but on the one night devoted entirely to a voluntary thank offering for her and her crew alone. It sounded unselfish, and it brought in more. Every devotee saved up for that occasion, and it proved easier to get one $50 donation than a dozen of $1 each. But to work up this lone offering to suitably thankful proportions, a good deal of loving and efficient preparation was needed. Reminders given by the chief pastors, bankers, and other holy persons of the town, the distribution of envelopes over which devotees were supposed to brood for the whole 6 weeks of the meetings, and innumerable newspaper paragraphs about the self-sacrifice and heavy expense of the evangelists. It was over these innocent necessary precautions that the local committees always showed their meanness. They liked giving over only one contribution to the evangelist, but they wanted nothing said about it till they themselves had been taken care of, till the rent of the hall or the cost of building a tabernacle, the heat, the lights, the advertising, and other expenses had been paid. Sharon would meet the committees, a score of clergymen, a score of their most respectable deacons, a few angular Sunday school superintendents, a few disappointing wives in a church parlor, and for the occasion she always wore the gray suit and an air of metropolitan firmness, and swung a pair of pince-nez with lenses made of window glass. While in familiar words the local chairman was explaining to her that their expenses were heavy, she would smile as though she knew something they could not guess, and then let fly at them breathlessly, "I'm afraid there is some error here. I wonder if you are quite in the mood to forget all material things and really throw yourselves into the self-abnegating glory of a hot campaign for souls? I know all you have to say. As a matter of fact, you've forgotten to mention your expenses for watchmen, extra hymn books, and hiring camp chairs. But you haven't got the experience to appreciate my expenses. I have to maintain almost as great a staff, not only workers and musicians, but all my other representatives whom you never see, as though I had a factory. Besides them, I have my charities. There is, for example, the old ladies' home, which I keep up entirely. Oh, I shan't say anything about it, but if you could see those poor aged women turning to me with such anxious faces." Where that old ladies' home was, Elmer never learned. "We came here without any guarantees. We depend wholly on the free will offering of the last day, and I'm afraid you are going to stress the local expenses so that people will not feel like giving on the last day even enough to pay the salaries of my assistants. I'm taking, if it were not that I abominate the pitiful and character-destroying vice of gambling, I'd say that I'm taking such a terrible gamble that it frightens me. But there it is, and—" While she was talking, Sharon was sizing up this new assortment of clergy. The cranks, the testy male old maids, the advertising and pushing demagogues, the commonplace pulpit holders, the straddling young liberals, the real mystics, the kindly followers of their flocks, and the lovers of righteousness. She had picked out as her advocate the most sympathetic, and she launched her peroration straight at him. "Do you want to ruin me so that never again shall I be able to carry the message, to carry salvation to the desperate souls who are everywhere waiting for me, crying for my help? Is that your purpose? You, the elect, the people chosen to help me in the service of the dear Lord Jesus himself? Is that your purpose? Is it? Is it?" She began sobbing, which was Elmer's cue to jump up and have a wonderful new idea. He knew, did Elmer, that the dear brethren and sisters had no such purpose. They just wanted to be practical. Well, wouldn't it be a good notion for the committee to go to the well-to-do church members and explain the unparalleled situation? Tell them that this was the Lord's work, and that aside from the unquestioned spiritual benefits, the revival would do so much good that crime would cease and taxes thus be lessened, that workmen would turn from agitation to higher things and work more loyally at the same wages. If they got enough pledges from the rich for current expenses, those expenses would not have to be stressed at the meetings, and people would properly be coached to save up for the final thank offering, not have to be nagged, to give more than small coins at the nightly collections. There were other annoyances to discuss with the local committee. "Why," Elmer would demand, "hadn't they provided enough dressing rooms in the tabernacle? Sister Falconer needed privacy. Sometimes just before the meeting, she and he had to have important conferences. Why hadn't they provided more volunteer ushers? He must have them at once to train them, for it was the ushers, when properly coached, who could ease struggling souls up to the altar for the skilled finishing touches by the experts. Had they planned to invite big delegations from the local institutions? From Smith Brothers Ketchup Factory? From the car shops? From the packing house? Oh, yes, they must plan to stir up these institutions. An evening would be dedicated to each of them. The representatives would be seated together, and they'd have such a happy time singing their favorite hymns. By this time, a little dazed, the local committee were granting everything, and they looked almost convinced when Sharon wound up with a glad, ringing, "All of you must look forward and joyfully to a sacrifice of time and money in these meetings. We have come here at great sacrifice, and we are here only to help you." Part 4. The afternoon and evening sermons, those were the high points of the meetings, when Sharon cried out in a loud voice, her arms out to them, "Surely the Lord is in this place, and I knew it's not," and "all our righteousness is as filthy rags," and "we have sinned and come short of the glory of God," and "Oh, for the man to arise in me, that the man I am may cease to be," and "get right with God," and "I am not ashamed of the gospel of Christ, for it is the power of God into salvation." But before even these guaranteed appeals could reach wicked hearts, the audience had to be prepared for emotion, and to accomplish this, there was as much labor behind Sharon's eloquence as there is of wardrobes and scene shifters and box offices behind the frenzy of Lady Macbeth. Of this preparation Elmer had a great part. He took charge, as soon as she had trained him, of the men personal workers, leaving the girls to the director of personal work, a young woman who liked dancing and glass jewelry, but who was admirable at listening to the confessions of spinsters. His workers were bank tellers, bookkeepers in wholesale groceries, shoe clerks, teachers of manual training. They canvassed shops, wholesale warehouses, and factories, and held noon meetings in offices where they explained that the most proficient use of shorthand did not save one from the probability of hell. For Elmer explained that prospects were more likely to be converted if they came to the meetings with a fair amount of fear. When they were permitted, the workers were to go from desk to desk, talking to each victim about the secret sins he was comfortably certain to have. And both men and women workers were to visit the humbler homes and offer to kneel and pray with the flowery and embarrassed wife, the pipe-wreathed and shoeless husband. All the statistics of the personal work, so many souls invited to come to the altar, so many addresses to workmen over their lunch pails, so many cottage prayers, with the length of each, were rather imaginatively entered by Elmer and the director of personal work on the balance sheet, which Sharon used as a report after the meetings and as a talking point for the sale of future meetings. Elmer met daily with Adalbert Shoup, that yearning and innocent tenor who was in charge of music, to select hymns. There were times when the audiences had to be lured into confidence by "Softly and tenderly Jesus is calling," times when they were to feel brotherly and rustic with "It's the old-time religion," He was good enough for Paul and Silas, and is good enough for me. And times when they had to be stirred by At the Cross or Onward Christian Soldiers. Adalbert had ideas about what he called worship by melody, but Elmer saw that the real purpose of singing was to lead the audience to a state of mind where they would do as they were told. He learned to pick out letters on the typewriter with 2 fingers, and he answered Sharon's mail, all of it that she let him see. He kept books for her in a ragged, sufficient manner on checkbook stubs. He wrote the nightly story of her sermons, which the newspapers cut down and tucked in among stories of remarkable conversions. He talked to local church pillars of so rich and moral that their own pastors were afraid of them. And he invented an aid to salvation, which to this day is used in the more evangelistic meetings, though it is credited to Adalbert Shoup. Adalbert was up to most of the current diversions. He urged the men and the women to sing against each other. At the tense moment when Sharon was calling for converts, Adalbert would skip down the aisle, fat but nimble, pink with coy smiles, tapping people on the shoulder, singing the chorus of a song right among them, and often returning with 3 or 4 prisoners of the sword of the Lord, flapping his plump arms and caroling, "They're coming," which somehow started a stampede to the altar. Adalbert was, in his girlish enthusiasm, almost as good as Sharon or Elmer at announcing, "Tonight you are all of you to be evangelists, every one of you now. Shake hands with the person to your right and ask them if they're saved." He gloated over their embarrassment. He really was a man of parts. Nevertheless, it was Elmer, not Adalbert, who invented the "Hallelujah" yell, remembering his college cheers, remembering how greatly it had encouraged him in kneeing the opposition tackle or jabbing the rival center's knee. Elmer observed to himself, "Why shouldn't we have yells in this game, too?" He himself wrote the first one, known in history. "Hallelujah, praise the Lord, how, how. Hallelujah, praise God, how, how. Altogether I feel better, how. For the salvation of the nation. Amen." That was a thing to hear. When Elmer led them, when he danced before them, swinging his big arms and bellowing, "Now again, 2 yards to gain, 2 yards for the Savior. Come on, boys and girls, it's our team. Going to let 'em down? Not on your life. Come on, then, you chipmunks, and let me hear you knock the old roof off. How. Many a hesitating boy, a little sickened by the intense brooding femininity of Sharon's appeal, was thus brought up to the platform to shake hands with Elmer and learn the benefits of religion. Part 5. The gospel crew could never consider their converts as human beings, like waiters or manicurists or brakemen, but they had in each of them a professional interest, as surgeons take in patients, critics in an author, fishermen in trout. They were obsessed by the gaffer in Terre Haute who got converted every single night during the meetings. He may have been insane, he may have been a plain drunk, but every evening he came in looking adenoid and thoroughly backslidden. Every evening he slowly spoke to his higher needs during the sermon, and when the call for converts came, he leapt up, shouted, "Hallelujah, I've found it," and galloped forward, elbowing the real and valuable prospects out of the aisle. The crew waited for him as campers for a mosquito. In Scranton, they had unusually exasperating patience. Scranton had been saved by a member of other evangelists before their arrival, and had become almost an aesthetic. 10 nights they sweated over the audience without a single sinner coming forward. and Elmer had to go out and hire half a dozen convincing converts. He found them in a mission near the river and explained that by giving a good example to the slothful, they would be doing the work of God, and that if the example was good enough, he would give them $5 apiece. The missionary himself came in during the conference and offered to get converted for 10, but he was so well known that Elmer had to give him the 10 to stay away. His game of converts was very impressive, but thereafter no member of the evangelistic troop was safe. The professional Christians besieged the tent night and day. They wanted to be saved again, and when they were refused, they offered to produce new converts at $5 apiece, $3 apiece, 50 cents and a square meal. By this time, enough authentic and free enthusiasts were appearing, and though they were fervent, they did not relish being saved in company with hobos who smelled. When the half-dozen cappers were thrown out bodily by Elmer and Art Nichols, they took to coming to the meetings and catcalling, so that for the rest of the series they had to be paid $1 a night each to stay away. No, Elmer could not consider the converts human. Sometimes when he was out in the audiences, playing the bullying hero that Judson Roberts had once played with him, he looked up at the platform, where a row of men under conviction knelt with their arms on chairs and their broad butts toward the crowd, and he wanted to snicker and wield a small plank. But 5 minutes after, he would be up there, kneeling with a sewing machine agent, with the day after shakes his arm around the client's shoulders, pleading in the tones of a mother cow, "Can't you surrender to Christ, brother? Don't you want to give up all the dreadful habits that are ruining you, keeping you back from success? Listen, God'll help you make good. And when you're lonely, old man, remember He's there, waiting to talk to you." Part 6. They generally, before the end of the meetings, worked up gratifying feeling. Often young women knelt panting, their eyes blank, their lips wide with ecstasy. Sometimes, when Sharon was particularly fired, they actually had the phenomenon of the great revivals of 1800. People twitched and jumped with the holy jerks. Old people, under the Pentecostal inspiration, spoke in unknown tongues, completely unknown. Women stretched out senseless, their tongues dripping, and once occurred what connoisseurs regard as the highest example of religious inspiration. 4 men and 2 women crawled about a pillar, barking like dogs, barking the devil out of the tree. Sharon relished these miracles. They showed her talent. They were sound manifestations of divine power. But sometimes they got the meetings a bad name, and cynics prostrated her by talking of holy rollers. Because of this maliciousness, and because of the excitement which she found in meetings so favored by the Holy Ghost, Elmer had particularly to comfort her afterward. Part 7. All the members of the evangelistic crew planned effects to throw a brighter limelight on Sharon. There was feverish discussions of her costumes. Albert had planned the girdled white robe in which she appeared as priestess, and he wanted her to wear it always. "You are so queenly," he whimpered. But Elmer insisted on changes, on keeping the robe for crucial meetings, and Sharon went out for embroidery gold and velvet frocks, and at meetings for business women, smart white flannel suits. They assisted her also in the preparation of new sermons. Her message was delivered under a hypnotism of emotion without connection with her actual life. Now Portia, now Ophelia, now Francesca, she drew men to her, did with them as she would. Or again, she saw herself as veritably the scourge of God. But however richly She could pour out passion, however flamingly. She used the most exotic words and the most complex sentiments when someone had taught them to her. It was impossible for her to originate any sentiment more profound than, "I'm unhappy." She read nothing, after Cecil Eilstrom's going, but the Bible and the advertisements of rival evangelists in the bulletin of the Moody Bible Institute. Lacking Cecil, it was a desperate and cooperative affair to furnish Sharon with fresh sermons as she grew tired of acting the old ones. Adelbert Shoup provided the poetry. He was fond of poetry. He read Alice Wheeler Wilcox, James Whitcomb Riley, and Thomas More. He was also a student of philosophy. He could understand Ralph Waldo Trine perfectly, and he furnished for Sharon's sermons both the couplets about home and little ones, and the philosophical points about willpower. Thoughts are things, and love is beauty. Beauty is love, love is all. The lady director of personal work had unexpected talent in making up anecdotes about the deathbeds of drunkards and agnostics. Lily Anderson, the pretty though anemic pianist, had once been a school teacher and had read a couple of books about scientists, so she was able to furnish data with which Sharon absolutely confuted the rising fad of evolution. And Art Nichols, the cornetist, provided rude but moral Maine humor, stories about horse trading, cabbages, and hard cider, very handy for cajoling skeptical businessmen. But Elmer, being trained theologically, had to weave all the elements, dogma, poetry, to the effect that God's palette held the sunsets or ever the world began. Confessions of the dismally damned and stories of Maine barn dances into one ringing whole. And meanwhile, besides the Reverend Sister Falconer and the Reverend Mr. Gantry, thus cooperative, there were Sharon and Elmer and a crew of quite human people with grievances, traveling together, living together, not always in a state of happy innocence. End of section 17. Section 18 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 18, Chapter 14, Part 1. Sedate as a long-married couple, intimate and secure, were Elmer and Sharon on most days, and always he was devoted. It was Sharon who was incalculable. Sometimes she was a priestess and a looming disaster. Sometimes she was intimidating in grasping passion. Sometimes she was thin and writhing and anguished with chagrined doubt of herself. Sometimes she was pale and nun-like and still. Sometimes she was a chilly business woman, and sometimes she was a little girl. In the last quite authentic role, Elmer loved her fondly, except when she assumed it just as she was due to go out and hypnotize 3,000 people. He would beg her, "Oh, come on now, Shara. Please be good. Please stop pouting and go out and lambaste 'em." She would stomp her foot while her face changed to a round childishness. "No, don't want to go evangel. Want to be bad, bad. Want to throw things, want to go out and spank a bald man on the head. Tired of souls, want to tell 'em all to go to hell." "Oh, gee, please, Shara. Gosh all fishhooks. They're waiting for you. Albert has sung that verse twice now." "I don't care. Sing it again. Sing songs, losh songs. Going to be bad. Going out and drop mice down Adelbert's fat neck. Fat neck. Fat holy neck." But suddenly, "I wish I could. I wish they'd let me be bad. Oh, I get so tired, all of them reaching for me, sucking my blood, wanting me to give them the courage they're too flabby to get for themselves. And a minute later, she was standing before the audience, rejoicing, "Oh, my beloved, the dear Lord has a message for you tonight." And in 2 hours, as they rode in a taxi to the hotel, she was sobbing on his breast. "Hold me close. I'm so lonely and afraid and cold." Part 2. Among his various relations to her, Elmer was Sharon's employee, and he resented the fact that she was making 5 times more than he of that money for which he had a reverent admiration. When they had first made plans, she had suggested, "Dear, if it all works out properly, in 3 or 4 years I want you to share the offerings with me. But first I must save a lot. I've got some vague plans to build a big center for our work, maybe with a magazine and a training school for evangelists. When that's paid for, you and I can make an agreement. But just now, how much have you been making as a traveling man?" "Oh, about $300 a month, about $3,500 a year." He was really fond of her. He was lying to the extent of only 500. "Then I'll start you in at 3,800, and in 4 or 5 years I hope it'll be 10,000, maybe twice as much." And she never, month after month, discussed salary again. It irritated him. He knew that she was making more than 20,000 a year, and that before long she would probably make 50,000. But he loved her so completely that he scarce thought of it oftener than 3 or 4 times a month. Part 3. Sharon continued to house her troupe in hotels for independence, but an unfortunate misunderstanding came up. Elmer had stayed in her room, engaged in a business conference, so late that he accidentally fell asleep across the foot of her bed. So tired were they both that neither of them awoke till 9 in the morning, when they were aroused by Adelbert Shoup knocking and innocently skipping in. Sharon raised her head to see Adelbert giggling. "How dare you come into my room without knocking, you sausage!" she raged. "Have you no sense of modesty or decency? Beat it, potato!" When Adelbert had gone simpering out, cheeping, "Honest, I won't say anything," then Elmer fretted, "Golly, do you think he'll blackmail us?" "Oh, no. Adelbert adores me. Us girls must stick together. But it does bother me. Suppose it had been some other guest of the hotel. People misunderstand and criticize so. Tell you what let's do. Hereafter, in each town, let's hire a big house, furnished, for the whole crew. Still be independent, but nobody around to talk about us. And probably we can get a dandy house quite cheap from some church member. That would be lovely. When we get sick of working so hard all the time, we could have a party just for ourselves and have a dance. I love to dance. Oh, of course, I roast dancing in my sermons, but I mean, when it's with people like us that understand, it's not like with worldly people, where it would lead to evil. A party, though Art Nichols would get drunk. Oh, let him. He works so hard. Now, you skip. Wait, aren't you going to kiss me good morning? They made sure of Adelbert's loyalty by flattering him, and the press agent had orders to find a spacious, furnished house in the city to which they were going next. Part 4. The renting of furnished houses for the Falconer Evangelistic Party was a ripe cause for new quarrels with the local committees, particularly after the party had left town. There were protests by the infuriated owners that the sacred workers must have been, as one deacon undertaker put it, simply raising the very devil. He asserted that the furniture had been burned with cigarette stubs, that whiskey had been spilled on the rugs, that chairs had been broken. He claimed damages from the local committee. The local committee sent the claims on to Sharon. There was a deal of fervent correspondence, and the claims were never paid. Though usually it did not come out till the series of meetings was finished, so that there was no interference with saving the world, these arguments about the private affairs of the evangelistic crew started most regrettable rumors. The ungodly committed loud scoffings. Sweet, repressed old maids wondered what might really have happened, and speculated together in delightful horror as to whether there should have been anything worse than drinking going on. But always a majority of the faithful argued logically that Sister Falconer and Brother Gantry were righteous. Therefore they could do nothing unrighteous. Therefore the rumors were inspired by the devil and spread by saloon keepers and infidels, and in face of this persecution of the godly, the adherents were the more lyric in support of the Falconer party. Elmer learned from the discussions of damages a pleasant way of reducing expenses. At the end of their stay, they simply did not pay the rent for their house. They informed the local committee, after they had gone, that the committee had promised to provide living quarters, and that was all there was to it. There was a lot of correspondence. Part 5. One of Sharon's chief troubles was getting her crew to bed. Like most actors, they were high-strung after the show. Some of them were too nervous to sleep until they had read the Saturday Evening Post. Others never could eat till after the meeting, and till 1 o'clock they fried eggs and scrambled eggs and burnt toast and quarreled over the dishwashing. Despite their enlightened public stand against the demon rum, some of the performers had to brace up their nerves with an occasional quart of whiskey, and there was dancing and assorted glee, though sometimes she exploded all over them. Usually Sharon was amiably blind, and she had too many conferences with Elmer to give much heed to the parties. Lily Anderson, the pale pianist, protested. They might all, she said, go to bed early so they could be up early. They ought, she said, to go oftener to the cottage prayer meetings. The others insisted that this was too much to expect of people exhausted by their daily 3 hours of work. But she reminded them that they were doing the work of the Lord, and they ought to be willing to wear themselves out in such service. They were, they said, but not tonight. After days when Art Nichols, the cornetist, and Adolph Klebs, the violinist, had such heads at 10 o'clock in the morning that they had to take pick-me-ups, would come days when all of them, even Art and Adolph, were hysterically religious, when quite privately they prayed and repented and raised their voices in ululating quavers of divine rapture, till Sharon said furiously that she didn't know whether she preferred to be waked up by hell-raising or hallelujahs. Yet once she bought a traveling phonograph for them, and many records, half hectic dances, and half hymns. Part 6. Though her presence nearly took away his need of other stimulants, of tobacco and alcohol, and most of his cursing, it was a year before Elmer was altogether secure from the thought of them. But gradually he saw himself certain of future power and applause as a clergyman. His ambition became more important than the titillation of alcohol, and he felt very virtuous and pleased. Those were big days, rejoicing days, sunny days. He had everything: his girl, his work, his fame, his power over people. When they held meetings in Topeka, his mother came from Paris to hear them, and she watched her son addressing 2,000 people. All the heavy graveyard doubts which had rotted her after his exit from Mizpah Seminary vanished. He felt now that he belonged. The gospel crew accepted him as their assistant foreman, as bolder and stronger and trickier than any save Sharon, and they followed him like family dogs. He imagined a day when he would marry Sharon, supersede her as leader, letting her preach now and then as a feature, and become one of the great evangelists of the land. He belonged. When he encountered fellow evangelists, no matter how celebrated, he was pleased but not awed. Didn't Sharon and he meet no less an evangelist than Dr. Howard Bancock Bench, the great Baptist defender of the literal interpretation of the Bible, president of the True Gospel Training School for Religious Workers, editor of The Keeper of the Vineyard, and author of Fool Errors of So-Called Science? Didn't Dr. Bench treat Elmer like a son? Dr. Bench happened to be in Joliet on his way to receive his 6th D.D. degree from Abner College during Sharon's meetings there. He lunched with Sharon and Elmer. "Which hymns do you find the most effective when you make your appeal for converts, Dr. Bench?" asked Elmer. "Well, to tell you, Brother Gantry," said the authority, "I think just as I am, and Jesus, I am coming home, hit real folksy hearts like nothing else." "Oh, I'm afraid I don't agree with you," protested Sharon. "It seems to me, of course you have far more experience and talent than I, Dr. Bench." "Not at all, my dear sister," said Dr. Bench with a leer which sickened Elmer with jealousy. "You are young, but all of us recognize your genius." "Well, thank you very much, but I mean, they're not lively enough. I feel we ought to use hymns with a swing to them, hymns that make you dance right up to the mourner's bench." Dr. Bench stopped gulping his fried pork chops and held up a flabby, white, holy hand. "Oh, Sister Falconer, I hate to have you use the word dance regarding an evangelistic meeting. What is the dance? It is the gateway to hell. How many innocent girls have found in the dance hall the allurement which leads to every nameless vice?" 2 minutes of information about dancing, given in the same words that Sharon herself often used, and Dr. Bench wound up with a hearty, "So I beg of you not to speak of dancing to the mourner's bench." "I know, Dr. Bench, I know, but I mean in the sacred senses of David dancing before the Lord." "But I feel there was a different meaning to that. If you only knew the original Hebrew, the word should not be translated danced, but was moved by the Spirit." "Really? I didn't know that. I'll use that." They all looked learned. "What methods, Dr. Bench," asked Elmer, "do you find the most successful in forcing people to come to the altar when they resist the Holy Ghost?" "I always begin by asking those interested in being prayed for to hold up their hands." "Oh, I believe in having them stand up if they want prayer. Once you get a fellow to his feet, it's so much easier to coax him out into the aisle and down to the front. If he just holds his hand up, he may pull it down before you can spot him." "We've trained our ushers to jump right in the minute anybody gets up and say, 'Now, brother, won't you come down in front and shake hands with Sister Falconer and make your stand for Jesus?'" "No," said Dr. Bench. "My experience is that there are many timid people who have to be led gradually. To ask them to stand up is too big a step. But actually, we're probably both right. My motto as a soul saver, if I may venture to apply such a lofty title to myself, is that one should use every method that, in the vernacular, will sell the goods." I guess that's right, said Elmer. Say, tell me, Dr. Bench, what do you do with converts after they come to the altar? I always try to have a separate room for 'em. That gives you a real chance to deepen and enrichen their new experience. They can't escape if you close the door, and there's no crowd to stare and embarrass them. I can't see that, said Sharon. I believe that if the people who come forward are making a stand for Christ, they ought to be willing to face the crowd, and it makes such an impression on the whole bunch of the unsaved to see a lot of seekers at the mourner's bench. You must admit, Brother Bench, Dr. Bench, I should say, that lots of people who just come up to revival for a good time are moved to conviction epidemically by seeing others shaken. No, I can't agree that that's so important as making a deeper impression on each convert, so that each goes out as an agent for you, as it were. But everyone to his own methods. I mean, so long as the Lord is with us and behind us. Say, Dr. Bench, said Elmer, how do you count your converts? Some of the preachers in this last town accused us of lying about the number. On what basis do you count them? Why, I count everyone, and we use a recording machine that comes down to the front and shakes hands with me. What if some of them are merely old church members warmed over? Isn't it worth just as much to give new spiritual life to those who had it and lost it? Of course it is. That's what we think. And then we got criticized there in that fool town. We tried, that is, Sister Falconer here tried, a stunt which was new for me. We opened up some of the worst dives and blind tigers by name. We gave street numbers. The attack created a howling sensation. People just jammed in, hoping we'd attack other places. I believe that's a good policy. We're going to try it here next week. It puts the fear of God into the wicked and slams over the revival. There's a danger in that sort of thing, though, said Dr. Bench. I don't advise it. Trouble is, in such an attack, you're liable to offend some of the leading church members, the very folks that contribute the most cash to a revival. They're often the owners of buildings that get used by unscrupulous persons for immoral purposes, and while they of course regret such unfortunate use of their property, if you attack such places by name, you're likely to lose their support. Why, you might lose thousands of dollars. It seems to me wiser and more Christian just to attack vice in general. How much orchestra do you use, Dr. Bench? Asked Sharon. All I can get hold of. I'm carrying a pianist, a violinist, a drummer, and a cornetist, besides my soloist. But don't you find some people objecting to fiddling? Oh, yes, but I jolly him out of it by saying, I don't believe in letting the devil monopolize all these art things, said Dr. Bench. Besides, I find that a good tune, sort of a nice, artistic, slow, sad one, puts folks into a mood where they'll come across both with their hearts and their contributions. By the way, speaking of that, what luck have you folks had recently in raising money, and what method do you use? It's been pretty good with us, and I need a lot because I'm supporting an orphanage, said Sharon. We're sticking to the idea of the free will offering the last day. We can get more money than any town would be willing to guarantee beforehand. If the appeal for the free will offering is made strong enough, we usually have pretty fair results. Well, yes, I use the same method, but I don't like the term free will offering or thank offering. It's been used so much by merely second-rate evangelists who, and I grieve to say there are such people, put their own gain for the service of the kingdom, and it's got a commercial sound. In making my own appeal for contributions, I use love offering." "That's worth thinking over, Dr. Bench," sighed Sharon. "But oh, how tragic it is that we, with our message of salvation, if the sad old world would but listen, we could solve all its sorrows and difficulties. Yet with this message ready, we have to be practical and raise money for our expenses and charities. Oh, the world doesn't appreciate evangelists. Think of what we could do for a resident minister. These preachers who talk about conducting their own revivals make me sick. They don't know the right technique. Conducting revivals is a profession. One must know all the tricks. With all modesty, I figure that I know just what will bring in the converts." "I'm sure you do, Sister Faulkner," from Bench. "Say, do you and Brother Gantry like union revivals?" "You bet your life we do," said Brother Gantry. "We don't conduct a revival unless we can have the united support of all the evangelical preachers in town." "I think you are mistaken, Brother Gantry," said Dr. Bench. "I find that I have the most successful meetings with only a few churches, but all of them genuinely okay. With all the preachers joined together, you have to deal with a lot of these 2x4 hick preachers with churches about the size of woodsheds and getting maybe $1,100 a year. And yet they think they have the right to make suggestions. No, sir. I want to do business with the big town preachers that are used to doing things in a high-grade way and that don't kick if you take a decent-sized offering out of town." "Yeah, there's something to be said for that," said Elmer. "That's what the happy sing evangelist, Bill Buttle, said to us one time." "But I hope you don't like Brother Buttle," protested Dr. Bench. "Oh, no. Anyway, El didn't like him," said Sharon, which was a wifely slap at Elmer. Dr. Bench snorted. "He's a scoundrel. There's rumors about his wife's leaving him. Why is it that in such a high calling as ours there are so many rascals? Take Dr. Mortonby, calling himself a cover-to-cover literalist, and then his relations to young women who sing for him. I would shock you, Sister Faulkner, if I told you what I suspect." "Oh, I don't know. I haven't met him, but I hear dreadful things," wailed Sharon. "And Wesley Ziegler, they say he drinks, and an evangelist. Why, if any person connected with me were so much as to take one drink, out he goes." That's right. Isn't it dreadful?" mourned Dr. Bench. "And take this charlatan Edgar Edgars, this obscene ex-gambler with his disgusting slang. The hypocrite." Joyously they pointed out that this rival artist in evangelism was an ignoramus, that a passer of bogus checks, the other doubtful about the doctrine of the premillennial coming. Joyously they concluded that the only intelligent and moral evangelists in America were Dr. Bench, Sister Faulkner, and Brother Gantry, and the lunch broke up in an orgy of thanksgiving. "There's the worst swell-headed and four-flusher in America, that Bench, and he's shaky on Jonah, and I've heard he chews tobacco, and then pretending to be so swell and citified." "Be careful of him," said Sharon to Elmer afterward, and, "Oh, my dear, my dear." End of section 18. Section 19 of Elmer Gantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 19. Chapter 15, Part 1. It was not her eloquence, but her healing of the sick, which raised Sharon to such eminence that she promised to become the most renowned evangelist in America. People were tired of eloquence, and the whole evangelist business was limited, since even the most ardent were not likely to be saved more than 3 or 4 times, but they could be healed constantly, and of the same disease. Healing was later to become the chief feature of many evangelists, but in 1910 it was advertised chiefly by Christian Scientists and the New Thoughters. Sharon came to it by accident. She had regularly offered prayers for the sick, but only absent-mindedly. When Elmer and she had been together for a year, during her meetings in Schenectady, a man led up his deaf wife and begged Sharon to heal her. It amused Sharon to send out for some oil. It happened to be shotgun oil, but she properly consecrated it. To anoint the woman's ears and to pray lustily for healing. The woman screamed, "Glory to God! I've got my hearing back." There was a sensation in the tabernacle, and everybody itched with desire to be relieved of whatever ailed him. Elmer led the healed deaf woman aside and asked her name for the newspapers. It is true that she could not hear him, but he wrote out his questions, she wrote the answers, and he got an excellent story for the papers and an idea for their holy work. Why, he put it to Sharon, shouldn't she make healing a regular feature? "Oh, I don't know that I have any gift for it," considered Sharon. "Sure you have. Aren't you psychic?" "Well, you bet." "Go to it. We might pull off some healing services. I bet the collections would bust all records, and we'll have a distinct understanding with the local committee that we get all over a certain amount, besides the collection the last day." "Well, we might try one. Of course, the Lord may have blessed me with special gifts that way, and to him be all the credit. Oh, let's stop in here and have an ice cream soda. I love banana splits. I hope nobody sees me. I feel like dancing tonight. Anyway, we'll talk over the possibility of healing. I'm going to take a hot bath the minute we get home with Losh bath salts. Losh and Losh and Losh." The success was immense. She alienated many evangelical pastors by divine healing, but she won all the readers of books about willpower, and her daily miracles were reported in the newspapers. And, or so it was reported, some of her patients remained cured. She murmured to Elmer, "You know, maybe there really is something to this healing, and I get an enormous thrill out of it. Telling the lame to chuck their crutches, and that man last night, that cripple, he did feel a lot better." They decorated the altar now with crutches and walking sticks, all given by grateful patients, except such as Elmer had been compelled to buy to make the exhibit inspiring from the start. Money gambled in. One grateful patient gave Sharon $5,000, and Elmer and Sharon had their only quarrel, except for the occasional spats of temperament. With the increase in profits, he demanded a raise of salary, and she insisted that her charities took all she had. "Yeah, I've heard a lot about him," said he, "the old ladies' home and the orphanage and the hoosegow for retired preachers. I suppose you carry him along with you on the road." "Do you mean to insinuate, my good friend, that I—" They talked in a thoroughly spirited and domestic manner, and afterward she raised his salaries to $5,000 and kissed him. With the money so easily come by, Sharon burst out in hectic plans. She was going to buy a 10,000-acre farm for a Christian socialist colony and a university, and she went so far as to get a 3 months option on 200 acres.
She was going to have a great national daily paper with crime news, scandal, and athletics omitted, and a daily Bible session on the front page. She was going to organize a new crusade, an army of 10 million, which would march through heathen countries and convert the entire world to Christianity in this generation. Well, she did, at last, actually carry out one plan and create a headquarters for her summer meetings. At Clontarf, a resort on the New Jersey coast, she bought the pier on which Benno Hackenschmidt used to give grand opera. Though the investment was so large that even for the initial payment it took almost every penny she had saved, she calculated that she would make money because she would be absolute owner and not have to share contributions with local churches. And remaining in one spot, she would build up more prestige than by moving from place to place and having to advertise her virtues anew in every town. In a gay frenzy, she planned that if she was successful, she would keep the Clontarf Pier for summer and build an all-winter tabernacle in New York or Chicago. She saw herself another Mary Baker Eddy, an Angie Besant, and a Catherine Tingley. Elmer Gantry was shocked when she hinted that, who knows, the next Messiah might be a woman. And that woman might now be on earth, just realizing her divinity. The pier was an immense structure, built of cheap knotty pine, painted in a hectic red with gold stripes. It was pleasant, however, on hot evenings. Round it ran a promenade out over the water, where once lovers had strolled between acts of the opera, and giving on the promenade were many barn-like doors. Sharon christened it the Waters of Jordan Tabernacle, added more and redder paint, more golden gold, and erected an enormous revolving cross, lighted at night with yellow and ruby electric bulbs. The whole gospel crew went to Clontarf in early June to make ready for the great opening on the evening of the 1st of July. They had to enlist volunteer ushers and personal workers, and Sharon and Adalbert Shoup had notions about a large robed choir with 3 or 4 paid soloists. Elmer had less zeal than usual in helping her, because an unfortunate thing had gone and happened to Elmer. He saw that he really ought to be more friendly with Lily Anderson, the pianist. While he remained true to Sharon, he had cumulatively been feeling that it was sheer carelessness to let the pretty and anemic and virginal Lily be wasted. He had been driven to notice her through indignation at Art Nichols, the cornetist, for having the same idea. Elmer was fascinated by her unwickedness. While he was continuing to be devoted to Sharon, over her shoulder he was always looking at Lily's pale sweetness, and his lips were moist. Part 2. They sat on the beach by moonlight, Sharon and Elmer, the night before the opening service. All of Clontarf, with its miles of comfortable summer villas and gingerbread hotels, was excited over the tabernacle, and the Chamber of Commerce had announced, "We commend to the whole Jersey coast this high-class spiritual feature, the latest addition to the manifold attractions and points of interest at the snappiest of all summer colonies." A choir of 200 had been coaxed in, and some of them had been persuaded to buy their own robes and mortar boards. Near the sand dune against which Sharon and Elmer lolled was the tabernacle, over which the electric cross turned solemnly, throwing its glare now on the rushing surf, now across the bleak sand. "And it's mine," Sharon trembled. "I've made it. 4,000 seats, and I guess it's the only Christian tabernacle built out over the water. Elmer, it almost scares me. So much responsibility, thousands of poor troubled souls turning to me for help, and if I fail them, if I'm weak or tired or greedy, I'll be murdering their very souls.
I almost wish I were back safe in Virginia." Her enchanted voice wove itself with the menace of the breakers, feeble against the crash of broken waters, passionate in the lull, while the great cross turned its unceasing light. "And I'm ambitious, Elmer. I know it. I want the world, but I realize what an awful danger that is. But I never had anybody to train me. I'm just nobody. I haven't any family, any education. I've had to do everything for myself, except what Cecil and you and another man or two have done, and maybe you. All came too late. When I was a kid, there was no one to tell me what a sense of honor was. But, oh, I've done things. Little Katie Jonas of Railroad Avenue, little Katie with her red flannel skirt and torn stockings, fighting the whole Killarney Street gang and giving Pup Monahan one on the nose, by Jiminy, and not 5 cents a year even for candy. And now it's mine. That tabernacle there, look at it. That cross, that choir you can hear practicing. Why, I'm the Sharon Faulkner you read about, and tomorrow I become people reaching out to me healing them. No, it frightens me. It can't last. Make it last for me, Elmer. Don't let them take it away from me." She was sobbing, her head on his lap, while he comforted her clumsily. He was slightly bored. She was heavy, and though he did like her, he wished she wouldn't go on telling that Katie Jonas Utica story. She rose to her knees, her arms out to him, her voice hysteric against the background of the surf. "I can't do it. But you? I'm a woman. I'm weak. I wonder if I oughtn't to stop thinking I'm such a marvel. If I oughtn't let you run things and just stand back and help you. Ought I?" He was overwhelmed by her good sense, but he cleared his throat and spoke judiciously. "Well, now, I'll tell you. Personally, I'd never have brought it up, but since you speak of it yourself, I don't admit for a minute that I've got any more executive ability or oratory than you have. Probably not half as much. And after all, you did start the show. I came in late, but same time, while a woman can put things over just as good as a man, or better for a while, she's a woman, and she isn't built to carry on things like a man would. See how I mean?" "Would it be better for the kingdom if I forgot my ambition and followed you?" "Well, I didn't say it'd be better. You've certainly done fine, honey. I haven't got any criticisms, but at the same time I do think we ought to think it over." She had remained still, a kneeling silver statue. Now she dropped her hands against his knees, crying, "I can't give it up. I can't. Must I?" He was conscious that people were strolling near. He growled, "Say, for heaven's sake, Shara, don't holler and carry on like that. People might hear." She sprang up. "Oh, you fool, you fool!" And she ran from him along the sands, through the rays of the revolving cross, into the shadow. He angrily rubbed his back against the sand dune and grumbled, "Damn these women! All alike, even Sherry, always getting temperamental on you about nothing at all." Still, I did kind of go off half-cocked, considering she was just beginning to get the idea of letting me boss the show. Oh, hell, I'll jolly her out of it. He took off his shoes, shook the sand out of them, and rubbed his sole of one stocking foot slowly, agreeably, for he was conceiving a thought. If Sharon was going to pull stuff like this on him, he ought to teach her a lesson. Choir practice was over. Why not go back to the house and see what Lily Anderson was doing? There was a nice kid, and she admired him. She'd never dare bawl him out. Part 3. He tipped
tiptoed to Lily's virgin door and tapped lightly. "Vesp?" He dared not speak. Sharon's door, in the bulky old house they had taken in Clontarf, was almost opposite. He tapped again, and when Lily came to the door in a kimono, he whispered, "Shh! Everybody asleep. May I come in just a second? Something important to ask you." Lily was wondering, but obviously she felt a pallid excitement as he followed her into the room with its violet embroidered doilies. "Lily, I've been worrying. Do you think Adalbert ought to have the choir start with 'A Mighty Fortress is Our God' tomorrow, or something a little snappier? Get the crowd and then shoot in something impressive." "Well, honestly, Mr. Gantry, I don't believe they could change the program now." "Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Sit down and tell me how the choir practice went tonight. I bet it went swell with you pounding the box." "Oh, now," as she perched lightly on the edge of the bed, "you're just teasing me, Mr. Gantry." He sat beside her, chuckling bravely. "I can't even get you to call me Elmer." "Oh, I wouldn't dare, Mr. Gantry. Miss Falconer would call me down." "Well, you just let me know if anybody ever dares to try to call you down, Lily. Why, I don't know whether Sharon appreciates it or not, but the way you spiel the music gives as much power to our meetings as her sermons or anything else." "Oh, no. You're just flattering me, Mr. Gantry. Oh, say, I have a trade last for you." "Well, let's see. I remember. That Episcopalian preacher, the big, handsome one, he said you ought to be on the stage. You had so much talent." "Oh, go on. You're kidding me, Mr. Gantry." "No, honest, he did. Now, what's mine? Though I'd rather have you say something nice about me." "Oh, now you're fishing." "Well, sure I am, with such a lovely fish as you." "Oh, it's terrible the way you talk." Laughter, silvery peals, several peals. "But I mean, this great opera soloist that's down for our opening says you look so strong that she's scared of you." "Oh, she is she? Are you? Huh? Are you? Tell me." Somehow her hand was inside his, and he squeezed it, while she looked away and blushed, and at last breathed, "Yes, kind of." He almost embraced her, but it was a mistake to rush things, and he went on in his professional tone. "But to go back to Sharon and our labors, it's all right to be modest, but you ought to realize how enormously your playing adds to the spirituality of the meetings." "I'm so glad you think so. But honest, to compare me to Miss Falconer for bringing souls to Christ, why, she's just the most wonderful person in the world." "Well, that's right. You bet she is." "Only I wish she felt like you do. I don't really think she cares so much for my playing." "Well, she ought to. I'm not criticizing, you understand. She certainly is one of the greatest evangelists living. But just between you and I, she has one fault. She doesn't appreciate any of us. She thinks it's her that does the whole darn thing. As I say, I admire her, but by golly, it does make me sore sometimes to never have her appreciate your music. I mean the way it ought to be appreciated. See how I mean? Oh, that is so nice of you, but I don't deserve—" "But I've always appreciated it, don't you think, Lily?" "Oh, yes, indeed you have, and it's been such an encouragement." "Oh, well, say I'm just tickled to death to have you, and say that, Lily." A firmer pressure on her frail hand. "Do you like to have me like your music?" "Oh, yes, but do you like to have me like you?" "Oh, yes, of course. We're all working together, like sister and brother." "Lily, don't you think we might ever be, Don't you think we could be just a little closer than sister and brother?
Oh, you're just being mean. How could you ever like poor little me when you belong to Sharon?
What do you mean, me belong to Sharon? Say, I admire her tremendously, but I'm absolutely free. You can bet your life on that. And just because I've always been kind of shy of you, you have been such a kind of flower-like beauty, you might say, that no man, no, not the coarsest, would ever dare to ruffle it. And because I've stood back, sort of feeling like I was protecting you, maybe you think I haven't appreciated all your qualities? She swallowed. Oh, Lily, all I ask is for the chance now and then, whenever you're down in the mouth, and all of us must feel like that, unless we think we're the whole cheese and absolutely own the gospel game, whenever you feel that way, let me have the privilege of telling you how greatly one fellow appreciates the loveliness that you scatter along the road. Do you really feel that way? Well, maybe I can play the piano, but personally I'm nothing. Nothing. It isn't true. It isn't true, dearest.
Lily, it's so like your modesty not to appreciate what sunshine you bring into the hearts of all of us, dear, and how we cherish.
The door shot open. In the doorway stood Sharon Falconer in a black and gold dressing gown.
Both of you, said Sharon, are discharged, fired.
Now, don't ever let me see your faces again. You can stay tonight, but see to it that you're out of the house before breakfast.
Oh, Miss Falconer, Lily wailed, thrusting away Elmer's hand. But Sharon was gone with the bang of the door. They rushed into the hall. They heard the key in her lock, and she ignored their rappings. Lily glared at Elmer. He heard her key also, and he stood alone in the hall. Part 4. Not until 1 a.m, sitting in flabby dejection, did he have his story shaped and watertight. It was a heroic spectacle, that of the Reverend Elmer Gantry climbing from the second-story balcony through the Sharon's window, tiptoeing across the room, plumping on his knees by her bed, and giving her a large, plashy kiss. "I am not asleep," she observed, in tones level as a steel rail, while she drew the comforter about her neck. "In fact, I'm awake for the first time in 2 years, my young friend. You can get out of here. I won't tell you all I've been thinking, but among others, you're an ungrateful dog that bit the hand that took you out of the slimy gutter. You're a liar, an ignoramus, a four-flusher, and a rotten preacher. By God, But then she giggled, and his plan of action came back to him. He sat firmly on the edge of the bed, and calmly he remarked, "Sharon, you're a good deal of a damn fool. You think I'm going to deny flirting with Lily? I won't take the trouble to deny it. If you don't appreciate yourself, if you don't see that a man that's ever associated with you simply couldn't be interested in any other woman, then there's nothing I can say. My God, Shara, you know what you are. I could no more be untrue to you than I could to my religion. As a matter of fact, want to know what I was saying to Lily, to Miss Anderson?" "I do not." "Well, you're going to be. As I came up the hall, her door was open, and she asked me to come in. She had something to ask me. Well, it seems the poor young woman was wondering if her music was really up to your greatness. That's what she called it, especially now that the Jordan Tabernacle will give you so much more power. She spoke of you as the greatest spiritual force in the world, and she was wondering whether she was worthy." She did, eh? Well, she isn't, and she can stay fired. And you, my fine young liar,
If you ever so much as look at another wench again, I'll fire you for keeps." "Oh, Elmer, how could you, beloved, when I've given you everything?" "Oh, lie, lie, go on lying. Tell me a good strong lie that I'll believe, and then kiss me." Part 5. Banners, banners, banners lifting along the rafters, banners on the walls of the tabernacle, banners moving to the air that sifted in from the restless night of the opening of Waters of Jordan Tabernacle, night of the beginning of Sharon's crusade to conquer the world. The town of Clontar and all the resorts nearby felt there was something they did not quite understand, something marvelous, and by all means to be witnessed. And from up and down the Jersey coast, by motor, by trolley, the religious had come. By the time the meeting began, all of the 4,000 seats were filled, 500 people were standing, and outside waited a throng, hoping for miraculous entrance. The interior of the pier was barn-like, were shamelessly patched against the ravages of winter storms, but they were hectic with the flags of many nations, with immense posters, blood red on white, proclaiming that in the mysterious blood of the Messiah was redemption from all sorrow, that in his love was refuge and safety. Sharon's pretentious white and gold pyramidal altar had been discarded. She was using the stage draped with black velvet, against which hung a large crystal cross, and the seats for the choir of 200 behind a golden pulpit were draped with white. A white wooden cross stood by the pulpit. It was a hot night, but through the doors along the pier the cool breeze filtered in, and the sounds of waters, the sounds of wings, as the gulls were startled from their roosts. Every one felt an exultation in the place, a coming of marvels. Before the meeting, the gospel crew, backstage, were excited as a theatrical company on a first night. They rushed with great rapidity, nowhere in particular, and tripped over each other, and muttered, "Say, gee, gee." To the last, Adelbert Shoup was giving needless instructions to the new pianist, who had been summoned by telegraph from Philadelphia, Lily Anderson. She professed immense piety, but Elmer noted that she was a pretty fluffy thing with a warm eye. The choir was arriving, along with the first of the audience. They filtered down the aisle, chattering, feeling important. Naturally, as the end of the pier gave on open water, there was no stage entrance at the back. There was only one door, through which members of opera castles had been wont to go out to the small rear platform for fresh air between acts. The platform was not connected with the promenade. It was to this door that Sharon led Elmer. Their dressing rooms were next to each other. She knocked. He had been sitting with a Bible and an evening paper in his lap, reading one of them. He opened to find her flaming with exultation, a joyous girl in a dressing gown over her chemise. Seemingly she had forgotten her anger of the night. She cried, "Come, see the stars!" Defying the astonishment of the choir, who were filing into the chorus dressing room to assume their white robes, she led him to the door, out on the railed platform. The black waves glittered with lights. There was spaciousness and a windy peace upon the waters. "Look, it's so big, not like the cities where we've been shut up," she exulted. "Stars and the waves that come clear from Europe. Europe! Castles on green shore I've never been. And I'm going. And there'll be great crowds at the ship to meet me, asking for my power. Look!" A shooting star had left a scrawl of flame in the sky. "Elmer, it's an omen for the glory that begins tonight. Oh, dearest, my dearest, don't ever hurt me again." His kiss promised it. His heart almost promised it. She was all human while they stood fronting the sea, but in half an hour after, when she came out in the robe of white satin and silver lace, with a crimson cross on her breast, she was prophetess only, and her white forehead was high, her eyes were strange with dreaming. Already the choir were chanting. They were starting with the doxology, and it gave Elmer a feeling of doubt. Surely doxology was the end of things, not the beginning. But he looked impassive. The brooding priest in frock coat and white bow tie, portly and funereal, as he moved magnificently through the choir and held up his arms to command silence for his prayer. He told them of Sister Falconer and her message, of their plans and desires at Clontarf, and asked for a minute of silent prayer for the power of the Holy Ghost to descend upon the tabernacle. He stood back. His chair was upstage beside the choir as Sharon floated forward. Not human, a goddess, tears thick in lovely eyes as she perceived the throng that had come to hear her. My dear ones, it is not I who bring you anything, but you who in your faith bring me strength, she said shakily. Then her voice was strong again. She rose on the wave of drama. Just now, looking across the sea to the end of the world, I saw an omen for all of us, a fiery line written by the hand of God, a glorious shooting star. Thus he apprised us of his coming and bade us be ready. Oh, are you ready? Are you ready? Will you be so ready when the great day comes? The congregation was stirred by her lyric earnestness. But outside there were less devout souls. 2 workmen had finished polishing the varnished wooden pillars as the audience began to come. They slipped outside on the promenade along the pier and sat on the rail enjoying the coolness, slightly diverted by hearing the sermon. Not a bad spieler, that woman. Puts it all over this guy Reverend Golding uptown, said one of the workmen, lighting a cigarette and keeping it concealed in his palm as he smoked. The other tiptoed along the promenade to peer through the door and returned mumbling, "Yeah, and a swell looker. Same time, though, tell you how I feel about it. A woman's all right in their place, but it takes a real he-male to figure out this religious business." "She's pretty good at that," yawned the first workman, snapping away his cigarette. "Say, let's beat it. How about a little glass of beer? We can go along this platform and get out at the front, I guess." "All right. You buying?" The workmen moved away, dark figures between the sea and the doors that gave on the bright auditorium. The discarded cigarette nestled against the oily rags which the workmen had dropped on the promenade beside the flimsy walls of the tabernacle. A rag glowed round the edges, worm-like, then lit in circling flame. Sharon was chanting, "What could be more beautiful than a tabernacle like this, set on the bosom of the rolling deep? Oh, think what the mighty tides have meant in Holy Writ, the face of the waters on which moved the Spirit of Almighty God, when the earth was but a whirling and chaotic darkness. Jesus baptized in the sweet waters of Jordan, Jesus walking on the waves. So could we today, if we had but his faith. Oh, dear God, strengthen thou our unbelief, give us faith like unto thine own." Now Elmer, sitting back listening, was moved as in his first adoration for her. He had become so tired of her poetizing that he almost admitted to himself that he was tired. But tonight he felt her strangeness again. and in it he was humble. He saw her straight back, shimmering in white satin. He saw her superb arms as she stretched them out to these thousands, and in hot secret pride he gloated that in this beauty, beheld and worshipped of so many, belonged to him alone. Then he noticed something else. A third of the way back, coming through one of the doors opening on the promenade, was a curl of smoke. He startled, he almost rose. He feared to rouse a panic, and set with his brain a welter of terrified jelly, till he heard the screams, "Fire! Fire!" And he saw the whole audience and the choir leaping up, screaming, while the flimsy door jamb was alight, and the flame rose fan-like toward the rafters. Only Sharon was in his mind, Sharon standing like an ivory column against the terror. He rushed toward her. He could hear her wailing, "Don't be afraid. Go out slowly." She turned toward the choir as with wild white robes they charged from their bank of seats. She clamored, "Don't be afraid. We're in the temple of the Lord. He won't harm you. I believe. Have faith. I'll lead you safely through the flames." But they ignored her, streamed past her, thrusting her aside. He seized her arm. "Come here, Shara. The door at the back. We'll jump over and swim ashore." She seemed not to hear him. She thrust his hand away and went on demanding, her voice furious with mad sincerity, "Who will trust the Lord of God of hosts? Now we'll try out our faith. Who will follow me?" Since 2/3 of the auditorium was to the shoreward side of the fire, and since the wide doors to the promenade were many, most of the audience were getting safely out, save for a child crushed, a woman fainting and trampled. But toward the stage of the flames, driven by the sea wind, were beating up through the rafters. Most of the choir and the audience down front had escaped, but all who were now at the back were cut off. He grasped Sharon's arm again. In a voice with abject fear he shouted, "For God's sake, beat it! We can't wait!" She had an insane strength. She thrust him away so sharply that he fell against a chair, bruising his knee. Furious with pain, senseless with fear, he raged, "You can go to hell!" and galloped off, pushing aside the last of the hysterical choir. He looked back and saw her, quite alone, holding up the white wooden cross which had stood by the pulpit, marching steadily forward, a tall figure paled against the screen of flames. All of the choir who had not got away remembered or guessed the small door at the back. So did Albert and Art Nichols, and all of them were jamming toward it. That door opened inward, only it did not open with a score of victims thrust against it. In howling panic, Elmer sprang among them, knocked them aside, struck down a girl who stood in his way, yanked open the door, and got through it. The last, the only one to get through it. He never remembered leaping, but he found himself in the surf, desperately swimming toward the shore, horribly cold, horribly bound by heavy clothes. He humped out of his coat. In the inside pocket was Lily Anderson's address, as she had given it to him before going that morning. The sea, by night, though it was glaring now with the flames from above, seemed infinite in its black sightlessness. The waves thrust him along the piles. Their mossy slime was like the feel of serpents to his frantic hands, and the barnacles cut his palms. But he struggled out from beneath the pier, struggled toward the shore, and as he swam and panted, more and more was the sea blood-red about him. In blood he swam, blood that was icy cold and tumultuous and roaring in his ears. His knee struck sand, and he crawled ashore among a shrieking, torn, sea-soaked crowd. Many had leapt from the rail of the promenade and were still fighting the surf, wailing and beaten. Their wet and corpse-like heads were seen clearly in the glare. The pier was only a skeleton, a cage round a boiling of flame, with dots of figures still dropping from the promenade. Elmer ran out a little into the surf and dragged in a woman who had already safely touched bottom. He had rescued at least 30 people who had already rescued themselves before the reporters got to him, and he had to stop and explain the cause of the fire, the cost of the tabernacle, the amount of insurance, the size of the audience, the number of souls revived by Miss Falconer during all her campaigns, and the fact that he had been saving both Miss Falconer and Adelbert Shoup when they had been crushed by a falling rafter. 111 people died that night, including all of the gospel crew save Elmer. It was Elmer himself who at dawn found Sharon's body lying on a floor beam. There were rags of white satin clinging to it, and in her charred hand was still the charred cross. End of section 19, chapter 15. Section 20 of Elmer Gantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 20, Chapter 16, Part 1. Though to the commonplace and unspeculative eye, Mrs. Evans Riddle was but a female blacksmith, yet Mrs. Riddle and her followers knew, in a bland, smirking way, that she was instituting an era in which sickness, poverty, and folly would be ended forever. She was the proprietor of the Victory Thought Power Headquarters, New York. Not even in Los Angeles was there a more important center of predigested philosophy and pansy-painted ethics. She maintained a magazine filled with such starry thoughts as, "All the world's a road whereupon we are but fellow wayfarers." She held morning and vesper services on Sunday at Utopian Hall on 87th Street, and between moments of silent thought she boxed with the inexplicable. She taught, or farmed out, classes in concentration, prosperity, love, metaphysics, Oriental mysticism, and the fourth dimension. She instructed small select circles how to keep one's husband, how to understand Sanskrit philosophy without understanding either Sanskrit or philosophy, and how to become slim without giving up pastry. She healed all the diseases in the medical dictionary, and some which were not. And in personal consultations, at $10 the half hour, she explained to unappetizing elderly ladies how they might rouse passion in a football hero. She had a staff, including a real Hindu Swami. Anyway, he was a real Hindu. But she was looking for a first assistant. The Reverend Elmer Gantry had failed as an independent evangelist. He had been quite as noisy and threatening as the average evangelist. To reasonably large gatherings, he had stated that the judgment day was rather more likely to occur before 6 a.m., and he had told all the chronic anecdotes of the dying drunkard. But there was something wrong. He could not make it go. Sharon was with him, beckoning him, intolerably summoning him, intolerably rebuking him. Sometimes he worshipped her as the shadow of a dead god. Always he was humanly lonely for her, and her tantrums and her electric wrath and her abounding laughter. In pulpits he felt like an impostor, and in hotel bedrooms he ached for her voice. Worst of all, he was expected everywhere to tell of her brave death in the cause of the Lord. He was very sick about it. Mrs. Evans Riddle invited him to join her. Elmer had no objection to the malted milk of new thought, but after Sharon, Mrs. Riddle was too much. She shaved regularly, she smelled of cigar smoke, yet she had a nickering fancy for warm masculine attentions. Elmer had to earn a living, and he had taken too much of the drug of oratory to be able to go back to the road as a traveling salesman. He shrugged when he had interviewed Mrs. Riddle. He told her that she would be an inspiration to a young man like himself. He held her hand. He went out and washed his hand, and determined that since he was to dwell in the large brownstone home, which was both her thought power headquarters and her home, he would keep his door locked. The preparation for his labors was not too fatiguing. He read through 6 copies of Mrs. Riddle's magazine, and just as he had learned the trade terms of evangelism, so he learned the technologies of new thought, the cosmic law of vibration. I affirm the living thought. He labored through a chapter of the essence of Oriental mysticism, occultism, and esotericism, and accompanied 7 pages of the Bhagavad Gita, and thus was prepared to teach disciples how to win love and prosperity. In actual practice, he had much less of treading the Himalayan heights than of pleasing Mrs. Evans Riddle. Once she discovered that he had a small fancy for sitting up after midnight with her, she was rather sharp about his bringing in new chelas, as, out of Kim, she called paying customers. Occasionally he took Sunday morning service for Mrs. Riddle at Utopian Hall when she was weary of curing rheumatism, or when she was suffering from rheumatism, and always he had to be at Utopian to give spiritual assistance. She liked to have her hairy arms stroked just before she went out to preach, and that was not too hard a task. Usually he could recover while she was out on the platform. She turned over to him the personal consultations with spinsters, and he found it comic to watch their sharp noses quivering, their dry mouths wobbling. But his greatest interest was given to the prosperity classes. To one who had never made more than $5,000 a year himself, it was inspiring to explain before dozens of pop-eyed and admiring morons how they could make $10,000, $50,000, $1 million a year. And all this by the wonder power of suggestion, by aggressive personality, by the divine rhythm. In fact, by merely releasing the inner self-shine. It was fun. It was an orgy of imagination for him who had never faced any titan of success of larger dimensions than the chairman of a local evangelistic committee to instruct a 30-a-week bookkeeper how to stalk into Morgan's office, fix him with a penetrating eye of the initiate, and borrow $100,000 on the spot. But always he longed for Sharon, with a sensation of emptiness real as the faintness of hunger and long tramping. He saw his days with her as adventures, footloose, scented with fresh air. He hated himself for having ever glanced over his shoulder, and he determined to be a celibate all his life. In some ways he preferred New Thought, standard Protestantism. It was safer to play with.
He had never been sure but that there might be something to the doctrines he had preached as an evangelist. Perhaps God really had dictated every word of the Bible. Perhaps God had dictated every word of the Bible. Perhaps there really was a hell of burning sulfur. Perhaps the Holy Ghost really was hovering around watching him and reporting. But he knew with serenity that all of his new thoughts, his theosophical utterances, were pure and uncontaminated bunk. No one could deny his theories because none of his theories meant anything. It did not matter what he said so long as he kept them listening, and he enjoyed the buoyancy of power as he bespelled his classes with long, involved, fruity sentences rhapsodic as perfume advertisements. How agreeable on bright winter afternoons, in the gilt and velvet elegance of the lecture hall, to look at smart women and moan, "And, oh, my beloved, can you not see, do you not perceive? Have not your earth-bound eyes ingathered the supremacy of the Rajas quality, which each of us, by that inner contemplation, which is the all, however cloaked by the seeming, can consummate and build loftily to higher aspiring spheres?" Almost any Hindu word was useful. It seemed that the Hindus have hidden powers which enable them to do whatever they want to, except possibly to get rid of the Mohammedans, the plague, and the cobra. Soul breathing was also a good thing to talk about whenever he had nothing to say, and you could always keep an audience of satin-bosomed ladies through the last quarter hour of lecturing by coming down hard on concentration. But with all these agreeable features, he hated Mrs. Riddle, and he suspected that she was, as he put it, holding out the coin on him. He was to have a percentage of the profits, besides his thin salary of $2,500 a year. There never were any profits, and when he hinted that he would like to see her books, entirely out of admiration for the beauties of accountancy, she put him off. So he took reasonable measures of reprisal. He moved from her house. He began to take for himself the patients who came for personal consultations and to meet them in the parlor of his new boarding house in Harlem. And when she was not present at his Utopian Hall meetings, he brought back to Victory Thought Power headquarters only so much of the collection as, after prayer and meditation and figuring on an envelope, seemed suitable. That did it. Mrs. Evans Riddle had a regrettable suspiciousness. She caused a marked $20 bill to be placed in the collection at Vespers, a year before Elmer had gone to work for higher powers, and when he brought her the collection money, minus the $20, she observed loudly with her grinning, swami-looking heathenish and sultry across the room, "Gantry, you're a thief. You're fired. You have a contract, but you can sue and be damned. Jackson," a large Negro houseman appeared, "throw out this crook, will you?" Part 3. He felt dazed and homeless and poor, but he started out with prosperity classes of his own. He did very well at prosperity, except that he couldn't make a living out of it. He spent from month to 4 months in each city. He hired the ballroom at the second-best hotel for lectures 3 evenings a week, and advertised himself in the newspapers as though he were a cigarette or brand soap. "The world owes you $1 million. Why don't you collect it? What brought millions to Rockefeller, Morgan, and Carnegie? Willpower. It's within you.
Learn to develop it. You can. The world-mastering secrets of the Rosicrucians and Hindu sages revealed in 12 lessons by the renowned psychologist Elmer Gantry, Ph.D., D.D., Ph.D. Write or phone for free personal consultation. The Bowers Motel, Maine and Sycamore. His students were school teachers who wanted to own tea rooms, clerks who wanted to be sales managers, clergymen who wanted to be newspapermen, and newspapermen who wanted to be real estate dealers who wanted to be bishops, and widows who wanted to earn money without loss of elegance. He lectured to them in the most beautiful language, all out of Mrs. Riddle's magazine. He had a number of phrases, all stolen, and he made his disciples repeat them in chorus in the manner of all religions. Among the more powerful incantations were, I can be whatever I will to be. I turn my opened eyes on myself and possess whatever I desire. I am God's child. God created all good things, including wealth, and I will to inherit it. I am resolute. I am utterly resolute. I fear no man, whether in offices or elsewhere. Power is in me, encompassing you to my demands. Hold fast, O subconscious, the thought of prosperity. In the divine book of achievements, my name is written in gold. I am thus the world's nobility, and now, this moment, I take possession of my kingdom. I am part of universal mind, and thus I summon to me my rightful universal power. Daily, my subconscious shall tell me to not be content and go on working for someone else. They were, all of them, ready for $1 million a year, except their teacher, who was ready for bankruptcy. He got pupils enough, but the overhead was huge, and his pupils were poor. He had to hire the ballroom, pay for advertising. He had to appear gaudy with a suite in the hotel, fresh linen and newly pressed morning coat. He sat in $20 a day red plush suites, wondering where would he get breakfast. He was so dismayed that he began to study himself. He determined, with the resoluteness of terror, to be loyal to any loves or associates he might have hereafter, to say in his prayers and sermons practically nothing except that he believed. He yearned to go back to Mizpah Seminary and to get Dean Trusper's forgiveness, take a degree, and return to the Baptist pulpit in however barren a village. But first, he must earn enough money to pay for a year in the seminary. He had been in correspondence with the manager of the O'Hearn House in Zenith, a city 400,000 in the state of Winnemac, 100 miles from Mizpah. This was in 1913, before the Hotel Thornleigh was built, and Gil O'Hearn, with his new yellow brick tavern, was trying to take the fashionable business of Zenith away from the famous but decayed Grand Hotel. Intellectual ballroom lectures add to the smartness of a hotel almost as much as a great cocktail mixer. And Mr. O'Hearn had been moved by the prospects of the learned and magnetic Dr. Elmer Gantry. Elmer could take the O'Hearn offer on a guarantee and be sure of a living, but he needed money for a week or two before the fees should come in. From whom could he borrow? Didn't he remember reading in a Mizpah alumni bulletin that Frank Shallard, who had served with him in the rustic church at Schonheim, now had a church near Zenith? he dug out the bulletin and discovered that Frank was in Eureka, an industrial town of 40,000. Elmer had enough money to take him to Eureka. All the way there, he warmed up the affection with which a borrower recalls an old acquaintance who is generous and a bit soft. End of section 20. Section 21 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 21, Chapter 17, Part 1. Frank Shallard had graduated from Mizpah Theological Seminary and taken his first pulpit. And now that he was a minister, theoretically different from all ordinary people, he was wondering whether there was any value to the ministry whatsoever. Of what value were the doggerel hymns raggedly sung? What value in sermons, when the congregation seemed not at all different from people who never heard sermons? Were all ministers and all churches, Frank wondered, merely superstitious survivals, merely fire insurance? Suppose there were such things as inspiring sermons. Suppose there could be such a curious office as minister, as professional good man, such a thing as learning goodness just as one learned plumbing or dentistry? Even so, what training had he or his classmates or his professors, whose D.D. degrees did not protect them from indigestion and bad tempers, in the trade of professional goodness? He was supposed to cure an affliction called vice, but he had never encountered vice. He didn't know just what were the interesting things that people did when they were being vicious. How long could a drunkard listen to the counsel of one who had never been inside a saloon? He was supposed to bring peace to mankind, but what did he know of the forces which cause wars, personal or class or national? What of drugs, passion, criminal desire, of capitalism, banking, labor, wages, taxes, international struggles for trade, munitions trust, ambitious soldiers? He was supposed to comfort the sick, but what did he know of sickness? How could he tell when he ought to pray and when he ought to recommend salts? He was supposed to explain to troubled mankind the purposes of God Almighty, to chat with him, and even advise him about his duties as regards rainfall and the church debt. But which God Almighty? Professor Bruno Zeklin had introduced Frank to 100 gods besides the Jewish Jehovah or Yahweh, who had been but a poor and rather surly relation of such serene aristocrats as Zeus. He was supposed to have undergone a mystic change whereby it was possible to live without normal appetite. He was supposed to behold girls' ankles without interest, and for light amusement to be satisfied by reading church papers and shaking hands with deacons. But he found himself most uncomfortably interested in the flicker of ankles. He longed for the theater, and no repentance could keep him from reading novels, though his professors had exposed them as time-wasting and frivolous. What had he learned? Enough Hebrew and Greek to be able to crawl through the Bible by using lexicons, so that, like all his classmates once they were out of the seminary, he always read it in English. A good many of the more condemnatory texts of the Bible, rather less than the average holy roller carpenter evangelist. The theory that India and Africa have woes because they are not Christianized, but that Christianized Bangor and Des Moines have woes because the devil, a being obviously more potent than omnipotent God, sneaks around, counteracting the work of Baptist preachers.
He had learned in theory the ways of raising money through church fairs. He had learned what he was to say on pastoral visits. He had learned that Roger Williams, Adoniram Judson, Luther, Calvin, Jonathan Edwards, and George Washington were the greatest men in history, that Lincoln was given to fervent prayer at all crises, and that Ingersoll had called his non-existent son to his deathbed and bidden him become an Orthodox Christian. He had learned that the Pope at Rome was plotting to come to America and get hold of the government, and was prevented only by the denunciations of the Baptist clergy, with a little help from the Methodists and Presbyterians. That most crime was caused either by alcohol or by people leaving the Baptist fold for Unitarianism, and that clergymen ought not to wear red ties. He had learned how to assemble Jewish texts, Greek philosophy, and Middle Western evangelistic anecdotes into a sermon, and he had learned that poverty is blessed, but that bankers make the best deacons. Otherwise, as he wretchedly examined his equipment, facing his career, Frank did not seem to have learned anything whatever. From Elmer Gantry's relations to Lulu Baines, from Harry Zins's almost frank hint that he was an atheist, Frank perceived that a preacher can be a scoundrel or a hypocrite and still be accepted by his congregation. From the manners of Dean Trosper, who served his God with vinegar, he perceived that a man may be free of all the skilled sins, may follow every rule of the church, and still bring only fear to his flock. Listening to the celebrated divines who visited the seminary and showed off to the infant prophets, he perceived that a man could make scholarly and violent sounds, and yet not say anything which remained in the mind for 6 minutes. He concluded, in fact, that if there was any value in churches and a ministry, of which he was not very certain, in any case there could be no value in himself as a minister. Yet he had been ordained. He had taken a pulpit. It was doubtful whether he could have endured the necessary lying had it not been for Dean Trosper's bullying and his father's confusing pleas. Frank's father was easy-going enough, but he had been a Baptist clergyman for so many years that the church was sacred to him. To have had his son deny it would have broken him. He would have been shocked to be told that he was advising Frank to lie, but he explained that the answers to the ordination examination were, after all, poetic symbols, sanctified by generations of loving usage, that they need not be taken literally. So Frank Shallard, pupil of Bruno Zeklin, said nervously to an examining cleric that, yes, he did believe that baptism by immersion was appointed by God himself as the only valid way of beginning a righteous life. That, yes, unrepentant sinners would go to a literal hell. That, yes, these unrepentant sinners included all persons who did not go to evangelical churches if they had the chance. And that, yes, the maker of a universe with stars 100,000 light years apart was interested, furious, and very personal about it if a small boy played baseball on Sunday afternoon. Half an hour after the ordination and the somewhat comforting welcome by veterans of the ministry, he hated himself and ached to flee. But again, the traditional not wanting to hurt his father kept him from being honest. So he stayed in the church and went on hurting his father for years instead of for a day. Part 2. It was a lonely and troubled young man, the Frank Shallard, who for his first pastorate came to the Baptist church at Catawba, a town of 1800, in the same state with Zenith and the Mizpah Seminary. The town liked him and did not take him seriously. They said his sermons were real poetic. They admired him for being able to sit with old Mrs. Randall, who had been an invalid for 30 years, a bore for 60, and never ill a day in her life. They admired him for trying to start a boys' club, though they did not go so far in their support as to contribute anything. They all called him Reverend, and told him that he was amazingly sound in doctrine for one so unfortunately well educated, and he stayed on in a vacuum. Frank felt well about his 5th sermon in Catawba, felt that he was done with hesitations. He had decided to ignore controversial theology, ignore all dogma, and concentrated on the leadership of Jesus. That was his topic. There in the chapel with its walls of glaring robin's egg blue, the eager-eyed, curly-haired boy, his rather shrill voice, the wail of the violin as he gave his picture of Jesus, the kindly friend, the unfailing refuge, the gallant leader. He was certain that he had done well. He was thinking of it on Monday morning as he walked from his boarding house to the post office. He saw one Lem Staples, a jovial horse doctor who was known as the village atheist, sitting on a decayed carriage seat in front of the Fashion Livery Barn. Doc Staples was a subscriber to the Truth Seeker, a periodical said to be infidel, and he quoted Robert Ingersoll, Ed Howe, Colonel Watterson, Elbert Hubbard, and other writers who were rumored to believe that a Catholic was as good as a Methodist or Baptist. The doc lived alone, batching it, in a little yellow cottage, and Frank had heard that he sat up till all hours, 11 and even later, playing cribbage in Mort Bloom's saloon. Frank disliked him, and did not know him. He was prepared to welcome honest inquiry, but a fellow who was an avowed atheist. Why, Frank raged, he was a fool. Who made the flowers, the butterflies, the sunsets, the laughter of little children? Those things didn't just happen. Besides, why couldn't the man keep his doubts to himself and not to take from other people the religion which was their one comfort and strength in illness, sorrow, and want? A matter not of morality, but of reverence for other people's belief. In fact, of good taste. This morning, as Frank scampered down Vermont Street, Lem Staples called to him, "Fine day, Reverend. Say, in a hurry?" No, not especially." "Come, sit down. Couple of questions I'm worried about." Frank sat, his neck prickling with embarrassment. "Say, Reverend, old Ma Gherkins was telling me about your sermon yesterday. You figure that no matter what kind of a creed a fella's got, the one thing we can all bank on absolute is the teaching of Jesus?" "Why, yes, that's it roughly, Doctor." "And you feel that any sensible fellow will follow his teaching?" "Why, yes, certainly." "And you feel that the churches, no matter what faults they may have, do hand out this truth of Jesus better than if we didn't have no churches at all?" "Well, certainly. Otherwise I wouldn't be in the church." "Then can you tell me why it is that 9/10 of the really sure enough on the job of membership of the churches is made up of 2 classes? The plumb ignorant, that are scared of hell and that swallow any fool doctrine, and second, the awful respectable folks that play the church so's to seem more respectable? Why is that? Why is it the high-class skilled workman and the smart professional man usually snicker at the church and don't go near it once a month? Why is it?" "It isn't true. Perhaps that's why." Frank felt triumphant. He looked across at the pile of rusty horseshoes and plowshares among the mullein weeds beside the blacksmith shop. He reflected that he could clean up this town, be a power for good. Less snappishly, he explained, "Naturally, I haven't any statistics about it, but the fact is that almost every intelligent and influential man in the country belongs to some church or other." "Yeah, belongs. But does he go?" Frank plodded off, annoyed. He tried to restore himself by insisting that Doc Staples was a lout, very amusing in the way he mingled rustic grammar with half-digested words from his adult reading. But he was jarred. He was the common man whom the church was supposed to convince. Frank remembered from his father's pastorates how many theoretical church members seemed blithely able, month on month, to stay away from the sermonizing. He remembered the merchants who impressively passed the contribution plate, yet afterward, in conversation with his father, seemed to have but vague notions of what the sermons had been. He studied his own congregation. There they were, the stiff-collared village respectables and the simple, kindly, rustic mass who understood him only when he promised heaven as a reward for a life of monogamy and honest chicken-raising, or threatened them with hell for drinking hard cider. Catawba had, its only urban feature, a furniture factory with unusually competent workmen, few of whom attended church. Now Frank Shallard had all his life been insulated from what he gently despised as the working class. Maids at his father's house, and the elderly, devout, and incompetent Negroes who attended the furnace, plumbers or electricians coming to the parsonage for repairs, railwaymen to whom he tried to talk on journeys. Only these had he known, and always with unconscious superiority. Now he timidly sought to get acquainted with the cabinet makers as they sat at lunch in the factory grounds. They accepted him good-naturedly, but he felt that they chuckled behind his back when he crept away. For the first time, he was ashamed of being a preacher, of being a Christian. He longed to prove he was nevertheless a real man, and didn't know how to prove it. He found that all cabinet makers, save the Catholics, laughed at the church and thanked the God in whom they did not believe that they did not have to listen to sermons on Sunday mornings, when there were beautiful back porches to sit on, beautiful sporting news to read, and beautiful beer to drink. Even the Catholics seemed rather doubtful about the power of purchased mass to help their deceased relatives out of purgatory. Several of them admitted that they merely did their Easter duty, went to confession and mass but once a year. It occurred to him that he had never known how large a race of intelligent and independent workmen there were in between the masters and the human truck horses. He had never known how casually these manual aristocrats despised the church, and how they jeered at their leaders, officers of the AFL, who played safe by adhering to a valuable Christianity. He could not get away from his discoveries. They made him self-conscious as he went about the village streets, trying to look like a junior prophet and feeling like a masquerader. He might have left the ministry but for the Reverend Andrew Pengilly, pastor of the Catawba Methodist Church. Part 3. If you had cut Andrew Pengilly to the core, you would have found him white clear through. He was a type of clergyman favored in pious fiction, yet he actually did exist. To every congregation he had served these 40 years, he had been a shepherd. They had loved him, listened to him, and underpaid him. In 1906, when Frank came to Catawba, Mr. Pengilly was a frail, stooped veteran with silver hair, thin silver mustache, and a slow smile which embraced the world. Andrew Pengilly had gone into the Civil War as a drummer boy, slept blanketless and barefoot, and wounded in the frost of Tennessee mountains, and came out, still a child, to clerk in a store and teach Sunday school. He had been converted at 10, but at 25 he was overpowered by the preaching of Osage Joe, the Indian evangelist, became a Methodist preacher, and never afterward doubted the peace of God. He was married at 30 to a passionate singing girl with kind lips. He loved her so romantically, just to tuck the crazy quilt about her was poetry, and her cowhide shoes were to him fairy slippers. He loved her so ungrudgingly that when she died in childbirth, within a year after their marriage, he had nothing left for any other woman. He lived alone with the undiminished vision of her. Not the most scandal-mongering mother in Zion had ever hinted that Mr. Pengilly looked damply upon the widows in his fold. Little book learning had Andrew Pengilly in his youth, and to this day he knew nothing of biblical criticism, of the origin of religions, of the sociology which was beginning to absorb church leaders, but his Bible he knew and believed, word by word, and somehow he had drifted into the reading of ecstatic books of mysticism. He was a mystic complete. The world of plows and pavements and hatred was less to him than the world of angels, whose silver robes seemed to flash in the air about him as he meditated alone in his cottage. He was as ignorant of modern Sunday school methods as of single tax or Lithuanian finances, yet few Protestants had read more in the early fathers. On Frank Shallard's first day in Catawba, when he was unpacking his books in his room at the residence of Deacon Halter, the druggist, the Reverend Mr. Pengilly was announced. Frank went down to the parlor, gilded cattails and a basket of stereopticon views, and his loneliness was warmed by Mr. Pengilly's enveloping smile, his drawling voice. "Welcome, brother. I am Pengilly of the Methodist Church. I never was much of a hand at seeing any difference between the denominations, and I hope we'll be able to work together for the glory of God. I do hope so, and I hope you'll go fishing with me. I know," enthusiastically, "a pond where there's some elegant pickerel." Many evenings they spent in Mr. Pengilly's cottage, which was less littered and odorous than that of the village atheist Doc Lim Staples, only because the stalwart ladies of Mr. Pengilly's congregation vied in sweeping for him, dusting for him, disarranging his books and hen-tracked sermon notes, and bullying him into the matter of rubbers and winter flannels. They would not let him prepare his own meals. They made him endure the several boarding houses in turn, but sometimes of an evening he would cook scrambled eggs for Frank. He had pride in his cooking. He had never tried anything but scrambled eggs. His living room was overpowering with portraits and carbon points. Though every local official board pled with him about it, he insisted on including Madonnas, Cinquecento, Resurrection, St. Francis of Assisi, and even a Sacred Heart, with such Methodist worthies as the Leonidas Hamline and the cloaked romantic Francis Asbury. In the bay window was a pyramid of wire shelves filled with geraniums. Mr. Pengilly was an earnest gardener, except during such weeks as he fell into dreams and forgot to weed and water, and through the winter he watched for the geranium leaves to wither enough so that he could pick them off and be able to feel busy. All over the room were the aged dog and ancient cat, who detested each other, never ceased growling at each other, and at night slept curled together. In an antiquated and badly listed rocking chair, padded with calico cushions, Frank listened to Mr. Pengilly's ramblings. For a time they talked only of externals, gossip of their parishes, laughter at the man who went from church to church, fretting the respectable by shouting, "Hallelujah!" Local chatter, not without wholesome and comforting malice. Frank was at first afraid to bear his youthful hesitancies to so serene an old saint, but at last he admitted his doubts. "How," he demanded, "would you reconcile a loving God with one who would strike down an Uzzah for the laudable act of trying to save the Ark of the Covenant from falling? Who would kill 42 children, and somewhat ludicrously, for shouting at Elisha, as any small boy in Catawba today would shout? Was it reasonable? And if it wasn't, if any part of the Bible was mythical, where to stop? How could we know if anything in the Bible was inspired?" Mr. Pengilly was not shocked, nor was he very agitated. His thin fingers together, far down in his plush chair, he mused. "Yes, I'm told the higher critics ask these questions. I believe it bothers people, but I wonder if perhaps God hasn't put these stumbling blocks in the Bible as a test of our faith, of our willingness to accept with all our hearts and souls a thing that may seem ridiculous to our minds. You see, our minds don't go far. Think, how much does an astronomer know about folks on Mars, if there are any folks there? Isn't it with our hearts, our faith, that we have to accept Jesus Christ, and not with our historical charts? Don't we feel his influence on our lives? Isn't it the biggest men that feel it the most? Maybe God wants to keep out of the ministry all the folks who are so stuck on their poor minds that they can't be humble and just accept the great overpowering truth of Christ's mercy. When do you feel nearest to God? When you're reading some awful smart book criticizing the Bible? Or when you kneel in prayer and your spirit just flows forth and you know that you're in communion with him? Oh, of course. Don't you think maybe he will explain these puzzling things in his own good time? And meanwhile, wouldn't you rather be a help to poor, sick, worried folks than write a cute little book finding fault? Oh, well, and has there ever been anything like the old book for bringing lost souls home to happiness? Hasn't it worked? In Andrew Pengilly's solacing presence, these seemed authentic arguments, actual revelations. Bruno Zeklin was far off and gray, and Frank was content. Equally did Mr. Pengilly console him about the intelligent workman who would have none of his church. The old man simply laughed. "Good heavens, boy, what do you expect as a preacher? A whole world that's saved and nothing for you to do? Reckon you don't get much salary, but how do you expect to earn that much? These folks don't go to any Christian church, huh? When the master started out, wasn't anybody going to a Christian church. Go out and get 'em." Which seemed disastrously reasonable to the shamed Frank, and he went out to get 'em, and didn't do so, and continued in his ministry. He heard in theological seminary of the practice of the presence of God as a papist mystery. Now he encountered it. Mr. Pengilly taught him to kneel, his mind free of all worries, all prides, all hunger, his lips repeating, "Be thou visibly present with me," not as a charm, but that his lips might be soiled with more earthly phases, and when he had become strained and weary and exalted, to feel a something glowing and almost terrifying about him, and to experience thus, he was certain, the actual, loving, proven nearness of the divinity. He began to call his mentor Father Pengilly, and the old man chided him only a little. Presently did not chide him at all, though. For all his innocence and his mysticism, Father Pengilly was not a fool, nor weak. He spoke up harshly to a loud-mouthed grocer, new come to town, who considered the patriarch a subject for what he called kidding, and who shouted, "Well, I'm getting tired of watching you and your preachers to pray for rain. Guess you don't believe this stuff much yourselves." He spoke to old Miss Udell, the purity specialist of town, when she came to snuffle that Amy Dove was carrying on with the boys in the twilight. "And I know how you like a scandal, sister," said he. "Maybe 'tain't Christian to deny you one, but I happen to know all about Amy. Now if you'd go out and help poor old crippled Sister Eckstein do her washing, maybe you'd keep busy enough so's you can get along without your daily scandal." He had humor as well. Father Pengilly, he could smile over the cranks in the congregation. He liked the village atheist, Doc Lim Staples, and he had him at the house, and it healed Frank's spirit to hear with what beatific calm Father Pengilly listened to the doc's jibes about the penny pinchers and the sinners in the church. "Lim," said Father Pengilly, "you'll be surprised at this, but I must tell you that there's 2-3 sinners in your fold, too. Why, I've heard of even horse thieves that didn't belong to churches. That must prove something, I guess. Yes, sir, I admire to hear you tell about the kind-hearted atheists after reading about the cannibals, who are remarkably little plagued with us Methodists and Baptists." Not in his garden only, but in the woods along the river, Father Pengilly found God in nature. He was insane about fishing, though indifferent to the catching of any actual fish. Frank floated with him in a mossy scow in the placid backwater under the willows. He heard the gurgle of water among the roots and watched the circles from a leaping bass. The old man, his ruddy face and silver mustache shaded by a shocking hayfield straw hat, hummed, "There's a wideness in God's mercy, like the wideness in the sea." When Father Pengilly mocked him, "And you have to go to the books to find God, young man?" then Frank was content to follow him, to be his fellow preacher, to depend more on Pengilly's long experience than on irritating questions, to take any explanation of the validity of the Bible, of the mission of the church, the leadership of Christ, which might satisfy this soldier of the cross. Frank became more powerful as a preacher. He went from Catawba via pastorates in 2 or 3 larger towns to Eureka, a camp of 40,000 brisk industrialists, and here he was picked up and married by the amiable Bess. Part 4. Bess Needham, later to be Bess Shallard, was remarkably like a robin. She had the same cheerfulness, the same round ruddiness, and the same conviction that early rising chirping, philoprogenitiveness, and strict attention to food were the aims of existence. She had met Frank at a church social. She had pitied what she regarded as his underfed pallor, and had directed her father, an amiable and competent dentist, to invite Frank home for a real feed and bright music on the phonograph. She listened fondly to his talk. She had no notion what it was about, but she liked the sound of it. He was stirred by her sleek neck, her comfortable bosom, by the dimpled fingers which stroked his hair before he knew that he longed for it. He was warmed by her assertion that he put it all over the Reverend Dr. Seeger, the older Baptist parson in Eureka. So she was able to marry him without a struggle, and they had 3 children in the shortest possible time. She was an admirable wife and mother. She filled the hot water bottle for his bed. She cooked corned beef and cabbage perfectly. She was polite to the most exasperating parishioners. She saved money, and when he sat with fellow clerics companionably worrying about the sacraments, she listened to him, and him alone, with beaming motherliness. He realized that with a wife and 3 children he could not consider leaving the church, and the moment he realized it, he began to feel trapped and to worry about his conscience all the more. Part 5. There was in Eureka, with its steel mills, its briskness, its conflict between hard-fisted manufacturers and hard-headed socialists, nothing of the contemplation of Catawba, where thoughts seemed far-off stars to gaze on throughout the mist. Here was a violent rush of ideas, and from this rose the Preachers' Liberal Club, toward which Frank was drawn before he had been in Eureka a fortnight. The ringleader of these liberals was Herman Kasselbaum, the modernist rabbi, young, handsome, black of eye and blacker of hair, full of laughter, regarded by the elect of the town as a shallow charlatan and a dangerous fellow, and actually the most scholarly man Frank had ever encountered, except for Bruno Zeppelin. With him consorted a placidly atheistic Unitarian minister, a Presbyterian who was orthodox on Sunday and revolutionary on Monday, a wavering Congregationalist, and an Anglo-Catholic Episcopalian who was enthusiastic about the beauties of the ritual and the mythric origin of the same. And Frank's fretting wearily started all over again. He reread Harnack's What is Christianity?, Sunderland's Origin and Nature of the Bible, James's Varieties of Religious Experience, and Fraser's Golden Bough. He was in the pleasing situation where whatever he did was wrong. He could not content himself with the discussions of the Liberal Club. "If you fellows believe that way, why don't you get out of the church?" he kept demanding. Yet he could not leave them. Could not, and therefore greatly succeeded among the Baptist brethren. His good wife Bess, when he diffidently hinted of his doubts, protested, "You can't reach people just through their minds. Besides, they wouldn't understand you if you did come right out and tell them the truth as you see it. They aren't ready for it." His worst doubt was the doubt of himself, and in this quite undignified wavering he remained, envying equally Rabbi Kasselbaum's public scoffing at all religion, and the thundering certainties of the cover-to-cover evangelicals, who each Sunday morning neatly pointed his conversation on the way to heaven, was himself tossed in a purgatory of self-despising doubt, where his every domestic virtue was cowardice, his every mystic aspiration a superstitious mockery, and his every desire to be honest a cruelty which he must spare Bess and his well-loved brood. He was in this mood when the Reverend Elmer Gantry suddenly came, booming and confident, big and handsome and glossy, into his study, and explained that if Frank could let him have $100, Elmer, and presumably the Lord, would be grateful and return the money within 2 weeks. The sight of Elmer as a fellow pastor was too much for Frank. To get rid of him, he hastily gave Elmer the $100 he had saved up toward the payment of the last 2 obstetrical bills, and sat afterward at his desk, his head between his lax hands, praying, "Oh, Lord, guide me." He leapt up. No, Elmer said the Lord had been guiding him. "I'll take a chance on guiding myself. I will." Again weakly, "But how can I hurt Bess, hurt my dad, hurt Father Pengilly?" "Oh, I'll go on." End of section 21, chapter 17.